Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, I do appreciate our voice guy's consistent intro of us. He forgot to say this is Murph and Marcus on a Friday. On a reggae Friday. On a football Friday. On a Giants and Dodgers Friday. On a Brian and Bobby's Best Bets Friday. So, voice guy, you better crank up your game, buddy. Get current. We got a lot going on today, baby. It's all good. Great vibes, Marcus the Waterboy.
Oh, Murph.
Boucher, great vibes. Come on, brother.
Oh, great vibes on a Reggae Friday. Got to make sure to add that to the open also, Murph.
I threw that in there.
What a weekend we have ahead of us, dude. With Giants and Dodgers, with playoff lifelines on the line, Murph. 49ers Saints this weekend, the battle of the backup quarterbacks. What a weekend we have in store.
Should I have said a Mac Jones Friday?
A Mac Jones Friday, a Spencer Rattler Friday.
A Mac Jones Friday, please?
Oh, Tony, you got to turn my soundboard on.
We're a tight operation.
Yeah, running back, Murph. Say it one more time.
Is it a Mac Jones Friday?
Who?
Thank you
Yeah, I
very
got you.
much.
I
Thank
got
you.
you.
Yeah, man. Mac Jones. Maybe, I don't know. A Mac Jones Giants Friday. By the way, the hell with it. Sweep the Dodgers. Sweep them. Sweep the Dodgers. I don't care. Sweep them. And you know what? I'll settle. I shouldn't even say it. I was going to say I'll settle for 2 out of 3 blankets. Sweep them. Go ahead and do it. Why not? The Dodgers aren't what they used to be. Although, have you seen Mookie Betts?
Yeah.
He's molten hot.
Yeah, what do you mean not what they used to be?
Mookie Betts is, well, they've had some skids this year, bro. They've had
Yeah,
some
a
serious
couple
skids.
skids.
Oh, they've had some serious skids. Don't they have the Padres right on their rear ends right now?
Yeah, but they're still in first place in the NL West.
Yeah, but they don't have the best record in the National League
Yeah, this is true.
by a decent margin. I think they have the third best, don't they?
How about those Brewers?
You got the Brewers. Yeah, you got it goes Brewers 1, Phillies 2. Actually, dude, they got the 4th best record. The Cubs have a better record than. So I stand by my statement. They ain't what they used to be. We go, your best record in the league is, in the National League is Milwaukee. Second is Philly. Third is the Cubs, but they're a wild card because they're 5.5 out. Then your limping, lame Dodgers coming in here. So sweep their sorry A's. Padres are 3 back in the loss column in the West. So Justin Verlander against Yamamoto tonight, 7:15. All right, let's go. By the way, I wrote this down. Mookie Betts, ready? In September, 15 for 39. 4 bombs, 15 ribs, hitting 381 with a 1221 OPS in September. So he's been having a bad year, but all of a sudden he's just going.
Yeah, and it feels like anytime he has a matchup, especially against the Giants, but when Logan Webb is on the mound, it seems like Mookie has his number, and we might see Logan this weekend with the things at with the way the rotation might line up.
Shayna Rubin of the Chronicle is reporting the Giants use the off day. They're going to go Webb Saturday and Ray Sunday. So the way it is, it's Yamamoto and Verlander tonight at 7:15. Kershaw and Logan Webb, a vintage matchup at 6:05 on Saturday evening.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Yeah, I support that wholeheartedly. And then Sunday afternoon, while actually, you know what? This works out well for Niners-Giants fans. 10 a.m. kick in New Orleans. You'll have Mac Jones tucking away that game ball right around 1 o'clock in time for the 1:05 start. Tyler Glasnow, who took a no-hitter deep recently against your boy Rob Ray.
I was going to say, it feels like the Dodgers have been doing that a lot lately.
Yeah, they've had 2 in the last week.
Yeah.
So anyway, blank them, sweep them, and you know what? As far as the fans coming in, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It's going to happen. It's gonna. The only way the Giants can reverse this freaking blue thing is to kick their ass.
It's to beat them.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
So sweep them.
Mm-hmm. Now, are we
Am
going
I crazy?
Are we going to get I think it's a little bit of a crazy take, to be honest with you. Like, if we're being honest and realistic, like, they're at a disadvantage tonight with the pitching matchup alone, Justin Verlander versus Yamamoto.
Yeah.
So that, to me, is kind of like a buyers beware of buying Murph's take on them sweeping the Dodgers this weekend. But, hey, it's baseball. Anything can happen.
Well, is there a difference in a take and just trying to speak something into existence?
I like it, Murph. You're going full, who was it, LeVar Ball. Speak it into existence.
Yeah. How'd that work out? I might slide, hit that. I might swerve, hit that corner.
Whoa. Exactly. I mean, look how the Ball brothers
what?
blew up. So, yeah, maybe I'm buying it.
Can I get a blast? Can I get a blast of Jello?
I might swerve with the Dodgers. Whoa.
I might swerve and sweep the Dodgers.
Whoa.
He performed that. Up, here we go.
I might swerve in that corner. corner, whoa, whoa.
Dude, I think I'm in now.
I might swerve and sweep the Dodgers.
I might swerve, sweep the
I might
Dodgers.
swerve in that corner, whoa, whoa.
Hell yeah. You just convinced me, Murph.
By the way-
I'm breaking out the brooms this
Did
weekend.
you see him perform that at the ESPYs this summer, by the way?
No.
And it was like 5 months past its expiration
Yeah,
date.
I was going to say, I saw him at the All-Star game, and it wasn't great.
It was the All-Star game was in February.
Yeah.
Should we imagine singing that thing in July, bro? People are like, wait, what? Is he doing? Yeah, go ahead.
I
Sure.
might swerve in that corner, whoa.
By the way,
whoa.
it's sounding kind of vintage now, isn't it? It's kind of
Whoa,
sounding like, man, remember
whoa.
early 2025? Yeah.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa.
We might have a 20s Friday coming up. We'll have to play that.
Whoa.
So, anyway, well, that'll be fun. Listen, I know, I understand. I got it. I understand. On paper, it's bad. And Yamamoto and Verlander, Yamamoto has the edge. I don't even know, like, are you a baseball better? I wouldn't even, I would imagine the odds are strongly
Yeah,
in the, where do you even find baseball odds? I don't even know where to find
I'm a
them.
money line baseball guy because in baseball, almost every game you bet, it's going to be a 1.5 run line. So I would assume the Dodgers are favored tonight by 1.5 runs.
How do you find it?
I'm always, they got it on any book.
I'm on the MLB app. I don't see it. I don't know how to find it. Anyway, I would imagine the Dodgers are heavy money line favorites, right?
Dodgers tonight minus 160 on the money line.
So how is that compared to other regular
Actually,
season
thought
games?
it would have been a little bit higher.
Is that actually a little tighter than you
Yeah,
think?
that's actually like usually when you have a first place team versus a third place team, you're looking at minus 180, minus 200 almost.
So it's not huge value.
More competitive odds, yeah.
Not huge value.
But yeah, Dodgers are favored tonight. And on paper, just to clarify real quick, I know you just kind of laid out the rotation of what Shanahan is thinking, but wouldn't it make more sense to have Webb throw on Sunday and Ray
Well,
on
Webb
Tuesday?
through
No,
Monday.
you're correct. You're correct.
Okay,
sorry. My brain was jumbled right there. Yes, because Logan Webb threw on Monday, Robbie Ray threw on Tuesday. So yes, that makes more sense.
Who pitched
Sorry,
Wednesday?
I had to talk my way
Wednesday
through it.
was Carson
That
Seymour.
was Carson Seymour.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah,
Monday, Webb, that means he goes Saturday on 4 days rest.
Yeah.
Sunday, Ray, he pitched Tuesday, so it'll be 4 days
Yeah,
rest.
you are correct. Yeah,
And
I
then
was just getting distracted because I'm looking at ESPN's projected rotation, and they got Kai Wang Tang lined
Do
up
they?
for Saturday.
I went with Shayna
yeah,
River to
yeah,
the
yeah.
Chronicle.
And I trust Shayna more than ESPN.
And then they got to turn around and go down to Arizona Monday night. So when your Raiders are playing, so no Raiders football for you this weekend. But 49ers and college football coming your way, and a fight tomorrow night, right?
dude, huge fight.
Yeah.
Canelo Alvarez versus Bud Crawford.
Is that on your radar?
Oh, yeah. So this fight will be on Netflix this weekend. We've had a lot of texters texting in, Waterboy, why aren't you out covering the fight this weekend? Well, Showtime no longer has pay-per-view, so I lost my connection there. So I'm no longer going out
Wait a minute, that's
covering
over?
Canelo
It's
fights.
dead?
It's dead. It's done. They've moved on.
Crusher.
We're towards
How
the
many did you
world
get out of
of
that?
streaming. I think I got out to at least 3 different Canelo fights.
How
No,
awesome?
2 Canelo fights and a Tank Davis fight also.
How awesome was that?
Dude, they were phenomenal. It was awesome. I mean, I had no idea I'd be sitting down on a random Friday morning doing a split broadcast with you back in San Francisco and me sitting down face-to-face with Oscar De La Hoya.
That was a highlight.
Yeah.
That was good stuff.
So that was super cool. But yeah, huge fight this weekend. Terrence Bud Crawford moving up a couple weight classes to take on Canelo. This is the biggest box match of the year. Might be one of the biggest box matches in the last 2 or 3 years. It's a huge, huge fight. I'm surprised it's not getting more eyeballs.
Are you? I heard Stephen A. Smith talking about it on ESPN. That's how I know about it. Do you have a favorite? Is there a favored, most favored nation status on this one?
See, like,
Is there one you
that's the
like? Is there a
thing.
guy you have more emotional
I
ties to?
see, that's always like the issue, like in boxing and combat sports. Like I have my favorite fighters in each weight class, but there's times where fighters move up weight classes. And this is one of the situations where I've always been a Canelo guy, but I've always liked Bud Crawford too.
You like them
And
both.
so Bud is moving up in weight class, so it's a little bit more of a disadvantage for him. Canelo is the betting favorite, but I really think Bud could pull off the upset this weekend.
What's the history of fighters who move weight classes? Do they have success like that, or is that just a dramatic? Is it like, it seems like it's a AAA team jumping up to play a major league team or something like
see,
that?
it depends. There have been some cases, like in the UFC, you'll see double champions guys going up, but I've also seen guys try to go up before, like BJ Penn, to challenge a George St. Pierre, and it didn't go well because the thing about fighting and weight classes is everybody cuts down to a weight class, but nobody is ever really in that weight class. Like if Tony was fighting at 135 back when he was wrestling, yeah, he cuts down to 135. I don't know, I was being a little generous.
Kid weighs like 105.
Okay, so if he's wrestling at 105, yes, he's cutting down to 105 to fight that day, but his walk-around weight is going to be around 115, 120. So, like, that's the thing. So not only is he putting on weight on top of his walk-around weight, Canelo's going to be 20 pounds heavier just because of his normal weight walking around.
All right, man. That's some rare boxing breakdown.
Yeah, a
in the
little
first segment.
boxing talk in a 6 a.m. segment.
How
I
was
like it.
your Thursday night with no Giants, no Niners, maybe Thursday night football, or just choose something else, buddy?
No, I went Thursday Night Football. I flipped over a little bit, caught a little bit of the Yankees, hanging out with 47 yesterday.
You gotta love it.
Yeah.
Anytime Trump goes anywhere, it's comedy.
Yeah, the Yankees had a nice 9/11 tribute yesterday. Aaron Judge hit a couple home runs, but mostly I was locked into Thursday Night Football and watching that Green Bay Packers defense shut down Jaden Daniels in the
You mean
Washington
you
Commanders.
weren't at 8th grade Mill Valley Middle School back to school night? You
No,
weren't?
I didn't get the invite.
Dude, you got to go
Back to school
Back
night.
to school, where you actually like go on your kid's schedule and you sit in their freaking desks.
yeah.
There I was, first period algebra, bro. I was like, get me out of here.
Oh, dude,
I can't hang.
I start having PTSD.
It's-
Start freaking out.
the guy had some funny.
Oh no, exponents, variables, stay away.
The algebra guy, the algebra teacher came with jokes. He was good. Shout out, Mr. Lloyd. He had props. He had prop comedy. He had bits. He was good.
Hey, prop comedy.
Second period U.S. history, buddy. You know what I said when I walked in? I know this is U.S. history. I can see the globe right there. Come on now, everybody. Thank you.
Nice.
Third period PE. Shout out PE.
Damn,
by the way.
that was always my favorite.
Shout out PE.
I always did really good in PE, Murph.
Fourth period orchestra. Get out your cello.
Wow.
Yeah.
The kid's in orchestra,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. So he wants to play. I think his life's goal is to play on Wonderwall for Oasis.
Wow.
Right? I'm kidding. They use a cello, don't
Now let me ask: does he actually know how to play the cello?
they? Yeah.
Okay, I asked because I had a couple buddies who took orchestra in middle school just for like an easy A.
Oh.
And dude, they just stood in the back and pretended like they knew how to play, but they were never actually playing music.
Mr.
And every assembly, I would just stare and laugh at them the
hilarious.
entire time.
That's good quality stuff. Now, Mr. Gardner, the orchestra teacher, would kick your ass if you did that.
Okay.
Then we go over to fifth period. What do we have? Spanish, I think. Sixth period, science. And then we got seventh period, English.
Seventh period.
Bro, I had a whole school night last night.
I didn't know it's 7 periods.
We're going to start reading The Outsiders. Good to see the classics.
Nice.
We're getting it done there, yeah.
Stay golden, pony boy.
I know. Rory's
Stay
gonna
golden.
Stay golden, Rory
Yeah,
boy.
careful. He might
There
turn
you
into
go.
a greaser like me.
I hope so.
Oh,
I hope
wow.
so.
Okay.
Yes.
we know we know he likes to gamble.
So that was my Thursday night there, buddy. All right, so here's the deal. We soldier on to the guest list, which is robust, and then we got to tidy up because I believe at 6:30 we got business to take care of. So let's get going on a Friday, a reggae Friday with some bangers coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Friday, and today is our new contest. We're giving away a chance to win a round of golf with Murph at TPC Harding Park on Thursday, September 25th for the Willie McCovey Golf Classic. And we want you to stay tuned between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. for your chance to win. Get out there with Murph. I've done it myself. It's a great time. You'll get a lot of trivia out there as well. Just great vibes, great company. Play fast and be great company. It's all furnished by the Giants Community Fund. You get to play 18 holes with Giant celebrities, enjoy course contests, dinner, and more, all to benefit the Junior Giants program, serving nearly 28,000 kids each year. Sponsor foursomes are available now. Sign up at giantscommunityfund.org/golf. The winner, like I said, gets to receive golf for two. You get to bring a guest, and you get paired with Murph in a foursome. Probably someone else joining Murph as well. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Same deal, what I said yesterday. Still a chance he can miss the next game. I mean, we're not sure. We'll see how the toe heals. I mean, it's kind of week to week right now. But he's getting better, had a good rehab day today, and hopefully we'll have some better luck next week.
There is Kyle Shanahan on The Sports Leader talking about Brock Purdy being vague. John Lynch said his week-to-week ruled him out for Sunday. So it's going to be a Mac Jones Sunday, and the 49ers going down to the Big Easy to take on a Saints team that is commonly regarded as the worst team in the NFL. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Who am I missing? Who am I forgetting? Titans?
Oh, yeah, Titans are in that conversation.
Who am I forgetting? Who else? Anybody else? New York Giants?
Yeah, New York Giants going to be bad this year.
Anybody else?
I'm just trying to think of
Browns?
really bad quarterbacks.
Browns,
Yeah, they got Joe Flacco.
Bottom four, Mount Badmore, Browns, Giants, Saints, and Titans.
Yeah, I think when I checked the over-unders before the year started, Vegas had the New Orleans Saints over-under set at 3.5 wins this year. Which was the lowest in the NFL.
There's 17 games, by the way.
3.5. That's it.
That's Colorado Rockies level of performance
dude,
there.
That's bad.
49ers are up to 3.5-point favorites with the stability of a Mac Jones.
Yeah, I really want that number to get underneath 3, Murph.
You hate that hook, huh?
Yeah, I hate the hook.
Low-scoring game. I see people calling for the under in this game. Totals 40.5.
That's a good roll. Yeah, I don't hate that.
Wait, what am I doing? Am I doing Brian and Bobby's best bets too early? Is that what I'm doing?
Careful, Murph.
Anyway, fun stuff. Hey, we'll get into that in just a second. I did ask Young Tony to come back with some Shane. And by the way, shout out Reggae Friday. Always go with the GOAT at 6:15. Bobby Marley doing his thing.
And Murph, why do we start the show with Bob Marley at 6:15 every day?
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since, you know.
You know?
So soothing and poetic.
You know?
Yeah, I love it. By the way, Curly was on, doing his intense sheep pre-show prep in the loafers and the slacks over there and found a Fox Sports preview of the Giants-Dodgers. I'm going to hold this up for those on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. See that highlighted portion right there? See that highlighted portion? It says here, Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers take the field against Drew Gilbert and the San Francisco Giants on Friday night. Now, Curly's like, I don't know if this is AI because Gilbert's been getting the most run or whatever. Or how does this – is this a human being? Is this I don't know.
You're acting like you're surprised, Murph.
Drew Gilbert – Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers take the field against Drew Gilbert and the San Francisco Giants on Friday, the first of a 3-game series at Oracle Park.
With this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
Well, it could be that AI BS, or it could be Major League Baseball recognizing that the San Francisco Giants finally got a superstar, Murph.
I mean, dude.
He's getting national attention.
Here's a hold up another one.
Baby, we did it.
For the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter crowd. Look at this picture that the Standard features here, dude. Just focus on that.
Which, by the way, with these choke-out photos and videos going viral, we played a little bit of the Pat McAfee show talking about Drew Gilbert. That was the first time I actually heard the audio of the Drew Gilbert highlight package. And during the first example where Matt Chapman chokes him, you can hear Drew Gilbert screaming, "Use the other arm! Use the other arm!"
It's unbelievable.
And I was like, wow, this just gets better and better.
It's unbelievable. The hot mic, it says you use the other hand, I think. But
use the other hand. Use the other hand.
It's staggering. It might be. Do you want to see if you can isolate it? I don't know. But I got to give credit to the SF Standard. John Shea got some great quotes. We asked for Gilbert to come on the show, and he asked for another day. So we continue to pursue him. All you listeners out there, you YouTubers, Twitchers, and Twitterers, we are working on it. But he got the quotes here. They asked him about, what's going on. And Gilbert's quote was, hey, I put in a lot of work to get here. There's no reason you shouldn't let it fly when you go out on the field. You can't put in all that work just to come out here and go into a shell. So there you go. Number one, he's just validating his performance. And then they asked him, where does it come from? I don't know where it comes from, Gilbert said. I just kind of roll with whatever comes through my head. It just happens. Nothing is forced. It's organic. Whatever happens, happens, especially when we get a rally going. You just try to keep it going as long as you can. You want it to be a party in the dugout. When it's a party in the dugout, even if you don't realize it, you're subconsciously a little more motivated to win and celebrate. Do you agree?
I agree.
When it's a party in the dugout, you're subconsciously a little more motivated?
When the vibes are high.
Yes.
I think when the vibes are higher here, we have a better show.
Here's the quote from Chapman on the choke. Quote, it started pretty much with him getting too close to me and me getting him off me as a joke, and it kind of turned into its own thing. It's my restraining order against him.
It's my restraining order.
He says,
a little bit more than
he
that.
says some of it is obviously a little insane. This is Chapman, but it's given us some life. We're having fun with it. It's not something you see every day, but it's been working for us. Robbie Ray goes on to say, I have 4 kids, so it's okay with the love of Drew. We want Drew to be himself. Gilbert, more Gilbert quotes. I think you can appreciate any sort of intensity, whether it's Madison, Bumgarner, or anyone else. That guy's goal was to win. He's a perennial winner. He's a world champ. Intensity can be displayed in a bunch of forms. The clubhouse is filled with guys who just express it in different ways. So just being able to find that bond where everybody seems to be on the same page is crucial. So good quotes and all that. He says, I guess I did. He says he did it at Stillwater High School in Minnesota. He said, but I was playing in front of 5 people. And then you play in front of 10,000 in college, so it's all relative. So there you go.
And he had that flair when he was in college, too, at Tennessee.
Yeah.
With that massive bat flip.
So I just thought it was kind of fun, man.
So, yeah, I've got no problem with this young man energy. I know that there's kind of the old school baseball mentality where some guys don't like this type of energy, especially from a rookie Murph, but I think he's a great guy to have in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I agree. Totally with you. And here's 415 says, the freaking Dodgers have Mookie Betts. We have Drew Gilbert.
You're damn right. Use the other hand. And Young Tony's telling me that this audio is a little muddy, but I think we have to play it anyways, Murph. It is a Friday. Here is the audio, the hot mic of Drew Gilbert and Matt Chapman.
Great. And this has been the over-the-top.
You can hear it real quick. He goes, bring the other hand. Bring the other hand.
in the trade.
There, that's good.
He goes, do it. Bring the other hand. Bring the other hand.
Let me type it. Let me type into my A. When is the Folsom Street Fair 2020?
It's coming up soon, right?
Sunday, September 28th. It is the last game of the season.
Hey,
By the way,
day game. Drew Gilbert can get out there.
This is
maybe they'll be celebrating because before we go to Young Tony, the Mets lost again last night. They got swept 4 straight games. They've lost 6 in a row. The Giants have made up 4 games on them in the last 10 days. They are literally 1 out in the loss column. It is fully and completely on, everybody. Fully and completely on. And Bruce Bochy's Rangers are taking on the Mets, and the Rangers are in the hunt, so they're playing for something. So we got it. It's on. It's showtime, baby.
Let's do it.
It's showtime. Guest list on a Friday, September 12, 2025. A Mac Jones Friday, a reggae Friday.
A bring the other hand Friday.
I wish that audio wasn't as muddy. Gotta find like a gnat sound.
It's nuts.
So
He's
good.
screaming it, too.
Yeah.
He's screaming, bring the other hand. It's nuts, man.
Do it. Bring the other hand.
and this has been
Oh, so awesome.
good.
Young Tone, what do you think? Because you got a little Drew Gilbert vibe going on
Yeah,
here.
man. I mean, it's like September. You know, they always say all the vets get a little tired in September. It's a long year. So, some young energy. It's good to see. It's like, Young Tony on the morning show. Am I right?
Yeah,
very
a lot of
good.
youthful energy.
Very good. All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, we got a lot going on. Brian and Bobby's Best Bets, we're going to do that at 6:30. We'll have a John Lynch replay at 6:50 in case you missed that. Mike Krukow is going to join us live at 7:30. We'll have Big Hit 7:50. Cooler Content's going to be at 8:15 because we have a New Orleans Saints reporter, Mike Triplett, going to join
That's
the
my
show.
guy.
at 8:30 this morning.
Trips and I go way back.
Triple down with
He
triplets.
covered the Niners as a baby in the late 90s, right in my last year on the beat. So
Did not know
yeah,
that.
Yeah. He and I know each other. He was at
Damn.
the Sacramento Bee, and then he got a gig in New Orleans. He's never left.
You saying Mike Triplets from the Brian Murphy coaching tree?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes. All right,
Shout out
so
Triple E as well. It's the first thing I think of.
Well, you
Triplets.
got to go with Triple E, huh?
we got them all, baby.
Yeah,
We
you
got
could have
'em
mentioned
all.
like myself or Copes or yourself, Tony. Come
That's
on.
fair, yeah.
We're all in the tree.
And then at 9:15, we will have Carlos Ramirez, who is going to be on the call this weekend with Tim Ryan, 49ers at Saints on 810 KSFO.
He said it, Murph.
You're just trying to provoke.
He said it.
810 and 107.7 The Bone.
Listen to the broadcast on KSFO.
Danny Dunn, I'm playing him in fantasy this week, and his team is named 810 KSFO. Why would you like you literally name your team just to trigger me?
Yes.
Like I'm going to name my team to trigger Raph. You know what I mean? I'm going to name my team to trigger Lice Boy, Jacob, you know?
Yeah.
Like, how does somebody name their team to trigger one guy in the league?
You know, some people would say with you using the name Football Mensch that maybe you're trying to trigger Marty Laurie.
Are you kidding me? Who was at the premiere?
Yeah, that's
Raise your
right.
hand.
It's because you're a mensch.
Who was on the red carpet? All right, guys.
Hey, real quick,
Exactly
one more.
right.
Susan Slusser going to join us at 9:30.
Nice.
Closing us out.
To preview what the Texans are calling BGE, Big Gilbert Energy.
We got that BGE.
Brian and Bobby's best bets. Oh, it's a tradition. Next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Yeah, I love the Jason Kelsey laugh. It's so good. Hey, before we hit the NFL Films theme, Reggae Friday, I found my new favorite reggae song of 2025. This guy, Chronix, Here Comes Trouble.
Ooh.
This is my jam.
I've heard you name drop Chronix a few times.
I found him on the Bob Marley reggae station. This dude's is legit. And Here Comes Trouble. I let this play while I tell everybody we are giving away that golf twosome in the Harding Park Junior Giants William McCovey Golf Classic on Thursday, September 25th. We're going to do that probably in the 8 a.m. hour. 8 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. That's all helping the Giants Community Fund. I'm going to hold until we get the chorus. We're going to one more time with my man Chronix, and we'll look forward to that golf twosome, and then we'll get into our picks. Here comes the danger.
I like that. Tell your bookie.
Here come the Rasta.
Here comes trouble.
And I'm going to say this for the Dodgers.
Ooh.
Here comes trouble. Here comes trouble. All right, good stuff. Chronix, Here Comes Trouble is my new 2025 reggae banger. All right, fade it out and give us some NFL October sounds, baby, because here we go. Brian and Bobby doing our thing. Who the hell are Brian and Bobby? Good question.
Who?
Not sure. Two mystery guys entered the building right now, and they're making picks right now. Does Brian go first because of Saturday?
Yeah, let me get some of that AI Brian to start us off.
So we like to recap, keep our receipts. Marcus definitely keeps his receipts.
Oh, dude, I've got a shoebox underneath my bed full of receipts, Murph.
If only you treated your schoolwork with such studiousness.
You are absolutely right,
You'd
dude.
be running a Fortune 500 company
dude,
right
I put
now.
in so much more work on my bets than I ever did my homework.
Okay, last week, Murph, with a standard, that's right, I just name-checked myself, with a standard 1 in 1 week.
We got a Saturday Murph standard.
Saturday Murph standard.
It's like being a blanket Niner.
Thank you. We rode the Oklahoma Sooners to a cover over the Michigan Wolverines. We died with Jack Loader's Arizona State Sun Devils, who choked their guts out.
You're going to die.
At Mississippi State. Okay, so what do? We go into Saturday's week 3. I'm looking around. I'm just kind of kicking around, kicking tires on a Wisconsin, Alabama. Huge spread.
Big old
Bama
spread.
by 21.5 when nobody likes Bama, and Wisconsin's a good team. It's tempting. Looking around, South Florida is everybody's darling. They've knocked off 2 ranked teams. They're going down to Miami. Notre Dame, some people think A&M's going to beat Notre Dame, and A&M's getting 6.5. That was tempting too, but no. When it was all said and done, I found my picks, and I think what I find, and I've had to remind myself this on the air multiple times, you're a West Coast kid, all right? You're a West Coast kid. Recently, our great friend P1 Chuck, he moved down to Charleston, South Carolina, which is awesome. It's a fabulous place, right? And he's like, yeah, man, he was one of those guys, he's done with California. I mean, he had grown up in Maryland, right? Yeah. And he was like, I hate California, I hate everything about it, I hate the and he goes, yeah, and I said, listen, buddy, you go. Do your thing. I said, you're a mid-Atlantic guy. I said, me? I'm a West Coast guy. So, you got to be who you are, which means don't mess with A&M, don't mess with Wisconsin, Bama, don't mess with South Florida. Stay true to your roots. So I'm staying on the West Coast. And I might need a laugh track right now, buddy, because my first game is in Illinois. All right, but it involves the Oregon Ducks.
Right
West
there
Coast
off the
team.
coast, Murph.
The Ducks Dan Lanning. Listen, this guy, they won the Big Ten last year. They were in the championship game. I mean, listen, the Oregon Ducks are legit. Dante Merrill, their quarterback, former UCLA transfer, seems to have found his footing. They're singing shout at the end of the third quarter. Lanning's telling, we're the bull. Let's go whip their ass. 69-3 on Oklahoma State. Pause. The whole deal. Northwestern isn't ready for the smoke. It's 28.5. And I get it. Northwestern has a quarterback. He's kind of legit, but they also lost their leading rusher. By the way, their leading rusher is a 6th-year guy who was their leading rusher in the 2020 season. That blew my mind.
Wow.
They're like, Northwestern is without such and such running back. He's a 6th-year senior. I'm like, 6th year? They're like, he was the leading rusher in 2020. I was like, 2020?
This guy was playing during the pandemic.
Yes, dude, yes.
Or I guess not playing.
But he's out. He's out for the game. So Oregon is just, Dan Lanning he means business, man. He doesn't mess around. And 28.5, I hate that little hook that you call it, Marcus. But I just kind of conjured up one of my Joe Montana, Vince Lombardi visions. I can easily see a 42-10. I can easily see a 45-10, a 48-17. It's going to be 30+, and it's going to be Oregon. I'm going to go ahead and lay those points and go with Dan Lanning's Ducks because until further notice, those guys just whip ass.
Today, we're the bull. Let's go with the
Thank you, Tony. Perfect. We didn't even plan that. Very good. He's reading. He knows his old host. Too.
He knows Murph.
Yeah. And then this one, I'm going to stay, like I said, you got to be a West Coast guy. How about being a Bay Area guy?
Bay Area.
How about staying in Ron Rivera's Berkeley? All right, staying in the Golden Bear, Black Hole, Black Bear, whatever the heck they're calling that thing.
You're going to go down to the Black Bear section.
The Black Bear section. Thank you very much.
I got you, Murph.
I'm just wondering, what does Vegas know that I don't know? Why is Minnesota a road favorite in Berkeley? Because I think Cal wins the game. Now, I was reading the Minnesota State sites, and they're like, oh, yeah, this would be good for Minnesota. Good road win for Minnesota. They're very confident. Minnesota thinks they're going to roll in here and win this game. They don't think much of Cal at all. Have they seen Jesse Sapolu's JKS? Have they seen the Black Bear section? Have they seen a gold out under Chancellor Rich Lyons? You're going to give me Cal in 2.5? I don't think Minnesota's that good. I've followed them for a couple years. They got a good quarterback. I get it. Justin Wilcox is a defensive coach. I like Cal to, at worst, keep it to a 1-2 point game, but win the darn game. So I'm taking Cal in 2.5, and Saturday Murph is done.
Those are the Saturday picks. I'm with you, Murph. I don't think the Golden Gophers are going to march into Memorial Stadium and beat the Cal Golden Bears, but those are Murph's Saturday picks. Fast forward into Sunday. Let's get into Bobby Boucher's best bets. Last week, we went 1-1 with our picks, and Murph is right. I do have receipts over the last 3 seasons where I've had a winning record every single year. I'm not going to go year by year, but in the last 3 seasons, 81, 52, and 5 against the spread. So let's add a few more winners this weekend after we were able to cash in on the Washington Commanders covering that 5.5 point spread against the New York Giants last weekend, but we missed on the Cincinnati Bengals. They beat the Browns but did not cover their 5.5 point spread, so an even 1-1 going into week 2. But I'm going to continue to pick on the New York Football Giants, Murph, because they are a bad squad. They got embarrassed week 1 by the Washington Commanders. Their offense was basically non-existent with Russell Wilson at quarterback. I don't know how much longer he's going to stay as the starting quarterback. Jackson Dart could be the starting quarterback by week 4 or week 5 if the Giants keep playing this way. Well, this weekend, they're playing Big D Dallas, Murph. The Dallas Cowboys, who I got to say looked actually a little impressive without Michael Parsons that Thursday night opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. But let's pause for a second and take a look at the fact that they played on Thursday night, which means they get 3 extra days of rest to prepare for the New York Giants. I don't even think they need the 3 extra days because the Cowboys have won 8 straight games against the New York Giants. But it goes even deeper than that, Murph, because when Dak Prescott is the starting quarterback, they've won 13 straight games against the New York Giants. So I look for the Cowboys offense to put up a lot of points and just basically run Russell Wilson and the New York Giants out of the building. I'll take the Dallas Cowboys this weekend. -5.5 at MetLife, taking down the New York Giants.
I got to say, 5.5 seems small for a bad New York Giants team. I like that pick. All right, let's go.
I was a little bit surprised, too. I thought
it's
it
a
was
road
going
game. I
to
get
be
it, but
more than a touchdown.
Have they seen Russell Wilson in the Giants?
I mean, this should be a 7.5 point spread, but I'm not going to complain.
It's a road
I'll
game
take
in the
it
NFL,
at 5.5. Now, speaking of hooks, I do want to give an honorable mention to the San Francisco 49ers, who I was tempted, even with Mac Jones at quarterback, to take against the New Orleans Saints. I don't like that 3.5. If it gets less than 3, then I will add it to my bet slip. But a bet that I'm going in a different direction here, believe it or not, I'm going with the New England Patriots. Not only getting 1.5 points this weekend down in Miami, I'm taking them on the money line. I'm taking them for the upset. Now, of course, we're betting against the spread, so I'll take the 1.5 here. You want to talk about embarrassing debuts in week 1? Look no further than Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins. They got boat raced by the Colts and Daniel Jones. They lost 33-8, Murph. The Miami Dolphins might be one of the worst teams in football this year. Mike McDaniel might lose his job. So I'm going to go with the New England Patriots, who had a competitive game last week against the Raiders. I'm looking for Mike Vrabel to get his first win as head coach of the New England Patriots. I'll take him for the upset victory. I like him as a dog this week. New England plus 1.5 down in Miami.
Poor Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, I mean, life's coming at you fast, Mike.
The capri pants, the oversized shades, the slick back hair. It's just not that cute anymore.
It's not that cute, Mike.
It's not that cute anymore.
There it is, buddy. Well, yeah, there you go. All right. Well, listen, I hope with your pick, my boy Drake May goes off. Week 1, it was okay. It wasn't great, but anyway.
Yeah, to me, this is more about Mike Vrabel and the Patriots defense being able to shut down Tua in that Miami offense.
Yeah, how much of that Pats-Raiders game did you catch?
I caught all of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how'd the Pats look?
They were competitive in the first half. Raiders went up early, then they made it competitive, and then Raiders kind of ran them out of the gym in the second half. I'm not picking them to be like a playoff team or anything like that, but the Miami Dolphins, like I said, are not going to be a good football team.
There was a whole discussion that Travion Henderson, the Ohio State kid, was going to be a hot pick, a hot rookie pick, but they gave the ball more to Ramondre Stevenson in that game?
Yeah, and also because the Patriots went down, they passed way too much. I thought Stephon Diggs would get involved a little bit more. He caught on a little bit in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
but
you had Diggs as a flex doing nothing, and you still whipped my ass.
Can you dig it?
Like Dan Lanning whipping Oklahoma State.
Yeah,
and I need Danny Lanning to do that to Northwestern this Saturday.
I'm the bull, baby. I'm the bull.
All right, so the Couch Potato Guide, the top 5 TV games of the weekend. Again, honorable mention, I'll throw Oregon, Northwestern, 9 a.m. at Fox, Wisconsin, Bama at 9 a.m. on ABC. That's an interesting one. If you're really a hardo, South Florida at Miami on the CW network at 1:30. Can you believe that?
CW.
And runner-up, sorry, Platzi, but BC at Stanford on the ACC network did not crack the top 5. What did crack the top 5? My one-star pick making it in. Shout out St. Simon's Johnny. Shout out all my Georgia Bulldogs. Shout out Carey and the tailgate. Woof, woof, woof. They're at Tennessee. Jen Violet's Tennessee Volunteers.
I didn't know that.
Who else we got? Come on, we had another Tennessee Volunteer.
I can give you Drew Gilbert.
Drew Gilbert.
Yeah, that works.
That's who I was looking for.
Okay, good.
That's exactly who I was looking for. It was on the
All
tip
right.
of my damn tongue, and you got me.
I got Peyton Manning and Drew Gilbert for you.
So Georgia, Tennessee is just a premier. I think that's where College Game Day is this week, actually. So it's 12:30 on ABC. Georgia owns them. I stayed away from that game because I got to be a West Coast guy. But Georgia at -3.5 looks like a pretty good pick to me.
But will Tennessee use the other hand this weekend? Use the other hand.
Bring the other
No,
hand.
bring the other hand.
The 2-star pick is, hey, listen, I'm sorry. I just think Notre Dame has an attractive non-conference schedule. Their game at Miami was attractive. Their game at A&M is attractive. It's at 4:30 on NBC. I'm going to go ahead and shout out Bryant Young and Tim Brown, who called on your birthday.
Hell yeah, that's my
and
guy,
we actually
Timmy.
discussed these games with him. He was in Miami. Notre Dame's a 6.5-point favorite. That's a 2 ranked teams going at it. If Notre Dame loses that game, they got trouble. That's my 2-star pick, 4:30 on NBC Peacock. My 3-star pick, I'm going to go ahead and go with my Black Bear section. I'm going to go ahead and say Minnesota Cal on a Saturday night at 7:30 on ESPN. Post-Sound Summit coming down from maybe a stimulus bombardment, maybe a chewable.
I was going to say, maybe stop by the Deuce after and watch the game.
I have to go past my house to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I forgot you're mid-mountain.
I had to take you down the hill to do that.
Oh, it was worth it.
But I think I'm just going to, maybe just a nice bottle of wine. Maybe that bourbon you gave me.
Got to get into the bourbon, Murph.
Into the bourbon. Minnesota Cal.
Get into the bourbon.
I hate that they're playing at night. All games should be at day. But if it involves sweatpants, wine, and bourbon, 7:30 on ESPN Saturday. Those are the 3. That's a 3-star pick. 4-star pick is your Sunday afternoon game on Fox. 125. Are you ready for Eagles at Chiefs?
Oh.
You ready for the Super Bowl rematch? How do you stayed away from it, I noticed.
Yeah, I stayed away from that game. I would have to go with Philadelphia again here. To be the man, you got to beat the man, Murph. It's as simple as that.
I actually was thinking, as I was driving in, they were talking about that game, I was thinking maybe it's time to zag. Maybe it's time that the Chiefs kind of catch the Eagles a little bit napping. They bounce back. Philly's a 1.5-point favorite. You can get the Chiefs and 1.5 at home.
Chiefs coming off a loss week 1 to the Chargers.
And it's I think it's like the second time ever that Mahomes is a home underdog. It happened to him against the Bills in like 2022 or something like that. I think that's the stat. Anyway, that's the 4-star game. That's just an outstanding game. Sunday at 125 on Fox. And then, of course, our 5-star game. Come on, baby. Mac Jones. That's right. Can I get a little music, young tone from Mac Jones? Flossing in that candy paint.
Oh, going to be out there in the candy paint this
10
weekend.
10 a.m. on Fox, but you're going to listen to Carlos Ramirez and Tim Ryan, and Greg Papa will be too on 810 and 107.7. But if you'd like to go TV and simulcast, it's on Fox at 10 a.m.
Mac Jones.
Thank you very much. Our 5-star pick. One more.
Mac Jones.
Yeah. As we listen to Marcus's music, I have to shout out Marcus bonding with my kid. My kid's running his high school Instagram water polo account, and he posted their big win over SI, and he chooses a song. He went with Mac Dre.
Unbelievable, young Tony.
I didn't know a kid born in 2007 could put up some Mac Dre.
I
but
did
he
not know either. But also, we've got now Big Deck posting Mac Dre songs, writing essays about my guy Larry June.
True.
And I told you to make sure you tell Deck that I'm going to see Larry June this weekend on Sunday down in San Jose.
Oh, on Sunday?
Yeah, on Sunday.
Oh, awesome.
Post 49er game.
Brian and Bobby are feeling good. We're feeling ourselves. Our picks are going to be winners this week. John Lynch is next on The Sports Leader.
Mac Jones. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Young Tony, Reggae Friday. Sounding fantastic. Oh, wait, what are you doing here?
The beginning of the song sounds like What Did I Ask? The open, like a little...
Maybe you want to use it.
Maybe, yeah.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You're playing some bangers. What do you got here, buddy?
Well, this is one of your bangers. This is If You Want to Go, Freddie McGregor.
I did some digging over
Maybe Connor's cousin or something like that?
I've been finding some good ones for you, Marcus. Enjoy this for a few seconds
Freddie
here.
McGregor.
Yeah. This one is... Come on now. We're playing some quality stuff today.
Now, I have to ask, with a name like Freddie McGregor, is this Irish reggae?
No, there are Jamaicans named Freddie McGregor.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
No Connor. No relation to Connor. All right. Sounds great, though. If You Want to Go, Freddie McGregor.
Ooh.
Reggae Friday, baby.
If you want to go, Jake Moody,
We're playing
go
some
ahead
newer
and go.
stuff today, buddy. You're welcome, by the way. I know you'll be playing this weekend. Okay, John Lynch on the UMA guest line joined us, and we covered it all, man. Everybody hawked our interview yesterday. All the writers used it as their stories. So you listeners at 656 get to hear it for yourself, driving to work, commuting right now, working out in the gym. John Lynch, we covered it all. And we start, though, by saying, John, we haven't talked to you since you got your win in Seattle. You're 1-0. You won on the road. What will you remember about a season-opening win in Seattle? Good morning, John.
I think a resilient, tough, hard-fought win against a good opponent. Mike McDonald, John Schneider, the core of that team, they've done a really nice job putting together a team. They're on the come, well put together. The defensive line is a really strong unit there. Their offensive line is improving. And, that was a tough win. Always a tough place to play. Certainly a lot more red there than when I first got here, and you wouldn't see anyway. I don't think they were allowed in that stadium. And now, we seem to, have it pretty well filled. And, but I tell you what, it's still really loud in the big moments in the game. And I thought our guys fought hard and found a way to get a win. In the face of some tough circumstances. So I was proud of our team, and those division games are huge. Every game's huge, but a division game is huge, and when you can go win on the road in your division against a good team, that's a good thing.
John, we talk about injuries a lot, but you always mention that in the NFL, it's the next man up league. So let's talk about the man that did step up after George Kittle left the game, Jake Tunges, who is a Los Gatos kid, locally raised here in the Bay Area, went to Cal, and entered the game not having a catch in his entire career. Of course, has a game-winning touchdown catch. What does that mean for a guy like Jake Tunges?
It was awesome. In our team meeting Monday, Kyle always does a great job of showing kind of a synopsis of the game, and was showing Jake's first catch, and he said, hey Jake, is this your first NFL catch? And it felt like he had a lot more, because we see him all the time here in practice, and he says, yeah, that was my first catch, and the whole room kind of let him hear it, and he deserves that, and he's a really athletic kid. Played some hoops over at Cal at Los Gatos, does some things out on the practice field that makes you believe, man, this guy can produce for us. And for him to go out there and put it together when the game was on the line, that was huge for us. Obviously, went and took. You talk about sometimes games are lost, not won. I think that's an example of someone going and taking it and winning it, and was really proud of Jake, proud of Brock to have that much faith in a guy who had just had his first NFL catch. But that's what it's all about. This guy's making the most of their opportunities. And Tanja's great story, being a local kid. But it was bigger than that. He helped our team win a big game.
Now, we had him on Tuesday, our player of the week. He was really enjoyable. Wanted to stay at Los Gatos High to play with his buddies instead of the big WCAL private Catholic schools. And then also being part of the Dead and Company trip to Vegas with Bosa and them. So enjoyable guy. All right, John. So obviously there's
Glad
huge.
He came back.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
No, he's all in now too. He's like got bootlegs and tapes and all that. Okay, so many things to talk about. Let's start with the quarterback. Ian Rappaport reported on NFL Network this morning that his understanding is Brock is out for 2 to 5 weeks. Can you confirm or deny this report?
What I can confirm is I talked to, obviously, our trainer, our doctor, Dr. Anderson, who's the preeminent foot and ankle specialist in the NFL. What we're dealing with is like kind of a week to week thing. So that's our information. Brock's doing well, coming back from it, and we'll just treat it as such. He's doing a nice job, doing everything he can to get back out there as soon as possible, and so that's where we're at.
So quick follow-up then, would we pretty much rule him out for Sunday in New Orleans and Mac Jones is the starter?
I think, yeah, that's looking like that right now, and we're really pleased to have Mac here. Mac was a guy back in the draft process. We studied a lot, really liked. Has had his ups and downs in his NFL career, but since he's been a part of us, really has taken to our offense. Really fits our culture. He can run our offense and run it well, and we don't have to change a whole lot when he's out there. So I'm excited to see him get an opportunity to go show what he can do, and we gotta go put together another solid effort on the road in another tough place to play in New Orleans.
John, just for clarification on Brock Purdy's status, have you guys gone through the MRI and imaging process, and what were those results like?
Yeah, of course. We did that, and that led to the diagnosis and the timeline of kind of week to week type deal. So that's I'll leave it at that. It's medical stuff. We don't get into all the details there, but that's where we're at on a week to week deal. And I think going into the scans and all that, I'll tell you that the feeling was more on the positive side than what it could have been going in there. So, that was a good thing. And we'll look forward to getting Brock back. But in his stead, we're confident in Mac and his ability to compete at a high level for us.
We've seen Brock Purdy play through injuries before. He went up to Seattle with broken ribs. He was able to complete the game against Seattle with these 2 injuries that he's dealing with now. So how much do you have to take into consideration the pain tolerance of Brock Purdy when you guys are making these decisions?
You're exactly right. I mean, that was right at the beginning of his tenure as our quarterback. I'll never forget that, going out in pregame warm-ups on a Thursday night. So quick to turn around. Not only did he have broken ribs, he had torn cartilage in his ribs. So you imagine throwing the football is a rotating deal, and the guy didn't throw a pass all through the warm-ups, and then he goes out and plays. So his pain tolerance is uniquely high, and so you never put anything past him. I think like we've said a number of times, this week is likely not happening, and then we'll go from there.
Just a little bit more on Mac Jones. Can you take us back to the spring, whether it was his reps or your reps? How did you guys sort of heat up negotiations? How much was there familiarity from the 2021 draft process? Can you tell any anecdotes on landing the Mac Jones fish and how you guys felt about it?
Yeah, you just you zero in on okay, we know we got Brock. That was obviously big news, a huge priority to go solidify Brock as our franchise guy. and then who do we want to put around him? And we wanted to, we had talks with Dobbs, who was with us last year. He ended up getting a nice offer from New England, and went there. And you're identifying people, and we've always had an affinity for Mac. We started those talks, and we were able to pull something off. And then, what I can tell you is probably been better than advertised, better than what we thought he might be, in terms of stepping in and just feeling like he was a really good fit for this offense. And, I think there's a great vibe, and, between he and Brock, that quarterback room is very healthy. They all like each other. They all feed off each other. They all help each other. And Mac's just done a really good job every step of the way. You could see his confidence grow and grow and grow, and to where we got in training camp. And he was really, like as I said earlier, functioning at a high level. It gives you a lot of confidence to go out there and play a game if you have to, like right now. And so we're excited about that.
John, I saw a report yesterday that you guys brought in Mike White for a tryout at quarterback. What can you tell us about the backup quarterback position, and who could be backing up Mac Jones if Brock Purdy is not out there this weekend?
Well, we did bring Mike White in for a workout. Mike's had experience in this system, and oftentimes you do that for the short term, and then you also want to get a look at someone to see where they're at, see if they've been working out, and so we were able to do that. But we have Adrian Martinez, who's been our practice squad quarterback, and we made the decision. He's been here while Mike has been in our system in the past. Adrian's been here the last few weeks and has a good understanding of what we do and how we do it, and he's been a winner. He's been a winner at Kansas State and in the UFL, and has played well for the Jets in preseason. So that's where we're at right now, and we'll continue to put ourselves in the best possible situation and looking at various opportunities for people. But right now, that's where we're at.
All right. Well, obviously a huge deal with Mac Jones getting the Week 2 start in New Orleans, and we'll sort of move on from that to the next big one, which is George Kittle going on IR, and obviously that's just so tough, 4 weeks out. I guess the question to come out of that is, who plays tight end? I mean, is it Luke Farrell and Jake Tonjes? And if so, who's the third? Are you guys actively shopping for a tight end, or are you going to promote Braden Willis?
Well, Braden Willis is on our practice squad and has a good opportunity to be flexed up this week. Braden's played a lot of football for us. Luke Farrell was a big priority this offseason in free agency. One of the first moves we made. We wanted to do it to complement George, but also to have a guy in the event that George couldn't play where he can handle a lot of the dirty work that goes on, and then, as a capable receiver as well. So I think the combination of those three, look, when you're missing George Kittle, I can't say enough about what he's meant. I think he'll go down in an organization that's got so many great players and Hall of Fame players. George will go down as one of the best to play at this franchise, and that's saying something at this place. And so, of course, it hurts when he's out, but those things happen, and George is already doing everything he can to get back. He will miss 4 games because we did put him on IR. We felt like that was the appropriate action with the level of injury that he had, and then it gives him the best opportunity to play the rest of the season healthy. Sometimes if you come back too early, there's a higher risk at re-injuring. So this gives him the best opportunity to be healthy the rest of the season. And, as Jake took advantage of the opportunity, now these guys got to step up, and those are huge shoes to fill. We're not asking anyone to go be George Kittle, but hopefully as a combination of guys, we can come close to filling those shoes.
49ers GM and President of Football Operations John Lynch is the voice here this morning on the UMA guest line. And John, we have to ask you about the kicking situation. What can you tell us about the decision to move on from Jake Moody?
That it wasn't an easy one. I think of Jake's tenure here, had a really good rookie season. We were in the Super Bowl his rookie season. Obviously, second year he's going along really at a high level, gets injured, and kind of a gruesome injury, tough deal for a kicker. Came back from that, and I think it was hard on him. And when you miss kicks, that's a tough thing to deal with, and a lot of pressure on a team that had really high expectations. We came back the following year and had we wanted to have competition there to make Jake better, but also to have a true competition. I think it made Jake better. He had a really good off season. We got to the preseason games and all the way up to the Raiders and all that, where he missed one, then he kicks a 58. I thought the one when he kicked the 58-yarder, all right, this is going to take the monkey off his back, and here we go. And we come back here and he misses a PAT, and it's just that the pressure kind of mounted, and then what happened up in Seattle, and ultimately you got to make tough decisions. As Kyle alluded to yesterday, they are tough decisions because he is a very talented young man and likely to go on elsewhere and have success. And I hope that's the case for him because he's a great kid. He handled it well. And, tough, but you got to make decisions in the best interest of the team. And ultimately, Kyle and I said, let's sleep on it after Sunday night. And we woke up Monday and had a conversation. We both felt that it was the right direction to go. Happy to have Eddie Pinheiro. He's had, a nice career, has been very accurate throughout his career. And that gives you a good chance. And, we're gonna go move forward with that, and we wish Jake well moving forward himself.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about Pinheiro, because Greg Joseph was your guy all summer. We thought for sure he would be the guy, and yet Pinheiro was not your guy this summer. So can you tell us about the personnel department choosing Pinheiro over Joseph?
Yeah, Greg did a really nice job, but as I said, when you look at Eddie, like percentage-wise, the guy's been a really good kicker in our league, has experience with Brent Boyer at the Jets, and so that also means he's had experience with him. He's also had experience with our holder, Morstead, and so there's a level of comfort. His resume speaks for itself. We're fortunate he was out there, and so we made that move, and we'll see how it goes. His resume lends you to have a lot of confidence, and what we've seen already, doubles down on that. Now we got to go execute it, but the guy's a seasoned guy who's done it before, and so that bodes well for us.
Yeah, John, Eddie Pinheiro, not the only new 49er player on the roster. You guys also made a decision to bring back Kendrick Bourne this past week. What can you tell us about bringing him back to that wide receiver room?
Well, pretty cool that we had that opportunity to add a player of Kendrick's done a lot in this league, and he's done a lot with us. And instant energy. I think that's the thing with KB. The guy's always moving. He's always dancing. He's always smiling. But aside from that, he's played here. He's played in our offense. He's thrived in our offense. And so, like I said, the opportunity to make an ad like that at that point in the season, we had to fight. Felt like college recruiting against some other teams, and fortunately, we're able to talk Kendrick into coming back to where he started his NFL career, and we hope he can contribute. I think he hasn't played this preseason. He was coming off a foot injury, and so we got him out there yesterday. He looked good. We'll deal with it as such moving forward, but really excited to add KB as we refer to him. And he's got a nice history here and just like a favorite teammate of a lot of guys on this team. And so it gives a little added joy to have a guy like that in the building.
John, so many things are happening down there. It's like 18 minutes in, we haven't even asked. You guys signed your right tackle to a new contract. It was very surprising. I mean, my gosh.
Yeah. Well, that's the NFL, though. I mean, it is. I know we feel like so much is happening. I'm sure in New Orleans they're talking about the same thing. In Seattle they're talking. But you're right with Colton McKivitz. He's a great story. We drafted him out of West Virginia. We had to cut him early on, spent some time on our practice squad, then comes and Mike McGlinchey was a really good player here and was going to do very well in free agency, and we were paying a lot of people, but this guy Colton McKivitz made us make a bold decision to let McGlinchey go into free agency because we had confidence that Colton could play at a close, if not equal, level of Mike, and I think he's exceeded our expectations, and I think we got what I would deem a good deal for both sides, and we're excited to have Colton moving forward, and really proud of him for the way he's attacked it. He's a big part of our team. He's taken a leadership role on that offensive line, and that was a nice surprise. Probably about 10 o'clock the night before the game, we got the final okay that they were good, and I didn't like taking it that close to the game. My wish was to table it, take it, because I've been a player before. You shouldn't be thinking about those things that close, but Colton was comfortable with it, just wanted to sleep on it, make sure things were good, and he did, and we were happy to have had that deal done.
Were you okay with how the O-line played? Because there were a lot of pressures on Brock, and a lot of fans are concerned about how they played. Were you concerned about their performance on Sunday?
I thought all in all they did good. We knew that was going to be a tough. Leonard Williams is some player, and they got Lawrence there, Byron Murphy. They've really put a lot of resources into their D-line. Mafe coming off the edge. I mean, they throw it at you. And Mike McDonald comes from Baltimore. They provide tough schematic things. So they were doing a lot of early down blitzing, had some penetration, but when you're blitzing that much, you're going to do some of that. But I think all in all, our guys stood up when it mattered most, and we found a way to get a win. So we knew that would be tough sledding against them. I think at the end of the day, our guys fought, and I think we'll get better throughout the season. So I'm encouraged by that group.
John, we can't wrap up a 20-minute interview without asking you about the return of Christian McCaffrey. He touched the ball 31 times this past Sunday. Just your thoughts and your feeling seeing CMC healthy back on the field again.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's just such a good football player, and whether it be running the football inside, running the football outside, catching the football out of the backfield, or as split out as a receiver, screen game, he just does everything well. And so, I know there was a lot of talk and, probably some form of PTSD from last year, and he got a little tight out at practice. And so, there was kind of an ominous feeling out there on Thursday when he pulled himself, and, the trainers decided to keep him out. But shortly thereafter, we felt like, hey, we averted anything significant here, and then it turns to like, is he going to be all right to play? And sure looked like it to me. I mean, the cool thing is to know that Christian is just getting going. So he's going to keep playing at a high level because that's just who he is. The nice thing where I'm continuing to be excited is the addition of Brian Robinson to help complement Christian. Jordan James is now going to be healthy this week, whether he's up or not. Garindo continues. One thing Garindo has you can't teach is all-out speed, and he's become a better football player this offseason. So I'm really excited about that whole group. But obviously, when the bell cow is Christian McCaffrey, that's good for your side, and it's just fun to watch him play.
Man, we could still go like another 2 hours. We got to let you go. Hey, enjoy whatever you choose to do Saturday night. Enjoy it. And then obviously Sunday, some good storylines will unfold. So thanks for the time. We'll talk to you next week and have a great trip.
Yeah, thanks, John.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. So much to react to. Plus, Robert Salah spoke yesterday about the defense. We'll do one more Niner hit before Mike Krukow previews Giants-Dodgers on a Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, no, I like Mac a lot. Great dude. Getting to know him this camp, and I think he's really popped on tape throughout camp. And I think it's honestly, if Mac does start, I think it's a little more advantageous for him being earlier in the year.
Is that a real thing? You think that's an interesting angle to look at, where he's early in the year getting a chance here?
No, but I appreciate Nick's observation. He's probably thinking from a D-line standpoint because they get after the scout team quarterback all the time, which they started to do last week for the first time. Matt got a little irritated with them. But no, I think he's just speaking that way because I think the guy's got a lot of confidence in Mac. He had a great OTAs. He had a great offseason here in training camp. Had a little setback there at the end of training camp, missing those 2 weeks with his knee. But he's been back out here these last 2 weeks, and he'll be ready to go Sunday.
There it is. Kyle Shanahan on Mac Jones. He's on the afternoon on KNBR. Wow. The sports leader, KNBR, has John Lynch in the morning and Kyle Shanahan in the afternoon. Why wouldn't you rip off the knob, my friend?
Dude, why is that knob still on?
Why is it not? It should be knobless. By the way, what do we say to our YouTube people? What should they rip off?
Pin that browser. That's what I'll say. Pin that page.
Pin that page.
Yeah, you can kind of pin the page so you can't close it.
Rip off the search engine? I don't know. What do you do?
Plug your laptop in.
Yeah, don't move your laptop, whatever.
Yeah, don't turn your Wi-Fi off.
By the way, my bangers...
Don't change tabs.
Yeah, there you go. My bangers continue. Walk Away from Love by Biddy McLean featuring the Supersonics. You're welcome. I did some digging this week. Found you guys some reggae winners.
I like it when Murph starts digging.
Yeah. You like this, though?
Yeah, I do. Oh, great. Sounds great.
Yeah. But I only gave 3 or 4 to you, so we're almost running out of my playlist pretty soon.
You wanted Chronix a second time, though.
No, I was telling you we had that earlier this week.
Well,
I mean, earlier in the month.
Tony, can you blame him? Who doesn't want more Chronic?
Here comes trouble. Here come the Rasta. All right, that was me, by the way, Reggae Murph.
Here comes Mac Jones.
Remember
this
Portlandia when the mayor had to admit that he was openly reggae? You remember that?
No,
Yes.
I never watched that show.
It was very quirky,
reggae.
very quirky show, but had some funny bits. But there was a scandal in Portland that he had been in a reggae band, and he held a press conference and he said, "Yes, it's true. The rumors are true. I am openly reggae."
That's pretty funny.
What he said.
It's a good bit.
I know, it was very funny. So, it was the guy from Twin Peaks.
Wow.
Who was that actor from Twin Peaks?
I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name.
Does young Tony know Twin Peaks? Bet not. The phenomenon of Twin Peaks in the 90s. It was
The Outside Land stage? Yeah, 100%. I'm well aware.
Well done, buddy. Well done.
I also think Twin Peaks is now like a restaurant that has tried to replace Hooters.
Oh, is that right?
If you know what I'm saying.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Use your imagination.
I got you, buddy. Okay, we're looking at the clock here. We got Mike Krukow in just a couple minutes. We really do have to spend a little bit of time, in fact, a fair amount of time on the Giants and Dodgers. Because Susan Slusser at 9:15 doing their thing. So we did just have, I teased Salah, so I just want to deliver on my tease because I always deliver on my teases, Marcus. You know me.
You have to deliver.
100% rate of delivering on teases. How about just about the general comment about what they need to do better as a team here? Cut Z5, Tony, it's a 60-second cut on, after 1 week, what he wants to see improve. Bob,
you always want to be clean. We gave up 5 explosive plays. And you're never going to, I shouldn't say never, but you're trying to strive to keep it to a minimum. You want to make sure that your assignments are always 100%. The things you've got control over. It is the NFL. You're going to miss a tackle. You're going to lose a one-on-one. That's going to happen. But you never want it to be because you weren't 100% in your technique. You weren't 100% in your effort. You weren't 100% in your intent and violence. So there's there's that stuff that we have to clean up, and if we can continue to do that, there are mistakes out there that we didn't get caught on, and I think that's what they're alluding. That's what they're alluding to. There's things that you look at on tape, and to the naked eye, no big deal, but to us, it could be taken advantage of by a good offensive coordinator who sees the space that certain techniques are creating.
First of all, unbelievable sound from Salah. The depth of his voice, the clarity of the mic. I'm going to go ahead and laud that first and foremost. Sounded great. Second of all, he just said, obviously what every coordinator's going to say, there's things to clean up. We got to get better. But the thing I take away from that is a good offensive coordinator and team will take advantage of you. I'm not sure the Saints are that team.
No, the Saints are definitely not that team.
Even with Kamara.
With Kellen Moore and Spencer Rattler. Alvin Kamara, in my opinion, is still one of the best running backs in the game. And they're going to use him a lot this weekend with screen passes and trying to get creative to use the ball. That's why, to me, maybe one of the number one matchups is Fred Warner just spying Alvin Kamara the entire game. But also, we saw D. Winters flash some potential this past weekend with his sideline-to-sideline speed, too. So I think that's definitely one of the big matchups. But overall, no, I don't think the Saints have that type of offense to go and attack this Robert Saleh defense.
They against the Cardinals, they passed for 208. They rushed for 107. So they gained 315 yards as an offense.
What did Alvin Kamara end up with receiving-wise?
Give you that number right
last
now.
week?
Alvin Kamara,
Because
11 carries for 45 yards.
Okay.
But receiving, he only caught 2 for 12.
Wow, see, that's surprising to me because outside of Christian McCaffrey, I put Alvin Kamara up there with Jahmyr Gibbs as the best pass-catching back.
It was their tight end, number 83,
NFL.
Juwan Johnson, who caught 8 to lead him. Your boy Chris Olave, number 12, caught 7 touchdowns. And then my guy, bench warmer on the football bench, Rashid Shaheed, 6 catches for 33 yards.
Yeah,
so
they do like to try the deep ball with Raheed Shaheed also, so that'll be a big thing too. And I think the point that Robert Saleh is making as we wrap up the segment is people are going to try to attack these young rookies on this defensive roster. They had 3 defensive starters last week, but I thought they held up pretty well.
Stuff we'll talk about with Carlos Ramirez at 9:15, but it's Giants-Dodgers time. Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Are you kidding me? It is September 12th, and the Giants are 1.5 out of a wild card, 1 back in the loss column, and the Dodgers are in town. Can't ask for much better. Mike Krukow will be there. Mike, you got to be pretty darn excited for tonight. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, great. Are you kidding me? This is fun. And with 16 games left, you got 7 against the Dodgers. And I mean, think back last year, the Giants and the Dodgers didn't even see each other in September. And I thought that was just a joke, that was overlooked, and that they didn't face each other. Because this is it. This is the essence of the rivalry. I mean, the Giants have a chance. The Mets are crumbling, and the Reds are coming on. I mean, it's really getting exciting. But right there in front of the Giants, there are 7 speed bumps that they have to overcome, and that's the Dodgers. 3 here, 4 in LA, and so I mean, I love it because there's so much on it. I mean, the Giants obviously fighting for the life, But the Dodgers, all they want to do is they want to put the Giants down. They want to end their season. So they're highly motivated. So the brand of baseball you're going to see this weekend is going to have major urgency for both clubs. And to me, that just doesn't get any better.
No, you're right. They're only 2.5 up on the Padres. They're fighting for the division, too. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike is on the UMA guest line. Mike, setting aside the Dodgers, there's another player in this drama. That's the Mets. They've lost 6 in a row. They got swept 4 straight in Philly to let the Giants back in. It's kind of it's wild, Mike. You've been around this game all your life. There's always something like this that happens in September. Something crazy happens. So you kind of never give up. But how do you feel about the Mets? And now they have to play Bruce Bochy's Rangers and DeGrom tonight. I mean, it is scoreboard watching time, right? Fully.
Yeah, I mean, the Diamondbacks are still in it. The Cardinals are still in it. I think that the expanded format with 12 teams qualifying for the playoffs keeps so many more cities involved in baseball in the month of September. I mean, think back when we were playing. I mean, you had 6 teams in the East, you had 6 teams in the West, 24 teams. You had 2 division winners, and then you had a World Series. That was it, basically. I mean, so there was a lot of cities within the country that after August 15th weren't really into it. And then guess what? They started shifting gears into other sports. Well, you don't do that with the new format. And I love that. I love that it keeps more cities into it. It keeps the conversation of baseball going. And that's a hit. So it couldn't be any more exciting. Every game means everything. Scoreboard watching is just going off at an all-time high. And that's the fun of our game.
Mike, taking a look at the pitching matchups this weekend, haven't seen anything official from the Giants yet, but it looks like Verlander tonight. But looking at Saturday and Sunday's matchup, do you think with the off day that it makes sense to line up Robbie Ray and Logan Webb to pitch Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, I do. Why not? You're fighting for your life, and then you're bringing your top 3 pitchers into the mix. I think it totally makes sense. And you know what? More importantly, so do the players.
Yeah, it's really exciting to have their big boys, Verlander on. So just to get everybody caught up to speed, Yamamoto versus Verlander tonight at 7:15. Kershaw, incredibly, still going, is Logan Webb at 6:05, and then Tyler Glasnow versus Robbie Ray Sunday at 1:05. Are you, Yamamoto, Kershaw, Glasnow? How much does that get your attention?
Well, I mean, they're all good, and you look at the history that Kershaw has. I mean, you might say that he's the worst of the 3 right now, given his age, but he's been good. He's been good. You watch what he's done here the last couple months. I mean, he's really been consistently good, and he's always been consistently great against the Giants, especially here in San Francisco. I mean, you go explain that. I don't know, but. I mean, and it's just going to mean more when you do well. If you win this series and if you sweep this series, I mean, can you imagine the momentum coming out of that? There's opportunity here, big time opportunity. And all 3 of these guys are throwing the ball well. They originally had Ohtani in there tonight, and that got moved out. And but the 3 guys they put in there. I don't think they feel ashamed throwing those guys out there on the hill. It's going to be spirited baseball. And I think to a degree, you're going to say, well, we're going to see the best that they have to offer right now.
Mike, I also think it's a huge opportunity for Rafael Devers this weekend to really make an impact in this Giants-Dodgers rivalry because, of course, going back to that Sunday night game, we had the blockbuster trade. Clayton Kershaw talked about Rafael Devers joining the team, but then his first series against the Dodgers, he actually goes hitless. So how badly do you think the Giants need the offensive production from Rafael Devers to have success this weekend against the Dodgers?
Oh, they obviously need him. If they're going to win this thing, they need their big people to make contribution, big-time contribution. But in defense of Devers, he was a bit of a fish out of water the first time he went down there. And, I mean, he's a different guy now. He's much more secure in his environment, I guess is about the best way to describe it. He's relaxed. He's comfortable. He is enjoying his teammates. They're enjoying him. I mean, he's fit right in. But it took a while for him to get to that comfort zone. We all saw it. I think in his first 90 at-bats, he had close to 40 strikeouts. So, that's not the case now. But I think every time he goes up there, he's going to hit the ball hard. And hopefully he has a great series.
Yeah, I do remember that Saturday game. I was at that Saturday game when Ohtani pitched, And he came up in a one-run game with two runners on, and smoked a ball to deep center, and James Outman ran it down on the track and caught it. And so he has had a little experience of big at-bats against the Dodgers and did smoke one. But maybe now this one will go over the fence. That was more comfortable. Talking to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Giants, Dodgers, how exciting. Mets lose again last night. Giants are 1 out in the loss column. So are the Reds. Cincinnati Reds, we got to keep them in this conversation too. They're 74 and 72, just like the Giants. Mike, this is sort of a speculation question because Matt Chapman's appeal, we haven't got any news. We were at Bob Melvin's pregame presser on Wednesday, and he said, we're going to appeal it Thursday and wait. So the big news should come today, whether or not Matt Chapman gets his appeal. Bob Melvin said he feels confident that they can just get away with a fine. He hoped. But what are your feelings on that? And if he is indeed suspended for one game, what do you do? Do you put Schmidt at third and Koss at second, or what? What do you do?
Well, that's certainly one of your options. I think the move for Schmidt to go back to third base, that's his most comfortable position. But I'm going to assume that he's going to get 1 day of suspension. That's what I'm going to assume. And then hopefully I'm going to get pleasantly surprised when we get to the ballpark today to find out that he didn't get suspended. And it's a big deal. And I think for the altercation that caused him to be suspended for a game is a little bit soft. I get that they're trying to maintain a degree of sanity on the Hill when two teams leave the benches. But, I mean, come on, man. This is September. You played a 6-month season to get back, and you're going to ring a guy up for 1 day for that? If that's the case, then I'm seriously thinking that the guy that is the judge or the arbitrator is a Giants season or a Dodger season ticket holder. That's what I'm thinking.
Probably. I like that, yes. We'll find out today. I mean, stay tuned to The Sports Leader, and you'll find out, Marcus.
Yeah, Mike, just going back to the matchup this weekend, we know that these Dodgers and Giants games are always tight, so this could come down to a battle of the bullpen. Now, first half of the season, Giants had the best bullpen in baseball, but obviously some parts have left. But you take a look at the Dodgers bullpen, and Tanner Scott has blown a few saves, has also blown a couple no-hitters recently. Who do you think has a bullpen matchup advantage going into this weekend?
I think it's pretty similar. I think that there are guys that, have fluctuated with confidence. I don't know if there's any guys that they had counted on either team that is in the high leverage spots that they 100% believe in. With Ryan Walker, there's been a control issue, and he's coming off a great outing where he got it done, despite having allowed the first two hitters to get on base. His confidence is much better than it was prior to that appearance. And I think you can say the same thing for Trinan and Scott. They're two big horses down there, and they're both. They've been a little tentative. So you really kind of don't know what you're going to get. And I think both organizations are in similar situations.
Very, very exciting. Giants, Dodgers. We've talked about this every time now in the last few years as the Dodgers are on their Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani run, and the Giants have been hovering around 500. The park has turned over into blue. It sucks. We hate it. There's nothing we can do about it. But I guess my answer, my statement to you is to me, the only way to change this is to kick their butt. Like the Giants, I'd like to go in and sweep the Dodgers, Mike. You got to start thinking big and stop getting this blue in here. You feel me?
I 100% feel you. And this is exactly why I absolutely insist that the schedule has these two teams going at each other in September. I think you gain the most when there's a whole lot on the series. And it couldn't be any more. The Giants are fighting for their lives. And, this is when you get big gains. As an organization, they've been getting stomped on by the Dodgers. And don't think that the Giants fans don't know that every time that the Dodger fans come in mass to Oracle Park and they sit there with smug looks on their face going, that burns. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Here's your opportunity when everything is at stake, when it means the most that it possibly could mean during the regular season. Go out and beat them. Go out and make your reputation as a team. From what I see, the Giants have been trending upwards. They've been going great. This is a team that's going to carry into next season. And this nucleus that we've been watching, that's been around. And now it's starting to gel, and it's going to be around here for the next 3 or 4 years at least. Well, go out there and have a series. Go out and have a great series in L.A. next weekend. Go out and kick their butt. Go 5-2 or more. and then see how your confidence soars as an organization. And by the way, see how it soars in your fan base. The support that we've gotten with this club this year from the fans have been unbelievable. This is how you reward them right now. Do well against the Dodgers.
I love it. There was a Pat Riley story that he said his dad told him near the end of his life. There comes a time in every man's life he's got to draw a line in the sand and kick somebody's ass. So, Mike, that's my speech to the team, all right?
Yeah, and they're feeling it too. I'm telling you right now, they're ready to go. They've been looking forward to this, and they're playing well. They've earned the right to play this series. Because you don't ever want to limp into Dodger Stadium. You don't want to ever limp into a series when you're entertaining the Dodgers at home. You want to feel that you can win, and that's where they're at right now. They feel that they can win. So I really do believe it's going to be spirited baseball this weekend on into next weekend, and I love it.
I can't wait. You go out there, have a great call. Let's go. I'm calling for a sweep, and we'll talk to you Monday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I know I'm asking for a lot here, buddy, but this is the goal you got to have. This is the goal you got to have. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, Murph, you're looking to show up to the ballpark this weekend, and who knows, maybe you'll swerve, sweep the Dodgers. Whoa.
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa.
I found it, by the way. This is a 1986 Sports Illustrated story where Pat Riley, by the way, Pat Riley. What do you say about Pat Riley? And he says in 1970, he at his wedding, as his father was leading the wedding reception, he stuck his head out of the car. This is his dad to his son at his wedding. Quote, just remember, somewhere, someplace, sometime, you're going to have to plant your feet, make a stand, and kick some ass. And when that time comes, you do it. How about that? Riley's dad to his son on his wedding day.
I was going to say, that's like a good message, before like Game 7 of the NBA Finals, or if you're like going to war or something. Not the day of your wedding. What the hell kind of advice is that?
I guess Pat Riley's dad had a different view of marriage than some of us did. Yes. All right. Big hit is Niners Saints, of course. Mac Jones. What did Kyle Shanahan have to say? Let's dive in. Are the Niners cooked, or are you looking for a win this Sunday? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Are you feeling bad going in so injured, or are you feeling great for Mac Jones? Tell us next on the Sports Leader.
You feel me?
You feel me?
I 100% feel you.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Tee off for a great cause. We want you to stay tuned to the 7 and 10 a.m. hour for your chance to win a round of golf with Murph at TPC Harding Park. Great spot on Thursday, September 25th for the Willie McCovey Golf Classic. We got a little U.S. Open theme right here. Sounded fantastic. It's all furnished by the Giants Community Fund. You get to play 18 holes with Giant celebrities, enjoy course contests, dinner, and more, all to benefit the Junior Giants program serving nearly 28,000 kids each year. Sponsor foursomes are available now. You can sign up at giantscommunityfund.org/golf. Winner gets to receive golf for two, so you get to bring a guest, and you get to get paired up with Murph and then somebody else. All the details, you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, Giants fans? Summer is heating up, but there is a refreshing new way to cool down this summer, and that's with Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right there on the side of the can. And these cans are available at select bars and stores in your area. So show your fandom by posting a photo of you and your Surfside Giants can to social media and tag us at KNBR. And I want to see some of these photos posted on social media tonight from Oracle Park, because tonight the Giants are taking on the Dodgers. So I'm having at least 3 Surfsides and getting loose out in the bleachers later on tonight as the Giants try to hold off the LA Dodgers. So join me out at the ballpark, and before first pitch, grab yourself a limited edition Surfside Giants can today, because these Surfside only have 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with absolutely 0 bubbles. So grab yourself a Surfside and enjoy the Giants game tonight, because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball.
Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweetener. 4.5% alcohol by volume. Stateside brands, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've always had an affinity for Mac. You know, what I can tell you is probably been better than advertised, better than what we thought he might be in terms of stepping in and just feeling like he was a really good fit for this offense. And there's a great vibe, and, you know, between he and Brock, that quarterback room is very healthy. They all like each other. They all feed off each other. They all help each other. And Mac's just done a really good job every step of the way. You could see his confidence grow and grow and grow, and to where we got in training camp. And he was really, like as I said earlier, functioning at a high level. It gives you a lot of confidence to go out there and play a game if you have to, like right now. And so we're excited about that.
Well, one thing is certain is that if Mac Jones is tuning into Murph and Marcus like he always does, he'll be in a great headspace because our Reggae Friday today is banging. My Prayer, Stevie Face. We're finally branching out, finding some new artists.
Stevie Face, huh?
Stevie Face,
Not
buddy.
Steal Your Face, Stevie Face.
Once again, another vibe for your ears, buddy.
Sounds phenomenal.
By the way, you're welcome. I found, by the way, that's it. That's the end of the new bangers I found. So you want to just re-rack them, you can.
You're running out of quarters at the jukebox,
Out of quarters. So I have to go to Kerry Crowley now to jump in. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. This song's called My Prayer. There's your transition. It's not a prayer to go win with Mac Jones. Is Mac Jones our prayer? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Here we go, man.
Yeah, and Murph.
Right out of the gate, 925 says, if Mac Jones wins 3 in a row, is he going to tell the press back then no teams won on me? How you hot on me now?
Now I'm hot, they all on me, Murph.
707. Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
Thank you
that's the Mike Jones back then
Thank you.
reference.
Very good.
Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot, they all on me.
Thank you for helping me out there. 707 says you couldn't ask for a better opponent than the Saints. Given these Niners injuries, I saw a panel of experts in which everybody picked the 49ers on ESPN. So, I mean, is that true? Do you agree you couldn't pick a better opponent than the Saints? I'd have to agree with that one. On the road, even though the Superdome can get weird and loud.
Yeah, I mean, the Saints are projected to be one of the worst teams in the league this year. Spencer Rattler is our starting quarterback. He's never won an NFL game. So you can even go into this matchup this weekend with the 49ers backup quarterback, Mac Jones, in my opinion, being the better quarterback out of these two quarterbacks. At least Mac Jones has won games at the NFL level. And I still think, even without George Kittle, and we'll see what happens with Juwan Jennings this weekend, that this is still a more potent 49ers offense, and I expect them to lean on the run game heavy this weekend with Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr.
Right, as I look at the text line, 510 says, hammer B-Rob over on the rushing yards. Shanny's going to dial up the run.
Yeah, run the damn ball. It's going to be a little bit more difficult without George Kittle out there, obviously, but with the lack of mobility with Mac Jones, I want to see a lot of quick passes, play action, and a lot of running the ball this weekend.
The other question I have for you is, and this is the national narrative, like we sometimes get so close to the team, we don't pull back and look at the macro they're looking at.
The national narrative, Murph.
The media said what?
The national narrative, by the way, is Drew Gilbert is leading the Giants against Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. That was an inside joke from earlier in the show.
No, that was an actual headline.
But the national narrative is, this is an example of it can devalue Brock Purdy. Because if Mac Jones goes and plays well, it's just Kyle's system. That's it. That's going to come out of this, If Mac Jones capably leads them to a win, they're going to say, Brock's not that special because Mac can do the same thing.
Oh, I can see it now, Murph. If I want to borrow your glasses and do one of your famous visions, we're going to be here Monday morning talking about the 49ers win over the Saints. Mac Jones is going to be a hum baby, and the text line is going to be full of text saying, see, this is why you shouldn't have paid Brock Purdy $53 million. He's just a system quarterback.
And will they be right?
See, that I'm not even going to get into yet because we have gone with the back and forth between the differences between a Mac Jones and a Brock Purdy. Now, a lot of people think that they are similar quarterbacks. We played the sound from last season of Dan Orlovsky saying if Mac Jones was on the 49ers, he would be Brock Purdy. I think that's a bit of an insult to Brock Purdy. I think Brock's the better overall quarterback. I think he's more mobile. I think he does more for this offense. That's not saying that I don't think Mac Jones can go out there and win this weekend, but I still think that Brock Purdy is the better quarterback. And until Mac Jones goes out there and proves it and steals the job, which I don't think is going to happen, no, I'm not going into that territory.
Okay, you're being cautious and you're being prudent, and Brock Purdy's more mobile, and he's won more games, and he's taken teams to higher levels. Now he's been in better situations than Mac was in New England. We had a couple fun stats for you. Mac Jones, by the way, has 10,590 passing yards in the NFL. That's kind of crazy that Mac Jones has 10,000 passing yards in the NFL. By the way, more than Brock Purdy.
808 KNBR, the 49ers paid the wrong quarterback.
He has 54 touchdown passes in 52 games. This will be his 50th start. So, I mean, this is by no means any sort of like scrubini. Now, I can hear you all yelling at the radio, yes, Mac Jones is a scrub. Are you kidding me?
Scrubini.
But, yeah, the old Dwayne Kuiper line.
I like that.
Oh, yeah, you don't remember the Scrubini?
Scrubini, no, I forgot about that one.
For years and years and years, Kuiper referred to a bench guy doing something. He's like, and the Scrubinis have done it.
I like that.
Yeah, that was a Kuiper. He's kind of gotten away from it in the last few years.
I haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah, it's a variation of a scrub. Yeah, Tony, you know what a scrub is?
I just wrote it down. What did I learn? Kuiper Scrubini.
Yeah. We got to find
But
some.
you know
maybe.
what a scrub is, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Shout out TLC. We don't want no scrubs.
Shout out to the people on the afternoon show, am I right?
Oh, look at you taking shots, Tony.
Very good, very good. TLC scrub is very specific to the dating game, I think. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Kipe's just referring to a bench player who rarely plays.
Yeah. Kipe ain't hanging out the window of the passenger's ride.
I guess same kind of thought.
Yeah, Scrubini's out here.
So Mac Jones is not a Scrubini.
No, I would not say so.
Although I think some people are yelling at their radio right now saying he is a Scrubini.
Yeah, I mean, we did have Rex Ryan saying he's a pea shooter. I called him a pea shooter his rookie year.
Do you have that? That's worth re-racking.
I think it is good sound.
This was from last year. Dan Orlovsky with a hot take shouted down by Rex Ryan involving that's right, I say our starting quarterback Sunday in New Orleans, Mac Jones.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree.
Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is. But if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy,
Rex.
you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy.
Rex.
That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
Wait a minute. So our guy's a pea shooter?
He's a pea shooter,
Come
Murph.
on.
He's not a Scrubini, but he's a pea shooter.
I was enjoying Rex Ryan until he called my starting quarterback a pea shooter.
Come on, Dano.
By the way, who's he throwing to, guys?
Yeah.
Jawan Jennings did not practice yesterday. That doesn't mean he's not going to play, but it means he hasn't practiced Wednesday or Thursday. He did have that shoulder injury, so that's going to go into today's practice. He would follow the sports leader for the ongoing updates on that. So I don't even know if Jennings is going to be out there or not, so I can't put him down in ink right now. So as it is right now, it's Ricky Pearsall. It's going to be Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Sky Moore. Dude, is Kendrick Bourne in uniform this Sunday?
I think he might be.
Bro, what's the, I mean, is he going to catch 3 balls? I mean, it's like a crazy day.
Oh, that's a good over-under 2.5.
How many balls does Jake Tonjes catch? How many balls does Luke Farrell catch? I mean, Mac Jones is going to look around going, damn, where am I, back in Jacksonville?
Well, I guess that's the question to me is how many pass attempts does Mac Jones have?
Well,
because we know that Kyle Shanahan always has a game plan of running the ball at least 30 times. And most times they get to that number, they win these games. And so that's why, of course, I'm being obvious here. I'm not breaking any news. But it would benefit the 49ers to get up early and then just run the rock with Brian Robinson Jr. in the second half and don't even think about the usage or the overworking of a Christian McCaffrey.
That's the O-line you don't like.
Yeah, this is true. Now, this is an O-line that I think is better as run blockers than pass blockers. Right. But to me, it's going to be about Robert Saleh and the defense putting the clamps on this offense, get a lead, play with it, and control the time of possession.
You do like them better as run blockers than pass blockers. I think that's a fair statement. Also, Luke Farrell was drafted as a blocking tight end. No, he's not George Kittle, but he's pretty good, and he was a sought-after. In fact, John Lynch even told us that Luke Farrell was the I don't know if you can find that. He says that Farrell was like their number one guy in the free agency market.
He was a big, probably the biggest signing that they had at that period of free agency.
Yeah, it was a bit of surprising. And we talked to Matt Mayoko yesterday, and he's like, dude, Ton just caught balls at Cal. I mean, it's not crazy to think that he can go out and catch 3 or 4 balls on Sunday, you know?
Yeah, but then he
caught
also
3 in Seattle.
Yeah, but this was also the first 3 catches of his career.
Yeah, but maybe it'll be the 4th, 5th, and 6th catches of his career.
I like the way you're thinking.
So here's when Mac Jones dropped back to pass and goes, damn, where is everybody? He's going to look for a tight end. Here's John Lynch's comment on the tight end depth.
Well, Braden Willis is on our practice squad and has a good opportunity to be flexed up this week. Braden's played a lot of football for us. Luke Farrell was a big priority this offseason in free agency. One of the first moves we made. We wanted to do it to complement George, but also to have a guy in the event that George couldn't play where he can handle a lot of the dirty work that goes on, and then, is a capable receiver as well. So I think the combination of those three.
Okay. I mean, so they didn't go get a guy.
Mm-mm.
They're going to ride with the guys they got.
Yeah, because Luke Farrell is obviously hanging out with the afternoon show, Murph. He's in there to do the dirty work.
It's going to be the Jake Tonjes show after his successful hit on the Player of the Week hit.
That's it, 49er Player of the Week. But I will say a player that has routinely been a 49er Player of the Week year in and year out is Kyle Juszczyk. And I would love to see him used a little bit this weekend as a tight end. Now, we talked about this earlier in the week. He did line up at tight end a few times this past Sunday in Seattle. I think he's probably the best pass catcher out of the group of tight ends that you currently have. We've seen the versatility of a Kyle Juszczyk, so look for him to be a part of the game plan also this weekend.
All right, a lot of reaction on the text line and on the calls are coming in here, too. 925 says, Mac Jones just has to play like Alex Smith. Shout out the jersey behind Young Tone in our YouTube feed. He says, Mac Jones, all he has to do is be Alex Smith, manage the game, and take what the defense gives you. 408 with a reference right up my alley. He said, CMC is going to be Kelly Leak on Sunday. That's another one for Young Tone. If I say Kelly Leak, do you know it, kid?
Backup quarterback? We talked about his name before.
No, Kelly Leak was the kid in the Bad News Bears who was the absolute Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout.
Showed up on the dirt bike smoking that cigarette.
And did it all, dude. Crushing bombs, catching everything.
I'm thinking of Ryan Leaf, I think.
And by the way, hitting on like 18, 21, hitting on like 21, 25-year-old girls as a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
Yeah, wearing a Rolling Stones shirt.
That's Kelly Leak.
415 Dallas fan Daryl.
Oh, what's up, Daryl?
He says, relax. Your defense will carry you through another game, and Spencer Rattler's career could be over after Sunday.
That's the best text we've gotten from Daryl.
Spencer Rattler has 0 career NFL wins.
He's never won a game.
He adds, P.S., just like Russell Wilson's career will be over after Sunday in Dallas.
Oh, yeah. I think Jackson Dart might be the starting quarterback in a couple weeks.
One of Bobby's best bets.
That's it. We're laying the points with the Dallas Cowboys -5.5
By the way,
this
the game's
weekend.
not in Dallas. It's in New York, right?
It's in New York.
Yeah,
You are
yeah. So the
correct.
Cowboys open with 2 on the road, huh? There you go, man. Scarecrow, always calling in from parts unknown. He's in Kettleman City. Kettleman City? Down the road a piece. Scarecrow, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. It kind of breaks down really simply. If Mr. Salah and the defense do their jobs, then the offense has to be competent and not make any mistakes, and the rest of it is up to the football gods.
So you're just calling for like a standard, uneventful, boring, defensive-dominated, ball control Niner win and get the hell out of town.
Exactly.
Okay, that's it. Just like what? Are you calling like what? 17-10? Is that what we're looking at here? Something like that?
I think a 17-10 is pretty damn close.
Okay, Scarecrow.
The idea is make it as easy for the offense as they possibly can make it, and make it as difficult for New Orleans as they possibly can make it.
Here comes Robert Saleh riding to the rescue again. Thanks, Scarecrow, and be safe down in Kettleman City. There's an In-N-Out down there, brother. There's an In-N-Out down
Impressive. Now, Murph, I've got 2 things I need to clarify. One, so that Daryl doesn't get mad and text us and tell us that the Dallas Cowboys are actually playing at home this weekend against the New York Giants. So they're 5.5-point favorites at home, which makes me like that bet even more. My second question is, I'm with Scarecrow. I'm confident in Robert Saleh in this defense. I'm even confident with Kyle Shanahan and this offense still being able to move the ball with Mac Jones and run it with Chris McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr. Are we feeling confident about the special teams unit? I mean, there's a new kicker in town, but outside of just a kicker, I saw the EPA stats. Murph, you know, I'm more of an IPA guy than an EPA guy, but they said that the special teams unit in total cost the 49ers 12 points last weekend. That could be an issue if you're playing with a backup quarterback and you're having these special team blunders.
Bro, that is, I mean, come on, man. I was tweeting up a storm on Sunday. I like to kind of use it as my sort of notes for just spamming everybody's feed, but I wrote a number of anti-special teams tweets on Sunday, dude. It was bad.
Yeah, and they were terrible last year, and it cost some games last year.
As bad as me getting the site of the Giants-Cowboys game wrong,
Murph.
too.
I got you.
In the Big D. In the Big D. And Watchdog in San Francisco rounds out our big hit before we go to the cooler of content. A little New Orleans preview with Mike Triplett. Some Giants-Dodgers at 8:50, so stick around for maximum free entertainment. Watchdog in San Francisco. Watchdog, good morning, man. You're on KNBR. How are you, brother?
What up, Watchdog?
Good morning, brothers. I was just calling to say that, at his peak, Brock Purdy was a top 5 quarterback and a top 5 MVP candidate in his career. Mac Jones, he's barely ever been top 20 quarterback. So it's not really a comparison. It's good that we do have a very good backup quarterback, and I would say we've had some decent backups going all the way back to Colt McCoy, and that have gone in and performed. But Brock Purdy has that moxie, that he shows that fire on the field, that leads the team, and the people feed off of that. I haven't seen that yet out of Mac Jones. Now, I've seen Mac Jones perform at a high level at Alabama, so I know he has it in him when he's surrounded by talent. However, it's that fire that really leads teams these days, like Josh Allen shows that fire, and Burrow gets pumped up, So it's the talent level out there, but then it's that leadership that Brock Purdy brings to the table that makes him the leader of our team. So
yeah, and Watchdog,
Brock Purdy definitely even.
Yeah, Watchdog, let me jump in and say this, because I think we're all on the same page. I don't think we're really seriously talking about Brock Purdy getting Wally Pitt by Mac Jones after this weekend. I think we're all in agreement that Brock Purdy is a better quarterback. My question would be are you more comfortable with Mac Jones over Brandon Allen in the backup quarterback situation you had last year? I think that's the question we need to be asking.
Oh, 100%. I saw Mac Jones against Denver this preseason. Boy was balling out. You already know Mac Jones has it, and I'm not saying that he won't go, in the future be a top quarterback, but right now, as we speak, he's definitely a great replacement, and I like what I saw in the preseason.
All right, Watchdog, good stuff, man. No, he's not Purdy has that sort of special it factor. He'll also throw a couple picks in the second half at Seattle, by the way. But he won the game. But we'll see, man. Maybe Mac's feeling himself a little bit. Maybe being in this scheme and being with Shanahan after all the remember, don't forget, and I jock-blogged about this, sent it in, they didn't post it, and that he was we all thought he was going to be the guy. Yep. How about the comedy that 4.5 years later, Mac Jones is Kyle Shanahan's quarterback?
Kyle finally got his quarterback.
All right, cooler.
But this is perfect for Mac Jones if he wants to follow that Sam Darnold path to getting back to being a starting quarterback. It starts this Sunday against the Saints.
Does the defense score a touchdown this weekend?
Ooh. Greg from 99.7 says yes. He says it's going to be a 10-3 matchup. And
I need to hear Greg. I'm almost thinking we should make Greg part of our Brian and Bobby's Best Bets Open, just because it's such incredible sound.
Like a special Greg
pick.
The
clarity, the pitch, the tone.
Mm-hmm. He said Niners 10, Saints 3, and if they're playing with balls, I'm all over it.
I mean, this guy, he's a talented radio host is what he is.
Greg's all over it.
So that's an incredible delivery. Once again, our neighbor here.
If they're playing with balls, I'm all over it.
Okay. Let's go, Greg.
I believe him.
He says 10-3. I'll stick with what I said to Scarecrow. How about 17-10?
It's funny. I was actually thinking about that same type of score.
You better run away. If you're thinking like me, you better run away.
Now we got to go the opposite direction. But, yeah, I'd be surprised if the Saints scored double digits this weekend.
That means Eddie Pinheiro gets on the board with 3.
Eddie P. Here comes Eddie De Niro.
Does Eddie P. miss a kick on Sunday?
Most likely, yes.
Oh, man, dude. Maybe a PAT.
Just to keep everything balanced in a universe.
All right, cooler of content. Mike Triplett from New Orleans give us a Saints preview at 8:30. Giants-Dodgers preview at 8:50. Susan Slusser at 9:30, Giants-Dodgers. And then Carlos Ramirez, 9:15 on the call for Greg Papa in New Orleans on 810 and 107.7. The big hit is done. Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
If they're playing with balls, I'm all over it.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away a chance to win a round of golf with Murph at TPC Harding Park on Thursday, September 25th for the Willie McCovey Golf Classic. We want you to stay tuned between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m., so just stay tuned. Rip off the knob because you're going to get a chance to win a golf round with Murph. That sounds like a great time. I've done it before. Leo Nomalini, something I'll never forget. On AT&T, and then I proceeded to hit into the left fairway and lost my first ball of the round. I finished. This is all furnished by the Giants Community Fund. You get to play 18 holes with Giants celebrities, enjoy course contests, dinner, and more. All to benefit Junior Giants. They're serving nearly 28,000 kids a year. That is awesome. Sponsor foursomes are available now. You can sign up at giantscommunityfund.org/golf. Like I said, winner gets to receive golf for two, so you get to bring a guest, and you get paired up with Murph and then another Giants celeb, it sounds like. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, 49er fans? It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back on a Football Friday with Prize Picks, because you know during the football season, every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on all your favorite San Francisco stars and stay faithful to the Bay all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in like we cashed in last night with Terry McLaurin having more than 34 receiving yards. But if you're looking to cash in this weekend, Prize Picks still has their maximum discounts where you could pick Travis Kelce to have more than half a receiving yards, and you could cash in if you pair it with another pick. And I got a pick for you this weekend with the 49ers going down to New Orleans. Give me Slick Rick, back-to-back weeks. Ricky Pearsall, we cashed in last weekend with him having more than 44.5 yards. His number has moved up this weekend to 55.5 yards. I still like Ricky Pearsall to be the number one target this weekend for Mac Jones, so add him to the lineup. And if you're not on Prize Picks, now is the perfect time to join us by downloading the app and using the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it's that time. You want to go out and play golf at Harding Park with yours truly? Well, you ready to look for some balls snapped left? Make sure you can look left, because that's where I'm hitting them. I snap it. Until I figure out my snappy hook, I got to bring some extra golf balls. We'll be out there. Yeah, that's it, buddy. Call right now. By the way, is this yours?
Oh, no. This was actually young Tony going little stick figures here.
Okay, all right.
Featuring Collie Buds.
I heard this the other day, yeah. I heard this the other Smoke and Love, stick figure and Collie Buds. I was like, this sounds great.
Oh, yeah. I've heard it live in concert. It sounds phenomenal.
You couldn't find a reggae song about somebody with a snap hook off the tee?
No, I got one for you.
Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. I'll see you out there at Harding Park on September 25th at TPC, they call it. I don't like to call it TPC Harding Park, but hey, they pay for that. They pay for it. What are you going to do? Furnished by the Giants Community Fund. And by the way, we're still selling foursomes if you don't win. And you help junior Giants. GiantsCommunityFund.org/golf. The Willie McCovey Golf Classic. It's always a great event. And we got 2 spots in a foursome with yours truly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Let's dive in to a little cooler of content here. Last night, you watched Thursday Night Football? You did?
You're damn right I did.
Well, Micah Parsons and the Packers are 2-0. They've won 2 home games. One was a Thursday nighter, so the schedule's been very favorable. However, they beat 2 very good teams.
Yeah, and they held both teams to less than 250 total yards, Murph.
Looking like the Packers are the it team of September. Don't peak in September, kids. Don't peak in September.
Don't want to peak too early.
But it's nice to be 2-0. And
premature peaking.
They're feeling themselves right now. Here's a little fan video. As Micah Parsons did the NFL Network Thursday night panel, the fans were chanting a special message for the Cowboys owner who traded him. Check it out.
Thank you, Jerry! Thank you, Jerry! Thank you, Jerry!
Micah was feeling that too. Did you see that in the video?
Of course he was.
Big smiles, big nods.
This is ear-to-ear grin on the face of Micah Parsons.
Packers are that team right now.
Yeah, they are a damn good team, and that defense, which was already good before Micah Parsons joined, now they're stacked, and they're one of the youngest teams in the NFL. And now I'm seeing questions all over the national media this morning. Are the Packers the team to beat in the NFC?
Well, they are on September 12th. We got a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Right.
And Murph, if I can go on a bit of a rant real quick.
Please.
Because you know my fantasy football team, my defense is the Green Bay Packers. And so I'm watching a game last night. I'm like, damn, this Packers defense looks great, looks fantastic. Yeah, there was a garbage time touchdown late in the game that made it a little bit closer than it actually was. But, Murph, I looked at my box score this morning in my matchup versus Derek Papa, which, by the way, is the matchup of the week. This is very, very important. How the hell did the Green Bay Packers defense, who held them to less than 250 yards, 18 points, and had 4 sacks, only get me 5 damn points in fantasy football?
Well, first of all, 5's not that bad. Sometimes defenses can kill you, so at least you got positives. But you need him. You know why, brother? Let's see here. I'm going to go into let's dig into the numbers here.
Yeah, what's up with your settings, Derek?
Parsons only had half a sack, I believe.
Yeah, but overall, I'm saying the Green Bay Packers had 4 sacks in the day, and I get 5 points for getting 4 sacks?
Let's see here.
I hate team defense in fantasy football.
You had 4 sacks.
4 sacks should give me more than 5 damn points.
18 points allowed. That's you hit the 18 points allowed threshold. Yeah, you should, but
but it's frustrating seeing the headlines like, "Oh, Packers defense dominates," and I look at my box score, I got 5 damn points.
No turnovers killed you.
No turnovers. But this is why I'm an IDP kind of guy, individual defensive players over team defenses.
By the way, in your match, you are projected to lose to the powerhouse that is Derek Papa.
Yeah, he had Tyler Kraft last night go off for him.
Yeah, God, isn't that annoying when a guy already has a good roster gets Tyler Kraft to go off?
Kraft mac and cheese scoring touchdowns.
By the way, we're not hearing much from Larry Kruger, whose guy Bill Krosky-Merritt get 1.7 points.
Not hearing a lot from Larry lately.
After all those tweets and everything like that.
He's probably going to get a little bit more run now. Eckler.
Austin Eckler with the 20 Achilles last night.
Yeah, but he got last night. He had he had 4 carries for 17 yards.
What have you done for me lately? Yeah.
He will get more for sure. They wound up. Who had a big night last night? So Kraft was the big hero last night.
Kraft was the guy, yeah.
Although I see Cecil jeans shorts. Oh, Jaden Daniels got 7. Nate gave 19 to Lice Boy. And Kafaris Tony got 14 from Josh Jacobs. Not bad.
Hey, not bad.
Not bad.
But sorry for the digression, boys. I had to get that off my chest.
Yeah, it's all right. I feel you. Defenses will kill you.
I hate it.
Defenses will kill you.
Hey, thoughts on getting rid of defense in fantasy football?
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
I wouldn't mind getting rid of defenses and getting rid of kickers, Tony.
So in my college league with all my friends from college, we got rid of kickers. I thought about getting rid of defenses too, but not
a bad idea.
Yeah, you got to vote on it. It's this whole thing.
Yeah, see, I play in a separate league with my buddies where we don't do team defense. We do individual defensive players. So I have like 3 linebackers, a couple defensive ends, and a couple DBs too.
Yeah, I played in a league years ago with individual. Actually, it was our KNBR league. We did individual players years ago. Then we bailed on it. That was Creative Tony the commish?
Maybe.
He was definitely exerting his influence.
That was before I was allowed in the league.
Yes. So Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh are going at it Monday night. And I guess the beef is kind of real because Pete Carroll's kind of, he's kind of riffing on Harbaugh here. I don't know if his riffs totally land, but here he is at his Raiders press conference talking about, don't forget, Stanford, USC, they went at it, man. And then Seattle and San Francisco, they went at it. And now it's Chargers, Raiders, they're going at it Monday night. Pete Carroll press conference, Vegas Raiders.
I'm not trying to make it into anything that's not. But what's your fondest memory of this rivalry with Jim Harbaugh?
I remember Jim. No, I don't. I have no fond memories. I'm not going to go there. They're good. There's great games. They've been great games. That's all.
He said that
there's been a bunch of them.
You guys in a different life could have been great teammates. When he says something like that, what is that?
Well, I think that would come from he's seen my game. And so he would like me to help him win, if I could. And so he'd like us to play together, I guess. But one thing we would certainly see eye to eye on is about competing. He's always been a great competitor. He battled through so much in his playing days and in his coaching days as well. So I appreciate him saying that because I'd like to play with him too.
He said that you're not on each other's Christmas. Or he's not on your Christmas card list. Do you expect a birthday card from him then?
Well, I'm surprised you would say that because he sends me a birthday card every year. So I don't know what to tell you.
See, there's a little tension in the room, huh? A little tension in the room.
It's like he's thinking about riffing. Then he goes, no, we don't have any fond memories.
No, you're right.
And then he gets back into the birthday card jokes.
He's trying to riff. He's stopping his riffs. He starts his riff. He stops his riff. There's definitely some vibe going on.
There's some real beef there.
Yeah, there's some
real
beef.
smoke.
And we close out with Harbaugh. Quentin Johnston, who just got picked up by Football Mensch. But I'm not sure I'm going to start him. We'll see how it goes week 2. He scored 2 touchdowns in week 1. Jim Harbaugh was asked, how can Quentin Johnston tune out the noise? And get a classic Harbaugh answer here.
Man, I guess the first thing that jumps into my mind is like, in your face, But if I was Quentin, that's what I would be saying. Quentin's not saying that, but that's what I'd say. If I was he. So allow me to say it for him. Just something we used to say back in the 70s growing up. Maybe you remember that, Sam. Let's say we'll go to Sam on that one. In your face. So there's some satisfaction there.
He's a beauty, man.
In your face. In your face.
Did you guys growing up saying in your face?
No, we were more in your eye. Okay. We would say, like, when you hit a 3-pointer over someone, you go, in your eye.
Yeah.
So I'd do that. And also shout out the movie Dodgeball, where I will routinely use the quote, that's a facial LaFleur.
Okay.
I'll use that also.
Those are good.
What about you?
Harbaugh, in your face, I do definitely remember that
in your
for sure.
face, buddy.
And Harbaugh and I are not that far apart in age. He's like 3 years older than me. In your
face. So
It's such a
there's some satisfaction there.
It's such a childish thing to say
and
too.
it's such a hardball. Like he's like the glee he gets
In
from
your
that.
face.
All right,
I can imagine him like from like the top bunk, like hanging his head over to his
Totally.
brother and be like, "In your face, John, in your face."
If we're gonna keep going, we'll go up your nose with a rubber hose. But that's getting a little off track. Here.
Sticks and stones, Tony.
End of Cooler of Content. A little Carol, little Harbaugh, little thank you, Jerry, Micah Parsons, Green Bay. We got to get out because we got a lot of guests. We got a preview of the Saints from Mike Triplett, my old buddy. He used to cover the Niners for the Sacramento Bee. He's been in New Orleans for a long time. He knows his Saints. We got, of course, Giants-Dodgers preview at 8:50. So stick around on the Sports Leader.
In your face. So there's a.
All right, let's talk about real stuff like life insurance. Important, right? Important. You have a family, don't put it off. A lot of people do put it off. I can't afford it. It's too complicated. My work coverage is enough. No more excuses. Check out Ethos Life, the online easy way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes. Ethos Life. Rates you can afford. If you're a 40-year-old male, how about a $500,000 term life policy starting at just $1 a day, $30 a month? Ethos Life. Now, the longer you wait, the rates do go up, so don't put it off. With Ethos, you can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam by just answering a few health questions all online. So here you do. You have to ask yourself the serious questions. If something happens to me, who pays the mortgage? Who pays the kids' education? Who pays all the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Reggae Friday rolling on. Hey, hope you enjoyed that cooler of content. It was sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Young Tone, help us out here on the Reggae Friday, bud.
We got a little Safe and Sound by Revolution.
All right, sounding good. And shout out, after all week, we hyped it. Gavin and Clayton. These going to come to Harding Park on Thursday, September 25th, and hopefully help me look for some balls in the left rough. Actually, rough would be better than lake because they could go into the lake too. All right, buddy, here we go. 49ers Saints, of course, our focus. And I said to our producer, John Joe Curley, I said, my boy Mike Triplett, I haven't talked to him in a while. He and I go way back. He covered the Niners for the Sac Bee. He was a little kid back then. Imagine he's more of a grizzled vet. Now, not as grizzled as me, though, Mike. Trips, it's your buddy Murph. I got my guy Marcus next to me here. How you doing, bud?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling a lot older now. Just you were speaking truth there.
Well, I was
doing math.
You're always still a fresh-faced kid to me, man. You've been in New Orleans a while, dude. How long you been down there now?
This is my 21st season covering the Saints.
How about that? You found
21st season.
You found your home in the Big Easy, kid.
Yep. Going through some cycles. They were a 3-win team when I started. Then they were good for a long time, and now they're back on the other end.
I know, right? And so I'm sure New Orleans is well aware that the Niners are coming down there with a skeleton crew, Mac Jones, maybe, and obviously no George Kittle too. So I don't know. You tell us, Mike. Big picture: are the Saints seeing this as, hey, man, we got a chance to get a win? As bad as we are, we can take advantage of a banged up Niners team.
Yeah, I mean they have to be. Look, the schedule always looked really daunting for the Saints. They had Arizona come in last week, who you guys know really well. They put up a decent fight and lost that game. Coming up next at Seattle, at Buffalo. So if they want to get a win in September, they got to take advantage of this situation, I think, absolutely. They're still the underdogs, even though they're the home team, and even though the Niners are missing all those things. That's kind of the state of the Saints right now. But they're somewhat feisty. If anybody tuned into that game at all last week, came down to the very last play. They were inside the red zone trying to tie it. So they're going to put up a fight. They've still got some players here. Some of them are older. Alvin Kamara, Demario Davis, Cam Jordan, Spencer Rattler, trying to prove that he belongs as a quarterback in this league. Chris Olave, receiver. So, they're not just going to lay down in this game, but it's a tall order for them.
The Saints were able to catch Kyler Murray and sack him 5 times this past weekend. Now we know that there's a new DC in town, a familiar face, Brandon Staley, who was just with the 49ers last year. So what can you tell us about how Brandon Staley's defense looked last week, and what can we expect from that front seven?
Yeah, the players have been really rejuvenated and excited playing in Staley's defense. Look, obviously it's had some real high highs in the NFL, and it's had some low lows, but he's aggressive, he's attacking, he's creative, he's part of this new wave. Him and Jonathan Gannon are actually best friends dating back for years. He worked for Sean McVay, worked for Vic Fangio. So he's going to throw a lot at you. He gives his players chances to attack and go for turnovers and sacks. So that gets a rise out of them. Unfortunately, though, they already had a few talent deficiencies here and there, and they're probably going to be without Chase Young and then safety Julian Blackmon, who just suffered a season-ending injury. So they're down a few parts there too. But so far, it's been a little bit more exciting brand of defensive football with him in charge.
Mike Triplett is the voice you hear. He writes for it's NewOrleans.football, right, Mike?
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
NewOrleans.football. You want your Saints fixed. That is interesting about Chase Young and Julian Blackmon damaging that defense. But, man, 5 sacks on Kyler Murray is a pretty good number. It gets my attention. He's a hard guy. DeForest Buckner famously called him a little squirrel running around. So was that seen as sort of a major triumph for these guys and a sign of good things to come? And how did they chase him down 5 times?
Well, I mean, it all starts obviously with making it 3rd and long. Obviously, I think the best thing the Saints did this offseason very quietly was Brandon Staley switched into a 3-4 front, and then they went out and traded for Devon Gottschall, the big nose tackle who was with the Patriots. And kind of overnight, they've got a run defense here now. They were able to hold James Conner in check and force the game into Kyler Murray's hands. Now, Kyler Murray did scramble a few times. I think he had 30 rushing yards, something like that. But it starts with stopping the run first, and that's something the Saints should be good at. They need to be good at. Christian McCaffrey's a much taller order, though.
When you look at the Saints offense, everybody that plays fantasy football knows Alvin Kamara. They know Chris Olave, but it feels like a lot of people don't really know much about Spencer Rattler. So what can you tell us about him in this Kellen Moore offense?
Yeah, Rattler's really interesting. He was, one of the top high school quarterbacks, top college quarterbacks in the country. and then lost his job to Caleb Williams at Oklahoma, had to go finish out at South Carolina, ended up getting drafted in the 5th round. But the talent, I mean, there was time, kind of like Carson Beck now, you'd say maybe like there was time when he was being talked about as a possible number 1 overall pick. He's got a big, strong arm. He's not very tall, maybe more of like a Baker Mayfield style. He's got some mobility. He's got a lot of poise. He's got a lot of confidence. But then they went and drafted a guy in the 2nd round this year, Tyler Shuck. Rattler won that battle this summer, but he's kind of hanging on to his job as long as he proves he deserves to hang on to it. So, you know, he's won this job. They're giving him a little bit of room, but this is his chance to prove he belongs in this league, and you know, he's trying to take the most of it. They've been somewhat conservative with him. They don't want him to try to win and lose games for them. They want him to protect the ball. There were no turnovers last week, but he'll take his shots when he has a chance. And I think after last week only scoring 13 points, I expect them to probably be a little bit more aggressive down the field in this game.
Yeah, he's never, am I correct, Trips? He's never won a start in the NFL?
Correct.
Yeah. You know, it's
correct.
Funny,
He was 0-6 last year.
I was just looking at his bio. He went to Pinnacle High School in Arizona, which is in Phoenix. He's born the same year as Brock Purdy. I just asked AI, says they never played each other in high school, but 2 Phoenix area quarterbacks from the same year, or maybe the different leagues. I don't know. Is there any connection? Has anybody made a connection between those guys?
Well, funny enough, Tyler Shuck, the guy they just drafted, is also from that area, and he's a year older than Rattler, even though he's the rookie this year. And I believe him and Purdy had some connection, if I remember right. But yeah, obviously that's a breeding ground for talent in all sports.
By the way, you just blew my mind. Tyler Shuck, the rookie, is older than Spencer Rattler.
He did like 7 years in college. He started at Oregon, Texas Tech. There was like a COVID red shirt, a couple medical red shirts, and he got drafted. I think he's turned 25 very recently.
Can I shout out my Animal House crew, John Bluto Blutarski? 7 years of college down the drain. My God, there you go. Tyler Shuck, older than Spencer Rattler. That is wild.
Yeah. Mike, switching over to the 49ers quarterback situation, I'm sure throughout the years you've heard about the Kyle Shanahan narrative that all of his quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. So when you're looking at the potential of Mac Jones starting this weekend, from a national perspective, from your eyes out in New Orleans, how similar do you think somebody like Brock and Mac Jones are, or how big of a drop-off do you think you'll see from the Niners offense this weekend?
Well, you know, Mac Jones is so interesting to me because, you know, we spit these quarterbacks out, you know, we chew them up and spit them out so fast. You know, there is a lot of that narrative, like you guys were asking, like, oh, well, you're getting Mac Jones this week. You better be able to, Spencer Rattler better be able to win this one. And it's like, well, Mac Jones has 20 NFL wins, and he's in his 5th year. You know, he should, in theory, be that much further ahead of a guy like Spencer Rattler. And now he's had, you know, a chance to learn from what didn't work for him, and now he's in one of the best coaching systems in the league. So I'm really fascinated to see if he has the potential to be, you know, one of those Sam Darnold type reclamation projects. You couldn't ask for more around you than, you know, Christian McCaffrey and this offensive line and this offensive system. So I'm kind of fascinated to watch it. But obviously we've seen him be a guy who can turn the ball over. The Saints beat him really bad the last time they played him, and actually got him pulled from the game. So we've seen the downside, but I'm really curious to see what form of Mac Jones. You know, the coaches were asked the same question though, and of course they always say we're going to prepare for the system first and foremost, and the tendencies of the system, while knowing the strengths and the weaknesses of the quarterback as well.
Yeah, Mike Triplett, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, NewOrleans.football. Been covering the Saints for 20 years. Used to be out here covering the Niners for the Sac B briefly. That's when we crossed paths. Last one, Alvin Kamara, potential Hall of Famer, 30 years old, 11 carries, 45 yards last week, 2 catches, 12 yards. So not a huge opening week for him. How is this guy, this 5-time Pro Bowler, this decorated running back? What's the status check of Kamara?
You know, he looked really, they didn't get the ball in his hands as much as they would like. They ended up throwing the ball 46 times last week, playing from behind the whole time. He did look really good. He had an 18-yard touchdown run. He looks fresh. You know, he has never looked 30 or 29 or 28. Him and Christian McCaffrey, obviously from the same draft class, and have kind of been running neck and neck their entire careers. Very similar style, dual threat backs. Alvin Kamara is the centerpiece of this offense. I think they'd like to get him more involved in the passing game. He's a guy who routinely gets 80 catches a season, so it's weird to see him with only 2 last week. He is absolutely the guy that you got to stop. Maybe it's very similar to the Niners offense running through Christian McCaffrey. That's how the Saints offense runs through Alvin Kamara.
All right, Trips. Do you remember? I was telling the boys this is like the trivia question of all time for you and me. Do you remember calling me from Iowa?
But I don't remember the question.
I do.
I don't remember the question.
So we'll set it up
okay,
here
what
now.
Was the question?
Set it up that
All right.
you. So what year were you on the beat? 99, 98? What was it?
This is pre-internet. This is pre-internet.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
Is like,
I'm surprised.
there's no texting you. There's no tweeting you. I had to make a phone call.
I'm actually surprised I even had a cell phone, to tell you the truth. But it was like, so you think it was 90? Do you think it was 98 or 90? What year did you cover the Niners? 98?
No, I think it was after
02?
I had left. So it was probably early 2000s, like 2003 or something like that.
Yeah, you're at
and
home
I must
in
have been
Iowa.
back home visiting my parents and my family, and we're playing Trivial Pursuit. And the question comes up in sports and leisure.
Yes, and it said, "It's you want the
Were
question?"
you at you were at KNBR already by the time?
No, I'm not sure.
Was it not?
It was right around that time, but maybe still writing. At that time, I was writing a Sunday column for ESPN.com. It's called The Water Cooler, and I just recapped the week every week. Nobody read it. Bill Simmons blew up, and I just sat here just green with envy and jealous at his homes in Malibu and all that stuff. But anyway, somebody at Trivial Pursuit read one column where I wrote about the 2001 World Series when Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling went off, and I just tossed in a line in the middle of a riff saying that they're the Koufax Drysdale of retractable roofs. Because at that time, retractable roofs were like kind of a new thing. It was just a toss. It was just a one-liner in a column on the Diamondbacks. And somebody from ESPN.com wrote, or somebody from Trivial Pursuit wrote, what Diamondbacks duo did ESPN.com's Brian Murphy call the Koufax Drysdale of retractable roofs? And it was, of course, Schilling and John. You called me just like thrilled. You're like, dude, you're in Trivial Pursuit.
You made Trivial Pursuit. Bill Simmons' house in Malibu. Is he in Trivial Pursuit?
No, he's not.
Trips, you're my guy. You're always my guy, buddy. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Do you have the card? Did you ever obtain a card? Did you ever find it?
Candace, my lovely bride, who you might remember was a sports writer back in the day, too, in the 90s, bought – I think we had to buy 2 versions of the Trivial Pursuit because we had to get the card and the answer, and she made it into a frame where you see the question and then you see the answer inside a frame. There it is. I showed it to my kids. They're like, they looked at it for like 1 second, went back to their phones.
Damn.
Back to their phones.
Yeah, but you're not famous on TikTok, Murph.
Oh, man. So you will always be in my Hall of Fame, buddy. Always.
Well, you're immortalized, so I'm glad I was a part of it.
What was the hometown in Iowa?
Davenport, Iowa.
Davenport, which is Roger Craig's hometown, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
exactly
there
right.
There it is. And you ride with the Hawkeyes, not the Cyclones, right?
Oh, absolutely. We don't need to talk about how that's been going for me, but yeah, not even close.
Well, I love the Midwestern niceness of a Mike Triplett, who's now eating fried food down in New Orleans down there. So, all right, buddy, it's always great to hear your voice. Keep kicking ass, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks for having me.
That's our guy, Trips. Mike Triplett, NewOrleans.football. Go read him at NewOrleans.football. He said the Saints are going to put up a fight.
Yeah, they'll put up a fight. They're going to lose that fight, in my opinion.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty damn sure about it, Murph.
Okay.
I'm still feeling confident in this Robert Saleh defense to shut down Spencer Rattler.
But
you know, that quarterback who's never won a game in the NFL.
But you didn't pick the game.
I did not as one of my best bets. Now, if that spread drops down to 3 or 2.5, it will be added to my list of best bets, but I went with a couple other options. That doesn't mean I'm not betting on the Niners this weekend, though.
By the way, the lovely Candace, Check with Candace.
Check with Candace.
Do you have that?
Oh, Murph, I have it. Of course I have it.
Check with Candace. Yeah. She checks in with a bunch of voice texts. I can see all the... Yes, you were at KNBR because I framed that and you brought it to your office. She said, we did not buy the Trivial Pursuit. She said, I called the game company, Hasbro or whatever, and they sent me the cards.
Wow.
How about that?
Now, I do want to back it up a little bit. You had an office at KNBR?
Dude, do you remember that little thing?
Yeah,
Don't you remember our office we had offices at 55 Hawthorne and 750?
Yeah, it wasn't really an office, more of like a storage closet.
Well, no. You saying the one at Battery was?
Oh, I'm saying the way you guys used it was more as a storage closet.
No, I used to
don't
prep
think I
every
ever
morning
saw...
in that.
Oh, did you really?
Every morning, brother.
Oh, okay.
I used to prep in there.
I stayed away from that side of the building. I thought I remember you telling me that you were in the office of Paulie after the show acting like you're doing things when you weren't really doing
That
it.
was at 55 Hawthorne when we were just starting out.
Fake
They
hustle.
literally gave us this. I'm not even kidding you. It was a closet, and sadly, they had given it to the legendary Frank Dill, who's the guy. Frank Dill's the guy. He's the Sinatra of KNBR. He was the guy. But when near the end, they just gave him this little closet. And they're like, damn, they gave Frank Dill a closet. And then they tried like all these different morning shows. Then they finally found me and Paulie, and we had to sit in that office. And we were thinking we were going to get fired every day. Pretty much because Gary Radnich alluded to that every day on his show. Yeah, that morning show, as long as that's going to last. I don't know. Let's see what they're going here. Say a prayer for the boys in the morning.
What are you driving? Doesn't matter. You won't be driving in soon.
He just roasted us daily. Just roasted us daily, constantly. You think dirty work is like a freaking speck of freaking dust on a microphone compared to Gary Radnich. Radnich was Godzilla stomping on our careers every day, dude. He killed us. And so we would just sit in the closet and just listen to Radnich say that our show was going to be off the air the next day and pretend we were doing something so that Tony Salvador would walk by and see us, furiously working, on something. Oh, sure. He'd walk by and be like, so, Paulie, this bit for tomorrow. We'd try to talk really loud.
Yeah, Paulie starts singing songs or something. Yeah. We're working.
Or, have creative Tony there. So, have we booked tomorrow's show?
Yeah. Like Tony was booking
That was when
anybody.
Tony once kind of called us out on it. He goes, oh, look at you guys. He stops by. He goes, oh, you guys staying around a little bit, a few extra minutes. He goes, I get it. You got up early in the morning. You must be falling down.
I love that line. You must be falling down.
Anyway, so I guess I did bring it to the office.
Right.
Seriously, honestly, when I die, hopefully not soon.
Hopefully.
It'll be in the obituary. Please make it in my obituary.
Trivia Pursuit.
Pursuit, yeah. Koufax Drysdale retractable roofs. There it is.
What a line.
Some guy read that. Bill, as Tripp said, I don't see any Bill Simmons questions. in
Yeah,
Trivia
that is
Pursuit.
true.
All right.
But it was also intriguing to me to find out that you previously had different trips in your life.
That's very true.
Yeah,
Very true.
From triplet to triple E.
I have to tell you that, well, with all due respect, the guy we just talked to maybe a little more efficient. All right, so with all due respect,
Shout out Triple
You can
E.
hear Trips. He was on his bid. Mike Triplett was on his game.
Oh yeah, you didn't hear any cackles in the background.
Yeah, boy. All right, Giants, Dodgers, man. Come on. We've gone too long without talking about it. Giants, Dodgers, 1.5 out. Let's go. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk pizza, and football. Let's go. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, and football season. We got another Football Friday. So whether you're watching college, Friday, Saturday, or the pros, Sunday, Monday, treat yourself. Amici's, thin crust New York style pizzas, or those beautiful, thick, rectangular, cheesy Detroit style pizzas. I would also, if I'm going to feast, not sleep on the pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings. While you watch games on TV, how do you have them delivered? It's pretty simple. Go to Amici's.com and have them delivered prompt, courteously, and professionally. Maybe you're out and about. Swing by any of Amici's 11 Bay Area locations. You can pre-order on the app and then go pick it up. Or, of course, if you want to be convivial and social, you could drop into a Amici's location. Big screen TVs, cold beer. I'd recommend the Pier 39. Top level of Pier 39. Great spot to get some pizza and some football. So delivery, pickup, or in person. It's football, it's pizza, it's Amici's.com. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There we go. I like it. It's like, when you listen to hits, if you ever listen to like top 40 radio or whatever, and like Sabrina Carpenter Espresso, you're like, wait a minute, they just played this like 40 minutes ago, and they keep playing it, because it's hot.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now with our banger of the day.
Damn, our Reggae Friday is turning into a top 40 radio station, Tony.
Here comes...
You got to get more creative than that.
Well, here comes trouble with the Dodgers.
Yeah, but we played this song earlier today.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And it is from 2014. It's not totally new, so... But anyway, it is a banger. It sounds good, and it is appropriate. Here comes trouble. Here comes here comes trouble. Here comes the Mookie. Ooh. Here comes the Rasta. Here comes the Shohei. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Carlos Ramirez at 9:15, talking Niners Saints. He's filling in for Greg Papa, week 2, down in New Orleans. And Susan Slusser at 9:30. Here come the Rasta. Here come the Dodgers. Okay, man. Listen. I've said it since 6 a.m. Sweep them. Sweep. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm saying that needs to be the Giants' attitude.
Oh, no doubt.
They need to reverse the curse here, man. We need to stop with this frickin' lay down for the Dodgers thing. And I do think they've played the Dodgers better this year. I can go back and look at the exact scores. I was at the Saturday game when Shohei pitched, and that was a close game. And Devers was up in the bottom of the 8th with a couple runners on, and he had a chance, and he smoked a ball to deep center. And James Outman, I don't even think he's on the team anymore. Didn't they trade him?
They might have moved on.
I think he's a Sarah
I'm not even sure, to be
Isn't
honest.
he a Sarah Padre?
Yeah, he's a South Bay guy.
Yeah.
Peninsula guy, I should say.
Kid, yeah. And he chased it down in the outfield. Listen. Okay, let's go through it. Tonight, 7:15, Yamamoto against Verlander. All right, Yamamoto, well, guess what? Casey Schmidt hit a granny off you, right? And Verlander's been pitching better, and Verlander's going to relish this assignment, I think. Don't you think?
Yeah, you're right. He has been pitching better. Yamamoto also had a no-hitter that he took into the 9th inning just the other day. So he's throwing the ball extremely well. So I think tonight, if you want my honest opinion, the Dodgers do have the pitching advantage.
Well, I'm going to just go ahead and just continue to spin positive in this crazy take I have here. Verlander, in a situation like this, I think it's good. I think it's the kind of thing where he's going to craftily think his way through every hitter he faces. Like, he's going to have a severe game. I mean, I know they all have game plans, but I'm thinking Verlander's going to have a strong game plan for each hitter.
Yeah, and I'm a lot more confident in a guy like Justin Verlander than I would be with Kai Wang Tang or Carson Seymour on the mound. And that goes without saying, but just even the point I'm trying to make is I'd rather take the veteran leadership in somebody who's gone through September postseason races before, someone who's not afraid of the biggest moments, a guy that does have postseason success, a guy that hasn't had a lot of success lately but has been pitching better than what his numbers would imply. So, yeah, they're in a better position tonight with Justin Verlander, but my take stands. I think Yamamoto at this point in his career is a better pitcher.
Giants are 2-4 against the Dodgers this year. The run differential ain't bad. It's -6. It's 26-32, and Giants 26, Dodgers 32. So here's the deal. They faced each other in L.A. Friday night. Webb beat Yamamoto 6-2. That was the Grand Slam game. Mm-hmm. The next game, Landon Roop had a stinker. Remember that? Yeah. He got lit up. And then the next game was the day they traded Kyle Harrison, the day he was going to start. So it's kind of a weird...
Yeah, and they still almost won that game.
It was a weird situation. They lost that game 5-4. Yeah, they lost that game 5-4. Now the Dodgers come to town in July. Friday night, they win 8-7. Webb over May. Doval with the save. They lose 2-1 on the Saturday. That was the Shohei game. And that was when Devers had a chance. And then they lost 5-2 on the Sunday. Spencer Bivens got the L in that game. So they've all been competitive games.
They have been, Murph. And you mentioned it, that Devers ball that he squared up on that Saturday that was caught, which resulted in Rafael Devers not having a single hit in his first series against the LA Dodgers. Now, I think everybody would agree, everybody that has eyeballs can see that Rafael Devers is swinging the bat a lot better now than he was his first couple weeks with the Giants. So really, Murph, that's the key to me. Like, if you're thinking sweep this weekend, if you're thinking winning this series against the Dodgers, you need Rafael Devers to step up and be that dude that Buster Posey thought he was when he made this trade.
in that game, that 8-7 crazy game on Friday night, Willie Adames and Dom Smith each hit homers off of Dustin May. You remember, dude? Remember who went off? Remember who went off for the Dodgers? Frickin' Conforto.
Michael Conforto.
Remember that?
Oh, dude, I'll lose my mind if we have a Michael Conforto moment this weekend, a la Nick Ahmed last year, kind of putting the knife in the Giants season.
Bro,
remember that?
Nick, you ready for Conforto, bro? He's hitting 192, okay? His OPS is 621, dude. His WAR is negative 0.9.
He got a negative WAR.
I mean, and that's the guy who really hurt the Giants before.
Yeah, and it seems like, as I just mentioned, those are the type of guys that will get revenge against the Giants.
I saw a tweet somewhere along the way that somebody just put out a picture of him, said, getting emotionally ready for Michael Conforto to end the Giants season in September.
No, see, that's what I don't want to see this weekend.
So we said Yamamoto Verlander tonight. I'm going with it. Blank it. Blank Yamamoto. Blank everybody. And Dodger fans, get ready. Giants going to win the game tonight. Now, we don't know about Chapman's suspension. That's obviously hanging over. I've been on Twitter all morning. I haven't seen any word. MLB has made no announcement. If he doesn't play, huge loss for you, like big, gigantic loss for you, or can they overcome it?
No, to me, it's a big loss because you need all hands on deck to beat a team like the Dodgers. Now, as you pointed out earlier in the show, the Giants have actually been playing better baseball recently than the Dodgers have. But still, I don't want to get into the situation where now you have to shift over Casey Schmidt III. Then you got Christian Koss in the lineup. And nothing, I'm not taking shots at Christian Koss, but I think we would all prefer to have Matt Chapman in the lineup over a guy like Christian Koss.
Yeah, okay, so that's Saturday night, tonight here. And so then you go... Friday night, 7:15, Yamamoto Verlander. Saturday, 6:05. Who knows what the Giants are going to be wearing? I don't know. They always wear something crazy. Logan Webb gets the ball. Dude, this guy pitches well against the freaking Dodgers, all right? Logan Webb pitches. Here's the problem. The guy pitching for the Dodgers is literally the best pitcher against the Giants in franchise history, Clayton Kershaw.
Oh, no.
Clayton Kershaw has faced the Giants more than any other team he's faced in his career. He's beaten the Giants more than any other team he's faced in his career. In his 59 starts, he has a 2.00 ERA, dude. Over 59 freaking starts. He's Bob Gibson, dude. So is there any way, and he's by the way, he's a lefty.
Yeah.
He's a lefty, yeah.
Some would say he's Bob Gibson with a retractable roof, Murph.
Do we need one in San Francisco?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that will help out the offense a little bit. No, I'm riffing, obviously. But yeah, Clayton Kershaw, what is he now, like 38 years old? And, dude, he's got a 3.27 ERA. Like, he's thrown the ball extremely well this year at this point in the career, when most people wrote him off after he's dealt with these back injuries the last couple of seasons.
Career against the Giants, 27-16 with a 4.16 ERA, man. So I don't know. Is there any way they can get over on this guy and try to beat him, man?
I'll make sure to be doing a lot of U-turns at the corner of 3rd and King and keeping an eye out for Clayton Kershaw this weekend.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Okay, so I said Webb was really good against the Dodgers. He is 6-6 with a 4.33, not nearly Kershaw-ish. However, in his last couple of outings, I go that Friday night game, he got touched up. Yeah, my stats my claim's not really holding up, buddy.
Damn, you're saying that the beam wasn't the only thing getting lit that game.
Light the beam.
And in fact, actually, in his last 14 innings against the Dodgers over 3 starts, they've scored 12 runs against.
Light the beam.
Yeah, okay. What was I saying?
Gotta walk back.
I'm going back to 20. I do have to walk it back. Freezing cold already.
Yes.
Just left my mouth and it's freezing cold.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking of 2021 when he pitched great against them in the playoffs.
You're right.
Damn it.
Yep.
Can we reverse that curse?
Yeah, why not? Started tonight because the Dodgers are
Saturday for Webb.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say in general. The Dodgers got to deal with Drew Gilbert's San Francisco Giants this weekend.
Well, no joke. We're going to find this thing. I held this up earlier in the show. Curly's doing his hardcore prep, and he's going on Fox Sports. I don't know why he's on Fox Sports to preview the game.
Fox Sports.
But it says Dodgers versus Giants prediction. And literally he highlighted it. It says Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers take the field against Drew Gilbert and the San Francisco Giants Friday at 7:15. I'm not even kidding. I'm holding this up. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, you can see it. We're not even making that up.
No.
Is that AI because Gilbert's been getting so much love that somebody wrote in, give me a Giants-Dodgers preview, and AI spit that out?
I mean, unless the person at Fox Sports thinks they're being extremely clever here, I don't know, Murph. It might just be some of that AI BS.
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
So good. 831 says it all. He says, I'm not asking. I'm demanding a series of clean baseball against the Dodgers. I don't need to see Ramos throwing the ball into the stands. Wow, just shots fired.
Damn, the stands?
Or dudes getting picked off on the base paths. Well, I mean, Giants have been playing cleaner of late. 831 says, Kershaw is not invincible anymore. Okay? 707 says, I'm not going to give up on Drew Gilbert as the look and energy of a young Charlie Hustle, right? That's Pete Rose. You calling 4,000 hits? And 415 says, I need a Kershaw. He blanked the Dodgers, which I think you just gave it to.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
831 just with a hugely optimistic post says, I don't feel any worry. I don't have any questions about this Giants team. I have a profound sense of excitement for this series, pure optimism that we can do it. And then 408 comes in with the hammer. It's all fun and games until the Giants need to close it out in the ninth.
Yeah. And that's why I asked Mike Krukow earlier this morning, who has the advantage in the bullpen right now? Because the Giants obviously do not have that same bullpen that they had in the first half of the season. But you look at the Dodgers and go check in on Dodger Twitter, social media. They hate Tanner Scott right now because he's out here blowing no-hitters.
So what you're saying is if it gets to the ninth inning, do we dial up some Chronics? Give it to me, Young Tone. Play me out.
Oh, yeah.
Here come trouble. Here come the bullpen. Here come the closer. Here comes
Here comes the free 90s.
Here comes the hit batsman.
Yeah.
Here comes trouble.
And here comes
boy.
Shohei Ohtani with the bases loaded. Where's Eric Miller when I need him?
Can Chronics close out the game for the Giants?
I'll take it.
All right, dude.
I might need some Chronics after the game tonight.
All right, Dodgers, here comes trouble. Here comes Drew Gilbert.
Bang.
Here comes Rafi Devers. You know, he killed the Yankees, right?
Yes, he did.
Dude, Marky Mark Cannizzaro in town Monday he's in town for the Napa Pre-Corps. When we were sitting down in those owner seats, Devers was right in front of us. He goes, He just groaned out loud.
Yes.
He goes, dude, you don't understand how that guy murdered the Yankees.
Dominated the Yankees. And I need Devers to be a Dodger killer this weekend. He's played better the last couple weeks, but I need him to show up for San Francisco this weekend.
So when Devers is stepping in the box, the Dodgers say, here comes trouble. Here comes the Devers. All right, Carlos Ramirez on the other side. Niners Saints on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see The Who at Shoreline Amphitheater down in Mountain View on September 21st. So stay tuned. Today's the last day we're doing this, so stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see The Who with Candlebox. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Reggae Friday sounding good. What do you got here, Tone?
This is Dreamland by Bunny Wailer.
Sounded great. Who called for it?
No one. I just popped it up.
Nice, buddy.
Yeah.
Nice work. On to New Orleans, where the 49ers hope Mac Jones takes them to Dreamland. There's my transition. Bad transition. Carlos Ramirez is going to be on the call. What an honor that he will be able to sit in for Greg Papa while Papa heals up and does the game. You'll hear it on 8:10. He'll be next to Tim Ryan. He'll be in the Big Easy in the Superdome. Carlos, congrats on the assignment. Welcome back to your buddies Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Carlos?
Gentlemen, good morning. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm not as good as you because you're going to New Orleans. What's your history with that great city?
Well, I just spent a week there in February for the Super Bowl, covering it for the NFL International. So it hasn't been that long. It was a great Super Bowl. As you know, Philly kicked the bejesus out of the Chiefs that week. So it's a really fun. I hope the weather is better because I understood, Murph, the meaning of swampy that week in New Orleans.
I got you, buddy. Hopefully you won't be dealing with that, man. And hopefully you get some good food or whatever. Just enjoy the vibe. Although you'll probably be the pro you are. You're studying your boards, right? You're getting ready for this game. So as the guy who's doing the play-by-play, you're one of the most prepared guys out there. What is emerging as the storyline for you of this game as you go over the matchups and the personnel? I mean, the low-hanging fruit is Mac Jones, right? But what are you seeing as you continue to prep for this game? What's emerging?
Well, it's funny you say that. Because for those of you on the stream, let me grab my camera.
We got YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter here, by the way. You can check out Carlos.
I'm going to flip my camera and give you great content. As you were literally talking and saying that, I have my boards right here, my spotter charts right in front of me with all the data, everything I need for the game. This is the Saints. You see, so this is great radio. For radio, I'm showing the people my laptop with my spotter charts for both the 49ers and the Saints. And I had quarterback one being Brock Purdy, but now that's out the window, so now I'll focus on Mac Jones. And that, of course, is the big story of the day because, as you know, our guy, number 13, won't be suiting up for the game. So we'll see what happens. Wait, my camera is betraying me right now.
Oh,
I'm trying to
We
I'm
lost
trying
you.
to flip it. No, I'm trying to flip the camera so you can see me again, but it's not working.
Well, we saw Connor Colby's name on your board, so
Oh,
we
yeah.
know, we know you're boned up on your Connor
there
Colby,
you
so
are.
that's good. There you go.
There I am. Well, let me give you a number that is worrisome, but I think needs context, right? In the 49ers, in the Kyle Shanahan era as a head coach, his record is 62-30 with either Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy on the field as QB1. 62-30. The rest of the quarterbacking core has a 9-32 record.
Oof.
So that's a problem, right? Having said that, Mac Jones is not, with all due respect, C.J. Beathard or Nick Mullins, not even Trey Lance or Joshua Dobbs. I think Mac Jones' neck up is significantly better than all those guys I just mentioned, and I think his arm and experience overshadows that of the quarterbacks that I also named a few seconds ago. So I even think that coming out of college, you could say, and I don't think that's a huge hot take. I think Mac Jones coming out of college is better than any quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has coached as a 49er head coach. He was better in college than Brock Purdy was, than Jimmy was, than even Trey Lance because he skipped his last season due to COVID, or Beathard or Mullins or whoever you want to name. So it is a different game. It's a different NFL. And the thing that worries me is what is the supporting cast around Mac Jones? Because I think everyone would feel more at ease if Jones had 85 going down the seam, or if he had 11 coming out of the X, or if he had a different setup on the offensive side. But it is what it is. And I do trust Kyle Shanahan with a week's worth of preparation and practice to set up Mac Jones for success with McCaffrey, Robinson, Ricky Pearsall, with Luke Farrell / Jake Tunges, and whatever other weapons with Jawan Jennings if he does suit up, and now with Kendrick Bourne and MDS and all the weapons we know in Kyle Juszczyk at his disposal. But without a doubt, the biggest narrative of this game for the 49ers standpoint is Mac Jones under center or from the gut, wherever he sets up.
Carlos, you mentioned that the 49ers will not only be without Brock Purdy, they'll be without George Kittle this weekend. So let me ask you a question this way. Do you think it's going to be harder to replace the production at the tight end position going from George Kittle to Luke Farrell, or harder to produce that same production going from Brock Purdy to Mac Jones?
Well, that's a good question because I think they're tied at the hip. I think Mac Jones's production would be more similar to Brock if George is out there. So you have to replace both. And I think you can't separate one from the other. Because, well, like I said, Marcus, if George Kittle is out there on the field, which he won't for the next 4 weeks, then I think Mac Jones' production could be elevated or should be elevated, even as WR1. We know he's a tight end, but he operates when he's a receiver as the WR1 in this team. Without Kittle out there, we don't know, right? We just don't, right? So I gave you a bad stat on Shanahan with backup quarterbacks. Let me give you another one because at one point, Brock Purdy was a backup quarterback, right? That entire season, the 2022 season or 23 season for Brock counts as a backup quarterback being on the field, which gives a different perspective, gives us a different look at the way Shanahan can scheme up things for a backup quarterback. They have averaged, the 49ers have averaged 22.3 points per game when starting a quarterback that was not the week one starter, which is important because remember, that season it was Trey Lance, and they went to Garoppolo, then they went to Brock Purdy, right? So that is the best average in the NFL since 1950 with minimum 45 games. So it's the second best average. It's Kyle Shanahan, only followed by Don Shula and Dennis Green. So whenever he has to shift quarterbacks from week one to whatever quarterback he needs to go to, he has put up historic numbers Shanahan has and that quarterback has as well. So we'll see how it works out. I'm really concerned about that tight end production because what we saw from Trey McBride last week with Kyler Murray, he was the single best target he had down the field or at some point during the game. So the Cardinals were able, Marcus, to exploit that defense with the tight ends. We'll see how Shanahan schemes it out for Tonjes and Luke Farrell.
A couple more minutes here with Carlos Ramirez. He'll be on the call. It'll be awesome to hear him and Tim Ryan on 810 and 107.7. It'll be good to hear 49ers Saints, 10 a.m. Sunday morning. Don't miss it. Mac Jones and no George Kittle and all that stuff. Flipping to the other side of the ball there, Robert Salah may be the hero. I mean, if they're going to win, some people are predicting a very low-scoring game. The over-under is 40. A lot of people are saying smash the under. In your prep, Carlos, what have you seen from the defense, particularly some of the younger guys? I know Mykel Williams sort of has mixed reviews on film. Upton Stout had some good, some bad. Marquise Siegel recovered a fumble. What's your prep for the defense showing you?
Well, I think the first thing, Murph, is how good that defensive line looked the more the game progressed. How incremental was, or how the growth was incremental from snap to snap, especially with the young guys. I mean, Kalia Davis was not young, but he flashed, had a great game. Same with C.J. West. We talked about it with him yesterday on the show. Alfred Callens still has some growing to do, which is expected. He missed some time during the offseason. But I think that line is better than I think people think. And we saw it. I mean, Seattle wanted to run the ball down the 49ers' throats, and they just couldn't. It was not allowed. Aside from that first drive, when they scored the drive when they scored the touchdown, after that, it was pretty much nothing on the ground for the Seahawks. Absolutely nothing. And if there's something that the Saints would like to do, because they set up predominantly in 11 personnel, at least that's the setup they had against Arizona, is they want to give the football to Alvin Kamara. They didn't that much, but setting up at 11 personnel, if they're able to establish the run with Kamara and then go attack you with play action, and there's receivers they have in Cooks and Olave and Raheem Shaheed, and then their tight end, Juwan Johnson, who was their main target, that's something to be aware of. The biggest thing for me on the defense is how quickly the young players learn from their mistakes within the game and evolve. Let's go back to that DPI from Upton Stout. Did anyone see anything egregious or rookie-like after that play with Cooper Kupp in the end zone? And the answer is no. So he took that on the chin, learned from it, grew within the structure of the game, and evolved. And perhaps the biggest one, aside from Siegel, for me is Dee Winters. The most questioned group on the defense this offseason, for me at least, was who is going to be that linebacker tandem member with Fred Warner? Who's going to step up and raise his hand and say, I am the next iteration of Dre Greenlaw? And after game one, and it's early, but after game one, it's very evident that, like Tim said yesterday, the light went on for Dee Winters. And if that's the case, then 49er fans and Robert Saleh can breathe easily because, well, you have your running mate with Fred Warner up in the middle of the field.
Man, it sounds like you're boning up, man. You're ready to go. X's and O's. You're going to get on that plane and make that call, and we will be playing your calls all Monday, buddy. So look forward to that. And congrats on getting the gig. Have a fun time, man. Have fun with you. You going to let Tim yell in your ear a few times? Tim, Ryan?
Of course, bro.
Are you ready for the bros?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Ball out.
I'm ready.
Get ready for a fumble. He likes to yell, ball out.
Get ready for Tim Ryan to grab you, Carlos. Yeah, got to be careful.
Yeah. Listen, let's get physical. Like Olivia Newton-John, let's get funky.
Nice. There you go, buddy. There you go.
Up in the booth. I got a couple of songs. So listen, I have this for you guys. I have a musical present for you too, because I know how much you love music. Right?
Let's go.
So I know it's Reggae Friday, right? So I want to give you a couple of bands that either play reggae. Yeah, they play reggae, but it's in Spanish. Okay? So I want to give you Spanish-flavored reggae. One of those bands plays today in Berkeley in the Greek Theater. So if you're listening and you love really good reggae, and I mean really good, It's a band from the country I was born in, which is Venezuela. The band's name is Rawayana. I'm going to break it down. It's Rawayana. Rawayana.
Rawayana.
Yes.
I can't roll my R's.
You got to roll it, Murph.
I would say the gringo would say Rawayana. The gringo
That
says
works.
that.
That works. That works.
Okay.
Rawayana.
Wait. Listen up. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Let's go out to the Greek tonight.
Oh, I like this, Carlos.
Let's go out to the Greek tonight. Oh, yeah.
So that female voice, you picked a great song because that's what you're going to hear tonight. That female voice is from a Colombian band called Bomba Estéreo. And those two bands fusion and created a supergroup called Astropical. And those two bands are playing tonight at the Greek. It's going to be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So what's the name of the Colombian band again?
Bomba Estéreo. Bomba Estéreo.
B-O-M-B-A.
Bomba.
E-S-T-A-R-I-O. Bombo Estéreo.
Bomba Estéreo, yes.
And then their super band is Astropical.
Yeah, you got it, Weddle.
Yes.
Carlos, you put us, as Marcus likes to say, as my young partner, you put me on game.
Yeah,
Carlos,
put him on
is what you
game.
did.
Good job, Carlos.
Listen, man. And then the other thing is Eddie Pinheiro, a.k.a. Eddie Dinero.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, we love that.
Okay.
We love that. We're
Okay.
ready to go.
Please, look this song up because if and when he makes a clutch field goal on Sunday, I will reference this song. Please, look right now. Look up Dinero by Jennifer Lopez. Please, cue it up. Cue it up.
Dinero by J-Lo. Young Tony's good. He's on it. He's potting down
I'll take some
Astro.
Jenny
he's
from the block.
Potting down his Rawayana. Rawayana. Here it is. Ready?
Okay. The chorus of this song will be dedicated to Eddie when he makes a field goal. Okay? Just let it roll. When we get to, because I need fans and you to know what I'm talking about when I reference this in the call.
I love
Right?
this. I love this.
Okay.
Eddie Dinero.
Listen to the chorus so you understand what's going to happen, right? Just let it play.
Okay. This is awesome. This is Carlos
So,
Ramirez.
here we go. Here we go.
Look at Carlos on the stream. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
Yo quiero dinero. Yo quiero Pinheiro.
Sounds great, man. We're
Yo
listening
quiero
for
Pinheiro.
That's what we're going to hear on Sunday. Drop the mic. Fly safe, buddy. Be good.
Gracias, Carlos.
There he is, Carlos Ramirez. That was fun. Susan Slusser, Giants Dodgers next. Yo quiero dinero and Giants Dodgers on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, if you're listening, we found our reggae version of The Who. Call right now to win 2 tickets to see The Who. September 21st at Shoreline Amphitheater. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 sees The Who. Tickets are on sale now at Live Nation. That was just an incredible contest. We gave away 2 tickets to see The Who all week. That was bonkers that we did that. We're doing that for free, by the way. You just got to tune in. That's all you got to do. That's easy.
Easy as that.
Easy money. Susan Slusser's next. She's sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop. Discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. She's also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey, morning, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys? I can't believe you found a reggae version that Won't Get Fooled Again. Very nice.
Did you know that pretty much every song in the history of Western civilization has a reggae cover?
It's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
It's a beautiful thing.
Reggae people are so chill. They're like, hey, man, I like that song. Let's go cover it. They're like, which song? They're like, every song. Doesn't matter, man.
I know. Now I need a reggae cover of the Bye Bye Baby song because the Giants have been hitting so many home runs, Susan.
That's right. And they could use a couple tonight, a little reggae vibe. So your vibe going into this. First of all, let's start with the news. Is there any news on Matt Chapman?
There isn't. It's still early, but typically the information comes out of New York, so it could happen early in the day. Maybe no news is good news. I don't know. Maybe they're still deciding. The hearing was yesterday. That doesn't necessarily mean they come up with an answer immediately. Certainly, we won't know until there's an official announcement, and I believe that would come out of MLB.
And you talked to Chapman very, very well. They really think maybe they can get it reduced to a fine. This isn't just lip service.
It's a tough call because you could go, which his argument is that essentially he missed a game already, right? The fight happened 2 batters into a game, never had an at-bat, never played in the field. They might go except for, it would have been 2 games except for that. Maybe that's why no one else got actually suspended is because they all kind of missed an entire game after getting ejected. I don't know. I think he's got some compelling arguments, though. I mean, it was a shove. There was no closed fist. He was protecting his teammate, shoving somebody who was advancing on a teammate. I think that's all pretty compelling. It was as fights go, it was a pretty mild one.
Yeah, we know that the first day of the suspension appeal, Matt Chapman ended up hitting 2 home runs in Colorado and was a big part of that victory. And we know how important each and every game is down the stretch for this Giants team. But do you think they took the right strategy of letting this play out, or do you think maybe they should have just bit the bullet and got the suspension over with in Colorado?
Yeah, it's a question. I mean, you could say maybe we should sit them in the game in a day that we feel like we got a better shot. Sure, I could see that. I think every game, though, is important. And if you look at it, these Dodger games, big, yes, and they're at home and they need every win possible. You could argue, if he decided to sit during one of the Arizona games, I think those games were just as big, if not bigger, because Arizona's right on their heels in the wild card race. So it's hard to pick and choose when it comes to this. I do think sometimes Major League Baseball looks at a team situation in September and goes, maybe, you know what? We don't want to interrupt the flow here of a season and a big deal, coming down the stretch. And I hope that's the case. It's too bad that they can't go yes, you'll serve this next April, but that's never been an option.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. We'll see what happens this day. And if indeed he gets suspended for a game, you would imagine, I'm guessing, Casey Schmidt to third, Christian Costa second. Is that the most obvious? Although,
sound
good.
I would go with that. Yeah.
I guess, I don't know, because it's a righty on the mound, I guess you could go Devers at third, Smith at first. Maybe add a lefty. Maybe
you could. I think they probably go. Casey Smith's such a good third baseman, and I would wager that that's what they would do. But yeah, it's a possibility. And Devers going back to third for a game there after everyone was ejected looked very competent. So sure, even if he had to borrow Chapman's glove, you assume he has a third baseman's glove somewhere in his locker at Oracle.
But real quick, Marcus, why would I take Casey Schmidt out of the lineup when he hit a granny? No, I would keep Casey Schmidt at second. Hit a granny off Yamamoto. Cost stays. So that's my radical one. Devers to third, Smith the first, lefties against Yamamoto. I don't know. Just throwing it against the wall. Bob Melvin, if you're listening.
I don't hate it.
Yeah. We'll see what that lineup looks like tonight, but with a righty on the mound, we would all expect Drew Gilbert to be out in the outfield. And Susan, we were looking at a couple of headlines this morning, and Fox Sports' headline on their MLB page was, it's Shohei Ohtani's Dodgers taking on Drew Gilbert's Giants. Now he's gotten a lot of national attention this week, but I don't think we're ready to call him Drew Gilbert's Giants.
I think it was
quite
AI.
yet,
No,
we think it was AI.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he's fun, obviously. You know, he's kind of really struck a chord, I think, with fans, with his teammates, a little Energizer Bunny, really, you know, what a personality. And he's hit too, right? Like, best of all worlds, but he's been up a month. Like, this is Logan Webb's team, man. This is Matt Chapman's team. This is that's just going too far.
I swear it's AI because it's the lead to a preview of Dodgers Giants preview, and it just says Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers take the field against Drew Gilbert and the Giants. I swear it's AI because he's getting so much pub. They probably took his name from the headlines, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that would maybe. I don't know. I have no idea how that works.
And you,
Please
by the
stay
way,
away from my job, AI.
While we're on, we're on the topic, you've known Chapman a long time. Tell him not to choke so hard now. This is getting a little scary in there.
Yeah, I mean, I did ask him when he first started because I was like, that looks weird. And he was like, nah, it's just kind of a joking, like, you got to chill, you know, give me my personal space. But it does look a little bit much sometimes. I got to say, I'm with you.
Yeah, and Susan, Matt Chapman kind of having that reputation of being a bit of a red ass. I think some people from the outside look in and say, maybe Matt Chapman doesn't like this. Maybe he's not a fan of the Drew Gilbert antics. But tell us, how is it received in the clubhouse?
Oh, great. I mean, everybody's taken to him. You can't not. You know, he really just brings positive energy, and who's going to try to squelch that? This isn't the old days. I covered some teams maybe 20 years ago where I covered Nick Swisher as a rookie, and even Mark Hasse and Jason Kendall, who were very big on rookies, you know, keep your mouth zipped, you behave, could not squelch Nick Swisher. This is somebody you can't and probably wouldn't want to because the energy is so positive.
Good stuff there. Okay, let's go big picture here. The Dodgers are coming in now. They have owned the Giants for the last foreseeable past. It's been very frustrating. Fans are running amok in Oracle Park. Dodgers fans are. My answer is the only way to do it is to beat them and bring Giants fans back, maybe even sweep them. But your thought on this Dodger team, they played them 6 times. It was a little closer. It was 4 for the Dodgers, 2 for the Giants. Almost every single game was competitive. You know, they had a chance to win the Saturday game in San Francisco. Devers hit a ball deep to center. Outman chased it down. I'm just wondering your thought. Do you think these teams are maybe closer than some would think?
Yeah, I think they're definitely closer than they have been the last couple. I mean, really starting since that playoff series, you know, in 2021, this is the closest I think they've been in terms of personnel. Some of it, I talked to Logan Webb before they played at LA earlier this year, and he said, basically, we got to take this all out of our minds. They are just another baseball team. They are another opponent. You know, yes, they're the traditional rival. Yes, they're the team that has continually been at the top of the division for a while here now, but we have got to just look at them because really they are, you know. Every team can be beaten on a given, all that kind of stuff, even more so in baseball. You know, it's all about your pitching, your defense. They got to focus on themselves, not the Dodgers.
Susan, last question for me is on Rafael Devers, because everybody remembers that Sunday night when the Giants were down in L.A. where they made the blockbuster trade to bring in Rafael Devers, and we heard Clayton Kershaw talk about how big of a bat that is for the Giants lineup. And then his first series against the Dodgers, he goes hitless the entire weekend. Now, this is also the same Rafael Devers that has dominated the Yankees and Red Sox rivalry. So how big do you think this weekend is for Rafael Devers to really make a mark here in San Francisco?
I mean, this is really more of a team thing this weekend. I don't think Devers needs to do anything other than be Rafael Devers. And I mean, obviously, if he gets played third base, there's an extra little wrinkle for you. if he's there for one game. But another reason I think he won't be. But yes, he needs to contribute the way he needs to contribute all the time for them to be successful. And it takes a while. I think we've really seen that this year. It takes a while for players to settle in with a new team. It took Adamas quite some time, and Devers didn't even have the benefit of being there for spring training the way Adamas did. He's actually looked as if he feels more comfortable much more quickly than Adamas did. He looks fine now, but against LA that last time, he was still sort of in that settle-in phase, it seemed.
The Giants are having huge games against the Dodgers, and if they are getting it to the late innings, is this Giant bullpen, though, just too big of a worry?
It's more of a worry than it was earlier in the season. Lots of different guys. I think that, this is the time they need this group to be back a little bit where they were. Tough ask, right? Trade 2 guys. Eric Miller's out injured. It's a different complexion to this group, but they need them to be at their absolute level best. It's much more of a concern than it was for sure.
Well, the Giants, I'm looking at his series. The Giants swept them in L.A. in 2023. Remember that in June they went down there? They beat them 15-0 in one game. Now, Shohei was not on the team. So they have yet to do it in the Shohei era. And Mookie is molten hot right now. His September numbers are crazy. So Verlander, Webb, and Ray, it should be awesome. It should be really, really fun. So I'm envious of you, Susan. You get to be at all 3 games and enjoy the heck out of it. So
yeah. And then we turn around and go to L.A. next week.
Yeah, I'll be down there on the Thursday. Say hi. Are you going?
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
I'm going with my buddies and my whole crew, a bunch of guys.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, Susan.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I'll be in the
So,
Rock.
hey, did you guys both see The Who? Have you seen The Who before?
You know what, Susan? No. I've never seen The Who.
No.
It's a huge gap I know.
Whoa.
I know.
Well, I saw them with the Clash at the Coliseum in 81.
Now you're just freaking
I was really there for the Clash, but they were great. And I several times said I saw 1 or 2 of their "This is our last tours."
Yeah.
Like 20 years ago.
See, in 81, you were like the cool high school girl who went to those shows, and I was the nerd listening to Giants games on the radio.
I did both.
Nice.
All right, be good. Hey, enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Fantastic. You too.
Susan Slusser. We're all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think here. As we wrap it up, dude, are you ready? Richie Aurelia in the afternoon today.
Wrap it up, B.
Let's do this. Let's go to what did young Tony learn today? Let's slide down the dinosaur tail on a Friday and have an awesome Giant Dodger weekend. Can't wait. Oh, Mac Jones in there too somewhere. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
An outstanding Reggae Friday ends with our tradition. The Toys Smoke Two Joints, our tribute to K-Fog, which we occupy 104.5. We're still embarrassed to occupy that space for one of the great adult alternative stations in American radio history. And John Grappone used to play this every Friday at 5. So our Fridays at 9:56, we pay tribute. Was it John from San Francisco won the Who ticket?
Shout out Joe in San Francisco won the Who tickets.
God bless him. He's going to have a ball. Go get him, Joe. All right, buddy. By the way, breaking, get a little Fox News chime there. Jake Moody signed with the Chicago Bears practice squad.
The Bears.
Go get him, Jake. Go enjoy kicking in that windy, outdoor, weathery place.
Yeah, I mean, he is a man from Michigan, but who knows? We might see a Jake Moody double doink in our near future.
It is true. He does have a little Midwestern in him there, so we wish him well. I guess. Sure, why not?
Do you?
Yes, we do. We're Eddie Pinero people now. We're Eddie De Niro people. And Carlos is going to sing.
Yo quiero dinero.
All right, let's go Young Tone. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So, Tony, I think we discussed this. We were talking about Mac Jones. Who? He's been flossing in that candy paint. And I said we were going over the stat that he has over 10,000 passing yards, more than Brock Purdy. I said, so this guy, this guy's no Scrabini. And you guys both went, wait, what?
Scrabini.
And so you hadn't heard Scrabini.
So I had not heard Scrabini, and then Marcus was like, Tony, you know what a scrub is, right? And I was like, yeah, shout out the guys in the afternoon, am I right?
Oh, shots fired, Tony.
And then, of course, we got to go to the ladies down in Atlanta. Who they took Dwayne Kuiper's Scrabini to a next level musically. One of the maybe hearing this on a 90s Friday coming up here pretty soon.
Scrub is a guy that thinks he's fly, also known as a buster.
Can you work some Mac Jones lyrics in there?
Also known as QB1.
So
no.
Drop the needle on that. So you know this, but you didn't know Scrabini.
Tons of references for TLC in the movie The Other Guys. Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell, one of my favorites of all times. Tons of references, bro.
To Scrub or just TLC?
Just to TLC in general. Are you aware that that's a TLC reference? And then he's like, you're not aware? He's talking about Michael Keaton. Good movie. One of my favorites.
Candace and I are big week together in New York to see if we were going to make it as a couple. One of the things we did was we just went into, ready for this? A record store, or pardon me, a CD store.
Oh, sick.
That's what you did in 1995. We're like, let's go get a CD. Let's see what you got. And I think she picked up like Harry Connick Jr., like girls.
Oh, yeah.
And I picked up TLC.
Look at you, Murph.
Yes, I did.
Hell yeah. What were you at, like a Tower Records or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
yes,
dude.
exactly.
I'm a 90s kid. I remember going to Tower Records. You can like scan the barcode and preview the album. It was awesome.
And I was down. It was a great album, their 1995 album, which the title of which is escaping me right now. But anyway, the three faces on the front. I was like, this is what I'm. She's like, I'm going Harry Connick Jr. And I'm going Scrubs. I'm going TLC. All right, well,
you
there you go.
can't say creep unless you're quoting TLC.
Very good. Is that the other guys?
That's a rough. All
right, there you go. So Scrabini was Dwayne Kuiper's casual name for a bench player who comes off. If somebody did, the Scrabinis did it.
The Scrabinis.
All right.
Well, the
we're all
Scrabinis are coming to town this weekend. Blank the Dodgers. That's all I'll say.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
And one time for Clayton Kershaw this Saturday.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Can't say it any better. Have a great weekend, everybody. Papa and Silver's next. JD filling in for Papa when it's time for a change. Think speedy oil change and auto service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa, whoa.
Well, I'm surprised he would say that because he sends me a birthday card every year.
In your face. There's some satisfaction there.
You feel me?
I 100% feel you.
It's the Dodgers. F*** 'em.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
In motion is Zay Jones. Off the play fake. He's in trouble, and Kyler Murray goes down. Cameron Jordan, 4 sacks last year, picks up his first this season. Inside the red zone. Rattler was 8 of 12 last year inside the red zone. It makes life easier when he gives it to Kamara, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Saints. First score of the year for New Orleans. Pressure's coming. Pass is complete. Boy, Rattler, he did not get rattled at all on that play.
Trying to go the distance on the opening drive. There's Kittle. He's got it. Niners go 95 on their first drive of the season.
I'm going for the win.
He swinged out into the end zone. Wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonjes. Touchdown, San Francisco. Jake Tonjes, who had never caught a pass in the NFL, has caught 3 today, including the go-ahead touchdown with 1:34 left. Darnold hit as he let it go. The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa. Nick Bosa and the 49ers closing the door on the Seahawks.
Yes, they did, and we have made it to Friday where the 49ers are going to head to New Orleans and try to start this thing 2-0. But the big news, and it became official yesterday, Brock Purdy not going in this one. So can Mac Jones, who's getting that first start with Kyle Shanahan, sooner rather than later, get it done against what a lot of people are anticipating as one of the league's worst teams, but they didn't look all that terrible against the Arizona Cardinals. The Saints did lose, and they dropped to 0-1. The 49ers do get the win, and they rise to 1-0. And by the way, with the Dodgers coming into town this weekend, just wanted a little Joe Davis calling highlights of San Francisco in my life. Try to speak a lot of positivity into the air because the Mets continue to just crack this door open. Game and a half back are the Giants. Dodgers coming into town this weekend. And, of course, we got the Niners. We also got the Valkyries' first playoff game on Sunday in their franchise history. So it's a busy weekend, man. Greg Silver, John Dickinson. We got Walter in the house. We're going to have a fantastic Friday. What's up, JD?
What's going on, Silver? Good to be with you, my man. And, yeah, what a weekend ahead. Can the 49ers get the job done with Mac Jones in New Orleans? And the Mets. The Giants are 3-3 in their last 6, but they've still been able to gain 3 games on the Mets because the Mets are 0 now for their last 6. They get 4 games swept even after taking a 4-0 lead in the first inning in Philadelphia last night. So they go home. They take on the Texas Rangers, who are red hot, and the Giants and Dodgers at Oracle Park with San Francisco, tied with Cincinnati. Both of those teams a game and a half out of that third and final wild card spot, and they've given themselves a chance by virtue of how they've played. Now, they've still needed, as we talked about they were going to a couple of weeks ago, they would need a historic collapse. Well, the Mets are providing a historic collapse, and we'll see how everything shakes out as far as that goes over the next 2.5 weeks. But they're very much in it, and how well they can fare against their rivals may, as we discussed on Wednesday, give them an opportunity, Greg, to face their rivals again in a wild card series come that first week of October.
Yeah, no question. I mean, we got busy September sports going right now between the Niners already with meaningful games where you don't know who's going to be on the field offensively with injuries popping up left and right. And Vic Tafer wrote a great column, which we'll be referencing today, but he used the whack-a-mole analogy where it's like, right, even throughout training camp at the preseason, one injury pops up and then you got to hit it down, and then there's another one, and there's another one. And you just don't know what's going to be coming next. And we had Carlos Ramirez on yesterday out at Levi Stadium. We had our first full football hour with Tim Ryan, and obviously looking forward to having you be a part of those in some future Thursdays as well. But the big theme
of yesterday, contrary to all the preseason beliefs we had of this team, is that the 49ers offense has to do a full reinvention of itself now with no George Kittle and no Brock Purdy and maybe no Jawan Jennings as he's got the shoulder that he's still working with. The defense, meanwhile, with all the question marks coming in, and we gave Tim Ryan a hard time about that trepidation word he used, and he's like, never doing it again. Robert Salah saves everything. The defense is looking to replicate what they did, and obviously special teams needs to clean it up, and they made a big change. By the way, Jake Moody on the Bears practice squad as of this morning. So first thing I think, hey, do the Niners have the Bears on their schedule? Yep, they sure do. So we'll see if we get a little Jake Moody facing his old team later in the season. But as of right now, all they got to worry about is New Orleans. Spencer Rattler getting the start, has struggled under pressure. 49er defense going to have to carry the way again. And yeah, we'll see what kind of Mac Jones shows up in this version of a Kyle Shanahan offense. We thought a lot about it leading up to the 2021 draft, and now it's happening for real 4 years later.
Well, this is why you go get Mac Jones. This game in particular, and we'll see if it's another week beyond this game or if it's multiple weeks. Stay tuned on that front before Brock Purdy's going to have the ability to come back. But this one game Sunday in the morning out here on the West Coast, noon kickoff in New Orleans, is why you get Mac Jones. It's why you have a capable quarterback that has the ability to fit within the 49ers system, somebody that Kyle Shanahan studied and obviously, as has been well reported, really liked coming out in that 2021 draft where the Niners ultimately decided to go with Trey Lance. But the big question is, can he do it with fewer weapons than I think the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan would prefer to have? And I think you're spot on as it relates to the complementary football aspect of this whole thing. Football is a sport by nature in terms of how it's talked about, Greg. It's going to be overreactions, right? Because the season, there are so few games, and we have that week lead up to each and every game. And so, yes, the question is on Mac Jones, but given the way the 49ers played in Seattle, it's completely flipped from, hey, the offense may have to carry the defense, to now, given the way that the defense played, and I think borderline dominant at times, and going back and rewatching the game against Seattle, handled the running game, pressured when they needed to, really steady, I thought, for the most part in terms of their tackling. But given how well they played up in Seattle, and now the situation with Mac Jones having to get the start as the backup quarterback, immediately the overreaction is, can the defense carry the 49ers to another potentially ugly, messy, sloppy, just find a way to get to 2-0 kind of a game in the Superdome?
I mean, we're already seeing early in the season how a good defense and a borderline dominant defense will impact a team. Last night, we got a pretty good Thursday night game as far as teams and how they stack up against the rest of the competition. Packers-Commanders, look, the Commanders had a fantastic year last year and kind of came out of nowhere en route to the NFC Championship, and Jaden Daniels continues to look good. But that Packers defense, man, Washington goes 432 yards in their opening week, and the Packers completely shut them down, and Washington had a bit of a late surge to make it somewhat interesting at the end. Our guy Deebo Samuel ended up getting in the end zone, but a dominant defense goes a long way, so Mac Jones doesn't have to play like Jordan Love has necessarily to start the year. Obviously, the Packers, they got Josh Jacobs, and they got a lot of young weapons, but 49ers, maybe not as much in the receiving game, especially with Kittle down, but you do have a Christian McCaffrey, and the point being, if the offense is steady and takes care of the ball, and your defense plays with a certain amount of dominance and can maybe generate some turnovers, which the Packers didn't even do last night against Washington, that can make a pretty big difference in how you look at a game. And when we had Tim Ryan on yesterday, I said the whole notion of bend, don't break for the analogy. Really wasn't a whole lot of bending either. They had a couple of big plays, and the catch to Jackson Smith and Jigba to get Seattle in the red zone was a big one, and obviously had the 49ers on the ropes right before the Bosa turnover. But for the most part, there wasn't breaking, and there wasn't a whole lot of bending either.
No, and if you can force turnovers, that's the great equalizer in terms of winning and losing, and the 49ers had to do that in evening up the turnover margin. They had a couple on the Brock Purdy interceptions, but they evened it, and the timely play to ice the game from Nick Bosa. So I feel like this game going in, I think, and I've said it, to me this is a game, one of maybe 4 or 5 teams that the 49ers could be playing on the schedule where I would still, even given the circumstances, feel confident that they need to go in and get a win. But that by no means would declare this an automatic by any stretch of the imagination. Anytime you're playing with a backup quarterback, especially a backup quarterback with a lack of weapons, you have the potential to go in and lose that game basically to anybody. So the 49ers are going to have to play well. I think Mac Jones is going to have to get the ball out, in my mind, relatively quickly. We'll see if the 49ers can do maybe a little bit of a better job protecting. How much of the crowd will be an impact in that. I think there's going to be a ton of 49er fans in New Orleans. I go back to that 2019 game, the last time the 49ers played there, the 48-46 game in December. There were a ton of 49er fans there late in the year for what was a showdown game. I would anticipate a lot of 49er fans there with the Saints kind of down at 0-1 and projected to be one of the worst teams in the league. So it's set up if you can go in and you can just fight. We saw the Niners' ability to win a messy, sloppy, just backyard, back alley fight kind of a game in Seattle. They may, to a certain extent, have to try to do it again while hopefully being a little bit more mistake-free, even with the backup quarterback on offense.
Here's my question at 808 KNBR. And we'll get into this, us too, as well, JD. But I want to hear from all of you out there on the YouTube chat, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And, of course, if you want to dial Walter up, yeah, Bart didn't keep him back today. We're at full strength today. We got Walter hanging out with us. How much do you trust Mac Jones to handle the offense? If it's anywhere from 1 to 5 weeks, because we're given a large range here from Ian Rappaport. John Lynch didn't specify a timeline. Shanahan yesterday said essentially, yeah, he's out this week, and we'll see week to week after that. How much do you trust Mac Jones? And then who needs to step up the most from week 1 to week 2? It's all coming up. Let's get into that. We want to hear from you on a Friday, getting ready for the Saints. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan was on with Dirty Work yesterday and confirmed that Brock Purdy will be missing at least Sunday against the Saints. Check out that interview with Copes and Depop as they get into what Kyle Shanahan likes about Mac Jones, how he's changed since that draft evaluation process in 2021, and how he can set up his QB2 for success come Sunday.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Same deal, what I said yesterday. Still a chance he can miss the next game. We're not sure. We'll see how the toe heals. I mean, it's kind of week to week right now. But he's getting better, had a good rehab day today, and hopefully we'll have some better luck next week.
That's head coach Kyle Shanahan with dirty work yesterday on Brock Purdy, confirming he will not be playing in New Orleans. Everything else is week to week as it stands. So the 49ers already with some early season adversity. No Kittle, no Purdy. The defense is young after their dominant week one up in Seattle and getting that 17-13 win. And the conversation we're having on a Friday is very different because of how they closed that game in Seattle. If they were at risk of going 0-2 and losing to the Saints, JD, that would be a very different deal than, hey, you got to go in with Mac Jones. Best case, we're talking about 2-0. And if you lose, you never want to lose in the NFL, but it's not like you're starting the season 0-2. You're already behind the 8 ball in the division. And then one of those theoretically easy games on the schedule gets away from you. Just makes the plays that Jake Tonjes and Nick Bosa made to close that game that much more important.
Yeah, I don't want to overstate it, but I still think going into this game at New Orleans, even given the challenges that the 49ers face on the offensive side of the ball because of all of the injuries, if you go lose that game at New Orleans, it's going to feel immediately like this team is in big trouble. And that doesn't mean that you can't come back and win the next couple of games, even if Mac Jones is going to be the starting quarterback. And you're 100% right that it's alleviated a ton by the fact that they were able to go get the win in Seattle and 1-0. But it feels like they got to get to 2-0 to protect themselves from what's ahead, even though this team, I think, is built on the notion that they're going to be a second-half team coming in. You want to bank every win you possibly can while you can. And for all of the discussion about the schedule in the offseason, getting the first one in Seattle, which I think everybody thought they could but knew would be difficult, needed to, I think, in all folks' minds, turn into a 2-0 start given the state of what the Saints project to be as a team. Now, it's going to be a lot more challenging for a number of different reasons than maybe you would have hoped, at least going into the game. But I think this is a really important game for the 49ers to go get to 2-0 and then kind of take their chances with the next couple of weeks as it relates to Brock Purdy's return and getting a couple of home games. That, again, not to say you're because you're 2-0 and Mac Jones, if he plays well, it means you're automatically going to go beat Arizona and Jacksonville. But Arizona and Jacksonville project to be more difficult opponents, even with those games being at home, than the Saints do. Now, maybe you're getting healthier along the way. We know you're getting DeMarcus Robinson back for the Week 4 game against Jacksonville. But make no mistake, in the nature of the NFL, where, as we talked about in the opening segment, Greg, overreaction is everything. If this team goes to New Orleans and looks bad and gets beat by a team that projects to be bottom 5 in the league, it's going to feel like things are very much in trouble, even with still 15 games to go.
Yeah, it's funny. We think about the schedule, and I was almost thinking on the way home yesterday, driving back from Levi's, is the fact that the 49ers are having all these injuries and have to go into New Orleans so early in the season without key players. Does that validate the whole last place schedule sentiment, or does it nullify it? Because if you're able to hold ground and say, let's say Brock Purdy misses 2 games, and let's say that you win both against New Orleans and Arizona, and he comes back 3-0, and you think, hey, they took advantage of a part of the schedule that it did line up nicely for them, and maybe that validates the schedule. But if you're losing a couple of these games, and let's say you can't get it done with Mac Jones and no George Kittle and no DeMarcus Robinson and no Brandon Ayuk, and all of a sudden you're 1-3 and Brock Purdy's not able to go for the next 3 weeks, then you're saying, well, screw the easy schedule because the 49ers were a worse version of themselves. So I think a lot of it is going to be result dependent, and I think Mac Jones is very much capable of being able to win the game. But as far as who needs to step up and our questions at 808 KNBR, how are you feeling about Mac Jones' capabilities to run this offense and who needs to step up the most between week 1 and week 2, not surprisingly, the overwhelming answer we've gotten on the text line already is the offensive line. And I think that's a fair one. I know during the preseason, I was not going to go deep into the rabbit hole about the offensive line this, the offensive line that. We knew who the lineup was going to be as far as the starting 5. Ben Bartch got that injury. And look, the offensive line wasn't great up in Seattle. Now, Seattle projects to have a really good defense, but Brock Purdy was pressured more than he ever has been in his career, and the game-winning touchdown was on a play where he had to scramble out of the pocket, use that fast 10-yard split he has, and do something off schedule. Mac Jones, it's a very different reality where he's not quite as mobile in behind the pocket. It's going to have to be more about the quick game, and he is going to have to be protected enough to where he's just not getting beat down back there by somebody like a Cam Jordan or Demario Douglas and defenders that have had a lot of success in this league.
Here's the deal for me on that. The offensive line can lose the 49ers the game in New Orleans. They can't win it for them alone. If the offensive line plays well, the playmakers are still going to have to play well. And obviously, if the offensive line plays well, it gives the playmakers a better chance. And so, yes, you cannot have the offensive line lose it for you, but it's going to be on the remaining playmakers, I think, and on the defense to be able to win this game. Going back to the schedule thing, because I think that was interesting. You would rather have the easier games, let's say, on paper on the schedule. It makes having, like, would you rather be playing New Orleans this week, I guess I'll put it this way, or would you rather be playing, maybe if you were the third place team in a different division? Let's say it's your place to finish game or your division, you're playing the East, and now you're playing Dallas basically because you finished third instead of fourth. Like if the Niners were playing at Dallas this week, I'd feel like, yeah, there's a very good chance they're going to lose that game. Significantly more. And not that Dallas is some great shakes, and we know the 49ers have been able to own them, but I would feel much worse about the potential for them to win this game if you played it out in that vein. So, yeah, the easy schedule isn't quite as easy when you're shorthanded and you have a backup quarterback and all of that, but the easy schedule still gives you an opportunity to win some games that if they were against different opponents, because it was maybe a different year, would feel a lot more like they would have the potential to be automatic losses, or at least games where you would go into it thinking, yeah, there's a really good chance that this team could lose this game. And then that sets the entire season off course. If you start to get to 1-1 and 1-1 turns into 1-3, like, to me, the beauty of this schedule for the 49ers was always going to be the ability to stay afloat for me, more than it was necessarily going to be the ability to dominate, because there are so many questions. And I remember we had a texter going back, I think a week or so ago. This team could go, I think, 11-5, the texter said, with Mac Jones the whole year, because the schedule's that soft or whatever. And the truth is, that's not how it works. But this schedule may give you an opportunity to go 10-7 while dealing with a number of different injuries and dealing with a lot of those young players, in particular the defense, that are trying to grow up as you get healthier on the offensive side of the ball throughout the course of the season. So it's a little chicken or the egg, but you'd rather, in my mind, have a game like this game at New Orleans. Not that it's automatic, but it's a game you can win to help forward your momentum as the season continues to move, as opposed to kind of feeling like you're immediately snake bitten in trouble. Now, that said, though, you lose the game at New Orleans, it immediately feels like you're in big trouble.
The schedule conversation is such an interesting one. And to be fair, as far as the Saints in it going this week, they're going to play the entire NFC South. So they were going to play the Saints no matter what. The Cardinals just played them last week. The Rams are going to see them, and the Seahawks are going to see them later in the season. But you think about even just the jump from fourth to third place very early in the season, right? But you use the Dallas example as a third place team. Yeah, well, instead of getting Dallas, who looked pretty solid and had a legitimate chance to beat Philly in that season opener, you get the Giants, who looked pretty terrible in week 1. You know who the third place team was in the NFC North last year? It was the Packers. That's like the 8 team of September right now, and they just added Micah Parsons, and that defense with Jeff Hafley running the unit looks very much for real. Instead, you're going to get the Bears and possibly a Jake Moody reunion on Monday Night Football. But Chicago started nice. Ben Johnson's obviously got a lot to work with in Caleb Williams, but the Bears had a really bad second half in the fourth quarter. They let it slip away.
I mean, just go back and look at the schedule from last year for the 49ers, right? If they were going at Minnesota, at the Rams these next 2 weeks, in all likelihood both without Brock Purdy, you'd be saying loss. You'd be saying 1-2, and let's hope at that point they can come back and rally and get Brock Purdy back and get healthy because of the schedule that they have. And yes, they're playing the South. In both the AFC and the NFC, it just gives you a pathway to kind of avert disaster, which I think is important. But you got to go win the games.
Tell you about our guest list as well. We got our 2 Friday regulars. That is, of course, Matt Mayoko, who's going to be joining us at 11:50, and Andy Baggerly joining us at 12:50. Big week for the Niners and a big weekend for the Giants as well. 3 against the Dodgers. They're going to face them 4 more times after this. Game and a half back of the Mets because they lost all 4 against the Phillies. So, look, September baseball, the Giants have been playing better as of late. They didn't get it done on Wednesday, off yesterday. Still awaiting news on the Chapman suspension appeal. Lots to be monitoring there for your orange and black, in addition to the red and gold. When we come on back, let's get into some more sound from Kyle Shanahan as he was with Dirty Work. It changed since 2021 when he was originally scouting him. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. As always, it's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I just think he knows how to play the position in terms of he knows how to play in the pocket. He knows how to play in there when a lot of people know how to play in there when the pass rush isn't very good, but he can play in there when the pass rush is really good or when it's not there at all. And he knows how to distribute the ball. He knows how to get the ball to the right spots, and he knows when he can hold on to it, when he can't. And he did that as well as anyone that I've seen coming out of college, and he's shown that in the NFL also.
Well, 4 years later, Kyle Shanahan will get the chance to coach Mac Jones here in a real NFL game, a true NFL start after Mac Jones went to New England, had a great rookie season, then it dipped off, dysfunction in New England, and then Jacksonville, 8 touchdowns, 8 picks last year, and here he is with an offseason signing now in Santa Clara. And really, New Orleans is what we're focusing on this Sunday on a Friday. It's Papa and Silver. Greg Silver, John Dickinson. We got Walter hanging out with you. Little take it or leave it coming from Walter around 12:30, and we also got our big ticket questions that we're going to send you into the weekend with. That's going to be around 1:30, and I'll close it out with a little bit of a playlist action because how can you not going into a nice little week 2 matchup? I got to say, JD, I'm fired up about this one. I don't know how I would be feeling if Brock Purdy was good to play. Maybe it's just the fact that there's so few football games throughout the year that all of them you get fired up for. Didn't expect to be so pumped about the Saints game, but I think that just all the surprises and twists and turns with the season, whether it's something positive, like the way the defense showed up in week 1, or whether it's something concerning, like the amount of injuries that have already popped up, it's made for extra level analysis that I didn't expect us to be talking about so early in the season.
Well, wouldn't you say if Brock Purdy was healthy and playing in this game, even with George Kittle being out, and maybe this is not the appropriate take because we know the 49ers record, even with George Kittle out through the years, they've been a significantly different team. But I get the impression if Brock was playing, coming off of the win in Seattle and giving the projection of what the Saints, I think a lot of people believe, myself included, are going to be, don't you feel like if Brock was healthy, it would be kind of, go handle business, automatic win. If it's not, major trouble?
More so, yeah. I don't know if I would go as far as to say automatic win, especially with no Kittle and the fact that this team still has a lot to figure out in week 1. While Seattle's a tough place to play.
Needs to be an automatic win. Yeah, needs to be an automatic win.
It's a one you should take care of, yes. That's how I would put it.
No, that's just kind of where I was going with it. I mean, it's this is the game, and there are many of them, and we'll see how good or bad the Browns are. And you mentioned the Giants and the teams that you wind up getting, the Bears in December in terms of your place of finish schedule. This obviously not one of them, playing the whole division, and everybody in the NFC West is going to play the NFC South. So all these teams are going to get their crack at New Orleans. As you said, Arizona already did and marked that game as a victory. But this is one of the games where when you look at an easy schedule, and regardless of place of finish or what divisions you play, because the divisions, I think, were as much a part of it as anything, playing both Souths, this is a game that I think everybody, and when we go through the 272 game slate and we replay it in our minds a million times between when the schedule comes out in May and when they actually kick things off, going back to the early part of September, this is one that I think 99.9% of the time, any 49er fan who went through with that exercise had this game as a win.
808 KNBR. Again, your confidence level in Mac Jones to run the offense. And look, maybe it's just this Sunday. Maybe we're talking about the home opener against Arizona. Maybe even beyond that. We got a very wide range of a timeline as reported by Ian Rappaport. And the 49ers have been hesitant to give a specific timeline. But Kyle Shanahan with Dirty Work yesterday said no Brock this week. Outside of that, it's going to be a week-to-week thing with some kind of variant of a turf toe, which it doesn't sound like a brutal injury, but when you consider what it is and the way your foot gets bent, and it did on that tackle by Julian Love, we're talking nice old ligament sprains and soft tears and everything. So, I mean, yeah. And Brock Purdy, by the way, played through that and was able to be mobile enough to win the game with his mobility on that game-winning touchdown. So, I don't know what kind of medicine he got mid-game. I don't know what he might have gotten shot up with, but clearly when the adrenaline wore off of that one, they decided to sit him for week 2, and we'll see when he does end up coming back.
Well, when it was reported that there was the toe injury, to me it was immediately the question on my mind was, is it turf toe? Because if it is turf toe, that obviously was going to be something significant to where I could see the 49ers wanting to make sure it could heal up a little bit before getting him out there, especially having it be this early in the season. Now, that is the type of injury that eventually you get to the back end of a year, and I think if this was December, maybe or close to January, maybe it becomes a question of, as you mentioned, you shoot it up and you try to just have it be a pain tolerance thing and you push through. But in September, when you're going and you're playing on not the best turf again in the Superdome, whatever the sponsor Superdome is now, I think they've had about eight different sponsors in the last 7 years of the dome. But
it's like it's like the Sacramento Kings when they were going through that full rotation of names, right?
The Power Balance Superdome,
Sleep Train, Arco, all that.
So that was immediately, I think, a concern when it was the turf toe, or it's been reported as being the turf toe. That's something that can linger and be problematic, and you definitely want to make sure that you're, especially early in the season, going to be cautious with and about. So all of that makes a lot of sense, but we'll see. Mac Jones, I mentioned it right at the top of the show. This is why you go get Mac Jones. His ability to function in the Kyle Shanahan offense, even without a supporting cast, you rely on Christian McCaffrey, as the 49ers did in Seattle in week 1. And we'll see. I think it is concerning, Juwan Jennings not being able to be out there at practice this week. I think, it kind of felt like Jennings, at least early in the week, was trending toward being able to play this week. Do they hold him out again with another game on turf and the ability to maybe take a shot on that shoulder that you don't want to have some kind of a setback there? And it all sets up, Kendrick Bourne re-enters the chat with the 49ers and somebody that the 49ers are obviously extremely familiar with, but Mac Jones himself is extremely familiar with his time at New England.
559 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, I have more confidence that Mac Jones will throw 3 picks and get sacked 5 times. Have not been impressed by Mac in years, if at all. And I do think it's fair to say this. And we could have predicted this even going into the draft, right? Mac Jones was the type of player who was a pocket passer. They really liked everything from the neck up and his processing ability and who he was mentally as a quarterback. As far as raw talent or his mobility or even his height, just 6'3", nothing crazy. There was nothing ultra special about it. He has been very much a product of his situation. And in his rookie year, he was put in a pretty good situation in New England where the defense led the way. Josh McDaniels had it going on the offensive side. And then it went from a pretty solid season. I think he got in as a Pro Bowl alternate after all that. I wouldn't say he was a Pro Bowl level quarterback, but he was pretty good as a rookie. Then you bring in Joe Judge and Matt Patricia to call plays who have no business doing so. It all becomes a mess. His time in New England ends really poorly. And then last year, it's even hard to judge in the Jacksonville sense because Trevor Lawrence, who was like the most glorified prospect since the Andrew Luck days, the RG3 days, Russell Wilson, I mean, he was terrible too. He regressed in the Doug Peterson offense and everything. So how much can Kyle Shanahan help him out? How much is the situation going to get the most out of Mac Jones? Because I think it's very fair to say that Mac Jones in recent years has been very short of impressive, JD.
He has been overall, and I think that the look has been that he's regressed throughout the course of his career to the point in which he joins the 49ers. But I'll ask you this. Would you believe that Mac Jones has his greatest opportunity to succeed with the 49ers, even with a limited supporting cast here to begin this stretch where he's going to have to play, whether it's 1 game or 3 games or 5 games?
Yes, no question. Now, my follow-up question to your question, which is just rhetorical at this point, how close, either if it's a little bit above, a little bit below, how similar could he be to that rookie version of himself? Accurate quarterback, capable of managing a game. And look, being a game manager might be all it takes if the defense goes in and makes life hard for Spencer Rattler and shuts down the run with Alvin Kamara. Being a game manager in a game like this is not a bad thing at all. But I think he absolutely is going to be better than what we saw in Jacksonville and the end of his time in New England. I think the question more so is, how much can he look like his rookie self if Kyle Shanahan sets him up for success? 650 calling him Professor Kyle Shanahan will get the most out of Mac.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. I agree. I think he is set up to be his most successful with the 49ers, despite the fact that the supporting cast, especially in the wide receiver department, is going to be thin. He is going to have Kendrick Bourne, who he's familiar with. He is obviously still going to have Ricky Pearsall. Not having Kittle is a huge deal, potentially. Not having Jennings is a huge deal as well, but you still do have CMC. And I think, accurate, capable of managing a game, as you said, Greg, to me, it's that and the ability to do it without making the catastrophic mistake. That, to me, has been the issue, and we saw it even in the preseason a little bit with Mac. He'll be cooking. He'll be cruising. He'll look really good on schedule, not looking to do too much. Less is more, making all the right reads, short passes, and then all of a sudden he'll throw one right to a linebacker, or he'll throw one right to a corner that's going back the other way, potentially for a pick six. And those are the things that if you avoid, you win a game at New Orleans, regardless of whether it turns into a blowout or you have to grind it out and win close the way you did at Seattle. I don't think anybody's going to care as long as the 49ers wind up on the long end of the stick, on the good end. And so, but if you make the catastrophic mistake, that's how you lose games to the Saints, and that's how you immediately kind of ruin any of the confidence that maybe a fan base or a coaching staff would have in your ability to go be Brock Purdy-like in an attempt to salvage this time while Purdy is out.
808 KNBR, your feelings on Mac Jones. Who needs to step up the most to set Mac up for success between week 1 and week 2? Are we talking about pass rush opposite of Nick Bosa? Something we got into with Tim Ryan. We talking about Brian Robinson Jr. continuing to learn the offense and being a compliment to Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. We talking about Jake Tom just once again putting together a more complete game rather than being a focal point for just that second half when Kittle was out. All coming up. Love the engagement we're getting on a Friday. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And I am Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? You know very well that's not the case with Chris Dolan and his law firm because they've been right here in the Bay for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've had issues at work with your rights being violated, we're talking discrimination, wrongful termination, sexual harassment, or any other kind of violation, go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about it and how you can be protected in the way that you deserve. Chris and his team also saw an increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year, and so with all the chaos, traffic, motorcyclists, pedestrians, it's been kind of wet in San Francisco this week too, out on the roads, so please be careful, work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and of course, they're not getting paid until you're getting paid because they take care of you first. so they live here and they work here. Most importantly for you, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
You know, I think people usually do get better with experience and stuff, but depending on where you go, so many people have so many different styles. So there was things that we wanted to do with him that he didn't necessarily do in college that I don't think he did at New England or Jacksonville. So those places he wasn't as developed because he hadn't been working on those things. But I think just watching him compared to OTAs here to compare to how he was in training camp, I think he's developed a lot in some of the technique and ways that we like a quarterback to play. So I think he's done that here already. And just watching him now, like I think as all of these guys do, they all get a little bigger, a little stronger. When you're in college, you're a young man, and then usually a few years into the NFL, you become a full man, and that adds size, it adds arm strength, and allows guys to take the hits a little bit better.
Kyle Shanahan with Copes and Depop yesterday on Dirty Work, getting into how Mac Jones has evolved since 2021 when the 49ers were originally scouting him. 49ers Saints, it's an early one, 10 o'clock kickoff, which means that our guy JD is going to be getting up for a little 7 a.m. pregame with Copes as the Niners get ready to face the Saints in New Orleans. Does that mean Saturday is going to be a nice sleeping day? What's your flying situation this weekend, my guy?
Never. It's tomorrow, and it's never a deal where I can have a nice evening and still make sure that I'm getting up early. But yeah, 7:00 a.m. For the pregame over on 810 with Adam Copeland, and really looking forward to it. As I'll be with him for all of the road games. We were both up at Seattle for the opener on Sunday, and looking forward to continuing this thing rolling all season long here, and once we can get back on the leader as well.
So I want to get your take on the trust level of Mac Jones, because Carlos Ramirez and I spent a good deal on this one yesterday, and it was great to have Carlos on. By the way, he's going to be on the call with Tim Ryan if you missed that. And if you missed the football hour, go back and check that out for a little bit of preparation. Love this quote from Kyle Juszczyk on Mac Jones, and this was in the Vic Tafur whack-a-mole story that I referenced earlier. Says, I think the biggest thing for him will just be operation. Getting in and out of the huddle in a really loud stadium and being comfortable with how we operate with long play calls and cadences and all that type of stuff. He's been really good in practice so far, and I think it will carry over. So with all that in mind, what do you take from both Kyle Juszczyk, and in a way, do you see this as maybe a good thing that he's close enough removed from the preseason and getting real reps with some second-team guys to getting out there for real when he maybe isn't getting as rusty with being on the field, taking real snaps, getting in and out of the huddle, and having to operate as a QB1?
Yeah, to me, it's all opponent-based, and 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. What's your trust level in Mac Jones? To me, there's different levels to it. And I'm extremely confident that the 49ers can win a game with Mac Jones as the starting quarterback. It kind of progressively, I get a little bit more trepidation, to use that word.
Never again, bro.
One game without Mac Jones, I feel great about. If it has to be 3 games without one game with Mac Jones without Brock Purdy, I feel pretty good about. 3 games without Brock Purdy and Mac Jones in there, I feel solid about. If you start to get into the 5+ games without Brock Purdy that Mac Jones is going to have to play, then I would be much more concerned at that point. And to go back to, again, yes, he's to me it's less is more. We talk about it with Brock Purdy, regardless of who he's working with or playing with. Like, on paper, he doesn't have the weapons that you would prefer that he have in this game. But it's keep the game on schedule. It's get the ball out. It's not let the protection issues become a factor that were in play at different points in Seattle. But I think Mac Jones is the kind of quarterback that you sign because you have the belief that he can win you, I think, 3 to 5 games, or that you can hang in over a 3 to 5 game stretch. Not that you're going to win all the games with your starting quarterback out, to where your season doesn't completely get wrecked by the fact that your starting quarterback is out. So I think the Niners sign him believing that they feel that they have that level of confidence in him at a minimum. You lose Brock Purdy for half a year or more, any team really that loses their starting quarterback for that long is going to be in significant trouble. But for me, it's tiered. One game, no issue. 3 games, maybe a little bit more of an issue. You start to get into 5 games plus in terms of having Mac Jones be your starting quarterback, and I think that's where he's got a lot to prove based on what we've seen from him to this point in his NFL career. But at the same time, I do think he's set up to succeed in a bigger way, even with fewer weapons potentially in this 49er system. And I think he had a very nice, solid training camp there before he ended up with the injury there at the end.
I posed this one to Carlos Ramirez as well. I almost feel like, and I don't say this as an insult to Mac Jones, but with this game and this matchup in particular, I almost see this as who can get by throwing the ball less between Mac Jones and Spencer Rattler. Both teams are going to be led with their run offense. I mean, hell, we saw Mac Jones win a game throwing the ball 3 times in his rookie year in that Monday night Buffalo game, and he's going to throw the ball more than that on Sunday, unless he gets knocked out of the game. But my point is, Spencer Rattler, and Carlos had this number, 42% under pressure. So if you can shut down the run, create situations where Spencer Rattler is likely to throw the ball, and you get some productive pass rush opposite of Nick Bosa, I would say I really like the 49ers' chances with an experienced defensive coordinator in Robert Salah leading the way. Now, with Mac Jones, I also think that being under pressure with that Saints five-man front, led by, of course, the future Hall of Famer Cam Jordan, that's an issue where if he's under pressure, he's probably not going to escape a lot of sacks. I don't like the prospect of Mac Jones throwing off balance, throwing a lot of off schedule, throwing rushed. Instead, I see Mac Jones as someone who can be very accurate and very productive in the quick game. But again, Shanahan's not going to want to see him throw the ball 35 times. Again, not an insult. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there in the NFL. I think Baker Mayfield's probably the best example in recent memory of a guy that does really, really well when he can get by a game throwing it less than 30 times. Now, as he's gotten a little bit older and matured and played at a Pro Bowl level with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with those weapons, there have been times where he's been able to air it out a little bit more, and the Bucs can go win those games. But I see Mac Jones, I think if he can hit that sweet spot of throwing it between, 18 and 28 times, that's probably the most effective use of this offense, led by the run and led by a Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and New Orleans, they threw it a ton in the game last week, and they were behind, so they kind of had to throw it. But I was surprised at how much they threw it. I think that would play right into the 49ers' hands, honestly, if the Saints are going to be throwing it as much as they did in week one. But, yeah, I think this is going to be a heavy dose of Christian McCaffrey game again, and I can already hear 49er fans, no, can't do it, gotta make sure he's fresh, and you gotta split the reps. And look, Brian Robinson, I don't think looked great in the game in Seattle. Fine first game there with San Francisco. I think they'll try to phase him in. I wonder if maybe there's a little bit more of an opportunity for Garendo potentially to look to be a part of the action in terms of somebody with his speed that if he can hang on to the football can be somebody that makes some plays there. But I think this is a heavy dose of the running game, to bring it back to your point, throwing it closer to 20 times for sure than up into the mid-deep 20s or even 30. I mean, you look at when the 49ers win, whether it's an ugly-ish game like the game was in Seattle on Sunday, or whether it winds up being a blowout, what is the number one thing you look at in terms of the offense typically when the Niners win? It's rushing attempts. And they were over 30. I know Kyle's joked he wants to get over 40 if he can. When the Niners get the 30-plus rushing attempts, they typically win regardless of who the quarterback is, because it means that the game has been close enough to where they can unleash McCaffrey and have him settle the game down at key points. So I'm with you. I think running the game, running the ball, and the play action game are as important as anything, regardless of who the weapons are. And then it comes up down to being able to execute without making the big mistake if you're Mac Jones.
Couple of texts to get to on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 510 Silver JD. Would you all take the win over a McCaffrey injury because of usage? I mean, look, McCaffrey getting injured would be problem number one that this team could face. As much as it stinks to not have Brock Purdy, we're talking about Mac Jones being a guy that's played 52 games, 49 starts, and been productive at various degrees in the NFL. As far as a backup quarterback situation goes, you could do a whole lot worse. If McCaffrey get injured, it's a problem, but guess what? He's still going to get a lot of usage, and maybe it's important for Brian Robinson to have some production as well as he continues to pick up the offense. Robinson has played in New Orleans once before. That was December 15th last year, and he had 87 scrimmage yards and went 65 on the ground, 22 in the passing game. So maybe in an indoor stadium he's been to before, another week with the offense under his belt, you could get a little bit more mix of a Robinson. But I think, like it or not, Christian McCaffrey is going to be the focal point of this offense because of the tendencies Kyle Shanahan has had, and because George Kittle isn't there, and Brandon Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson, and now Brock Purdy not there either.
Well, you know me, I'm always reluctant to look to limit touches, and I do think at some point during the season, the 49ers are going to have to pick their spots to give McCaffrey a little bit of a rest here and there. And the thing that you hope, though, I'm just not sure it's this week, because the thing that you hope is that Brian Robinson can come along as the season goes on and be more productive to where it can kind of happen naturally. I mean, Robinson got 9 carries himself in the game in Seattle. So I think that's something that, that's a good amount, honestly, as much as McCaffrey toted it, 22 carries, and he had nine receptions as well, or 9 targets. It was 9 receptions, right? Yeah,
10 targets, 9 receptions. Yeah,
9 receptions, and so the 31 total touches for McCaffrey. I mean, that's a lot. But the Niners did rush it over 30. They did, it felt to me when Robinson ended up with 9, it felt like that was a lot, considering the fact that the 49ers typically want to get McCaffrey out there as much as possible. So I'm just reluctant. I don't think this team is good enough right now. As I've said last week, I think it's even more the case with Brock Purdy not out there. I just don't think that they're good enough, even with the defense that the stock is up on, given the way that they played in Seattle. I don't think they're good enough to not be extremely dependent on Christian McCaffrey, because they don't have Brock, because they don't have George Kittle. So to me, you ride it out as much as you possibly can with CMC, and you try to get that win at all costs, and then you look for other opportunities as the season goes on to maybe lighten the load here and there with Christian McCaffrey. Hopefully, if you're the 49ers, as Brian Robinson becomes more comfortable and has the ability to be more productive.
Look, and if the 49ers are able to get off to a lead, build that lead, and we're talking about a fourth quarter where they've got anywhere from a 13 to 17-point lead, yeah, you can probably afford to use a little bit more Brian Robinson, throw Isaac Guerrero out there, and maybe be more mindful of the McCaffrey touches. Last week, though, we know very well they didn't have the luxury, and as the second half evolved and Brock Purdy had those couple of picks, the need for Christian McCaffrey only increased with guys getting exited due to injuries. 209 throws out an interesting one, and I think this is going to be something we'll probably come back to on Monday, and possibly more as long as Mac Jones is running this offense. Out of all the backups in the Kyle Shanahan, Jim Harbaugh, Chip Kelly, Jim Tom Sula era, where would you rank Mac Jones? I think he would be in the top 2, don't you think? I hate to give a cop-out answer. I want to see what he looks like outside of the dysfunction of Jacksonville and the time in his end of New England, and to see if Kyle Shanahan can get the most out of him. Now, the best backup, of course, was Brock Purdy, right? If he's going to start the season as a third stringer, that ends up being the best backup. We know that. Do you qualify Jimmy G as a backup the year that Trey Lance got the start and a quarter? I mean, Sam Darnold as your true backup bringing in was the best one, but you didn't get a whole lot of him. So could you put Mac Jones in that kind of Sam Darnold, maybe better than Jimmy Garoppolo tier as far as 49er backups? I don't know. I could see it, but I don't know if I would end up putting him above Darnold when all's said and done. That said, we'll see how much chance he has to be a starter, because Sam Darnold, for as much as he's revived his career, he didn't really get a whole lot of true playing time behind Brock Purdy when he was the backup here.
He didn't, but I think everybody would have agreed that on paper, and I do think we have to throw out the Jimmy Garoppolo. When Jimmy Garoppolo was Trey Lance's backup, Garoppolo was the better quarterback. Even as the backup, it was just the circumstances that led to that, and then Brock Purdy wound up being better than both of them. So I think you almost have to throw that out. Yes, in the literal term, Brock Purdy is probably the best backup quarterback until he actually became the starting quarterback, and I think Jimmy Garoppolo, up until the point in which he became the starter again in 2022, when Trey Lance got hurt against Seattle in week 2, he would be in that mix. But if you separate that, I think Darnold on paper was the best backup quarterback, the best planned backup quarterback, where you knew going into a year who your starting quarterback was going to be and who you wanted him to be in Brock Purdy for that year. Now, he didn't have to play, but I think just on paper, given the arm talent and where Darnold was picked and all of that, I think he would be the best backup that the 49ers have had. again, separating for the literal minds out there, Garoppolo and Purdy. I'm glad you mentioned that. But I think Mac is every bit better than Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard or Brandon Allen or even Joshua Dobbs.
Well, you're mentioning guys, too, and maybe Dobbs with that awesome stint in Minnesota for a couple weeks is an exception to this, but we're talking about Beathard and Mullins. These are guys that were their best version of a quarterback right here in the Bay Area.
No question. So I think Mac is – I would not put Mac if we're ranking them ahead of Darnold, but I do think Mac Jones would be the next best backup quarterback on paper that the 49ers have had going into a season. Again, when you get rid of the weird circumstances surrounding Garoppolo and Purdy both being backups in 2022 until they weren't.
We got a couple of texts coming in saying Steve Young's the best 49er backup. Yeah. The texter on 209 was going Jim Tom Sula onward. Steve Young is like the best backup quarterback ever. I mean, Patrick Mahomes backed up Alex Smith, I guess. Tom Brady was Bledsoe's. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre, but no, if we're going to go all the way back in history, Steve Young's on the short list as far as football, the game itself, best backup quarterback of all time.
Without a doubt. And I got a question for you coming up as it relates to the evaluation of Mac Jones here as we continue the conversation at 808 KNBR.
And another 707, I agree with this. Let's see if Mac can play before we anoint him. Absolutely. I want to evaluate Mac Jones based on how he plays in a 49er uniform. And outside of some preseason snaps, we haven't had the chance to do that, but we will in a couple of days. And by the time we're back on Monday, we'll be getting into all of it. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. We appreciate all of you out there spending your Friday with us. And let's answer JD's question next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Carlos Ramirez joined Murph and Marcus at 9:15 this morning to get into all things Week 2 in New Orleans. It was also great to have Carlos on with us yesterday down at Levi's Stadium, and we had the full football hour with Tim Ryan. So if you need that extra content, that extra juice, and that extra Tim Ryan energy, you can check that out on our KNBR podcast page or the Sports Leader app. Hey, is your home ready for kickoff? Because everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy your football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season now in full swing, it's the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. So have your family room decked out in team colors to impress your guests, or maybe intimidate your rivals like me and Walter in fantasy football this weekend. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. Change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game this year, let us help you extend the life of your home for years to come. It's the best of both worlds. You get to support your team and support your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver continues on your Friday. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter hanging out with you. Walter's energized because he's got a little take it or leave it coming at 12:30. We got Matt Mayoko at the end of this hour, 11:50. And then an hour later after that at 12:50, we're going to talk to Andy Baggerly. Big weekend in the Bay Area all around. Valkyrie's first ever playoff game happening the same time as the Niners get going in New Orleans. 810 KSFO is where you can hear that game and, of course, watch that one on your local television or maybe do a little red zone action. And then we got the Giants taking on the Dodgers 3 times. You got Verlander, Yamamoto tonight, and they are a game and a half back. So we're talking heated September baseball. It's a busy weekend in the Bay Area regarding the Bay Area. And, JD, I can't wait for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of buzz surrounding this series because the Giants have reinserted themselves into the wild card race as well as they've played here going back the last really 3 weeks now. The Giants have set themselves up, and it's taken that catastrophic, historic. I guess it's catastrophic for the Mets. It's not catastrophic for the Giants or their fan base, but historic collapse now of the Mets, who suddenly have dropped 6 in a row. And look, we've been all over this as much as it was kind of on the Giants to prove that they could get back into the race by playing at a level that they hadn't since very early in the season. They've done that, but we were all over the fact that even in the middle of August that the Mets were shaky. I know I've watched a lot of Mets even before people were kind of paying attention to the fact that could this be a possibility? And after the Giants kind of got thumped by the Padres there in mid-August a couple of times, it kind of became, hey, I think the Giants are chasing the Mets, actually, and not the Padres. But the Reds are the other team that's suddenly back in the race. They won 2 out of 3 against the Padres. Padres bounced back and won against the Rockies. Everybody's kind of taking advantage of the Rockies. And the key for the Giants is make those final 3 games of the season against the Rockies beginning 2 weeks from tonight meaningful, because if you can be within a game there, you've got a shot to run the table and then potentially get in based on what happens over the weekend. But, yeah, the Mets are home against Texas. The Reds are playing in Sacramento, a 3-game series against the A's beginning tonight, and the Giants and Dodgers, with the Dodgers trying to lock up the West and the Giants trying to hang on. It'll be the biggest test that the Giants have had here, now fully on the radar and back in the wild card race going up against their rivals, and a team that they could play as many as 10 times, Greg, over the course of the next 3 weeks. They could play 10 times if they wind up getting into that wild card series, which right now the Dodgers are that 3rd division winner. So if the Giants get that 3rd wild card spot, they would be at Dodger Stadium on Tuesday, September 30th, with a chance to try and win 2 out of 3 of 3 consecutive games in L.A.
And we spoke about it on the patio with our girls, Barbara, Mary, and Jane, and all the wonderful people who stopped by. Felipe, was nice to meet him as well. October 8th, we're going to manifest it.
A free shot. Not that kind of a shot, Silver. A free shot at knocking out the Dodgers by winning 2 out of 3. Not the other kind of a free shot.
Yeah, that's putting in the smelling salt category. Before we get back into the Niners, and I do want to hear this question you had ready for me, I got to say, on the Valkyries, Veronica Burton won AP Most Improved Player of the Year, and Natalie Nakase, which was undeniable, head coach, AP, Associated Press head coach of the year after guiding the Valkyries to the playoffs in her first ever season. So pretty remarkable all around, and they got to face the best team in the league and possible MVP in Nafisa Collier. But regardless, it's been pretty incredible what they've been able to do and the reception they have gotten in the Bay Area as well.
Awesome season. Again, I think it's one of the best. Only the Golden Knights in their year in Vegas when they got to the Stanley Cup final. I don't think there's been a better expansion first year in sports history. I mean, you look at the what they've been able to do in terms of the players they brought in. They nailed the head coach. They nailed the general manager. They've nailed the marketing and branding standpoint of things. The atmosphere's been incredible. I mean, just what an unbelievable first year as a franchise. And yeah, they ended up the 8th seed of 8 teams who make it, but 23-21 on the year.
Yep.
And we'll take on Minnesota, and going to have to play at SAP Center for their single home game, game 2 of that series. It's a best of 3. Coming up on Wednesday. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to that, and definitely a shout-out to them for an incredible inaugural season.
Another Bay Area, Minnesota playoff showdown as far as basketball goes. And by the way, Minnesota University playing Cal here this weekend tomorrow. So, a little bit of rivalry going on between those two states. But back to the Niners, and I'm not going to worry about Minnesota right now. The Vikings already did their thing. They got to worry about New Orleans and Louisiana. What was your question you wanted to throw my way? Because we got Matt Mayoko coming up in a half hour, and I got to be able to bring the heat to him.
Well, here's the thing. And by the way, a quick sidebar to that texter before the break here. I'll anoint Mac Jones a quality backup quarterback anytime I want. Like that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about a quality backup quarterback, and that relates to the question I have for you, Silver, which is, how much – it's twofold. How much do you trust Mac Jones is the initial, but I also wanted to kind of get your take on my sentiment that I feel really comfortable for a game or 2, maybe less comfortable if it's 3, and even less comfortable if it's a prolonged Mac Jones stint. There's different levels of backup quarterback, right? There's guys that I think, can you win a couple of games with? Can they manage your season and not let it get completely away? And then there's the kind of backup that you think you truly can go out and win, a significant amount of games with. Where are you at on Mac overall in terms of that trust level, and where are you in terms of, is it fair that I'm a little more reluctant to be concerned the longer his stint in Brock Purdy's stead has to be?
I'll start with the second part. No, I think the longer this goes on, everyone should be much more concerned because Arizona, to me, isn't a bad football team. They've been a team that hasn't necessarily been a playoff team. They've had a lot of hot starts. They did it again last year, 6-4 to start, and then ends up falling short of the division and finishing third in it. So, yeah, Arizona and then Jacksonville, who knows, right? Like, they've had moments of looking good in recent years, that incredible playoff comeback over the Chargers, and then it really just bottomed out quickly with Doug Peterson, and now they made a change with Liam Cohen. And, look, they just played the Panthers in week 1. That's a hard one to judge when Bryce Young looks that level of struggling. So I am more concerned the longer this one goes on. But as far as this game alone, I think as far as Mac Jones, if their weapons were present, if you had, even if you didn't have Brandon Ayuk, but you had Demarcus Robinson, George Kittle, Jawan Jennings, everybody else out there, I would feel okay. Given the state of the injuries that occurred mid-game, the question marks of someone like a sustained success of a Jake Tonjes, if he could do it 2 weeks in a row, then I am a little bit more iffy on it. Now, having Christian McCaffrey at your disposal ultimately makes a massive difference. I would expect Mac Jones to be able to do enough for the 49ers to win this game, but you can't have mistakes, and I do think it's fair for as much as we've gotten into the O-line discussion, I do think it's a lot more fair than it was in the preseason to be concerned about this offensive line's ability to protect Mac Jones, because Brock Purdy was under a lot of duress up in Seattle, and he's someone that is incredibly mobile and has the effectiveness of a 10-yard split, whereas Mac Jones is going to be much better in the quick game. Going to need Ricky Pearsall to be available and step up. You're going to need Tonjes to have that pass-catching magic and carry it into week 2. And, yeah, as far as McCaffrey, you're going to need him, but you're probably going to need help of a Brian Robinson as well.
Yeah, you're going to need everybody, and again, I think it comes back to keeping the game on schedule. I just think the more you have to play, without your main guy, the potential for problems, even as the team has the prospect of getting better around him, and even as he has the potential to get more comfortable even within the system. So I just think, one game, especially this game at New Orleans, I think you can scheme it up with your defense. It's in many ways, if you had to pick a game, and look, it sounds like it is going to be more than just the game, although we'll go week to week with it at this point for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and what they've said. But I do think, this is almost – I think it was probably a home game where you could truly be more comfortable, but it feels like if you had to pick a game on the schedule, this might be the one, at least early in the season, given the state of the Saints, that you'd want to have to go through it and try and figure out a way to get the job done in.
808 KNBR, we're going to hear from Robert Salah coming up in a bit because it's been a lot of Mac Jones, and understandably so, but this defense is going to be pretty important too. And 415, nice text, I think, which is a good segue between segments. All I want from Mac is to protect the ball. If we don't turn it over on offense, we should win with our defense playing like they did last week. Well, let's hear from Robert Salah coming up next and the expectations for this young defense, trying to replicate that incredible debut they had in week 1. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver getting you to the end of the week and getting you into your weekend. Big action happening between the Giants, the Niners, a little Valkyries playoffs as well. So let's get ready for it. Matt Mayoko joining us coming up in the next segment. So got a lot on the offense and Mac Jones and those expectations, and appreciate all the texts at 808 KNBR and, of course, the YouTube chat as well. Haven't gotten too deep into the defense yet, and that's because the defense, against all odds, is leaving us without a bunch of question marks and without a bunch of issues. Special teams, that's been a big focus, as we know. And the offense has been dealing with a bunch of injuries, and now Mac Jones going to get the start. As far as the defense, Robert Salah spoke with reporters yesterday, and I want to play this one first, JD. Just talks general defensive improvements to make. Now, if you can somewhat replicate that performance, I don't think it's too terrible of an issue in and itself. But coaches, of course, are never going to look at it that way. Every week is different. Every week is a new challenge. The 49ers certainly have challenges on their hands, even if you're facing what's theoretically one of the weaker teams in the New Orleans Saints. So here's Robert Salah on the defensive improvements to make.
Well, you always want to be clean. You know, we gave up 5 explosive plays. And you're never going to, I mean, I shouldn't say never, but you're trying to strive to keep it to a minimum. You want to make sure that your assignments are always 100%. The things you've got control over. You know, it is the NFL. You're going to miss a tackle. You're going to lose a one-on-one. That's going to happen. But you never want it to be because you weren't 100% in your technique. You weren't 100% in your effort. You weren't 100% in your intent and violence. So there's there's that stuff that we have to clean up. You know, and if we can continue to do that, there are mistakes out there that we didn't get caught on, you know, and I think that's what they're alluding. Not I think, but that's what they're alluding to. You know, there's things that you look at on tape, and to the naked eye, oh, no big deal, but to us, it could be taken advantage of by a good offensive coordinator who sees the space that certain techniques are creating.
And Kellen Moore has had a lot of success as an offensive coordinator. Hell, he was on a Super Bowl winning team last year as the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, but first crack at being a head coach. And then on the defensive side, of course, a familiar face from last year, Brandon Staley, running the show on the defensive side of the ball for New Orleans. I mean, defensively, it's interesting to hear Salah talk about the explosive plays and noted that there were 5 of them. It sure didn't feel that way. I mean, really the one that sticks out was the deep ball to Jackson Smith and Jigba. And yeah, he had a couple of other long passes, but in the run game, there was none. And a lot of different players, in addition to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Diamante Lenore, posted pretty nice performances for a season debut.
They did, and I think, you know, in hearing Salah say, and when you go back through the numbers, you can obviously account for 5, but that I think is why the defense overall felt bend but don't break. Like that was more because there were a few explosive, but what the 49ers were able to do was limit those, limit the points off of those, right? They didn't go for touchdowns. Seattle only able to get the touchdown after kind of getting bailed out on that pass interference call in the end zone. So to me, there's 2 ways, right? You don't let the explosives become touchdowns, which the 49ers didn't, and you create some turnovers that have the potential to take points off the board. Getting back to Kellen Moore, though, and this defense being tested, and I think it's fascinating to hear Salah discuss the fact that, yeah, there were things we could have got burned on and didn't, and those are things that an offensive mind like Kellen Moore, even with a quarterback like Rattler, can still have the potential to look to expose. And so I think that's something you have to keep in mind. The other part for me is, and I think this is, you know, Alvin Kamara is a hell of a back. And he only had 11 rushing attempts. They threw it to him a couple of times in the game last week against Arizona. But he did average, 4 yards a carry. And I think, just because the 49ers held up in terms of their run defense against Seattle doesn't mean that now all of a sudden other teams around the league, and I think a bunch of these teams that are playing the 49ers early, really this first 5-game block of which now they're through the first game of it against Seattle. I think all of these teams, as they set initial game plans for the Niners, are going to make them prove that they can stop the run. And so I still think, even though the Niners did a nice job with it, and there were a couple of explosives in the passing game, stopping the run is going to be something that New Orleans has set to make the 49ers try to do. I think Arizona will. I think Jacksonville will. I think the Rams sure as heck will. So I think all of those things, just because you were good, teams are going to make you be good again, I think, and try to use it to set up attacks against the young secondary.
No, and Alvin Kamara should be the focal point. I mean, he's not in his prime by any means, but he's still a really quality back in the NFL. He went for 57 scrimmage yards this last week, had his 61st career touchdown. And by the way, just one of 4 active players who career average 100-plus scrimmage yards per game. So the other 3, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, and, of course, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and it's not as if, Olave is a good receiver. It's not as if the Saints don't have people to throw the ball to. The question, though, is the quarterback and who's going to be throwing the ball to him. And Spencer Rattler was 27 of 46 for 214. Didn't have an interception in the game, but I think you look at it, and the 49ers believe if he's going to throw it that much that they can get a couple of turnovers. The Saints did not have a turnover in the game. They did have a lot of penalties in the game, going back 13 penalties. So, maybe a less than buttoned up approach in week 1. But the Saints don't have the quarterback, at least on paper, going into this one, but they do have some skill players at the wide receiver and the running back spots who I think potentially can test this 49ers defense as great as everybody's feeling about them after week 1.
No, and I think, look, D. Winters, Sam Okuanu, Renardo Green, Marquise Siegel, you can list all these players as coming off a really nice performance, and there's still room to improve by and large. I think Mykel Williams and Upton Stout, 2 guys adjusting to the speed of the NFL game. And Upton Stout was an interesting one that we got into with Tim Ryan because he didn't have a bad game by any means, but the pass interference in the end zone, he said, look, I thought it was an uncatchable ball, and I agree with him, but he did kind of hold him for a second, and the refs decided to throw the flag, whatever. Those are the type of mistakes that training camp, OTAs, then preseason ramps up the speed, but there's nothing, and there's no real way to prepare for playing a full-action NFL game like that and the speed and the angles at which these guys have to learn on the fly. So Mykel Williams, Upton Stout, 2 guys that did not take a snap in preseason as they were working through injuries. They have room to continue to grow and have better games. And you saw that even guys like a Renardo Green, in their second year, the light has come on a little bit. They've been able to play at this level. And so getting a pass rush opposite of Nick Bosa, continuing to get strong secondary play against an inexperienced quarterback like a Spencer Rattler, and most importantly, getting Rattler to throw the ball a lot and be put in situations where the 49ers defense is going to be expecting pass, that's going to be one key for Robert Salah to build off that performance and make it so that the offense might not have to have an A-plus performance. It can maybe get by with a B-plus performance.
Be steady and force some turnovers. And Juwan Johnson is somebody as well that, tight ends, the Niners can have some issues at times. I thought Fred Warner and D. Winters, by the way, were just exceptional in the game in Seattle, and I think the job that was done up front really allowed for those guys to be exceptional. But Johnson was the Olave was the number 1 targeted receiver, but Johnson, the tight end, ended up leading New Orleans in catches, 8 for 76. So again, the Saints do have some players that can hurt you if you allow Rattler to be comfortable enough to hurt you, which I think is that's the big thing that the 49ers have working for them is the inexperience at quarterback for the Saints.
Well, for as much as 49ers have had really good wide receivers in the Kyle Shanahan era, one of the fair criticisms has been they don't have your typical beat you over the top deep threat kind of guy. Now, Ricky Pearsall caught a long ball that was huge, and we'll see what he can be as a possible deep threat or just a typical man beater, and he's going to be paramount to the success of Mac Jones. But I think about someone like Rashid Shaheed. That's the type of player where if you got him on your fantasy team or whatever, he might not do a whole lot, or he might be catching a 60-yard bomb. And Derek Carr loved launching it to Rashid Shaheed. So you talk about mistakes where you could get burned. That's the type of player that could make a game-changing play quickly in a flash.
Yeah, and let's not forget the rookie left tackle that the Saints will have in Kelvin Banks Jr., who's a good one, but he's going to be tested, and it's going to be on the Niners to be able to test him in the early stages of his career. I mean, you're talking about a guy that was a first-round pick and brought in to anchor the offensive line, for a decade here moving forward for the Saints. And how do the 49ers make him a little bit uncomfortable, as talented as he is, in an attempt to get to Rattler?
Before we get to Matt Mayoko, just want to hear one more from Robert Salah, because this is ultimate sicko behavior, and it's hard not to love it when you get sicko combined with success. Robert Salah had a dream before the Seattle game. Not a good one, and I think he liked reality a little bit better.
I'll tell you guys a funny story. So on Monday night, I had a dream that Seattle scored 37 points. It's a nightmare. And I told Gus about it, and he goes, man, only 37? That's pretty good. By Friday, it gets down to about, you keep going down. So, yeah, if you have a conversation with me in the beginning of the week, I'm scared to death. As of now, I think we're going to give up 50. So, but that's just the way we're all wired. Well, at least I'm wired. I'm scared to death, and I need to prepare as good as I can to calm my nerves on Sunday.
Hey, whatever works, right? If you got to have a nightmare on a Monday to incrementally decrease that number down to 13 on Sunday, so be it. I'm in.
Yeah, you'll take it. I think if you're the 49ers and if you're Salah, what do you think's a good target number? I mean, maybe I feel like does this feel like a low-scoring game to you? I know to a lot of people it kind of feels like a game that maybe for the second straight week neither team scores 20.
I was going to say under 20, I will take heading into New Orleans. I think if you get under 20, I feel good about the 49ers' chances to come away with a win. But to your point, they might not even have to get there if the defense plays a good game.
Yeah, and turnovers can play a role in that too. I mean, if a turnover goes for a score, then I think you're right there on the brink. I would say upper 20s. I would say 17, 16, some kind of not as a score. I'm just saying as a target number for the 49ers. I think if you can get to 17, a couple of touchdowns and a field goal, a touchdown and maybe 3 field goals, and, of course, Eddie Pinheiro, all eyes on him, take it over a kicker. 3 field goals. My God, JD, you're putting a lot on Eddie Pinheiro in week 1. But getting down into the red zone and not potentially having to sweat out some of those kicks that are inside of 40, I think will be a nice problem for the 49ers to have this weekend.
I mean, put it this way. Last 2 times down in New Orleans, I think we're going to get a lot closer to what we had in 2022 when it was 13-0.
It won't be 48-46. Won't be 48-46.
And maybe the biggest bummer of all is that we're not going to see George Kittle drag defenders 15 yards with a hand on the face mask, because that's one of my all-time favorite plays.
That was an incredible game. That might be the best game I've ever seen in person. And I've been to a couple of Super Bowls that went to overtime. And I think that might be that still might be that one. I think is an all-timer in terms of the regular season, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think we're probably looking at a product closer to 2022 when the Niners shut the Saints out for the first time since 2001 and won it 13-0. Matt Mayoko joining us next. We do it every Friday. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Same deal. What I said yesterday. Still a chance he can miss the next game. We're not sure. We'll see how the toe heals. I mean, it's kind of week to week right now, but he's getting better. Had a good rehab day today, and hopefully we'll have some better luck next week.
That's Kyle Shanahan once again with dirty work yesterday, confirming that Brock Purdy will not be going this Sunday. Everything after is to be determined, and we do this every Friday. We just talked to our good friend Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider for KNBR, the sports leader. And for NBC Sports Bay Area, you can check out his interviews weekly with head coach Kyle Shanahan throughout the season, which will be airing on NBC. What's going on, Matt? You ready for week 2?
I am definitely ready for week 2. And yeah, so my next 49ers Talk podcast will be dropping, I believe, tomorrow morning. And we've reintroduced our Ask Papa segment with the great Greg Papa. So be listening for that. He provides a few more updates on his condition, and also we get into a little bit more of the nuts and bolts of this game against the Saints. So always great to check in with Greg, and I tell you what, he's providing a lot of people with a lot of inspiration as he takes on this courageous bout with cancer.
Oh, man, that's great. And, yeah, the video that you got to do with him last week, I know I was texting you Saturday morning. You all of a sudden made my I was actually motivated at the start of a weekend knowing that football was back on Sunday. I decided to be productive and do a bunch of errands, and I was, not looking forward to it. And I texted you right when I was about to leave the parking lot of the gym I was at, and I was like, hey, thanks for making my trip to Costco much better. So loved hearing that 22 minutes of you and him and seeing the cancer beard in full effect. So I'll make sure to check out your second one this week. And look, Greg Papa is down right now, and we're going to get him back. And the 49ers are going to get George Kittle and Brock Purdy back too. But the injury's popping up, and we're getting Mac Jones earlier than we might have thought, and a lot of fans probably would have hoped. But it also illustrates the importance of going and getting a capable backup quarterback. Did you ever get to have a chance with Kyle Shanahan, maybe in this interview or any time in the offseason, about how important it was for him to get a trusted backup quarterback for situations like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always, I think whenever you don't do it, if you're a team, you invariably regret not doing it. I mean, I can think of so many times through the years where, the regret that a team has after a season is, I wish we'd put more emphasis on getting a backup quarterback for the coming season. And so, yeah, you hope that whenever you go get a guy like Mac Jones, you hope he never plays, if you're the team. You hope he's just a nice insurance policy to have there. But, man, here we are, one game in, and Mac Jones ready to make his first start with the 49ers, coming about, 4 years after maybe some of us thought it might be coming with the 49ers. But the good thing is for the 49ers, they're not turning to some guy that has never stepped on an NFL field. I mean, when Mac Jones goes out there in the Superdome on Sunday, it'll be his 50th NFL regular season start. So I think there's some comfort in knowing that he's played in a lot of big games, played in a lot of big games in college, and now, coming to the 49ers, he might not be fully ingrained in what they want their quarterback to do with the footwork and the technique and knowing the ins and outs of everything. And it's frustrating for the team, I'm sure, that he's going to be going out there with not the supporting cast that they would hope that he would have had if he were forced into action. But I still think you look at it from the sense of, I don't think Brock Purdy played his greatest game on Sunday against Seattle, but I still think he was the better quarterback on the field that day. And I think that even though Mac Jones isn't going head-to-head per se against Spencer Rattler, the 49ers still probably go into this game believing that they're going to have the best quarterback on the field on Sunday.
Matt, how much of Mac Jones' ability to perform is going to be about not making the catastrophic mistake? Because as I've watched him throughout his career, and even in the preseason, he'll just kind of be cruising along, 5, 6, 7 good throws in a row, looks pretty good, and then all of a sudden it's just a mind-bogglingly bad interception that can completely flip a game in the wrong direction.
Well, thankfully for him, he has Jake Tonjes to rescue him if he makes a bad decision. But no, I mean, that is definitely, I think this game will be about that. It'll be not so much the quarterback or the offense that makes the eye-popping wow play that scores a miraculous touchdown. It'll be about the quarterback that does what he needs to do to win, that doesn't make the mistake, that plays, within the system, we'll use that word, system quarterback, the guy who manages the game, the guy that doesn't give the other team an opportunity right on the doorstep of the goal line. So, yeah, I think Mac is, Mac's been around. Mac, I kind of view him in a lot of ways like Alex Smith. Alex really didn't have a chance to succeed as an NFL quarterback until he got a little bit of stability. What was he, like 7 offensive coordinators in 7 years? Well, here Mac Jones is entering his 5th year, and this is basically the 5th offensive system for him in 5 years. So, it's a tough ask because, he hasn't been around all that long. He's been here for 6 months, but he did get a lot of reps in training camp. Now, he missed the final, week and a half or 2 weeks with the knee injury at the end of training camp. So, he's not set up perfectly for this, but I think from the 49ers standpoint, and you talk to people in the locker room, everyone's very optimistic that he is set up well enough to come out of this game successful.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line, on the notion of making or avoiding the big mistakes, depending on which side of the ball you're rooting for the Niners. And is it more important for them to not turn it over, or is it more important for the defense to generate turnovers? Because last week they didn't win the turnover battle, but it sort of felt like they did in the sense that Brock Purdy got the chance to redeem that second interception, and Nick Bosa forcing the second fumble was really what closed the door and gave the 49ers the win.
Well, I think when you look at this game, all things being equal, the Saints would need something extraordinary to happen to win it. Now, when you strip away Brock Purdy and George Kittle and not knowing who the heck is their number 2 wide receiver as they head into this game, and not knowing maybe even what Trent Williams' status is heading in, and he's coming off probably his worst game as a member of the 49ers. You strip that away, and you still think that the 49ers have enough quality players and the defense looks good enough under Robert Saleh's direction in week 1. You think that they still have enough to win this game. So from that standpoint, I would think if both teams just kind of hold serve and play to the level that they feel like they should play at, I still think the 49ers come out of this game with a victory. So from that standpoint, I would say that as long as nothing just kind of out of the ordinary happens, as long as the 49ers are right there, and let's just say it's a net neutral with the turnover ratio, still, I think there's enough dogs on that team, enough guys who played a lot of football, enough star veteran types of players to carry the 49ers through this. And I think you mentioned it. I mean, it's going to be, again, Christian McCaffrey. We could probably say this 17 straight weeks, but in this, where the 49ers are right now, everything that they do offensively to a degree has to run through Christian McCaffrey. And it doesn't mean that he has to touch the ball 56 times. It just means that everything that the 49ers are able to do from a positive standpoint will in some way be reflective on how the Saints treat McCaffrey, whether that's play action or drawing attention over here while the play goes over there, or just flat out handing the football to him or dropping the ball off to him in the passing game. I mean, this is a Christian McCaffrey game where his influence will either directly result in the 49ers, their chances to win this game, or just the threat of McCaffrey on the other side will open things up for other guys in the 49ers offense.
How equipped is Kendrick Bourne, in your mind, to be able to contribute, even on a small level? He obviously, the Niners know him well. It's been a long time, but Mac Jones knows him pretty well himself.
Frankly, probably not all that well equipped. And that's nothing negative about Kendrick Bourne. He didn't take part in really much of a training camp with New England. He had the foot injury. And so it's kind of a double whammy for him, just getting back physically. And he seems to be doing well, seems to be running well. From what I understand, he's practicing well. But, man, that's a tough ask for him to come in fresh, get to the 49ers training facility on a Monday, sit in the first meeting, and whether there's a quarterback that he's familiar with or not, then to be out there. And heck, we'll see what Kyle Shanahan reveals today about the 49ers injury report, but it is not out of the ordinary or not out of the question that he could be starting this game on Sunday. So how prepared is he for this? Certainly not as well prepared as he would hope or the team would hope, but I don't know that they have any other choice. I mean, think about the 49ers passing game from the wide receiver position week 1. You had Juwan Jennings, who hadn't practiced in 5 weeks. Well, guess what? He's not practicing this week either. So he's not set up to succeed, not for a while. And he wasn't real sharp week 1. And then, again, that's just a fact. And it's a fact because he wasn't out there practicing with the calf injury or whatever else. It was Ricky Pearsall. It was the Ricky Pearsall show, and I don't expect anything other than that in this game coming up because, when you look at the 49ers wide receivers, it is Ricky Pearsall, and then it's just kind of throw your hands up and go, who else? Marquez Valdez-Scantling, He played 27 snaps, didn't see a pass go his way. Russell Gage, he played 28 snaps, didn't see a pass go his way, and I doubt that he will be active for this game because the 49ers have other concerns as far as elevating a guy from the practice squad. More than likely, I would think, Adrian Martinez would be one of the guys, the backup quarterback that they'd elevate, and probably a linebacker, probably Curtis Robinson again. So there's a lot of opportunities, I guess, for another wide receiver, but that other wide receiver, other than Pearsall, is going to be somebody who's either new to the team or hasn't practiced much at all over the past several months.
Few more minutes here with Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. All right, special teams as a whole unit did not do well, and they made a change at kicker, which I think kind of reached that breaking point after the missed 27-yarder and then the block. And now Jake Moody, they've moved on from him. So they brought in Eddie Pinheiro. You put out there early on in the search that it was not going to be Greg Joseph. Ultimately, they did go with Pinheiro. Can you tell us a little bit more about why Eddie Pinheiro? We know he spent a little time with Brant Boyer up in New York. Obviously, the accuracy numbers historically speak for themselves, but Carolina decided to move on from him, and he was just out there, and now the 49ers giving him another opportunity.
Yeah, I think a lot of times with a kicker who is, I think, objectively good enough to be kicking for an NFL team, and with him, was it 88% field goal accuracy, which is up there among the all-time best. I don't think that he was in a position to just say, or I should put it this way: he was in a position to say, I don't want to come in and compete for a job. I'm not going to be going up against a rookie. I think he was in a spot where if he just kind of waits and is patient, he knows that there's going to be a team or two that would have an opening that he could just slide right into without having to compete and go through that whole dog and pony show. So the fact that Monday he was about ready to go to Atlanta to join the Falcons, and then the 49ers call and say, hey, we'd like for you to come here instead, he was able to say, okay, as a plane flies overhead, very well timed, Eddie Pinheiro jumped on the plane to San Jose, and now it's with the 49ers. So I think that probably the timing of it with the 49ers, obviously, I mean, all you had to do is kind of look at Jake Moody's body language. And, I mean, if the fan base was happy that Jake Moody was relieved of his kicking duties, you kind of got the sense that Moody was relieved too. It wasn't happening here. Everybody knew it. He knew it. His teammates knew it. And so Pinheiro comes in, and kind of a best-case scenario for the 49ers that I think from their standpoint, it was kind of a no-brainer to just go out and get, the best kicker who did not have employment in the NFL, and that was Eddie Pinheiro.
Is there a case to be made that the 49ers, it's better for them to just have someone who can consistently make shorter field goals, let's say 45 or in, as opposed to somebody that's maybe got the ability to hit some longer ones, but there's going to be some inconsistency? The Niners do a pretty good job getting in the red zone, Matt. So, those not missing on those opportunities to get points, it feels to me might be more important. Would you agree with that?
JD, as you're framing that question, the first thing that pops into my mind is the 49ers won a lot of football games with Robbie Gould at their kicking position, and I think that's what you're talking about. I would say that. I mean, I think it does a lot more. I don't know if harm's the right word, but maybe it just kind of makes a team more fatigued when you see points just taken off the board, like when Moody banged that 27-yarder off the left upright. I think it does more negative to miss a kick like that than it does more positive to hit a 55-yarder, because those are kind of rare, and those don't come along all that often. So I think that that's where the 49ers are right now. Like, we don't need the 60-yard field goal. We just need, a bunch of, 30 to 43-yard field goals.
Or 27 also works. I'm just throwing out an arbitrary number right there. Matt, appreciate you as always. Have you done your conversation with Papa yet, the Ask Papa, or is that coming up in the next couple of days?
No, we did it this morning, and it'll air. It'll drop on the 49ers Talk podcast tomorrow morning. So I'll have the Kyle Shanahan game plan interview, and then Greg Papa at the Ask Papa after that. So yeah, he gives a nice update on his situation, what's going on with him, and then we also talk some football.
You got a little bit of a teaser for us on the football front with Papa?
Yeah, a lot was about the pass protection, and he did mention that the Trent Williams, the game that he had week 1, that was a little bit concerning. Is it because Trent was not healthy? He hadn't practiced much, and here he is. Going into this week, Trent Williams did not practice Wednesday, did not practice Thursday. So that would be the concern, that you have the guy with the escapability of Brock Purdy, and maybe you don't have that as much with Mac Jones. So from a pass protection standpoint, from a decision-making standpoint, and just being decisive with his reads, that's going to be a big thing for the 49ers on Sunday against a defense that, with Brandon Staley, who knows what the 49ers are trying to do, and we'll try to take away those hot reads and cloudy the picture and make it difficult on Mac Jones and the 49ers pass protection.
Okay, love it. Yeah, but it's been fun to keep in touch with Papa throughout this process, and I know that all the football talk certainly keeps him going and excited for when we do get him back. So appreciate you being a part of that, and I'll be checking that podcast out for sure. And as always, thanks for coming by.
All right, gentlemen. I'll talk to you next week. Enjoy the weekend.
Absolutely. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, and of course, KNBR 49ers Insider. All right, JD, let's continue to unpack this. And then at 12:30, Walter is getting fired up for a little take it or leave it. We got a lot of action to get to because been a lot of Niners talk, but hey, Giants-Dodgers also happening this weekend, and Copes and Depop going to be down at 58 Social for a Friday edition of Dirty Work, 7:15 first pitch, which means pregame starts right here on The Sports Leader at 6:15. Let's keep it moving. Papa and Silver, The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants won their off day yesterday. Why? Because the Mets got swept by the Phillies all 4 games of that series. So here we are on a Friday, and the Giants are a game and a half back at that third and final NL wildcard spot. And who's coming into town? The hated Dodgers. Go hang out with Dirty Work at the patio, 58 Social, for a late one tonight, 7:15 first pitch, which means pregame starts right here at 6:15 on The Sports Leader. Justin Verlander, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and it's some meaningful September baseball. Let's get it. All right, let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm, because many of the attorney ads that you see out there, sometimes not based even in California. So Dolan Law Firm has been based here for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally. If you've been discriminated against at work or involved in some kind of wrongful termination, harassment, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights and how they can best be protected by the best in the business. There's also an increase in no-fault injury accidents as seen by Chris and his team in the last year. So with all the people, vehicles, pedestrians all around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area as safe as it can be. But if and when you need that helping hand, you can feel confident that you are in the best of them with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. Because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion on behalf of their clients in verdicts and settlements. You don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have the hourly rates. The best part of it all is that they're not getting paid until you're getting money in your pocket first. They live here. They work here. Most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
In motion is Zay Jones. Off the play fake. He's in trouble, and Kyler Murray goes down. Cameron Jordan, 4 sacks last year, picks up his first this season.
Why am I coming in with a Cameron Jordan highlight while the 49ers get ready to play the Saints? Well, he had a sack and a half last week, and he has 123 on his career. He is top 20 all time. He is second most among active players, and if he gets a tackle for loss against Mac Jones and the 49ers this week, it will be his 6th game in a row doing so. And also, on top of that, JD, we got a last-minute addition to the guest list. His father, Steve, a former Minnesota Viking. We have all this Minnesota Bay Area clashing going on right now. I thought, why not throw one more flavor into the equation? Steve is going to be coming by at 1:30. Really cool dude. Going to be great to talk to him. And his son, I've met him in person back when I was a lot younger, but Cam Jordan was just great personality and obviously one of the best players of this generation, and got to watch him play in Berkeley at Cal as well. So hope he loses on Sunday with the New Orleans Saints, but there is no denying that of all the players that have been sticking around there, he's seen a lot of eras of Saints football, and now in the latter half of his career, see what he can make of this Kellen Moore timeline with Spencer Rattler running the show. But either way, going to be a lot of fun to have Steve come by at 1:30.
Yeah, great player and even better person, Cameron Jordan. So, yeah, we hope to be fun to check in with his dad coming up at 1:30.
6 straight Pro Bowls, by the way, for Steve Jordan as a member of the Minnesota Vikings. Only team he played for in his 13-year career. So, yeah, maybe we'll ask him about J.J. McCarthy and what he saw there. By the way, NFC Offensive Player of the Week, J.J. McCarthy. No disrespect whatsoever. That was an incredible fourth-quarter turnaround. And, also congratulations to him and his fiancée who just welcomed the birth of a child. Like, what a week for J.J. McCarthy. But I got to say, I was surprised he ultimately got that designation. I mean, statistically, a lot of guys in the NFC didn't necessarily jump off the page, but I'm surprised, man. NFC Offensive Player of the Week in his first ever start.
It surprised me as well, and I'll put it this way. So I watched the first half, really the first quarter in Seattle of Monday Night Football, and then I was going to hop over to the Mariners game and kind of keep tabs on Monday Night Football, if not watch the replay in its entirety when I got back to the room on Monday night. And so I didn't see most of the bad, right? Of when the Vikings are down and McCarthy's not playing well. But it was the classic, you look at social media, and by social media, you would have thought that the Vikings were down 30-0, and J.J. McCarthy had thrown 3 pick sixes and was just having the worst the worst game that you could possibly have in a first career NFL start. And then I ended up going out and having one after the Mariners game, and I come back, and I actually caught the second half of the replay, right? So it was bad for McCarthy, and I remember looking at my phone, and I'm like, oh, it's they're down 4 or whatever it was. It was a 1-score game at that point in which it seemed like the sky was falling, and then obviously he got rolling, and it was kind of a meltdown for the Bears and the Vikings defense, which can be great. Really just put a hold on the game. But, yeah, it still surprised me that he got Offensive Player of the Week for the NFC. But it was one of those amazing, like, you're kind of not watching the game, but you're checking in on social media, and you think, based on the social media conversation, that it's a ton worse than it actually was. And it wasn't good, but
it was just kind of ugly, right? It was just kind of ugly, but it wasn't miserable.
Yeah, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, it made me think it was like, oh my God, he's got 4 interceptions and a couple of pick sixes, and the Bears are killing it. And then it's like, oh no, actually, that wasn't what was going on.
I have no idea what's going to happen for NFC Players of the Week in Week 2, but I got to say, Tucker Kraft last night getting off to a good start with Green Bay. They're replaying that game right now and just saw his 57-yard catch and run. goes for 6 catches, 124 yards, and a touchdown. And that's a guy that's going to get more involved in the offense now that the Packers lost Jaden Reed to a broken collarbone. And Commanders losing Austin Eckler to that torn Achilles late in the game. Just brutal injury fronts for both those teams and a couple of key players. But Tucker Kraft, young player, is evolving into a really valuable weapon for Jordan Love.
The Packers look terrific, and I think they're obviously them and Washington are the only teams we've seen play 2 games to this point, given they had the Thursday nighter. But I think you look at Green Bay, yes, at home a couple of times, and now I think they're playing 4 of the next 5 on the road. So we'll see how they get tested there,
including the Micah Parsons game.
Right, Green Bay again, two quality wins to begin the year at home against teams that were playoff teams a year ago, teams that project to be playoff teams, and they've really, for the most part, dominated both of those games, controlled both of those games, and this looks like as good a Packers defense. And I know they've got weapons, and Jordan Love, they got weapons on offense, and Jordan Love, can he do, you mentioned that 27 number that was such a big part of the broadcast, all the Packer quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls in their age 27 year, which Jordan Love will reach in the second half of this season. He'll turn 27. But the Packers look early on here with 2 quality wins as if they're the most complete team potentially in the entire league.
I mean, Jeff Hafley's got that defense dialed, and the impact of Micah Parsons on every third down seems to be felt. But you don't want to peak too early. It's still a long way to go. And, hey, the goal is that the 49ers get their healthiest by late in the year, because it's certainly not happening early in the year. Andy Baggerly joining us at 12:50, so perhaps some Giants talk coming up in a little take it or leave it. I don't know what Walter has in store for us category-wise, but I have a feeling we might be dipping our toes in multiple pools here. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
It is time for a Friday edition of Take It or Leave It. We got to have some kind of silly open for this one, and I might even throw the NBA grab bag sounder in there, or we'll do hums and bums, or we'll just steal what did young Tony learn today. I don't know. The bottom line is Walter is going to be spinning the wheel. We got Walt's wheel. We got a bunch of categories, and then he's going to hit us with a question. We each get roughly a minute or so to answer and take it or leave what's on the table. What's up, dude? Bart wasn't so mean to you today?
No, yeah, I just wanted to avoid you guys last week, so nothing was wrong with Bart last week.
Okay, that's fair.
Absolutely
That's understandable.
Real quick, just a quick catch up. What's up, JD? Good to talk to you here on the radio. I'm not going to give you a question. I'm going to give you a take. That's why it's called Take It or Leave It. Yeah, we got to get an official open to this segment. But let's give you the categories really quick before we spin Walt's wheel. I got 5 for you today. Will we get through all of them? Well, if time allows, we'll find out. But the first category is if I can turn back time. There's like a little bit of a musical inspiration here with that. Shout out Cher. If I can turn back time, that's what we got there. Next man up is a category. Miggity Mac Daddy. Shout out Chris Cross. All right, you guys like that one? And then we got Giant Task. That's another category. And I got to say this one slowly. Duck the Fodgers. All right?
Oh,
Duck with a D.
okay.
Duck the Fodgers. So you guys ready for this wheel?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to spin the wheel really quickly. There it is. Let's see what we got.
That's such a crisp sound.
And boom, let's start with some Giants because we haven't gotten into any Giants today. We got some 49er topics here on the wheel today, but Giant Task. Now, Silver, I told you and Krug earlier this week what the Giants needed to accomplish for to get the highest win total of the season, right? They
Yes.
maxed out at 16 in the month of April.
Yes.
They have not yet done that. It's been 500, below 5. We all know the deal. Giant Task. Giants' month of September, here's the take, will result in the most wins by month of the season.
Ooh, okay. So 16 was their high in April. All right, got to do some quick math here. How many do they have to win to get to 17? Do you have that number?
They got to win 11.
Ooh, They got to win 11 with 16 to go. 11-5. 7 against the Dodgers, 3 against the D-backs. Could the Cardinals and Rockies just be done by the end of this? Wow, you got me right on the fence of this one. I am ultimately going to leave it. I really hope I'm wrong, but I got to see it against the Dodgers because this is a tough pitching matchup, and the Diamondbacks aren't dead enough to where they couldn't be a problem next week. So we're talking about, say they even lost 5 against the Dodgers and go perfect otherwise, I think they could get to 16. I have a hard time saying they're going to pass it and get to 17. Now, if they got 11, that gets them to 85 wins. How badly can the Mets collapse on this one? I'm going to leave it on the table right now. They've had one hell of a month of September, but I think they got a chance to really push this one. If the Cardinals are out of it, the Rockies obviously done. If the D-backs just kind of lay an egg in Arizona next week, the way the Giants are hitting the ball, it's not out of the question, but I'm going to reluctantly, JD, leave it.
Yeah, this is a really tough one.
Wow.
There's no doubt. It is all going to come down to how they do against the Dodgers because I think you can project, let's say, a 4-2 against Arizona and St. Louis and then a 3-0 against Colorado. So that's 7 of the 11 that you need to get to 17. And so the question becomes, can you take 2 out of 3 this weekend? And then can you split 4 down at Dodger Stadium next weekend with the Dodgers obviously trying to win the division? So to me, that's the math as to how you can get it done. I'm going to leave it as well, but man, I think it's close. I think they're going to come up one short. I think they're going to get to 16 and they're going to equal April. And will that be enough? I think it might be, considering where the Mets are, but we can't forget about the Cincinnati Reds, who are tied with the Giants right now, both at 2 over 500, 74 and 70. So I'm going to leave it, but it's going to wind up being a push as it relates to the 16-win April with 16 in September.
My final remark on this one is that if Landon Roop were healthy, I might take it. I probably would take it. But it's hard with 2/5 of your starting rotation right now being Carson Seymour and Kai-Wei Tang. Verlander has been a lot better the second half, but he has some tough outings every once in a while. And then, of course, Webb and Ray. I think 2/5 of the starting rotation, just a little too tough for me to take that.
Yeah, the pathway is 4-3 against the Dodgers, 4-2 against the Cardinals and D-backs, and then you got to go 3-0 against the Rockies at the end of the year.
It'd be nice if they got that dub in Verlander's last start. I'm just saying that. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, that question almost had Greg Silver spontaneously combust in his chair. So I love that. Love that. We're going to keep going here. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel one more time. All right, let's see what we got coming up here. And we got Miggity Mac Daddy. All right, you guys like how I say that? Just so smooth off the tongue. Hey now, Mac Jones will outperform Brock Purdy's Week 1 against the Saints.
Oh, are we okay? Is this a subjective outperform? Or are we talking about particular statistics and metrics and that sort of thing? Because I don't think the eye test is going to say he outperformed Brock Purdy. Considering how Brock Purdy was pressured, so my answer is leave it. He's not going to outperform Brock Purdy. Now, he could have a really good game. He could not turn the ball over. He might not go crazy on the yards. He could hit a couple of touchdowns. But if we're talking about could Mac Jones play well enough to where you think, wow, if this is the guy they had in Seattle last week, they would have won the game too? I'm going to say no because of how Brock Purdy was pressured against that Seattle defense. It's hard to go apples to oranges on comparing a Week 1 opponent to Week 2. I think Mac Jones has a really nice chance to have a clean game and play effective football. But in terms of the eye test and jumping off the page and the mobility and all that, no, he's not going to fill the void that Brock Purdy's going to leave. I'll keep it a short answer and leave it.
I'm going to leave it as well. There's no way Mac Jones will be as good as Brock Purdy was at the beginning and the end of that game. The decision to throw the ball to Tonjes aside, he threw an absolute dart, an absolute dime to Pearsall to set up the game winner to Tonjes. He was dialed on the final drive, looked elite, and he was dialed early in the game, looked elite. It was the middle part of the game, obviously, where he had some struggles and a couple of poor decisions that led to some interceptions. But so there's no way Mac's going to touch that level on the high end. You're right, though, Greg. I mean, statistically, I don't think they're throwing it 35 times. If they do, they're in trouble. I don't think he's sniffing 270 yards at this point. He might end up with, say, 1 touchdown and no interceptions, and in the low 200s in terms of yards on maybe 10 to 12 fewer attempts. So we might quibble statistically, although I don't even think we're going to do that. I'm going to leave it. He needs to get a win, which is the most important category in New Orleans. But no, I'm going to leave it. He will not outperform under any metric what Brock Purdy did in Week 1 other than getting the 49ers a victory.
All right, I love it. Let's keep this moving. Spin the wheel one more time. We got a couple more minutes here.
I hope we get that duck one at some point.
Yeah, I think we will eventually. And it just landed on if I can turn back time. Now this return to New Orleans, and I know that JD, I think he was present, right? JD, were you present for Super Bowl 47?
I was. Wait, which one was that?
In New Orleans. In New Orleans.
I was not.
The first loss.
I was not. I did not cover that game in person. I did not.
All right. Well, the return to New Orleans, obviously, as a 49er fan in my early 30s, right? I'm 33 years old. As a 49er fan, when you see the Saints, you always think of that Vernon Davis catch. You think of the 48-46 shootout. It was just incredible games. But then you also think about playing in Super Bowl 47. That was my first Super Bowl and the first one that I witnessed result in a loss for the 49ers. So here is the take. If I could turn back time, Super Bowl 47 loss hurt the most of all of the 49ers Super Bowl losses in the last decade.
I will leave that for sure. And I think it's actually the least painful of the three. It's just, don't get me wrong, the fact that they got so close after the power outage and came all the way back and, run the damn ball at the goal line, you understand it. It's just, okay. I think part of it, and I'll say my bias in this, I've always liked the Ravens more than the Chiefs. And the Ravens had some weird magic about them, and that was the upsetting Denver and Joe Flacco with the perfect 11 touchdown, no interception postseason. Don't get me wrong. It was a stinger. But the way that game played out, it felt over with the second half kickoff and Jacoby Jones, may he rest in peace, by the way, returning that one all the way for a touchdown. And then to crawl your way back and make it a game, there was this level of excitement and hope and thrill. And I just think that the way the Chiefs ones, especially this last one, when the 49ers are outplaying them, it's 10-0, Jair Brown gets a pick, and you got to shut the door, and they didn't quite do it. And then, again, having a 10-point fourth quarter lead and Patrick Mahomes throwing his second pick, and then just how quickly it turned on you. I think both Chiefs ones hurt more than the Ravens loss. I'm going to leave it.
I'm going to leave it as well. I think the fact that the 49ers would have stolen the Ravens game where the other two were clear-cut, they should have won. You could say they should have won all three. I mean, I think once push comes to shove and they're down there near the goal line and have the ability to win it. But I think, man, maybe it's recency, but it feels like the 2023 Super Bowl in Vegas, that's the one that I think hurts the most if you're a 49ers fan, just because it was the Chiefs for a second time, and you should have been up more than you were early in that game when it was 10-0, and you had the lead in overtime, and you were one stop away on a 4th and 1 from ending it. I know there is a case to be made that the Chiefs, after they had won a couple, were almost inevitable given what Patrick Mahomes had become in the big moments, at least against the 49ers. Like, they were just going to find a way to win once the game got close. But I think in 2019, as painful as that was, and having the lead that they did, a 10-point lead there with whatever it was, a little under 7 minutes to go in the game, that one I think painful as hell, but maybe a little less painful because you thought it was the beginning of a run to multiple Super Bowls. The one in 2023, in many ways, and we'll see if it plays out this way, felt like possibly the last chance for that core group overall to win it, and to come up short with the lead in overtime makes it the most painful. So I'm going to leave it.
For me personally, obviously 47 hurts me a little bit more because it was my first introduction to 49ers Super Bowl action, right?
Okay.
Everybody was, and the record was on the line, right? It was undefeated in the Super Bowl, and then we finally lost. I'm like, oh God, I got to see the first 49er loss, so it just stung a little bit. But I think the one that broke me was probably the one in Vegas. I think that one broke me. The one that hurt the most was my first Super Bowl action, which was 47. So let's do.
I like that. By the way, last thing I'll say on that is the added context of the Eagles just going all over the Chiefs and the Chiefs laying an egg and having no O-line. Hey, where was that a year ago, huh? Nice of you to show up at that time. Jeez.
All right, so let's do one more spin before we get on out of here and get you guys ready for some dirty work at the top of the hour. Actually, no, we still got a whole hour of the show. I'm trying to check out.
We can do two more, Walt. Let's do two more.
Let's do two more.
Greg, what do you think?
Let's do two more.
All right, let's go ahead and do this. Hold on, I gotta get the music track up.
All right, so the categories we haven't hit are Next Man Up and Duck the Fodgers. Well, if this isn't Duck the Fodgers, we're ending on that. I'm going to make an executive decision.
No, this is hold on, I got to say it slowly. Duck the Fodgers. That is what it just landed on, and kind of predicated on what you guys were talking about earlier with the Giant Task category on how many wins the Giants can get in the month of September. The take, Giants will win both of the series remaining against the Dodgers starting this weekend. Go.
They're not.
I'm going to leave it. I'll go first on this one. I'm going to leave it. I think they're not. They can win this series, 2 out of 3. I don't see them winning 3 out of 4 against the Dodgers next weekend. down in Los Angeles. So short and sweet and to the point. I'll cede the rest of my time to Greg Silver. I think they can win 4 out of 7, but I don't think even as well as the Giants have been playing that they're going to go down to L.A. and take 3 or 4. If they do, they're probably going to the playoffs, and that would put a hell of a scare into the Dodgers if the Giants come calling that first week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday there of October, the last day of September, and into October on the 1st and 2nd. But no, I'm gonna leave that as well. I think they can get 2 of 3 and split the second series.
Yeah, I'll take the 4 and 3. I'll take the 2 out of 3 this weekend and then splitting. But all this talk about the Chiefs and the 49ers losing Super Bowls has me just pissed off thinking about the Dodgers. They're not going to lose a majority of these next 7 to the Dodgers. Hell no. You got Verlander, Webb, and Ray lined up this weekend at home. This is the best you played at home all year long. You're hitting the ball like crazy. Rafael Devers in that Dodgers series got some bad luck and didn't have his big moment. Well, now he's settled in, and it's going to happen. So they're going to win this series, and then they can certainly split next week. Then you got to take care of business against the Cardinals, against the D-backs, and obviously the last 3 against the Rockies. But no, I'm not going to sit here after talking about all the Super Bowl loss pain and be like, yeah, I just don't think they're going to do it. 2 out of 5. F that, and duck the Dodgers.
Love it. Love it. All right, well, that is it for Take It or Leave It. We'll be back next week.
Okay, hey, nicely done. And I got to say, that wheel spin, just so satisfying. We got to tag out with one of those. Oh, fantastically done. Andy Baggerly talking Giants, Dodgers next, and we'll see if he is a little bit taken aback by the rage that just got boiled up in us. Got about 5 minutes to cool down. I could use about 15 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan was on with Dirty Work yesterday and confirmed that Brock Purdy will be missing at least Sunday against the Saints. Check out that interview with Copes and Depop as they get into what Kyle Shanahan likes about Mac Jones, how he's changed since that draft evaluation process in 2021, and how he can set up his QB2 for success come Sunday.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Another 3-2 pitch. Here it is. And it is strike three called. Another fastball. 94, belled high. And that's a historic strikeout for Justin Verlander. It's his 5th tonight, which moves him into 8th place all-time baseball history. He's just passed the Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry.
Not too bad from Joe Rizzo right there. We're going to make the connection with Andy Baggerly coming up in just a moment. We talk to Bags every Friday on the UMA guest line. And that, of course, for Justin Verlander, who continues to hit some milestones. And he had a great outing. Last time he went on Saturday, unfortunately for the Giants, they could not record an out in 5 batters. And that 2-0 quickly turned into a 3-2 loss with Ryan Walker and the blown save right there. And JD, I can understand why, when you consider Justin Verlander still doing this, the Hall of Fame career, why we fixate on the blown win opportunities. But more importantly, in the bigger picture, it's how can Justin Verlander pitch this weekend against the Dodgers? Because if you get the version of Justin Verlander that's been present after the All-Star break, really excluding that first start at the gate against the Blue Jays, which did not go well, I mean, he's been for sure on their top 3 in the rotation. And I mean, as Ray has had his ups and downs, and, you know, Webb's clearly been their ace and everything. But if Verlander pitches to the level that he's been showing he can in the second half of the year, the Giants got a real shot to start the series against the Dodgers in a good place tonight.
Well, they're going to need him, not only tonight, but he becomes, you know, somebody pitching in this game tonight that's also going to pitch in the finale at Arizona, and you just start to project out. I mean, he's got, 4 more starts here, just kind of looking at the way things will shake out, and all potentially huge starts, given the fact that, you know, maybe he didn't pitch like the number 3 at the beginning of the year, and Landon Roop kind of took that over from him. But with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray going, I think Justin Verlander, as well as he's pitched, really all 3 of the days that those guys are going have to feel like, and I know they altered the rotation to get them all against the Dodgers, which I like that move. It also gives them the potential to tweak the rotation down the line again to maximize all of those 3 pitching as much as possible here in the final 16 games of the year. But it feels like they have to win now just about every one of the games in which those guys are going to be out there on the mound, because it is a little bit dicier in those other 2 spots.
Yeah, Verlander, since the All-Star break, has a 3.52 ERA, and of course you're going to have Webb go on Saturday and Ray go on Sunday. Yamamoto on the bump tonight for the Dodgers, and you know the Giants had a pretty nice game against Yamamoto the first time they saw him this year. That was the Casey Schmidt Grand Slam game. That was 2 days before the Rafael Devers trade, when everything was riding high. They had the 41-29 tie with the Dodgers. June 15th, Father's Day comes around, the trade happens, and then we all know how the Giants dip from there. But since that big old dip and going 22-37 over the next stretch, they've turned it around, and that compounded with the Mets continuing to leave the door open has made for some meaningful September baseball here with the Giants. So we'll work on making that connection with Andy Baggerly, still working on that one for the time being. And so, big series all around. And again, as we talked about in Take It or Leave It with Walter, the fact that 2/5 of your starting rotation feels like it has a little bit of a hole right now does make me a little bit wary about the Giants' playoff chances and opportunity to do something special in September. Not saying they can't do it, not saying that fans shouldn't be hopeful or that there's no reason to believe. Rather, I look at it, though, as a start like tonight with Verlander up there. You better hope you get the good version of Verlander and the best of Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, their all-star selves here in 2025.
Well, it's just another example of, while fans are rooting for it, and as great as the Giants have been here these last 3 weeks, it wouldn't matter if the Mets weren't equally collapsing, and they've lost 6 in a row now. But I think what you can get caught up in the excitement of it all, and look, you're 1.5 out, so you definitely get caught up in the excitement, and it's the Giants and Dodgers. But there were, as we've talked about so frequently here, moves that were made and some injuries that have gone down since those moves that were made that have left the Giants a little more pitching short than you would have wanted had you believed that they were going to be in the race coming down the stretch here post-trade deadline and heading into August and September. So I tend to look at it a little less, I don't know, angrily, like, oh, they don't have this or they don't have that. And it's just, to me, more about, all right, let's see how far they can take this thing. Let's see if they can win 4 or 5 of the next 7 against the Dodgers. Let's see if the Mets do continue to collapse. Let's just kind of see how it ends. But there are some bona fide areas of weakness that could bite them. The starting pitching depth with Roop going down in the 4-5 spots, and also, as we've seen cost him a couple of times here, the lack of really having a true closer and the lack of having some true bullpen depth to get through what you probably are going to need to get through here, even with a mostly favorable schedule other than the games against the Dodgers.
Well, our next guest wrote about both sides of the pitching battle. You got Justin Verlander and the career he has established for himself and the way he's continued to pitch in the second half of the season. And then you have the intrigue of Kai-Wei Tang, who's had his moments, but also his bumps with some of the type of walks. So let's welcome in Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. You can read him in The Athletic, and our time with him is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. On the UMA guest line we go. Bags, what's going on? You got Silver, you got JD. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing well. Getting ready for what I didn't expect to necessarily be a meaningful stretch of September baseball against the Dodgers, but it's the first of 7 times here in the next couple of weeks. And so heading into the series, are you feeling a Justin Verlander level of intensity and locked in, or are you more feeling like Drew Gilbert where you're going to be outwardly expressive and have the camera on you at all times?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's the Dodgers and Giants, so I think those games always mean something. There's always a little more energy in the stands, and maybe a little more blue than some people would like in the stands in recent years. I think no matter what the Giants are doing, if they're having a good year, a bad year, kind of an up and down year, who can make sense of this team year given this season, there's always going to be some measuring against the Dodgers. And I think, if you pull fan satisfaction, it's always going to be to some extent sort of measured or tempered by, well, how are the Giants relative to the Dodgers? And that's been tough. Aside from 2021, the Dodgers have pretty much, been the class of the National League West. And, they enter with a 4-game winning streak, but not necessarily, going gangbusters like everyone thought they would with that sort of, all-star crazy high payroll roster. And, they seem like they've got some vulnerabilities too. Now, no question, as JD just pointed out, the back end of the rotation is probably the biggest weakness for the Giants as they try to make a playoff push. But they did move up Robbie Ray. They moved up Logan Webb. A lot of pressure on those guys. They've thrown a lot of innings, but they've also, been able to stack them up and handle it pretty well. So those guys are going to pitch the second and third games of the series, and this is kind of where the Giants have to make a little bit of a stand. I mean, they can't just play well in this series and then let up. They really have to win every series the rest of the season to have a shot at catching the Mets and holding off the Reds. It always means something when the Dodgers are in town, and I guarantee the Dodgers are, they're fighting for the division as well with the Padres. So yeah, a lot on the line in this series. It should be fun.
Yeah, Bags, and let's get into the decision to tinker with the rotation to get Webb and Ray both in following Justin Verlander this weekend. Is it in your mind kind of pushing all the chips in, knowing that even against the Dodgers they have to win the series? Is it about flexibility to maybe alter it again with some other off days as needed down the line to maybe even get another start the final weekend of the year aligned? And it's just kind of figure out the Arizona games, because obviously 2 of those 3 are going to have to be 2 of the others that aren't Verlander, Webb, or Ray.
Yeah, well, there's only one more off day, right, on the 25th in the middle of the final homestand before the final weekend series against the Rockies to end the season. So they really just had the one off day to play with here It's funny. Whenever you play 5 games in a row, you're going to need 5 starters. It's pretty much that simple. So, you can try moving people up. You can try skipping your 5th starter here and there. But if you're going to play 5 in a row, you're going to need 5 starters. That's the easiest way when I look at a schedule to figure out what the team can do from a pitching standpoint. So, maybe we saw them have a pretty quick hook with Carson Seymour when he got into trouble, got hit hard. I think you're going to see more of that. I think you're going to see more immediacy from Bob Melvin, from this coaching staff. It's obviously not about development right now. It's about trying to win every game. And that means that you're reacting almost like every game is a playoff game. And you have that level of immediacy. So, yeah, I think, this was kind of an automatic to move those guys up. They're not pitching on short rest. They're pitching on regular rest. They're just use the off day to move them up so they're on their regular turn. So, nothing crazy about that. It makes sense, and maybe they can squeeze an extra start out of them because of that.
Bags, if we're talking about Giants-Dodgers and the last time they played at Oracle before the All-Star break, it feels unfair to say that Rafael Devers didn't pass the test of showing up against the Dodgers, and he had some bad luck at some point too, right? Like he ropes that ball into center field, 106 off the bat, that ends up getting caught. But all that aside, how important is it for Devers to show out the series with the way that he has really turned it on the last month?
Well, I mean, it's a team game, obviously. You can't put it all on one person. But, the Giants acquired Rafael Devers to be an impact hitter against everyone. And that includes, the Dodgers, obviously. Some of the – you look at Buster Posey, he always seemed to bring it against the Dodgers. And there are guys who, have kind of become little mini legends because of just how well they played against the Dodgers. I think of, like they had Joaquin Arias for a while, who was like the only guy who could hit Clayton Kershaw. But when you look at, Devers' career splits, he obviously hasn't faced the Dodgers a whole lot. And I think he's one of like maybe only 2 teams that he doesn't have a homer against. The Dodgers might be one of them. No, he does. He does have 1 homer against the Dodgers. So, but he's a 179 hitter in 11 career games. So, yeah, I mean, obviously they're a better team when Devers is coming through some big hits. And I think it's going to be important to set the table for him as well. But it's really going to be on everybody. And if the Giants have to win a slugfest, they have to win a slugfest. And if they can win 2-1, then they've got to win 2-1. I think, when you're playing a team as talented as the Dodgers, you really can't follow one script to victory. You got to be able to win in a lot of different ways to win a series. And that's what they're going to be challenged to do.
Bags, throughout the start of this hot streak, there was a lot of conversation about, just the basics of playing better baseball. Obviously, they've been hitting at an extremely high level, which has been a huge part of it. But it was kind of take the pressure off, don't think about being in a race and that sort of thing. It certainly won't be the case beginning tonight when you're facing the Dodgers, which ramps things up to begin with. But do you get the sense over the last week, has there been a turning point in which the clubhouse has acknowledged the fact that they're actually in a race now?
Well, I think they realized that they kind of went on this run because they took that pressure off themselves, and so it's been working, and they've been having fun. And, when you win, it's fun, and you play looser. There's always a little chicken and egg there. But, I think that you go around the clubhouse and you ask everybody, and they say, we're just going to be focused on that day. It's like you give 110% and you focus on that day's game. Those are kind of the 2 fallback baseball cliches, but it works for them. It really does. Don't put too much on any one game. You don't think about what's at stake. Just go out and compete and, go to battle with each other. And that's kind of been the way they've gone about it here in September and leading into September. And I don't expect that's going to change.
A few more minutes here with Andy Baggerly. I really enjoyed what you wrote about Justin Verlander, even though the game did not end the way that the Giants wanted to on Saturday. I think it's still important to look at the larger picture of how well he's pitched since the All-Star break, and really All-Star break minus that first start in Toronto out of the gate. What's clicked for him? Because I know there's been some mechanical adjustments, but even as a whole, the velocity is up, the strikeout numbers are up, he's pitching fewer mistakes on 2-strike counts. Seems like he just had something click where he's all of a sudden figured it out, and even at the age of 42, just gotten better as the season's gone on.
Well, it's really been interesting to cover him this year and get to know him a little bit and just sort of see how he works. And, you don't have that kind of staying power in the big leagues if, 1, you don't have a ton of arm talent, and 2, you got a lot of smarts to be able to navigate a lineup and to understand how to make big league hitters uncomfortable. And then to be able to adjust. And we've sort of seen him do that all year. I mean, he comes out of a start, in Sacramento. I remember there was one, and it wasn't very good, and he came out of the start and he started throwing the ball against a wall, before the game was even over, and already thought he found something that he was excited about for his next start. And so that's kind of what it's been like to watch him go over the entire season. He knows when he has a good start, but he's not throwing the ball well. He'll tell you that too. He'll say, you know what, frankly, I wasn't that good today. So he knows, he knows what he has to do to make big league hitters uncomfortable. And it's ebbed and flowed a little bit for him this year, but you see that he's still able to throw in the mid 90s. He's still able to hold his velocity. You don't see him petering out at 91 by the third inning. So yeah, I think he's got an idea of what it takes to be successful. And obviously when you face the Dodgers, you've got some pretty big, guys in that lineup that you got to try to navigate around. So I'm sure he'll go about it with his usual smarts, and yeah, he's setting himself up to have some choices for not just whether he can pitch next season, but maybe have some choices about where he wants to go too. So he's one of the best for a reason.
Bags, if I asked you to pick a potential unsung hero through this stretch as they begin this final stretch, it's not Webb, it's not Ray, it's not Devers or Adames or Chapman. Who would be at the top of your list aside from those guys that needs to be at his best here in the final 2.5 weeks?
I mean, I know you're setting the ground rules here, but I think I have to pick Chapman. I mean, he's maybe I get what you're saying about the unsung, but in terms of like pivotal, I mean, it's just night and day what their record is with him in the lineup and when he's been out. And they really caught fire again when he came back from needing some time to let his hand calm down. And you see the way the team is going. I mean, it's just undeniable the impact he has on everybody on both sides of the ball. But in terms of like maybe under the hood, who's been unsung, gosh, that's a little bit of a tough one. You could pick a guy like Matt Gage. He's pitched really well. The Giants lost Eric Miller. That was a big loss in their bullpen. We talk about Randy Rodriguez. We talk about the trades that they made. But losing Miller was a big one too. And the way that Joey Lucchesi and Matt Gage have pitched from the left side, this bullpen by all rights should be a tire fire. I mean, there's nobody left. There's just Spencer Bivens and Ryan Walker left from the group that started the season. And that's a lot of talent to subtract from this group, whether it be trades or injuries. And, they're not obviously the best bullpen in the major leagues anymore like they were through the end of May, but, they're better than average still, and they haven't cost the team a lot of wins. So, that I think you'd have to point to maybe Garvin Alston and the job he's doing as the bullpen coach. There isn't a bullpen coach of the year award, I don't think yet, but maybe we should give one out.
All right, last one for me, Bags. I'm going to leave this pretty open-ended because there's not necessarily a wrong answer here. But if the Giants win the series against the Dodgers this weekend, it will be because what?
They score more runs.
I guess that's a right answer.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck here, but probably just maybe they score first. I think that's been a big key to some of the wins they put together is they get a big homer in the first or second inning. A lot of them have been off the bat of Rafi Devers, but that does seem to really kind of put them in the driver's seat when they can score first, score early, even if it's not a crooked number, just to feel like you're working from a position of strength in the game and you're not playing catch up. They had a lot of those wins in the first couple months, but it's not really a sustainable way to win. So I would say if they can get on the board early, that's probably going to be a big key to them coming out ahead in this series.
Hey, for what it's worth, I agree with both of them, especially the one about scoring more runs. So we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's recommended. Yeah.
Thanks, Bags. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week, and we'll see where the Giants are come a week from today because the Mets continue to slide and the Giants have an opportunity in front of them, but not going to be easy.
Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend. Appreciate it.
Andy Baggerly, you can read him in The Athletic, and, of course, he joins us every single Friday. All right, JD, quick little reshuffling in the 1 o'clock hour because we got Steve Jordan joining us at 1:30. So we're going to give you our big-ticket questions heading into the weekend, and then we'll revisit those at the end of the show with a little playlist as well. What are we going to look at the most closely heading into week 2 without Brock Purdy in New Orleans? It's Poppin' Silver with John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Carlos Ramirez joined Murph and Marcus at 9:15 this morning to get into all things Week 2 in New Orleans. It was also great to have Carlos on with us yesterday down at Levi's Stadium, and we had the full football hour with Tim Ryan. So if you need that extra content, that extra juice, and that extra Tim Ryan energy, you can check that out on our KNBR podcast page or the Sports Leader app. Look, Fridays are all about fun, but they're also about getting your ducks in a row and your responsibilities in order as you head into the weekend, because you don't want to stress on the weekend. Here to help you out with that is Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney of Moskowitz LLP. Steve, what do you do if you're struggling to pay your taxes?
You call us, and talking about having fun over the weekend is so appropriate. I was just talking to somebody else about that this morning. Let us take care of your problem. That's what we do for a living. And you can enjoy your life. Look, it's common. People can't pay their taxes. You're not an axe murderer. You're not a bad person. You just can't pay your taxes. There's a lot of good solutions. Whether we can cut you a deal to just pay part and they forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get a monthly payment plan you can afford. Or maybe challenge the tax debt itself. A lot of times it's wrong. Or a lot of other things. The bottom line is this. We've been doing this for years. We're super familiar with this law and how it works and the government procedures working for us. Call us. We have a free, in-depth consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we can do everything for you so you have nothing to do with the government. And yet, you can actually enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I want you to take care of my tax problems because I want to enjoy my life.
I want you to take care of my tax problems because I want to enjoy my life on a Friday. Say it back and give Steve Moskowitz a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
And Big Friday for a big weekend continues. We got Steve Jordan, Cam's father, coming up. 13-year vet who played with the Minnesota Vikings as a tight end, now watching his son be one of the great defensive linemen of this era for the New Orleans Saints. We also got our 49er big-ticket questions, and it was great to catch up with Andy Baggerly and get you ready for Giants-Dodgers. And if you're in that baseball spirit, we'll head out to the patio, 58 Social, Dirty Work, Copes, Depop, Tim Webb, all hanging out there for a 7:15 first pitch. All right, JD, we do this every week. Well, I should say we do this every week. It's only week 2. We will do this every week. The big ticket questions to be monitoring that we can revisit on Monday going into this one. I'll let you have the first crack at it. I have a few potential that I want to list, but I want to see what you got and see if we got any overlap here.
Yeah, well, the big one for me, I think, is the turnover battle. I think who wins the turnover battle. I think it's always important, but I think it's especially important this week with Mac Jones in as the starting quarterback, and I think it's especially important knowing that the 49ers are going up against Spencer Rattler. Can they force turnovers, and can Mac protect the football? I think if you win the turnover battle this week, you win the game, as simple as that. And I would go as far as to say, Greg, that if you don't win the turnover battle, it might be the only way you lose the game. If and the Saints didn't turn it over week 1 against Arizona, but if that doesn't happen and you do turn it over, then you could wind up finding yourself in a world of hurt. So always important, maybe a little cliche, but I think especially important considering the starting quarterbacks in this game, that the turnover battle is won by the 49ers. So who wins the turnover battle?
Okay, along those lines, but a little different, because I think you're right. Anytime you have a backup or borderline starting quarterback, right? Because Mac Jones could theoretically get another starting job. Right now he's a backup, and Spencer Rattler playing for his NFL future to try to be a starter. The turnover battle does become more important. So along those lines, and all the changes that were made, particularly at the kicker position, I'm going to go with, can special teams not cost you points? And what I mean by that is that EPA special team stat, 49ers were last in the NFL by a long shot. Even if the Moody 27-yarder goes in, they still would not have passed the Jets, who were the next worst team on that. So you said losing the turnover battle might be the only way that the 49ers could lose the game. I think there's another one, and it would be if special teams is an ultra disaster. So along those lines, can special teams avoid costing you points?
Yeah, that's a good one. That really is. That's another one of those kind of wild cards. And the 49ers special teams was not good in week one. The fact that they won and how they won, Greg, I think was, it kind of muted, aside from Jake Moody, some other aspects of special teams that weren't good. I know I kind of put my neck on the line a little bit by saying I think the special teams are going to be really good other than Moody, and they were not in week one. So that's an 0 for 1, and then they wind up replacing Moody on top of all of that. My next one is kind of aligned with what I think one of yours was going to be. Who will the 49ers leading receiver be? I think you had it as, will Ricky Pearsall lead the team in catches? Either way you want to go with it, we can roll with it. But I would bet a large sum of money that Christian McCaffrey's going to lead the team in catches this week. What do you think of that?
So the reason that I focus particularly on Ricky Pearsall is that he did it on third down, he did it as a deep threat, and he did it in a man-beating fashion. So when we had Tim Ryan on yesterday, I thought about the quick game that kept getting referenced of how the 49ers are going to have to execute on offense. And Ricky Pearsall, I said, hey, how important is it for him in particular to continue this level of play that we saw in the preseason into week one? On top of that, you always want to know when you have a backup quarterback. Backup quarterbacks, more so than starting quarterbacks, it seems to me, really like their guys. Like if there's one or two guys on the roster that they will throw to, anytime it's a tight situation, there's pressure, or it's short yardage, or it's an important third down or fourth down of a play, you kind of know where they're going to look. So in that sense, I wonder, is Ricky Pearsall going to be that guy for Mac Jones, or is it going to be Jake Tonjes, or is it going to be Christian McCaffrey? Obviously, it all plays into Christian McCaffrey's usage, how the ball's getting spread around, but that's kind of why I focused a little bit more on the Pearsall front.
Yeah, I think so much has been made about the connection that Brock Purdy specifically has had with Ricky Pearsall. And so, Mac Jones has not had that connection with Ricky Pearsall. So I think he is the one, he should be a focal point as it relates to the question, because I think as you look at this, there are just limited options, especially without George Kittle now in the full. It's just, is it going to be Tonjes a lot? Are they going to throw it? I think Tonjes is probably going to be a big part of the game plan. Mac Jones likes to throw to the tight end, but to your point, and to Tim Ryan's point, I'm with you in the quick game. It has to be the quick game without the mistakes, because I don't think you can anticipate. I know the answer to that is, well, protect better, and I think Tim Ryan said that, right? Like, it's the quick game, or you can protect better. The Niners are going to have to protect better, but I don't think they can count on protecting at a level to where you still aren't going to be looking to throw a lot of quick passes and get the ball out of Mac Jones' hands before the mistake has the potential to come.
All right, here's my last one. I know I said earlier which quarterback will throw fewer passes. That certainly plays into the run game. But the one I'm going to choose for our big ticket that we're going to revisit on Monday, can Bryce Huff or Mykel Williams pressure Spencer Rattler opposite of Nick Bosa? A lot of yesterday was about how much Spencer Rattler has struggled in his career, his young career, albeit, when he's under pressure. He's never thrown a touchdown. He's completed 42% of his passes. And Bryce Huff and Mykel Williams are two players who, theoretically, opposite Nick Bosa, can be game wreckers on the defensive side of the ball. They were not that effective on the stat sheet in week one in Seattle. So with the Saints, you have a rookie left tackle and a right tackle who struggled last week against the Cardinals. If you can have some effectiveness in addition to Bosa, we might be talking about a long day for Spencer Rattler.
Well, and I think that's where it's getting off the field, and I think it also ties hand in hand with one of my questions, which is the turnover battle. Because if you can get pressure, that is a direct correlation to him either throwing the ball to the other team, or maybe you force a fumble the way Nick Bosa was able to force the fumble against Darnold late. and it winds up being the difference in the game after the 49ers are able to go down there and get the lead. So, yeah, I'm with you 100%. You know what Bosa is going to do. It's one of the key matchups this week is going to be him, I think, against Banks, the young left tackle, and we'll see. How he's a good one, but we'll see. And he had a pretty clean week against Arizona a week ago. But yeah, I think, do they take advantage of the rookie left tackle and have that lead to potentially turnovers and obviously getting off the field on third downs?
To review, who wins the turnover battle? Can special teams avoid costing the 49ers points? Who will the 49ers leading receiver be? And can Bryce Huff or Mykel Williams pressure Spencer Rattler opposite Nick Bosa on the defensive line? We'll revisit this all at the end along with a little Silver Linings playlist. But first, let's catch up with Steve Jordan on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Because everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy your football Sunday. You can get ready for game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. Change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following your playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game this year, let us help you extend the life of your home for years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
In motion is Zay Jones. Off the play fake. He's in trouble, and Kyler Murray goes down. Cameron Jordan, 4 sacks last year, picks up his first this season.
Cam Jordan always off to an incredible start here with the New Orleans Saints, and they got to face the 49ers on Sunday. Cameron Jordan was hoping to sack Brock Purdy, but now he's going to get a chance at Mac Jones instead. And here to join us on the UMA guest line is a 13-year vet who spent all of his time with the Minnesota Vikings, but I think he is a converted New Orleans Saints fan now because it is the father of the highlight you just heard right there, Cam Jordan to Steve Jordan. Steve, thank you so much for your time. Greg Silver, John Dickinson here with you on KNBR, the Niners flagship. How are you today?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. We're very grateful for your time. And as far as just your son for a moment and what he's been able to do in the NFL, the longevity, the fact that he moved to top 20 all-time in sacks, even when he was a star at Cal and even early in his career, did you envision this kind of sustained success with one franchise throughout the entire way?
You know, I did not anticipate it with one franchise, and that's just because of the business side of the NFL, of course. So rarely, if ever, do guys stay at one team the amount of time that he has been with the Saints. In terms of success, yeah, I anticipated that if things went, according to plan, if you will, that he had all the tools and that type of thing to be very successful.
Steve, have you guys talked much about just the nature of playing with one team for your whole career? Because I think it's pretty cool that you were able to do it, and obviously a 6-time Pro Bowler with the Vikings at tight end, and now your son's been able to do it on the other side of the ball and playing at an extremely high level, but doing it all with New Orleans.
Yeah, and to be clear, for me. A part of that was the fact that we didn't have true free agency, right? When I played 82 through the 94-95 season, we did not get true free agency until 92, which was toward the end of my career. So that had something to do with it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed my time at Minnesota, but based on, whether it's coaching philosophies or some of the things of that nature, ideally, you'd like to have the option to to maybe change teams, to get to something that's maybe more conducive to your style of play or what your skill sets are, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I'm thrilled that I was able to, that I did stay with the Vikings, regardless of the fact that I didn't have the true free agency. But for Cam, it's been more of a choice, and that one has been awesome because for him, he's been ingrained in the community, and there are some benefits, of being with a team because you get a chance to, like I say, be involved in the community and really have a lot of time that you can create some relationships with organizations to do some really good work, and he has done just that. So again, I am thrilled that he's been able to do it with one team for now 15 years.
Steve, it's no surprise, and we see this all over sports, that when you are raised around a work ethic and professionalism of somebody that played sports or really any industry at a high level, that their offspring have the chance to go and do the same and understand what it takes to perform at a really high level. But what do you feel like just watching Cam and his career and the involvement in the community we were just talking about, that you really taught him about being that type of man off the field while still being able to perform at a high level on the field?
Yes, Cam grew up watching, me, his mom, others like, who he would look at as, uncle kind of thing, Uncle Darren, Darren Nelson, my old roommate, Uncle Joey Browner, guys like that, Uncle Dole, Chris Dolman, guys like that. And so, he could see that work ethic, the level of excellence that these guys performed at. And but he also got a chance to, on the one hand, we tried to shield them from some of the NFL because there's so much hype and things like that involved. But every once in a while, they got a chance to go, behind the curtain. I'd bring them in the locker room on occasion, usually that Saturday kind of thing. And, the kids would play a little bit, but he also got to see, some of the workouts that some of my teammates did and, get to go out there and hit the bag, and the blocking dummies and that kind of stuff, which is always kind of fun. And at the same time, again, to see the level of professionalism that it takes. And these are guys that have played for very extended careers, I think, 10 years plus kind of thing. So that he got to see. And then the same thing with the community work, getting to see us being out in the community and whether it's, youth related, health related, that type of thing, socioeconomic related, education. So that's where he saw a lot of that. And of course, I'm thrilled and certainly proud of what he's done in the community. I tell people I'm consistently, enamored with what God is doing in his life to be here in New Orleans, because when he first got drafted, it wasn't about, Lord, let him get drafted in the top 10. It was, Lord, take him to the city that you would have him do your will, if you will. And then all of a sudden he gets drafted by New Orleans, and I'm saying, Lord, why are you sending my very social 21-year-old to New Orleans? But it all worked out because there is a lot of need here. And, of course, they still to this day, still trying to, deal with some of the consequences of Katrina and all the other storms that have come through here. And but he's been a real trooper in terms of, getting into the schools and still getting his workouts in and, eating right and doing the things that he needs to do. He's not perfect by any stretch, but he's given it a pretty good shot.
Well, and Steve, you mentioned all the community work that Cam's done, and there is really no fan base quite like the Saints fan base and quite like the community in New Orleans, given everything that people have gone through, and obviously just the 20-year anniversary of Katrina and everything, as you said, that still has kind of a trickle down effect from that, even being 2 decades ago. I was at the 2019 game when the 49ers played there, and it was one of the great games I think I've ever seen. 48-46, the Niners were able to eke it out there at the end. But as far as the Saints fan base is kind of where I wanted to go. Have you sensed any change here in the last few years with the team maybe being less consistent as it relates to winning, or is it going to be as amped up and fired up as it's ever been, because that city truly loves its team?
I think it's the latter. I mean, number one, I will say that, like you said, there's been a lot of tragedy in terms of the Katrina and the storms that continue. It seems like every other year we're on to the next letter of the alphabet, and these Gulf communities kind of thing. And I tell people, as a parent of a child who lives in the Gulf, a Gulf state, I'm emotionally exhausted, frankly. But that's nothing compared to the folks that are here who are actually living it and dealing with it. And one of the things I've been very impressed with is just the resilience of the people here, because they face these tragedies, but they keep coming back and rebuilding and doing the things that they need to do to live, survive, and move forward. So and then in terms of like the fan base, it's been interesting. I mean, I think that we all remember the Saints when they used to wear the bags on the head to the games and the ain'ts and all that kind of thing. And but then when Cam got here, of course, Drew Brees was here, and it was they had some very successful seasons, and now you can tell in the last couple of years that things have been a little less consistent, as you mentioned, coaching changes and things like that are not anticipated, or that the Saints have not experienced for a while, and yet they are amazing fans. I mean, I love their energy, their spirit. It's one of the funner games. I've been to a lot of stadiums, of course. It's one of the funner stadiums to be in terms of just the fans. They're not they're not Philly fans either. I'll put it that way. Don't mean to throw Philly under the bus, but
it's okay. You're not going to offend anyone on these airwaves. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you're not going to offend anybody in San Francisco, Steve.
There you go. I mean, but it's like you can come here, you can be an opponent, and everybody's respectful, and you cheer for your team, and you do what you do. Even the game you talked about in 2019 with the San Francisco game. I mean, tough game. There were some fans I remember that were in the stands that were just being a little bit obnoxious from the San Francisco side, and the Saints fans were just like, hey, it is what it is, and we're going to go. We're just going to do it, and we'll hang out, we'll do our thing. And they just cheer for their team and just have fun. It's one of the partyingest groups that I've ever been to in terms of stadiums, but it's just fun. And people, again, they don't have a lot. Now they obviously have the basketball team. You got LSU, but that's down in Baton Rouge. But the Saints are they're the big dog here. And you see people wearing their jerseys on Fridays, and they're just wearing it for the rest of the weekend. It's like, let's go. I think they start some of the tailgating. They're not quite as bad as Green Bay, like Wisconsin fans. They don't start tailgating on Thursday like they do in Wisconsin, but they do get it in pretty consistently and at a high level here, just supporting and being very thrilled and with their Saints.
Well, and Steve, we don't know noon kickoffs here on the West Coast, right? You're always, as the late game, you're going to be a 1 o'clock kickoff or maybe later if you've got a night game. Steve, I've never seen anything like a noon kickoff and waking up and kind of getting on and about the town at 6, 7 in the morning, and people out on patios at different places. I walked from the French Quarter all the way down to the Superdome, and it was just a delight to see just everybody in their jerseys and, bars and restaurants. It's like people went to church and then they went right out on the patio somewhere in their jersey to get ready to go to the game. It really was truly a unique experience, but a cool experience, what goes on down there.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. You're spot on. And, again, there's a lot of camaraderie that happens, fans just connecting, the tailgating that goes on around the stadium and other places. I mean, it's pretty awesome to see. And again, there might be a little adult beverage involved in that situation. I remember in Cam's rookie year, we went to our first tailgate. And so I had they had a band, they had the food out, and that's amazing, right? You got the jambalaya and the gumbo and all the food, which is just incredible. And then it was like, hey, gang, it's time to head over across the street to the stadium, and so I had just somebody just brought me a drink, and so an adult beverage, and I said, okay. And so we started walking out, and I just took a sip, and I put it on the ledge just before we walked out. And then the guy says, oh, no, you could take that with you. And I was like, you mean I can take this with me? And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like they encourage you to take the drink with you. And then as I got out of it, out of the fenced area, and I'm walking, and I'm seeing all these people with red cups and all that kind of thing walking down the street. It's you got to love the relaxed, fun-loving nature of it. And it's like, hey, we're going to have some fun. We're going to go cheer our team, and we're going to love on them, and hopefully we win a game. So it's a cool environment for sure. But like you said, it doesn't matter if it's a 12 noon game or whatever. It doesn't matter. These folks start, early that morning. They start setting up at, dark 30 or whatever it is, to make sure they're in place and ready to go.
Last
one.
The
preparation.
Last one for you, Steve. And I know, of course, you're going to be rooting for your son and the New Orleans Saints, but is the tight end in you and the California Golden Bear parent in you thrilled to see Jake Tonjes come out of the fold last week for his first 3 catches and make a heroic one to give the 49ers that win over Seattle?
Yeah, I'm always looking at the tight ends, right? So I do like that a lot, and I've tried to, you tend to watch some of the Cal Bears as they, have continued to go through the league. I was watching Keenan Allen the other day, now that he's back in San Diego, or back with the Chargers, the LA Chargers, I should say. And so it's always nice to see that. But again, for tight ends, yeah, I'm watching and seeing them, get their prowess going, and it's always nice to do that. Here in New Orleans, I've talked with Juwan Johnson, who I think could be a really significant player, and he's gotten better as the years have come by, but I think he's got a even higher ceiling. Now that's local Saints stuff, but yeah, it's always good to see it. I'm sad to see that George Kittle is out. It's good for the Saints, of course, but you always want the best people on the field, because that's how you compete. And if you're winning games, I want to win against the best. So, but it's good that they, but as you know, in the NFL, there's a lot of backups that have a lot of talent, and it's just a matter of an opportunity. And you see what's happening in that situation as well.
No question. Steve, thanks so much for coming by. I'm wishing Cam the best on Sunday, obviously, but for the sake of our airwaves and our conversations, because, I'm fully selfish and everything, hope the 49ers get to 2-0. In all seriousness, thanks so much for coming by on the Sports Leader today.
Thanks for having me, although I reserve the right to disagree on that one, but we'll see. We'll see how it happens. I'm going for 1-1 with the Saints. Thank you very much.
Hey, it's understandable. Appreciate it.
Right. Okay.
Steve.
Thanks, guys.
Steve Jordan, of course, former NFL tight end and the father of Cameron Jordan, future Hall of Famer, there with the Saints. And hopefully Cam Jordan not giving Mac Jones too hard of a time. Let's wrap up the show when we return. Quick Silver Linings playlist. Big weekend here in the Bay Area. And then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work out at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants won their off day yesterday. Why? Because the Mets got swept by the Phillies all 4 games of that series. So here we are on a Friday, and the Giants are a game and a half back at that third and final NL wildcard spot. And who's coming into town? The hated Dodgers. Go hang out with Dirty Work at the patio 58 Social for a late one tonight. 7:15 first pitch, which means pregame starts right here at 6:15 on the Sports Leader. Justin Verlander, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and it's some meaningful September baseball. Let's get it.
Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Wow, lots of business to get to in the final couple of minutes here. So item number 1, Matt Chapman's appeal has been successful. The third baseman for the Giants avoids suspension and will be playing the whole series against the Dodgers. This coming for Susan Slusser. Big weekend here in the Bay Area between that series, between the Valkyries' first playoff game in Minnesota. The Earthquakes are hosting LAFC at Levi's Stadium. But as far as what's going on Sunday at 10 a.m., 49ers in New Orleans. And Walter, turn this bad boy up. 2002, Counting Crows, their song called Miami, and no, they're not playing the Dolphins. But they fade out by saying, let's go shut it down in New Orleans. And that's what the 49ers are going to have to do, even without George Kittle, even without Brock Purdy. We'll see what happens with Jawan Jennings. Defense trying to replicate that great performance from week 1. So let's go shut it down in New Orleans. And that may even be a message to JD in his bedtime before he's got to be on an early Niners pregame on Monday on 810.
Never a worry about JD's bedtime, no matter where he is. He'll find a way to get where he needs to be, and really looking forward to a great weekend and a great game on Sunday, and we'll see what the Giants can do, and we'll be talking about all of it here on the Sports Leader on Monday.
Just a quick recap of our questions. Who wins the turnover battle? Can special teams not cost you points? Who will the 49ers leading receiver be? And can Bryce Huff or Michael Williams pressure Spencer Rattler opposite of Nick Bosa? I might condense that word-wise when we put it out in a post a little bit later. But
you want me to give you the quick answers again? You want me to give you the 10-second answer?
Yeah,
like where I answer all of them in 10?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's go. Rapid fire. Go.
Who wins the turnover
Turnover?
battle?
Niners.
Can special teams not cost you points?
Yes.
Who will the 49ers leading receiver be?
Christian McCaffrey.
And can Huff or Williams pressure Rattler opposite of Bosa?
Probably not, but we'll see.
All right, hey, there's our quick answers, and we'll revisit all of that on Monday. Appreciate you, JD. Appreciate Walter, and appreciate Matt Mayoko, Steve Jordan, and Andy Baggerly, our guests today. Let's get you over to the patio at 58 Social for a Friday edition of Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb will take it away. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And in the words of Walter's category on Take It or Leave It, duck the Fodgers.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from the patio at 58 Social. Live in Moss. Oh, Friday. Dude, I got to tell you, the humidity seems like it's died down.
Yeah. I mean, you would know better than me, but it doesn't feel that humid today. So
why would I know better than you?
Because you live in the city.
You think I'm more in tune with the weather?
Well, you do live in the city.
Well, I didn't mean just in the city. I thought it was like a Bay Area thing. We were all dealing with the humidity.
It wasn't that humid in the East Bay.
No, it wasn't too bad?
No.
It was humid. It was muggy in the city, right, Tim? Now, it's cooled off. We got a nice little breeze coming in now. Feels good. Come on out to 58 Social. We'll be with you until Giants pregame tonight, 6:15 for a 7:15 first pitch. Giants and the Dodgers. The Giants enter play today a game and a half out of the third wild card spot after a come-from-behind win by the Phillies yesterday over the Mets, who, by the way, this is interesting. I sent you this note last night.
Yeah.
The Mets scored 4 runs in the first inning of that game against the Phillies yesterday. Phillies came back and won, but not only that, the Mets didn't have a runner reach base for the remainder of the game after the first inning. It's the first time in baseball history the team has scored 4 in the first and then didn't get a runner on for the rest of the game.
Okay, how could that be?
I don't know how specific that is, but that's kind of alarming. A perfect game after the first.
Well, yeah, but also, like, in how many years we play in baseball?
140-something years.
That's never happened before. That's insane to me.
It's crazy. Anytime in baseball, something that's never happened happens. Because it's to your point. We've played so many games for so many years.
Yeah. But what's equally insane to me is the fact that the Mets are just imploding right now. And you could just say they're on a road trip and they're losing to better teams. The Phillies are a better team. And they come back tonight. Jacob deGrom's on the mound against them with the Texas Rangers. So we'll see if they turn things around. The Reds are – so the Giants have the tiebreaker on the Reds, right?
Giants have the tiebreaker on the Reds, yes.
Even though they split the series for the 2 series that they play with each other?
Oh, well, no. So the second tiebreak then is intra-division record.
Gotcha, okay.
So so the Giants and the Reds were 3-3, I think, against each other, right? Because the Giants won 2 of 3 in Cincinnati to start the year.
Yes.
The opening day game where Wilmer Flores hit the home run, they come from behind, all that.
Right.
So did the Reds take 2 or 3 from the Giants here?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when the Reds came here like a week later, by the way. It was right after that. Early in the season, they came here in April. Took 2 or 3. So I believe that the way it goes now, since there is no, and this is something I miss about the end of a baseball season, I miss game 163.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the coolest parts about baseball is that you got a 1-game playoff, and really that's what baseball tried to create themselves or manufacture themselves with a 1-game wild card playoff when we had that. I know people hated that. I loved the 1-game playoff. When it first came up, I thought, this isn't the way baseball's supposed to be played. It's not supposed to be 1 game.
Though.
But I thought it gave real credence and merit to the team that won a division. That you had to, if you didn't win your division, to get into the playoffs, you got a 1-game shot to go beat somebody else who was nearly as good as you were. And if you do that, then you earn your ticket to go play baseball. Winning that wild card spot for the wild card game, people go, "Whoa, it's supposed to be a series." I go, "Then go win your division."
Yeah.
And you get the opportunity to do that. Now, there's really no benefit to winning your division unless you're the 1 seed or the 2 seed.
I saw both arguments of it where I was like, how could they not have a tiebreaker for just the end of the season? But it also it is fun to have that 1-game playoff. Like I remember a couple years ago, was it the Cubs and Rockies the last day of the year where they were all tied up and the Cubs were the defending champs and they got knocked out right away. So I mean, that's a fun element to it. But this is fun right now.
If you're an A's fan, you hated it. I think the A's went to 3 wild card games and lost them all.
Oh well, yeah.
They lost in Kansas City, which is one of the best.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the
actual 1-game wild card,
yes.
the wild card game. But what I'm saying is that was sort of manufactured. That 1-game playoff was used like a game 163. My point is they tried to create that excitement
I got you.
of a game 163, and I really like that because game 163, one of the best ones I can remember, and people can go back and there's been tons of them, is 2007. The Rockies and the Padres played a game 163 on at the day after the final day of the season. The winner, that was a wild game. The winner of that game went on to the division series and got to play in the postseason because then I think they claimed a wild card spot.
Right.
Because they just happened to be tied. Now that won't exist because now there are tiebreakers in place to just determine who gets to go. So the first tiebreak is head-to-head record, as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
The second tiebreak is intra-division record, meaning your record against your division opponent. So we'd have to take a look and see what the Giants' record is in division, which means these could be really valuable games here. I mean, they've got, 13 division games left?
Yeah.
7 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Rockies, 3 against the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, genuinely, if it does come down to Giants and Reds in a tiebreak, that could potentially be the end-all, be-all. So these games have as much importance as anything else that you're going to do before the season's over.
Well, I'll just say that I never thought we'd get to this point with how the season was going.
I didn't anticipate this.
No, neither did I. I thought that we'd be at the patio, obviously, for just Giants and Dodgers, but for these games to matter during football season, I did not anticipate
I thought we'd be sitting here talking about how Trent Williams hasn't practiced this week.
Well, that's not great either. But we did get good Giants news, and I don't know if Greg Silver and John Dickinson announced this. Matt Chapman did win his appeal, so he will not be suspended.
Oh!
So there you go. He's going to play all of the Dodgers series.
Attaboy, Matty.
According to Susan Slusser, Matt Chapman will not be suspended for the scuffle on the mound against the Rockies. But to me, Copes, tonight's a big deal, but the game is secondary. You know what's going down tonight?
The setup got me here. Tonight's a big deal, but the game's secondary.
The game is secondary.
What's going down tonight?
Our guy, Joey Chestnut's going to be here tonight.
What?
Oh,
is
yeah.
he doing the 999?
Different. He's going to try to eat 99 chicken nuggets in 9 innings.
Okay, I got to tell you, I was here. So I was doing the broadcast on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Which I was in the broadcast booth. So I was looking out at the field.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I guess, when there's a home series, when they have a home off day, I guess they were kind of running through one of the digital or video board guys was running through some of the stuff they had. So I saw something pop up where it was like, how many nuggets can Joey eat? I saw that on the scoreboard during our show on Wednesday because it was like, 5:30.
Who the hell's Joey?
And I thought to myself, is there some Joey?
And not our great Joey that's helping us out today.
What up, Joey? But I was like, dude, I don't know what the hell this is about. And I kind of thought, but we were talking on air, and so I didn't really register it. But I saw it, and I saw a graphic for nuggets. They're going to have Joey Chestnut try to eat 99 nuggets?
Impossible nuggets.
Oh my God! So they're going to be. Wait. Oh, so they're not plant. They're like plant-based.
Yeah,
nuggets.
exactly.
I thought you meant like. I thought they were extra hot or something.
No.
Oh, okay. So he's going to eat 99 Impossible Nuggets, and
he's going to try to. But we all know that Joey Chestnut usually succeeds.
In what period of time is he trying to do this?
In all 9 innings. By the end of the game.
Oh, he gets 9 innings.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
this is child's play.
This is a joke. Who came up with this? You gotta have
probably the impossible people.
He's got to put down more than 99.
I would think so.
I would say see how many he can eat in 9 innings is what I would say.
Oh, 99 is, that's probably the
99 Impossible Nuggets.
Yeah, exactly.
Joey's eating at the ballpark.
All right, we'll work on that.
We'll workshop that one.
Yeah, but
99.
How many chicken nuggets do you think you could eat in 9 innings? Because my tradition for Super Bowl is to usually get 50 chicken nuggets. In 1 year, I brought them home.
What is this tradition, Tim? You hear this crap?
They have a deal with McDonald's for the Super Bowl.
So you get 50 nuggets a year.
I bring them for my friends or the papas. And 1 year in particular, my dad was like, "Hey,
don't tell the DiGiorno people."
Yeah,
dude.
I know. I'm cheating on them. But 1 year, my dad's like, "Oh, we're not staying home for the game. We're going to the lot in San Ramon to watch the game." And I was like, "We're gonna watch the Super Bowl on a big screen? Come on now." Regardless, we did all that. But the Nuggets went.
Wait, what do you guys have at home? Like a tube TV? We're gonna watch it on a big screen. That's not how I watch the Bowl, Dad.
Well, I know, but like at the same time, like I don't want to go to a movie theater. I just want to watch them in my house.
Wait, what's the lot?
The lot was this place in San Ramon. My dad and John Lund talked about it all the time. It was like a big screen place. They would have.
It was like a movie theater screen?
Yeah, it was a movie theater screening, but also it was a place where you could watch sporting events as well, kind of like the Alamo Draft House.
Okay, I got you. Which bowl was this? Which game was
this? This was Rams and Patriots recently. So it
was 10-3, right?
Yeah,
not
exactly.
a great game, yeah.
But regardless,
one touchdown scored.
Me and my little brother were like, well, these chicken nuggets are going to go to waste. And my little brother's like, I'm not going to eat these. And I'm like, are you serious? I bought all these chicken nuggets, no one's going to eat them? I finished off the 50 chicken nuggets myself in a matter of 4 hours. So that's less than a baseball game.
Anyway, KNBR, Derek eating 50 chicken nuggets
by
from
myself
McDonald's
might be the saddest thing I've ever said.
Did you go dips?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Where'd you go?
Probably sour. No, what I have? Ranch.
Sweet and sour. They got hot mustard.
Sweet and sour.
You went ranch, huh?
Yeah.
A little McDonald's ranch.
And I also have some Sprite. McDonald's chicken nuggets always go well with Sprite.
You need to wash it down, not to dip it.
Exactly.
Because we do know that
you could dip
it
in
I knew
Sprite
you were
as
going
well.
to say some crap like this.
Or a nice frosty milkshake.
You have the palate of a 4-year-old.
I know. I'm not talking about, though, my Cheeto Puffs that you dip in water.
Dude,
anyway.
You're a disgusting eater.
I can't. I think I could challenge Joey Chestnut for about 60 chicken nuggets in 9 innings. I could probably do that.
How big are these nuggets? Because, like, for example, like if you go
McDonald's size, I'm assuming.
If you go to Chick-fil-A.
Oh, those are big.
Well, those are, but they're also they're more bite-sized.
Yeah,
they're
you're
more
right.
like they're not popcorn chicken per se, but they're more like bite-sized. Whereas like a McDonald's chicken nugget's like more, it's more flat and it's like.
It's chicken.
Thank you. It's got the nugget. By the way, what's your favorite shape of a McDonald's? Mine's the one, the chicken nugget that looks like a boot. It looks like maybe.
It literally is called the boot.
Yeah, dude, you know what I'm talking about.
I gotta be honest, I never look at the shapes. I just put them in my mouth.
Okay, this is insane.
The fact that you weighed 50 and you didn't look at the shapes, there's 4 shapes.
Anybody who's ever eaten McDonald's, there's 4.
I might think to myself, like, oh, that's a weird shape. I never, remember it.
There's the regular one that's just like the circle.
Yeah, that's the ball.
That's the ball. And then there's another one that's kind of like a little longer, like almost rectangle-like, right, Tim?
Yeah, I don't remember the names of them. I used to ask this at trivia night. What were there's a boot, there's a ball, there's 4 distinct shapes.
Can't say that I recall, but yeah, I think I can put away about 60 to 65 chicken nuggets in 9 innings.
You're Mick disgusting is what you are.
It's a McVomit.
Okay, yeah, it's a McVomit. The nuggets come in 4 shapes. The bell, the bell. The bow
bell,
tie, the ball. Looks like you would be the bell of the ball. Prison Mike, you would have been the bell of the ball. 4 different shapes, the bell, the bow tie, the ball, and the boot.
Okay.
There you go, Tim. You got them all. You don't know these? The bell?
Yeah, I'm sure I do. Yeah, I noticed them.
How about this one? They're saying the bone.
Well, that's interesting. But it's boneless. How about that?
Yeah, that's weird.
The irony. So yeah, I think I can. I mean, yeah, Joey Chestnut would eat more than me, but I think I'm good for 60
Yeah, he's a
chicken nuggets.
professional.
Yeah, I know, but I like to fancy myself a professional.
I would say, when do you think he's done with the Impossible Nuggets pie?
Also, he's not a professional. He's the professional.
He's the greatest of all time.
The greatest of all time.
Yeah.
I would bet that he's done by the third inning.
With 99?
Yeah, dude. The third inning.
Oh no, I'd say he gets done with 99 probably by the 6th inning.
Dude, the man is
he eating
eating
nonstop, or is he taking breaks?
The man's eating 70 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
Is he drinking beer too?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not if it's an eating competition.
I mean, okay, yeah. Like if it's nonstop.
You think 6 innings
I
for
think-
99? No way.
I think he could polish off maybe 200 in 9
How
innings.
big are Impossible Nuggets?
I got to do my research on these Impossible Nugs.
There's no way he's going to go 6 innings, dude. I mean, this is set up for him
You'd
to.
be surprised, man. Chicken nuggets can fill you up.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is he's
Yeah, I
going to
know,
eat
the
them
hot dogs,
fast. He's
yeah.
not going to like pace it out. Like he's like, the longer you take, the more you'll fill up.
He might be taking a sweet time though. He might be actually doing a hit with Dave Fleming and John Miller.
Check out this guy. He looks like the dude walking over here. He looks like a Marv from.
Oh, Home Alone.
Yeah, you think he hears me? Because we're on a
Yeah,
speaker?
probably.
Hey, Marv.
Are we people watching
Marv!
in real time right
in
now?
real time, that guy looks exactly like Marv from
Oh,
Home
the
Alone.
Sticky Bandits.
What's his
This
name?
thing from the
Daniel?
broadcast, the Wet Bandits have just walked by.
That guy looks just like him, dude. He looks like Marv. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb.
I'm just waiting for Joey Chestnut to join the broadcast booth and ask John Miller. So how many times have the Dodgers really shoved it in the can for you guys?
Tim dropped that yesterday. Maybe you're tired of watching the Dodgers in L.A. shove it up your can.
Don't slander the sports calendar. How
Do
dare you?
we have a calendar today?
Absolutely not.
We don't.
No.
We went a little hard yesterday.
It's okay.
We went hard on the sports calendar yesterday, talking about joining the Avian Brotherhood.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think you could top that today.
Yeah, I don't think so. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, is going to join us coming up at 2:50. Talking 49er football. I think Kyle Shanahan's going to meet with the media also before the 49ers are wheels up to New Orleans, right?
Yes,
So we're going to get some of that for you.
I think we're still waiting on him to speak.
So when he speaks, we'll get that information to you. We'll probably play it for you in its entirety, what he has to say to the media before the 49ers hit the road for a 10 a.m. local time here, Tilt, against the New Orleans Saints in New Orleans. Marcus Thompson, 3:50. Richard Rillia, 4:50. Susan Slusser, 5:30. She'll join us live here at 58 Social. You'll hear from Shanahan a little bit later, plus Giants and Dodgers pregame at 6:15. We have a jam-packed show. Tracy Sandler, Marcus Thompson, Richard Rillia, Susan Slusser, Kyle Shanahan, and Giants Dodger pregame. More to come from the patio of 58 Social. Dirty work rolls on, only here on the Sports Leader.
There's still time to head out to 58 Social and have a beer with Dirty Work.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Get sloppy drunk with Copes, Derek, and Timmy Turtles before the start of Giants pregame at 6:15. Don't miss out on KNBR, the
We're good? Yep. All right. For you want a beer?
leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work with you live from the Patio 58 Social. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants and the Dodgers coming your way, 7:15, first pitch, a 6:15 pregame tonight. We'll talk about it a little bit later with Richard Riley at 4:50 and Susan Slesser at 5:30. The Giants, a game and a half out of that third wild card spot entering play today, where the Mets are taking on the Rangers. Is that what you said?
Yes. Jacob deGrom on the mound for them tonight.
Do you guys want a standings tiebreaker update here?
Sure.
So that we know that the Giants, while a game and a half back of the Mets, are going to have to leapfrog them. They're going to have to outright beat them because they do not have the head-to-head tiebreaker with the Mets.
So really 2.5 games back.
Right. So they're tied with, not tied with the Reds, but they were head-to-head 3-3 with the Reds, correct?
Right. Yes.
So the next tiebreak is in division record. How did you fare against your division?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we want to look at here. So the way the Giants have fared against their division, and they still have 13 division games left. By the way, just your quick check of the Rockies, they're 40-107. Just throwing that out there.
Good to know.
You know I like to get you a Rockies update.
Gotta have them. Need to know about my Rocks.
Dude, the Rockies in division are 11-35. The Giants in division are under 500.
I would have surmised that. Yeah.
18-21.
Okay.
7 left against the Dodgers, 3 left against the D-backs, 3 left against the Rockies.
Gotcha.
The Reds in division are 17-22.
Well,
they are 1 game worse than the Giants right now in division. Now, I don't know what the third tiebreak is, and I'll get that for you, but it's a massive series. I mean, as big of a Giants-Dodgers series as we've had since 2021.
You think so?
Well, it's interesting because it's not really about how they're faring head-to-head with each other.
Right.
Right? Like 2021 was about them chasing each other down, and the Dodgers were trying to catch the Giants. The Giants were holding on to first place. They basically played a playoff game and felt every day for about a month and a half to wrap up the season. What I would say, though, is that both of these teams' fortunes are dependent on how they finish
against each other.
Well, kind of, yeah, but really about how they finish this season, and because they play each other more than they play any other opponent.
Right.
These games are huge. So it's not so much about the Giants head-to-head, like changing the Dodger fortunes, but you can change how far the Dodgers can go and what they're capable of, right, in terms of the Padres can still chase them down, though they're falling a little bit, but the Dodgers aren't winning a bunch of games right now, and you as the Giants have to beat them, not so you can win a division, but you could still both end up in the postseason if you fare well enough against them over the next 7.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this series, I was kind of skeptical about the Giants' chances, but the fact that it's going to be Justin Verlander, who hasn't pitched against the Dodgers yet this season, you got Webb tomorrow, and you got Robbie Ray on Sunday, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I actually think that the Giants could potentially win 2 out of 3. We'll see what happens. You got Yamamoto tonight, you got Kershaw tomorrow, and you got Glasnow on Sunday. I kind of wanted to see Verlander go up against Kershaw. That would have been cool tonight. But whatever the order is, it's cool. But, yeah, it's a matter of these series with the Giants and Dodgers. It's been the Giants getting amped up game 1 and then having duds the next 2 games. So, like, going back to, I think it was either June or July. Yeah, it was June because that's when they acquired Rafael Devers. That first game in L.A., they won that game 6-2. Casey Schmidt has the grand slam. And then after that, it's, bombs away on that Saturday night. Then no one really cared Sunday Night Baseball when Rafael Devers was acquired. Sean Gilly was on the mound. And then the last time you guys were here at Oracle when Larry Kruger was filling in for me right before the All-Star break, There was that great game where the Giants were winning 8-2, but they coughed up the lead. Or they didn't cough up the lead, but it was getting closer. The Giants win that game 8-7.
That's right.
And then the next two games, they're really close. They're pitching duels. The Dodgers prevail 2-1, and then there's that extra inning game that Robbie Ray pitched right before the All-Star break. So the key for me is just the Giants have turned things on offensively. Keep it going offensively. They have the runs the first game of the series against the Dodgers, and then it's not so much after that. But with the three aces going, I feel good about it. The big question mark to me is the bullpen. I mean, the Dodgers bullpen has been scuffling as well, but let's see if the Giants bullpen can hold things up against the Dodgers for these three games.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's the best opportunity you're going to have with these three pitchers. Verlander tonight, and then Logan Webb tomorrow, Robbie Ray on Sunday. And you're going to see Yamamoto, Kershaw, and Glasnow. So it's not going to be an easy matchup in terms of who you're going to face either. But to your point, the Giants have been hitting, man. I mean, I'd rather see those. I mean, their worst shot, it's funny, ironically, I think, comes against Clayton Kershaw because of how bad they've been against lefties. And he's thrown the ball pretty well this year.
Yeah.
Since he's come back from injury. I mean, you saw what they did to against Eduardo Rodriguez with a great changeup the other day. He carved him up.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a hit until the fifth inning or something like that the other day against Arizona in that finale. So, are you feeling better about the series?
I am,
than
actually.
you were a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I am, just because about the starting rotation. And the guys are hitting now, but their numbers this season against the Dodgers, Willy Adames batting 160. Matt Chapman, it's good that he's not suspended, but 0-83 against the Dodgers this season. And Rafael Devers just won series, but 0-9 in those three games in July. So those three guys need to, hit during the series. And, yeah, I actually do feel pretty good, but it's, as far as their chances making the postseason, yeah, I could see the Giants by the end of this weekend surpassing the Mets and getting that third NL wildcard spot. But it's about maintaining it. It's not just this series. It's the next series against the Diamondbacks. It's the following series next week at this time against the Dodgers. And I keep bringing up the days where it's Carson Seymour or Kai-Wei Tang and even this bullpen. So that's why I'm skeptical about them making the playoffs. But as far as this series this weekend, I feel fairly confident the Giants could actually win 2 out of 3.
Wow. Derek's Giants. How about that?
Don't say that.
How about Derek rolling into...
And you know what? It's a Ska Friday, too. We got the horns going, and I'm glad that Raph played that song because our guy George in Frisco hit us up on Twitter today.
Hell yeah, he
and
did.
referenced that song. What is that song, Tim, by the way?
One Step Beyond by Madness.
Yes, and we, as always, when the Giants and Dodgers play each other later on the show, we want you guys to call or throughout the show and give us your unbridled hate when it comes to the Dodgers. And I want to hear from George in Frisco.
Really rolled off the tongue.
What?
Call us in. Call
unbridled
us.
hate.
Give us some unbridled hate.
Yeah.
About the Dodgers.
Yeah, about the Dodgers. But yeah,
You
George.
gonna give the number out?
You can do that if you want to. Go ahead.
808 KNBR. You don't know the number?
I do. 415-808-5627.
There you go.
Well, what's the text line?
That one I don't know, actually.
Well, it's the same number.
Oh, is it? I've only been working here for 3.5 years. Either way, George and Frisco, I'm a big fan of you on Twitter. I want to hear from you today.
You don't know the phone number for the text line or the phone line.
I do know the phone number.
But he can crush 50 nuggets during one 10-3 Super Bowl, dude.
Damn right I can. Probably 65. You'd give me 9 innings today.
By the way, the second tiebreak.
Yeah.
Third tiebreak, I guess, technically, after in division, because you go head-to-head record, then you go in division. And right now, the Reds and Giants are just a game apart on the in division tiebreak.
Okay.
If in fact it were to come down to them, then it's every other team in your league not in your division. What was your record then? So for the Giants, it would be your combined record against the National League Central and the National League East. For the Reds, it would be their combined record against the National League West and the National League East.
Okay. So.
And right now, the Giants are faring just a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay.
On that front.
Would you be surprised if the Reds surpassed the Giants and the Mets to get that third wild card spot?
No. I wouldn't be surprised if anybody gets hot in the last 2 weeks and just catches fire and runs the table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that might be what it takes. Are the Giants good enough to do that? I don't know if they have enough pitching to do that, and their opponents are 7 games against the Dodgers. Could the Reds do that? I mean, I haven't looked at exactly who the Reds are playing. We'd have to look at their remaining schedule.
They play the Cubs. I think they finish up at Milwaukee. Milwaukee might have wrapped up the 1 seed at that point, so who knows? But and also they have a rest now, or a bye week. So
the Reds play Milwaukee and the Cubs. They play 3, so they still have a bunch of division games left as well. By the way, they play every team in their division still.
And they go to Sacramento this weekend.
They play they play the A's for 3. Then they also play the Pirates for 3, Cardinals for 3, Cubs for 4, and Brewers for 3.
Gotcha.
So they get 5 different opponents for the remainder of the season.
I mean, honestly, I know we're all rooting for the Giants, but the Mets, based on their talent, they should make it. But it's just so Mets at what they're doing right now. And, yeah, they've lost 6 in a row. I think it's
swept in a 4-game series by the Phillies. I mean, they're giving it away. So
Yeah,
they're leaving the door open. That's what I'm saying is, would I be surprised if the Reds surpassed the Giants? No. Would I be surprised if the Giants ran the table and did it? At this point, it's just who can get hot. I'd be a little bit more surprised, I think, if the Giants were the team to get hot, because I don't think they have the pitching, but I don't think the Reds do either. So which flawed team can catch the most fire? The Mets are the best equipped to do it.
Yeah.
But as it stands right now, I mean, they're going to need to really turn things around from what they've done over the last 2 weeks. So,
what do you think as far as this series? I'm not talking about their chance to beat the postseason, but just for this series this weekend, do you like the Giants' chances?
I don't know, man. I mean,
the Dodgers are scuffling just a little bit. I know they won 4 in a row, but they had.
Yeah, but
Yamamoto was on the mound for the first time since blowing that no-hitter.
Yeah, but again, he's coming off of the best start of his career.
I know.
To say blew the no-hitter, the Dodgers lost that game, which is more to the point. But he went 8 2/3 and then gave up a solo home run. Like, it's the best. It's the
it was
best.
great. Yeah,
he's coming off of the best start he's ever had. So it's not like he got beat up and blew a game and it was disastrous. Like,
no, but he's been sitting on that for a week, pissed off.
They yanked him from the game. Yeah, sure. It's bigger that they lost that game. It's more to the point. He's probably pissed he lost the no-hitter. Doesn't mean that he's coming off of. He's pitching as well as he has all season long.
Right.
The game before that, he pitched pretty well.
Same thing with Justin Verlander a week ago, where they coughed that game up against the Cardinals.
I'm not feeling great about it.
Yeah.
It's still the Dodgers. There's going to be a lot of blue here. I've already seen Dodger blue walking around. They, for the most part, have owned the Giants since 2021. They've owned this. I mean, the Giants swept them here early in, I think it was 2022. They might have swept them earlier, 23. But they've not fared well, the Giants haven't, against the Dodgers. They won that game on Friday night in L.A. before the Devers trade. They lose on Saturday. Sunday, we acted like it was kind of a give-it-up game. Didn't really matter, but I mean, this is what it's about, man. September baseball against the Dodgers. They've got as good a shot as they've had all year. Robbie Ray has not been as sharp as he was at the All-Star break, or hasn't been as sharp in the second half, really over the last few starts. But his last start was pretty good. Verlander seems to be pitching better. Logan Webb's pitching as well as he ever has. He's up to 200 strikeouts.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got. It's kind of a coin flip for me, to be honest with you.
No, that's fair.
I don't think anybody's sweeping this series.
No, not thinking that.
You need 2 or 3. This is balls to the wall stuff. You want to be a playoff team. You want to prove that you have what it takes to compete, not just here, but to get into the postseason. This is effectively playoff baseball for the Giants for the next 2.5 weeks.
No, absolutely.
And you've got your best 3 guys going. So, I don't want to say I'm not confident, because it's as good a shot as they've had all year to do something. So,
but you have a right not to be confident.
Chapman. If they didn't have Matt Chapman, I'd say no. And look, I said it to you a week and a half ago. Once they beat the Cubs and I was out of town, I said, play this quality of baseball for the next 3 weeks. We're about 2 weeks into that 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I said, if you do that, you're going to get me back. And I'm already clamoring for it. The light is starting to change a little bit. You get that feeling of September and into October at the ballpark.
Yeah.
It looks a little funkier when you're out here in the daytime. We got into the late afternoon on Wednesday for the last weekday day game, and I was like, man, it's that time of year. This is the playoff baseball feeling, and we haven't had that. So Giants fans, you're coming out this weekend. I mean, this is as big of a series as you could have asked for come September. While it may not matter all that much in terms of what happens for the Dodgers beyond their head-to-head with the Giants. I mean, they're going to the postseason either way. It matters. It's everything to the Giants right now. Every series is everything to the Giants. This is a team that seemed like they had bottomed out. You've got hot with Rafael Devers. The pitching has stabilized a bit. The problem I have, and the thing and the edge I'm going to give to the Dodgers here, is not just their lineup, but it's if you get into a game and it's close, into extra innings or something like that,
pitching.
I don't trust the bullpen. And I know that we're like, hey, for this bullpen that's been, totally decimated, it feels like, hey, look at her, the Kiwoom Heroes. I like that. Kiwoom Heroes jersey on.
Nice.
Shout out my heroes. For as decimated or as depleted as the bullpen's been and as much as they ripped it apart, yeah, it's been okay for what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just not confident enough, having only seen it since the All-Star game. You only got 2 guys in the bullpen that were here on opening day, so that shouldn't matter all that much, but save situation, a 1-run game in the 9th inning. I don't love Ryan Walker out there.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So I'd have to give the Dodgers the edge on the fact that if it's a close game, and that's where the Giants are going to have to be perfect. They don't play great defense. They haven't played great defense. Even Logan Webb's last start, they give up like 4 unearned runs. So I give the edge to the Dodgers because it's the Dodgers, but I want it so bad for the Giants. It's everything to the Giants right now. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Number to call and to text. Talking Giants baseball here from the patio, 58 Social. We're going to jump over to Shanahan next?
Yeah, let's play the audio. Shanahan did speak, and we do have an update on Trent Williams and Juwan Jennings.
Well, let's hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say before the Niners jumped on the plane and took off for New Orleans. Kyle Shanahan on the injury report, today's practice, and New Orleans on Sunday. You'll hear from him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Live from the patio at 58 Social, outside of Oracle Park. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Derek says, by the way, the biggest competition going on tonight is not going to be on the field between the Giants and the Dodgers. It's that Joey the Jaws Chestnut, is going to be here in-house. And throughout the game, they're going to see if he can eat 99 impossible nuggets.
Yes. And that's probably not much of a challenge for him.
Again, child's play.
I know. Yeah, I mean,
Child's play.
The bigger competition is Dodgers and Giants, obviously. But
Giants going to charge him for the nuggets, too, when he's done?
Maybe.
Feels like that'd be a move. Feels like that'd be something they'd do.
Yeah, I think Joey would probably take his sweet time in eating those nuggets. And you told me the world record.
Well, you told me that you ate 50 McDonald's nuggets in one sitting at the Super Bowl.
I did, yes.
Now, I asked what you thought the
over
most...
the course of 4 hours.
Yeah, I looked up. I just typed in to see what the world record for most McDonald's nuggets eaten in one sitting. These are impossible nuggets that Joey's going to eat.
Yes.
The world record didn't get the total number for time or anything, but one woman in 2022, in February of 22, she ate 19 McDonald's nuggets in 1 minute.
God, 1 minute?
She's from Italy.
The heartburn.
She did it in Milan, Italy.
Did she have any Sprite? So wash down those nuggets?
There's no way she dipped, right? You're not dipping in that.
No, you don't have time to dip.
You're not
in 1
dipping in
minute.
that.
No.
In that
No dip. No dip.
no dip. No dip. And then it says the record for 20 nuggets is 1 minute 3 seconds. So some gentleman did that.
All right.
But
Not-
to eat
not that
nuggets in
far
1 minute
off.
19. When I said to Derek that the record was 19, he wasn't even impressed. He was like, "Man, that sounds about right."
I know. I've been like
You knew that would be.
so
I figured it would be around that.
desensitized to like food stuff. I'm like, yeah, that seems right.
Yeah, I mean, I like a McDonald's nugget. I could crush some nuggets.
They're by far the best.
I could put them away, but
Can I give you a?
I'm still
Wendy's
baffled
nugget?
that it doesn't surprise me, but I am baffled that you've never noticed that there were different shapes of nuggets.
I knew there were different shapes, but I never knew like the names.
The boot is the best.
I mean, sure.
The boot fits right into the
Man,
little dip cup.
I'm not looking at it that hard. I'm just trying to eat it.
When you eat things that are, this is one of my small joys in life.
Okay.
If I ever eat something that is, as an adult now, because you don't get it often, that is shaped like something and it has a face, like a
Do you
gold.
play with it, or
like I pretend it talks before I eat it. No, don't even. Like a gummy bear or like a golden graham. It's one of my few. It's one of my I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh hey Adam, what are you? Oh no.
And
I do it
this,
frequently.
You're doing this by yourself?
Yeah, I do this to myself, by myself. Yeah. Spend a lot of time alone.
Yeah, that's not weird at all.
Yeah, I could say I probably did that in my younger days. I don't know if I've done that recently.
I do it gets me a good laugh, personally. Anyway, Kyle Shanahan met with the media earlier before they got on a plane to go to New Orleans. You guys want to hear what he said?
Sure.
So Trent Williams wasn't at practice today again. He was getting some work on the side field. Juwan Jennings did return to practice with that shoulder. Trent's dealing with a knee. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan to the media before they were wheels up to New Orleans.
All right, injuries for the game. Brock Purdy will be out. Trent Williams questionable. Juwan Jennings questionable. Go ahead.
Where's Trent at right now? I saw him running on the side. Is he? Did he progress throughout the course of the week?
Yeah, he was out there today. Got to practice with us. That was good. Yeah.
Trent, he got limited practice time.
No, he was out there for everything. That says limited, but I mean, we went half speed, so he was able to get through it.
So are you confident that both the questionable guys will be available?
Questionable.
Does playing surface factor into Trent's at all?
No.
And what is the plan at quarterback to bring Adrian Martinez up on Saturday?
Yes.
Are you how much can he do? How comfortable are you with him if he had to come into the game?
I mean, he's been good these 2 weeks learning both these game plans. Today, I mean, this week he got the most reps that he's got, at least with the scout team. We work on everything with him after practice, but nothing is, we'd have to see him in the game. I'm comfortable with him going and executing. I really liked him here these first 2 weeks. If it comes to that, we'll be ready to go, though.
You feel like you have to modify the game plan at all?
I mean, yeah, you got to change a little bit if he'd have to go in. I mean, he's prepared for it all, but I'll have an idea of the stuff he likes more than others. We don't tell him. I mean, he's been here 2 weeks, so he learns the game plan for the week like everyone else, but you don't tell a guy, hey, just take these 10 plays. You try to tell him to learn the whole game plan, but I always want to know what he's most comfortable with, and hopefully we can stick with that if the game allows us to.
In your mind, is Ricky at a point where he can have the same kind of impact no matter who's at quarterback, whether it's Brock or not?
I mean, Ricky's our starting receiver, so I don't, when Ricky's going to win his routes and do his thing, and hopefully the plays and the protection and the coverages take him there. But how a receiver plays and stuff, I don't think really depends on the quarterback. Some quarterbacks have an easier time getting the plays to the right spots and things like that. But Ricky's in a good spot with whoever's playing.
Had a lot of injuries the past few seasons. Do you start to feel like sometimes maybe you're snake bit?
I don't know. I think 23, I think we were the healthiest team in football, from what stats have told me or people have told me. Last year we weren't. This year it hasn't been good so far, but we'll see how it ends up.
Pinheiro was taking punt snaps. Was that just an emergency thing, or is there something wrong with Morstead?
I didn't notice. You got a good eye, so I'll have to ask when I go in.
You go for the snapper.
Probably. I'm sure I play over or not.
Coach, how would you assess Mac's week of practice and his preparation for this weekend?
It's been awesome. He's the same this week as he's been all camp. You know, our team really believes in him. Our team really enjoys him, and he did a hell of a job this week in practice.
Teammates have spoken to Mac's like humor, that part of his personality. How would you describe him, his personality?
I think Mac's really cool. I think he is funny. I think he's himself. My wife said he must be real funny and have a sense of humor because she saw his suit that he wore last week to the game. I said, I don't think he's trying to be funny. He's just got swag, so it's just him. But no, Max himself makes guys laugh. He's got a lot of energy, and I think our guys have really enjoyed him so far.
Do you think that helps with cohesion?
What's that?
Do you think that helps with team cohesion, helping getting him, kind of?
I mean, guys play hard for guys that they like. That's for sure. And cohesion's great, but it all comes down with guys in the long run just how you play too. Guys definitely enjoy playing for a guy that they like more.
Kendrick Bourne picked up the playbook in his second go-around this week.
I mean, it's been a challenge with him just getting here, like it would be for anybody who's new. Him Monday compared to today, he's getting there, and he's got another day and a half to get there, and I think he'll be good on Sunday.
It's an interesting case study. His last year in 2020. How much have things changed since then for him?
I think a good amount. I mean, the basis of your style of how our verbiage works and stuff is the same, but just words and everything that we've added, different types of motions, everything. I mean, it's expanded a lot in the last 5 years, like everyone does, and regardless, when you go into another offense for that long, it still takes a lot of time for it to come back.
How good do you feel about Spencer Burford's progress as a left tackle if he would be needed in this game?
Good. I think Spence has done a hell of a job for us, whether it's at guard or tackle, making that change fully. He's always been an emergency tackle since he's been here, but getting all the reps there throughout OTAs and training camp. I think he's gotten better at it each day, and I think he's made to play that position. He can really play all of them, and if he's got to go, he'll be ready.
Did you guys want to sign Mike White this week, but just couldn't because of?
Yeah, we definitely had to be prepared for it. You'd love to have some more guys up. You'd love to have 3 guys on the roster, so you could have an emergency guy like that. But we couldn't do that just with our 53 and stuff. So we're just doing our due diligence and making sure people are ready. He's got some history with people in our building and some similar offenses, and he was out there and available.
I have a what-if question for you. Before the draft, was there a scenario in your mind where the Saints take Michael Williams and you guys end up with Kelvin Banks?
I mean, I don't like to get into who we would have taken, but we definitely liked him a lot. And he was an awesome Longhorn, so got a soft spot for that. And but it's it could have gone any way, but he was definitely a guy that we liked a lot.
That's good. All right.
Thank you.
There you go. That's 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy, as he told us yesterday, still out for this weekend. Adrian Martinez will be elevated to be the backup. Trent Williams and Juwan Jennings both questionable, but he said they both did get through, or Trent got through practice today. He said it was 50%. It was easy going, so he was able to do it.
Yeah, Trent needs to be out there. If it's Spencer Burford, I know that Kyle's confident in Spencer, but just seeing him in the preseason in that Bronco game.
Didn't love it.
Yeah, didn't love it. So with everything going on right now, you could get by with Brock Purdy not being out there. You get by with George Kittle. If you don't have Trent Williams out there and the offensive line was shaky, last week against the Seahawks, I do wonder about their chances if Trent Williams is not out there.
Don't forget, he did get banged up in that game, left and came back.
Yes.
So Kyle says it's 50. I mean, it sounds like it's a true 50-50 on the questionable.
Yeah, and the Saints, I know that we've been kind of downplaying them, and I said yesterday that they're one of the worst teams in football, but they do still have some talent.
You getting this Friday flare-up of fear? Sometimes that happens. Like, you talk yourself into a team being one way all week long, and then Friday comes and you're like, yeah, but they're still a pro football team, man. You still got to go on the road to beat them.
They are, and they did sack the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray 5 times. So
don't like that.
Yeah, they do need protection. And if Trent Williams is not out there, I do wonder about their chances. But Yeah, everything else, I mean, I think that Kyle was a little more clear about, it's not like they didn't like Mike White, it's just that given everything going on with the 53-man roster, they weren't able to do that.
He alluded to that yesterday where he said it's just going to get too funky and too difficult with the number of guys that were hurt that aren't on IR. He didn't really have a roster spot to move him up to.
So don't be surprised if maybe next week he's there. But then again, if they feel comfortable about Brock Purdy returning after this week or possibly after Arizona, then maybe they don't need to do that. But yeah, I would say that we'll see about Juwan Jennings. The big deal to me is Trent Williams. If he doesn't play, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, somebody on the text line said Trent ain't playing, or I saw somebody on the YouTube or text line say Trent ain't playing until Brock Purdy's back. And I thought, I don't know that that's necessarily the case because you need Matt Jones protected too. Otherwise, you're running with Adrian Martinez. You know what I mean?
No, definitely.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio, 58 Social. Why don't we check in with Tracy Sandler, one of our favorites, the Fangirl Sports Network. She joins us on pre- and post-game of 49er games this season as part of our pre- and post-game team. She's going to be out in New Orleans for the Niners and the Saints on Sunday. Let's talk to her next about what she saw at practice this week and what she thinks of Mac Jones slotting in as the starting quarterback. Dirty Work rolls on. Tracy Sandler next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow joined the morning crew this morning to talk about the Giants' playoff chances.
I mean, the Giants have a chance. The Mets are crumbling, and the Reds are coming on. I mean, it's really getting exciting.
And the impact it could have if the Giants beat LA this weekend.
If you win this series, if you sweep this series, I mean, can you imagine the momentum coming out of that? There's opportunity here.
You can hear that and all the interviews on the podcast page at thesportsleader.com or on the app.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
We are live from the patio at 58 Social. The Giants and the Dodgers tonight at 7:15. Be here to talk some 49er football as the Niners are wheels up to New Orleans. It's Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network. FGSN.com is the website. Tracy joins us on the Umaguesan. What up, Tracy? How you doing?
Hey, Tracy.
I am good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. We just listened to the Kyle Shanahan presser. Were you there today? Were you in the press room today?
I was not there today, but I watched it.
Yeah,
I watched it beginning to end.
Nice.
Not a whole lot of new information except that we've got Trent Williams questionable officially for Sunday's game and Juwan Jennings questionable for Sunday's game. What was your read on both of those guys' situations this week at practice? I know they did some side work, and Kyle said Trent got through practice today, but it was just at 50%, so he was able to get through even though they listed him as a limited participant. What's your read? Is it a true 50-50, you think, for both of those guys?
Well, it's interesting. I'll start with Trent. It's interesting on Wednesday when Kyle said he had a vet day and a knee. The knee sounded new. So I would say, though, I feel like it's probably better than 50-50. Kyle has said before that the rules are a little bit different for Trent just because of where he is in his maturity. I'm going to call it that, where he is in his maturity, and that he has had a lot of practice time. He knows what he's doing. So I feel like it's actually probably more than 50-50, and they just gave him, a second day. I'm sure there is something going on with the knee, but perhaps not that serious. I feel the same about Juwan, to be honest. We saw him on a side field yesterday, kind of running with a ball tucked under his, I believe, his left shoulder. And then he was back at practice today. So my feeling is with Juwan, I think they're both going to play, but I think Juwan even has a better chance than Trent.
Tracy, how do you view Mac Jones in comparison to the other backups the 49ers have had in recent years?
I think he's a little bit more equipped to be a true number two. I guess I shouldn't say that because of Sam Darnold and Josh Dobbs, but Mac Jones, it feels like, was brought here because if he had to be the number two, he was similar enough to Brock Purdy that he could get the job done. So I actually feel more confident with him as QB2 or as QB1 on Sunday than I have with some of the other backups in the past. And it's nothing against Sam Darnold or Josh Dobbs. I just think Mac Jones is a little better equipped to run this offense like Brock Purdy runs this offense.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the Umaguesan. That was kind of my point yesterday. I was saying that to Derek, Tracy, that I said if we go back through the Kyle Shanahan era, and really, I mean, you'd have to go kind of from when they got Jimmy, because that was the most stable starting quarterback they had to start their tenure. But from the time they got Jimmy, I thought you think of the backups, like Nick Mullins was a practice squad guy, an undrafted quarterback, and was the third string guy. Then you had C.J. Beathard there at one point. And even when Sam Darnold was here, he wasn't at the level. We weren't thinking of Sam Darnold then the way we think of him now because of the season that he had last year. I said, I think I'm the most confident in Mac Jones as a backup as I've been in any backup the Niners have had since Jimmy was Trey Lance's backup back in 2023 or 22. I should say.
I would agree with that. I think that makes a lot of sense. I totally agree with that assessment.
In terms of Brock's health, now there was the report from Ian Rappaport yesterday that it could be 2 to 5 weeks. I thought that's pretty wide-ranging. And then the 49ers have said they're kind of going week to week with it. It's what John Lynch said yesterday, and Kyle told us that yesterday. Just when you see an injury like this or you see this, I mean, you've been around this for a long time, week to week is, I would think, probably more of a positive thing than just shutting him down and saying he's so hurt or this is a grade 3 thing where he's not going to be able to go for about a month. What's your call or read on what's going on with Brock?
I would agree with that. I think, to me, honestly, 2 to 5 weeks is not all that different than week to week because he's missing this week. So maybe he misses next week, and then that's 2. Thing with turf toe is it is a truly week-to-week injury. It's very painful. It affects how they can play, and I think they are just going to have to truly evaluate it every week for the foreseeable future and probably hope it gets better. But I also agree that not putting him on IR says to me that they're pretty confident, because here's why I say this partly. Because obviously if they put him on IR, he has to miss 4 games. If they really thought he was going to miss that much time, it would have been better to put him on this week to miss 4 games as opposed to wait 2 weeks from now and be like,
Sure.
okay, he still is really hurt and he's going to have to miss, 4 games at that point. So I think it's a serious injury in that it is very painful. And I know people hear toe and they're like, toe, that's so silly, but it's really painful. And they'll just evaluate it. It's literally, I keep saying week to week, but they really will. I actually, in this case, I truly believe them on that. They will just keep evaluating it every week.
I kind of do too. I'm with you though on the turf toe. It feels like something that is this painful and this severe deserves a better name than turf toe. You know what I mean?
I agree. I totally
Turf toe
agree.
seems
I mean, I hate
soft,
to bring
you
this
know?
up, but when Mookie Betts stubbed his toe, everybody thought it was so funny, but that's painful. Sorry to bring that up.
Yeah,
Tracy,
come on. No, you're not that
Tracy,
sorry. Come on.
You had to go Giants and Dodgers today, huh?
She's not that sorry, is she?
I mean, how could I not say anything one time? Come on, this weekend, please.
We were going to let it go, but okay. Talking to Tracy Sandler, Dodger lover, on the Yuma guest line. Sorry about that. Besides the tight ends, Jake Tonjes and Luke Farrell, who do you think needs to step up the most in George Kittle's absence?
Ooh, that's a good question, but actually I think it's an obvious answer. Kyle Juszczyk. And I say step up not because he doesn't step up every single week. I just think he's going to get used. As we know, he's been playing a lot more, or he's been playing more snaps in that kind of position. He's been spending like half his time in the tight end meeting rooms, but I think we're just going to see him in that type of position even more in George Kittle's absence. So maybe step up isn't the right term because Kyle Juszczyk, I feel like, always steps it up. I just think his role is going to be increased.
Tracy, why is it, just sort of moving on to another topic here, Jake Moody, earlier this week, obviously the change with him at kicker. You followed him a long time. I mean, you're a Michigan gal. He's a Michigan man himself. He's been signed. I saw the Bears are going to pick him up and add him to the practice squad, which is a positive and awesome for him. But why do you think it never worked out here for Jake Moody? I mean, he was viewed as like an all-time type talent, the type of talent in the draft as a kicker that we hadn't seen in a long time, and that's why they took him with a third-round pick. Why do you think it did not materialize for him in San Francisco?
I really think it's because he got hurt last year and they had so many injuries that they couldn't afford to put him on IR. I think in a different year, maybe with less injuries, they do put him on IR and really let him heal. So I think he came back too fast and started missing kicks. And then with a kicker, and Kyle said this earlier in the week, with a kicker, once that starts, it's really hard from a confidence perspective, and that gets in your head. And kickers, confidence is so much of it. Obviously, talent is a huge part of it, but confidence is a lot of it. They have to feel like every time they go out there, they're going to make a kick. And there was so much talk about it. But if you look at his stats, before he got hurt, they were very, very different. Even his rookie year, I know there were some misses, but for a rookie kicker, and even beyond for a kicker, he did have a really good year. So I think that is really what it was about. And honestly, I think it's better for him and it's better for the 49ers. Better for him to go somewhere where he wasn't a third-round pick, where he didn't pick himself in the third round, but there was this pressure of like, well, he's a third-round pick. He better make every single kick every single time, and no kicker does that. But I think really more than anything, it was the injury last year, coming back probably before he was fully healed, and then it just messed with his confidence.
And the new kicker for the 49ers, Eddie Pinheiro, and kind of a mixed landing spot where he'll be in a dome against New Orleans. But at the same time, with a backup quarterback, they may need to rely on him a lot for points. So how much pressure do you think is on Eddie Pinheiro in his first game as a 49er providing points for a backup QB?
I actually think because of what we just talked about, it's even less pressure, to be honest, because everyone's just happy right now that there's a new kicker on the 49ers and they feel confident that he can go out and do it. And I think Eddie Pinheiro has done this. He knows how to kick. He knows how to play. He's used to the pressure. So I actually think there's not as much pressure on Eddie Pinheiro. Certainly not as much as there would have been on Jake Moody this weekend.
No, I mean, definitely not. And then even with Jake Moody, I mean, after what happened last weekend, even him coming home to Levi Stadium might have been a tough situation and added pressure there. So Eddie Pinheiro, like the third or fourth most accurate kicker in NFL history. I think I saw that also. I think tomorrow's his birthday. He's going to turn 30 tomorrow.
Really?
In New Orleans. How about that?
What a nice way to, in New Orleans. What a nice way to celebrate your birthday is being in an NFL game and hopefully making your kicks.
Yeah. We have to confirm that. I think it is his birthday tomorrow, so great way to start his new decade at age 30. Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear, Fangirl Sports Network, and she's one of my co-hosts on 49ers pre- and post-game for all home games this season, 49er football, and she'll be with me next week with Todd Husak at Levi Stadium getting you ready for the Niners home opener. So in terms of the offensive line, the rest of the O-line, I mean, I know Trent Williams got banged up last week. He did leave the game at one point and then come back in, but the knee, as you pointed out, kind of flared up. He had 6 pressures allowed last week. This is a defensive line for the Saints that sacked Kyler Murray 5 times. I mean, what's paramount this week? Dominic Pooney didn't show up on the injury report, though. He left the game and returned last week. Just evaluating the O-line and Brock kind of running for his life last week. Matt Jones not as mobile as Brock is.
No, he definitely is not. And I think without Kittle, this is where they almost – it's not that they miss him more than in the passing game, but this will be a situation where they miss him, let's say, as much. That is going to be a big thing, and this O-line is going to have to find a way to protect Mac Jones better because you're right, he's not as mobile as Brock Purdy. And last week, Brock was running for his life. So I think the O-line is going to have to step up. I don't think they play terribly, but they are going to have to step up, and hopefully Trent Williams will be in. If not, it'll be Spencer Burford. And I know the 49ers, in theory, are very confident in Spencer Burford, and this is no disrespect to him, but he is not Trent Williams. So they should hope that Trent Williams is healthy. But the O-line, if there's a unit that I feel like has to step up the most from last week, it is the offensive line.
And the 49ers held the Seahawks to only 13 points last week, and they're hoping to replicate that on defense. But did you see last week's game as the 49ers shutting down the Seahawks, or more so the Seahawks being offensively inept?
That was a really funny way to ask that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Or are they just terrible? I don't think the Seahawks are offensively inept, so time will tell. I actually think it was the 49ers defense, and I was really impressed with them because I know that we've talked a lot about, and I've said that I felt like there were going to be up and downs because of the rookies, lack of practice, lack of playing time, all of the things, and I think they did a pretty incredible job, which I think is also very much a credit to Robert Salah, getting them ready and putting them in positions to be successful. There certainly were things to clean up. I think it was probably a little bit eye-opening for Upton Stout. I know Michael Williams didn't come up in the stats, but I think he played well. And so I'm actually going to give the credit on this one to the 49ers defense. Now, in Week 18, we might find that this Seahawks offense is just truly inept.
Is Derek a good radio host, or is he just inept?
Oh, that's not nice.
That's what we do here. Come on, we're poking fun. Tracy Sandler with us on the Fangirl Sports Network. One more for you. I'm going off the board here, Tracy. This has nothing to do with football at all, but we've been talking about it because we're on the patio outside of the ballpark getting ready for Giants and Dodgers tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Derek pointed out to me the best competition tonight is not happening on the field. They've invited Joey Chestnut here tonight, and they're going to try to have him eat 99 impossible nuggets over the course of the game. I think that's child's play. I'm like, Joey Chestnut, he's going to put away 99 in like the first 2 innings, right?
First of all, just thinking about this makes me slightly nauseous.
Yeah.
I don't know, 99, that seems like a 2 innings. Can we give it 4? I mean, that's a lot of.
I said 6, but
Derek's at 6. I think I'll take the under on 6. You want to go 4 innings, Tracy? That's where you're at?
I'm going to go 4. Can I go 5? Can I change it to 5?
Sure, we'll go 5. I'll report back. I'll let you know when he finishes them. Could be like, depending on how many runs the Dodgers put up in the first, could be bottom of the first. All right, Tracy will be out in New Orleans.
We shall see.
Tracy will be out in New Orleans for the Niners and the Saints, and she'll be with me. And Todd Husak next week on pre- and post-game for the Niners home opener at Levi Stadium. Tracy, have a great trip out there, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Tracy.
Sounds great. Bye, guys. Have fun today.
You're great, Tracy Sandler. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, dude. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You want some people were checking in, by the way, on the text line talking about the Nuggets. Lauren has been checking in on the YouTube chat saying she thought the people are now reporting that you said you could eat 50 nuggets and dip them into water. People are saying that's gross.
Dipping into water?
Didn't you say you dip your Cheetos into water?
Cheetos into water.
You said you dip your nuggets into Sprite.
Not dip them into Sprite. That maybe like a frosty milkshake, but like
I'll dip a fry in some shake. Yeah, like a vanilla shake. That's pretty good.
But I do think the combo of chicken nuggets and Sprite is not bad.
You mean just like to wash it down?
Yeah, to wash it down.
It's a little lighter.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's a good aftertaste.
I like that. People checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text on 808 KNBR. 916 says, dude, what's the story on the matching 3-button tees.
Yeah, we usually do this at the patio. I don't
This
know
does
why.
happen a lot. I think you and I, in general, just kind of dress
similar.
Well, we're both just kind of blue jean, plain T-shirt guys.
I usually like.
You do like a movie sweater or shirt though yourself.
Yeah, basically.
I don't really have any of those. I don't have a Goodfellas sweater that I wear. You know?
Usually Goodfellas are like a raggedy Warriors sweatshirt that I have. But
Tim's got that The Room sweatshirt he always wears.
Yeah, The Room. It's one of his favorites.
I don't have that Costanza
I did
shirt
not.
you have.
I did not.
Derek's got that Costanza shirt he wears.
The Costanza shirt's not bad.
Derek loves a giveaway shirt from a Warrior game too. He'll rock one of those.
Oh, damn right. It's basically all my workout clothes.
You guys frequently match. You do frequently match.
Because we wear a lot of like black and plain black and white.
I usually walk from the Embarcadero station over here, so I usually have to go like white shirt because it's probably gonna get hot and sweaty over here, and it's pretty hot right now. It was pretty overcast this morning, but yeah, I usually, when I'm in the city and we're doing this and it's hot outside, I usually go white shirt.
Okay.
There you go.
You just did it because you thought it was warm.
I thought it was warm.
Do you have a lot of shirts? I think I probably have like 5. I mean, this is not a 3-button. I guess it is a 3-button tee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have, I think, 2 white shirts. That's it. Yeah. And the rest are either black or green or with really nothing on them.
Do you color coordinate your closet?
No, not at all.
Oh, I do.
My closet is terrible.
Is it?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you hang stuff out?
I try to.
What does that mean, you try to?
I need drawers. All I have right now is the closet, and everything is just kind of piled in
So
there.
wait, you don't have any drawers? You don't have like a dresser?
I used to. I gave it away to my brother's girlfriend, and I've yet to
You
make
gave
a
away a dresser and then you didn't get one.
Well, when I moved to into my first apartment in Oakland, they already had like a dresser drawer combination there, so I didn't need it, so I gave it away. And then when I moved to my next place, I didn't have any, so I'm like, damn, I don't have anything.
So you've been living in this place for over a year without a dresser?
I told you I'm lazy, but I did shave my head today.
We really do need to do a Derek apartment.
I'm telling you, we got to do a review.
it, right?
So wait, where do you put your socks and undies?
They're on the top shelf.
They're in a pile.
He's the only guy I've ever met who puts his socks and underwear on a shelf. What do you mean on a shelf? It's like on the wall?
Yeah, it's on the wall.
Is it built-in shelving?
Yes.
Okay. So do you fold them or you just stack them up?
No, I fold them.
No, you don't.
I do. Well, the socks?
Do you like match them?
Yeah.
That's my least favorite thing is matching socks.
I know where the black socks are, and I know where the white socks are.
How many pairs of each? Do you have more black or white socks?
Probably have an even amount. You can never have too many socks, Copes.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. Socks will rip till you get the holes in them.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, that's pretty funny that you don't have a dresser.
Yeah.
You got to do something about that.
You know what? I've gotten by though.
You live very close to IKEA. It wouldn't be expensive.
Yeah, I know. I actually have gone to IKEA and actually like thought to myself like, can I build this myself? I'm like, no, I can't.
I was going to say, Derek doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to put a lot of work into building the shelving or the unit itself.
I want to say it was a year ago, like during NBA free agency, where I was looking around for IKEA stuff, and I was like, oh, Klay Thompson's not coming back? Well, I can't shop for IKEA furniture right now.
You made an excuse about that?
I got to leave.
650 checks in says, does Derek have a hamper, or does he just throw all his dirty clothes on the ground?
I 100% have a hamper. Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm tidy in that regard.
Oh, you actually throw your dirty clothes in the laundry?
Absolutely.
What do you do with your half-dirty clothes?
What do you mean half dirty?
I mean, like, when you wear something, you're like, it's not totally dirty, I could wear that again.
It's like a hoodie. You don't have to wash it every time.
I have it hung up, like, probably on you'll laugh at this too, an elliptical that I have in the back of my, a treadmill that I got for, like, Christmas. But
Wait, you have a treadmill in your apartment?
I definitely can't use it because it makes too much damn noise, and I'm on, like, I'm above somebody, so that the noise would just be way too much. I don't want to be an inconsiderate neighbor, Copes.
So it's a makeshift clothes rack.
Yeah, so the clothes hang on the treadmill.
530 says, every detail we've learned about Derek's domestic life gets more perplexing.
I'll just work on my, just make fun of the way I live, and I'll write out my questions better for Tracy. I have to call out the Seahawks being inept. They weren't inept. Come on now. It was just Jackson Smith and Jigba. That was it.
I just think it's hilarious.
Was I too critical in the question?
I don't know why I feel like we're all kind of fascinated about your at-home life, and I don't know why.
We got to do an apartment review.
We got to do an apartment review. We got to give him one.
Let's see how many Tims it gets.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Right?
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We got plenty more to come for you. You missed any of Tracy. She's available, or that podcast available, thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app. Marcus Thompson at 3:50, Rich Early at 4:50, Susan Slusser 5:30. The Shanahan replay for all of those of you who are dying for more.
Damn right.
True Blue was joking on the YouTube chat when I asked Tracy if she was at the presser. She said I wasn't, but I heard it. True Blue said maybe we can replay her the Shanahan interview. Tracy, stand by. We're going to replay it for you.
All right, True Blue.
And then Giants and Dodger pregame coming up at 6:15. 415 asking, can they have your treadmill?
Absolutely. How much?
You should sell it for a dresser.
Yeah, trade it for a dresser.
It's a trade-in value.
If we can do an even trade, I'm down to do that.
So you have a working treadmill in your apartment?
I think it's working. I haven't plugged it in quite some time.
And you use it to hang clothes that are half clean on?
Yes.
Half clean, half dirty?
Yeah.
Okay. And you haven't worked. It's like a full-size treadmill.
Yeah, I haven't used said treadmill in probably like 4 years.
You and your dad, big treadmill guys, it seems like.
Yeah.
Your dad's a big treadmill guy.
Yeah, he has one in the garage.
I was watching my film every morning on the treadmill.
He literally has told me in the past when I used to produce the show, like, hey, I have Hubie Brown ready to go at 10 a.m. Sorry, I'm on the treadmill at that time. Can't do it.
When he used to do hits with the morning show during football season with Murph and Max, same thing. We'd call him and be like, call me back. I'm on the treadmill. Sorry, I missed the call. I was on the treadmill.
Jesus.
I was like, damn, this guy's serious about his mill.
He likes to get a sweat in.
He's big on his mill. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, people are checking in on Derek's living situation. We'll have to come back to that. We'll have to get a review in. You got to let us come over.
Fine.
Didn't take much convincing. When we come on back, your expectations for the 49ers in New Orleans, they are 3.5-point favorites and over under a 40.5. How much can they put up behind Mac Jones? We'll do that next. Dirty Work rolls on the Treadmill Leader.
Are you kidding me? It's September 12th, and the Giants are 1.5 out of the wild card, and the Dodgers are in town?
Dodgers suck.
It's a 7:15 first pitch on this Orange Friday. Pregame starting up at 6:15 with This Date in Giants History, Around the Park, The Bull Mail Show, and award-winning Diamond Notes. All coming up after Dirty Work on the Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. We've been asked, as we're on the patio of 58 Social, we've been asked to make it clear Joey Chestnut won't be eating the Impossible Nuggets here at 58 Social.
I wish he was,
He'll be
though.
doing it, which, by the way, they serve Impossible Nuggets here. Come on by the 58 Social.
Should we do our own?
Have a beer and something, dude. No, I'm not. Come on. Come on.
Hey, man. Could be the last patio show of the year.
Could be.
Will this be our last patio show of the year if the Giants don't make the playoffs?
Maybe. We'll see.
Do make the playoffs, it could still be the last patio show of the year,
If
potentially.
they're in contention, it could be before the end of the regular season.
We'll see.
So are we not going to be here last Friday of the? Are we going to? Or we had a? We could be at a Jack's.
TBD.
TBD.
That's all I can say. TBD. We'll definitely be at Jack's next Friday, but TBD for the last weekend of Giants baseball in the regular season.
Well, the Giants are playing the Dodgers tonight. 6:15 pregame, 7:15 first pitch, and then inside the ballpark, I guess, as an added pleasure throughout the game, you guys get to observe Joey Chestnut attempt to eat 99. Still don't know why that's the number.
99.
It's like a show
Impossible
within a
nuts.
show, right?
Yeah, it's a show. It's a it's a game about nothing. Yeah, it's a show within a show. Joey Chestnut, it's a game within a game. He's going to try to eat 99 Impossible Nuggets during the Giants game. I think it's child's play. I think it's like under 5. I think it's under 4 innings.
Yeah. We were talking about it with the staff here at 58 Social. And
You can eat like a handful of them, and he'll put away like 9 right there.
Yeah. I think that Joey Chestnut will knock this out. I'm assuming he's going to do interviews. I think that probably his 6th inning is when he's done. And then he just does it to see how many he can do in the full game.
You guys are selling our guy short, dude. There's
He's
no
an
way.
American hero
You guys
and
are selling
You don't
legend.
think
this
he's going
guy
to make the
short.
rounds and kiss babies?
Not until he's done. I think
Ooh,
they're
actually,
gonna,
I would
they're
disagree
gonna
with you.
I think they're going to come to him. You think they're going to make him sit and do media while he's eating?
No, I think that he'll do the
well,
media beforehand.
That's
It'll
what I
be
mean, yeah.
early. Yeah.
Oh, really?
So before the game.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to somebody after he ate
So
that
what
much.
inning?
Gross.
Yeah, that's true. So what inning do you think he starts then?
Third, maybe?
We need some
Oh,
clarification.
come on. No way. So here it is. It's on ESPN. Joey Chestnut's going home on Friday. He's coming for a new food challenge. He's going to attempt to eat 99 Impossible Foods plant-based chicken nuggets in 9 innings at a Giants-Dodger game in a showdown at Oracle Park. He will be joined at the Glove by a contest-winning fan who will compete with him.
Oh,
So
come
are
on.
they doing it up by the Glove? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, look, come on. It should be me.
Yeah. It's the
Is
nine.
there still time?
It's the 99-9 challenge, is what they're saying. Like 999, but they're just having to do 99 nuggets.
Yeah.
That's the reason for the number.
Matt Chisholm, choose me, please.
Yeah, he says, quote, I've done a lot of wild challenges over the years, but 99 nuggets in 9 innings is a new one for me. I'm fired up. Doing it back in the Bay where I grew up at Oracle Park with the Giants makes it even better. I'm a big fan, and it feels like a home game. I've been training. I feel good, so 99 should go down no problem. He said.
I hope so.
Honestly, I'm just talking. All he says, honestly, just talking about it is making me hungry. I hope they have a few extra ready.
That's what he always says.
Dude, but that's
all this
Joey,
food talk's
man.
making me hungry.
All this food talk's making me hungry. Dude, he's widely regarded as the king of world champion. What's it called, Tim? What's the eating challenge called?
Major League.
Major League eating.
Yeah, Major League eating.
Dude, he holds over 50 world records, including, you guys are insane if you think it's going to take him
50 records.
You guys think it's going to take him 6 innings to eat 99 nuggets? You are out of your mind. He holds over 50 records, including 182 chicken wings in 30 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, that's
You guys are
just-
foolish. You're like,
All right.
dude, I can't believe you
maybe 2 innings.
He
then.
ate 70 dogs in 10 minutes. This thing isn't going to take him more than 15 minutes.
Well, who's the poor sap that has to go head to head with
He
him?
might do it in the top of the first inning, given enough opportunity. You know what I mean?
I
Given
say we
enough
make
time.
Joey, who's helping us out here today, compete with Joey Chestnut. No,
I'm in.
No, you say no? Come on.
How about this?
Come on, he'll be famous.
You ready for this? He did 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes.
Okay, that's the grossest one.
That's disgusting, dude.
just 2 makes you like, ugh, I'm full.
What? Okay, we got to get him on next week. Can we get him on?
I hear Curly's already on the scene.
Whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Be nice if we got a Curly.
Everybody needs a Ron. Everybody needs a Curly.
300
Every show needs a Curly.
Slacks, jeez.
384 gyozas. Every show used to have a Curly.
Yeah, they used to.
384
I used to be the Curly.
gyozas in 10 minutes. 102 tamales in 12 minutes.
Tamale!
During the halftime of a Cleveland Cavaliers game in March 2024, Chestnut competed in a pierogi eating contest.
Oh, my God.
He ate 39 pierogies in 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, you guys are nuts.
All right, yeah. I'll say 3 innings tops,
He beat
but
the
probably 2 innings.
He beat the combined score in 2 minutes of 3 other contestants who ate 22 combined. He ate 39 pierogies. Therefore, it feels safe to say all 99 Nuggets are going down
Okay,
on
does
Friday
it say how
early.
they're choosing the fan that's going to compete with him?
Didn't say anything about it. Just that he's going to compete against.
We should ask our guy Anthony.
alongside.
He'd probably know how.
Ooh,
yeah.
check in with Anthony Garcia. Yeah, maybe he'll be hanging out with Joey Jones.
Why didn't he tell us anything yesterday? Come on, Anthony.
It's pretty incredible. 530 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text and says, I once ate 60 chicken McNuggets within an hour. It took 45 minutes.
That's impressive.
It was a dare in college. 99 and 9 innings is going to be child's play. I am not a professional eater.
Yeah. I think I can probably.
It seems like, again,
60 in 9 innings. I could
they
probably
did
do.
the 99 to just make it like a 999
Yeah, of course,
challenge.
of course.
But what they really should have done was just set the record, set the limit at the game time and see how many he could eat. But I don't know if he's ever done that where he's eating for like 2 straight hours.
I think that he should have to mix in a beer in between innings as well.
Ooh, like you got to do 9 beers and 99 nuggets?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they're going to advertise just getting him sloshed. You know what I mean?
Well, broadcasters do it all the time.
Well, I don't
Harry
feel.
Carey.
Yeah, I don't feel like the team themselves is going to advertise drinking
okay.
9 beers throughout.
Yeah, I know. God forbid.
Just saying.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
God forbid. Even though we all know what's happening. 415 says that the food stand's going to have nuggets as a cross promotion.
Probably.
Well,
they have them here at 58 Social.
You can get Impossible Nuggets at 58 Social. You must be able to get them somewhere in the ballpark too. That must be an
I'm
option.
assuming so.
Within the ballpark if they're doing this. 530 says you guys are making a big assumption that hot dog scarfing talent translate to soy nuggets.
Stop it. Think about what you just said.
Well, dude, I'm
texted.
My point is, this is not going to gross him out. If the guy can eat, what did I say the number was?
Hard-boiled eggs.
What did I say? He ate 141 hard-boiled eggs. 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear his skill set translates to other food items.
Now, is he going to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" tonight? Post eating all of these chicken McNuggets?
I'd imagine.
Not McNuggets. Nuggets.
I imagine he'll be involved in stuff like that.
I hope so.
Boy, yeah, he's got to do all the media stuff before the game.
I think so. Yeah, so probably doesn't happen right away in the first inning.
I don't know. I think it does.
And
I don't know when they're going to
What
start.
if he catches a home run too at the same time?
What? What are you talking about?
But
Well,
takes
also,
it,
what if,
but
like-
takes it away from a kid at the same time.
What
Like,
if?
God
Yeah.
forbid, a interesting baseball game breaks out, right?
Someone went to a fight and a hockey game broke out.
Yeah.
All right, Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. Let's get back into the 49er talk here. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I want calls on 2 topics here.
Okay.
I want calls on what your expectations are for Mac Jones and the 49ers in New Orleans. Do you expect, with a backup quarterback in Mac Jones, that the 49ers still have enough talent to go out and win? And the second is, how long into the game, how many innings does it take Joey Chestnut to eat 99 nuggets? I legit think he's done by the second inning.
We're getting more calls on Joey Chestnut.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. And do you have a dresser for Derek? Those are the 3 things we need. Do you have a dresser for Derek who's lived in his apartment for a year and doesn't own one?
Can I barter with you?
He puts his underwear and socks on a shelf. And then
They
how
stay fresh.
many innings for Joey? What are your expectations for Mac Jones and the Niners this week?
Do you want a treadmill too?
Those are the 3 topics. Yeah, can you take a treadmill?
It is noisy.
Off my hands. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. We'll get to your calls, your thoughts on Mac, Joey, and Derek's living situation next on the Sports
We
Leader.
don't have to.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work with you on the patio, 58 Social. Learn something new every day. The Newsmax app is free. Did you hear that?
Oh, I didn't know. Glad I did.
He said it costs you nothing except your morality. Yeah, I'm talking sponsors. Joey Chestnut going to try to eat 99 plant-based nuggets tonight at the ballpark during the Giants-Dodger game. Giants and the Dodgers, 6:15 pregame, 7:15 first pitch. We're looking at some of his other records, by the way.
Yeah.
Some of the other things that people are saying, I'm not sure his hot dog eating prowess will transfer over.
Well, that's insanity.
You guys are nuts.
Of course it will.
Dude, he ate 14 and a half pounds of boysenberry pie in 8 minutes. He ate 15.75 pounds of bologna in 8 minutes. 182 chicken wings in 30 minutes. 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes. 36-ounce fish tacos in 5 minutes. It's wild.
Yeah.
Look at these. He owns like over 50 records.
No, he's the king.
He ate over 13 and a half pounds of pork ribs
He's
in
the king
12
of eating.
minutes.
And you know that there's got to be like another 50 that are unofficial records where people just don't know what the record is. They're like, oh, yeah, he ate 700 pounds of shrimp.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Like on a Thursday for kicks.
Yeah,
121 Twinkies in 6 minutes.
Joey just wanted to show up to the game tonight to watch the Giants and Dodgers, and then Impossible Foods and the Giants were like, hey, can you do us this eating challenge as well? And he's like, sure. But this is child's play for him. He's gonna accomplish this pretty quickly.
Is this baseball trying to tap into what it is that bananas are doing? The Savannah Bananas? Because there is some, like, I'm not surprised that thing has blown up as like a traveling circus type thing in the way that it has. I mean, they're selling out incredible venues. They're doing huge baseball stadiums. They're doing funny things where they're playing at I think they played at like a football stadium at one point, and they did it in a weird way where the center field went all the way out towards, like, they didn't change the field itself. Like, it's been pretty fun, all the games that go on within the games for the Bananas. Like, if you're a baseball fan, it's probably not, it's obviously a different thing, but for kids falling in love with it and having a whole different twist on a 150 or 200-year-old game, I think it's pretty cool. I like having that stuff. It's a little minor league feel to it, I guess.
It does. I kind of wonder why they're doing this for the Giants-Dodgers series. Like, you don't need to do that for this series.
I always wonder why you do giveaways like that for the Giants. Like, people are coming out anyway.
Exactly. So it could have
It's
been
to get Giants fans out here, maybe.
Well, but also this is he is a national hero, but he's a local hero too.
Yeah, true.
So if anybody can honor him, it's San Francisco Giants.
Well, we're throwing hero around pretty loosely these days.
Oh, he's a hero.
Oh, he's a legend.
I mean, he's a legend, no question.
And he could eat heroes.
Dude, I bet you he has
47 pounds of them.
Dude, I guarantee you Joey Chestnut has a hero record. If it can be 38-ounce heroes in 10 minutes, there you go.
But to the point you were making earlier about how in recent years this rivalry, when the Giants have been here, it's been covered with Dodger blue. I'm sorry, like, that probably may be the case tonight as well, but with what's going on right now, with them being in it the last remaining weeks of the season, there needs to be more Giants fans here tonight. I don't think there's any excuse for that. You're in contention. You're right behind the Mets for that final wild card spot. You're playing your hated rival. You should be here tonight.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, this is, and by the way, the crowds were light this week for the Arizona series.
That's understandable.
But the Giants,
during the week, I get it, but also
I also don't blame
fighting for a playoff
I
spot.
don't blame the fans who were falling off, who were so hot, and the Giants were one of the best attendance teams through the middle part of the summer. But then it was at the end of the summer where the Giants just kind of fell apart, where they stopped hitting, they stopped being intriguing, they were boring, they were dull. People were coming to the park thinking we're going to see them lose. They were lifeless, and then they went on this run after sweeping the Cubs. Things got pretty exciting, and they went on the road, and they continued to win. They've continued to play good baseball. They've continued to put up runs. They've pitched it pretty well. The bullpen's been okay. They've not played great defense over the last few weeks, and that's something that, with these margins being as thin as they are right now for the Giants, margin for error or mistake, it gives you some pause, I think, in that will they be able to catch a team like the Mets? Can the Mets correct themselves before it's too late? Because the hottest team right now, you'd rather be hot than be good at this point. If you can just get hot and the Giants can ride this momentum, did they get too hot too early is the question. Do they have enough? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. What are your expectations this week for Mac Jones in New Orleans? I mean, I expect him to win. And Tracy Sandler told us, she said the player that's got to step up the most for them in the absence of George Kittle is Kyle Juszczyk. I would agree with that. I would say it's a combination of the run game, the offensive line specifically, and helping create holes for Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson. But it's funny that we're talking who has to step up the most. It's Mac Jones simply and the run game in my mind.
No, I agree, and I think that if you thought that Christian McCaffrey was overused last week, just wait this week, because as we've been talking about, it is a good situation for Mac Jones, but it's not ideal. And if he was put on this team in 2023, he would have, his choice of whatever skill set guy he wants to throw to, but that's not the case right now. With George Kittle being out, it's minimal. It's Ricky Pearsall. It's hopefully Juwan Jennings. It's the guy he knows in Kendrick Bourne, but it's really going to be a lot of Christian McCaffrey. So I think they're going to run the ball heavily. I think that something we also have to consider is the familiarity of Brandon Staley, the defensive coordinator of the Saints. He was here a year ago as an assistant head coach working with Nick Sorensen on the defensive side of the ball. So he knows this team pretty well. But what I'm expecting Mac Jones to just deliver the mail, just to be a game manager. You don't have to go out there and drop back 50 times. Like Brock Purdy, last week threw 35 passes. I think that Mac Jones, maybe 20 passes, 25, whatever it needs to be, but rely heavily on the run game. Try to find. I mean, it's also going to be predicated on the defense too. Like they need to pretty much replicate what they did a week ago. So as far as the spread, 3.5. Yeah, I probably take the Niners and the points, but the over/under is 40.5. Definitely hit the under here. But yeah, I think it's going to be a defensive game. I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints get to Mac Jones, a couple times.
Did the Niners score more points than they did last week? I think they score more than they did last week.
I'd say if it's anything, it's probably 20. I think it's probably the same type of game. It's the same game for the Saints a week ago where it's 20-13. And I know there's not really a lot of pressure on Eddie Pinheiro, and happy, early birthday to him. It is his birthday tomorrow. He'll turn 30. Yeah, I mean, he's the new guy, and it's not as much pressure as Jake Moody. But you're going to have to rely on him. Like, if you stall in the red zone, you're going to have to apply the points. So I think there's a little bit of pressure on Eddie Pinheiro just to be the guy that's going to, keep them in the game.
Well, there's always pressure on the kicker there.
Of course.
But you're right. First game, new city, new team. I mean, maybe it's better that he's on the road. Who knows? But he's kicking indoors, which is, by the way, in a division, in a place where he's kicked before. He was in the NFC South.
Right.
So we can look at his numbers even in New Orleans. I'll check those in a minute for how he's fared in his career.
As a Panther, yeah.
But that's, he was with the Panthers in Carolina. So he's playing in the NFC South anyway. So somewhere he's at least somewhat familiar with, considering how long he was in Carolina.
As far as the defense, I mean, I know that I've kind of downplayed the Saints, but just looking at their roster, they have their own Swiss Army knife in Alvin Kamara, who's equally great, through the air or running in between the tackles or outside. You love Rashid Shaheed, and that's going to be the assignment for Upton Stout this week.
I love him. I think he's got a funny name.
You love the name, though.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's also good for a deep pass every now and then.
Right.
Who else do they have? They have Brandon Cooks. They have Chris Olave. Juwan Johnson's their tight end.
Yep.
So they have their work cut out for them as far as the defense, but it's really just the quarterback. It's the inexperience of Spencer Rattler, who's 0 for 7 in his NFL career. So I think that Mac Jones, I know some people are looking for him to have like a big stat game. I'm not.
He's 0 and 7 Rattler as a starter in his career. Is what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. So for Mac Jones, if he's 1 touchdown pass, 1 interception, 185 yards passing, I think that's enough to get the job done.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Russell, who's in Marin. Russell in Marin, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
How's it going, gentlemen?
What's up, Russ?
What's up, Russ?
Oh, big time fan. Love it. Just in terms of Mac Jones, D-Pop, I think you're spot on. I don't think they're going to do anything big with him. I think he's just going to really manage the game in a way that we want, but we certainly are going run heavy. So, I think you're spot on. I don't think they're going to ask him to do a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think the game plan changes a whole lot, though. I think it's kind of the point. It's going to be predicated, and I appreciate the comment. It's going to be predicated on what the run game can do for them. And I know you're saying it's got to be a similar type of game to last week. The Saints are a bad team. The Niners, even with a backup quarterback and a guy who's got some experience, should be the better team on the field. I mean, talked to you about what Husak was saying a couple of weeks ago, that if you took the top 10 on the Niners and put them against anybody in their top 10, they'd be maybe the best team in football if you took their top 10 players. Right. I don't even know on the Saints, outside of Alvin Kamara, a couple of players on the defensive side of the ball, you're not going to have many of those guys who can kill you or who can destroy you on the Saints side of the ball.
No, definitely not. The only guy that you worry about is Rashid Shaheed, because he could go from, you're on your own 20-yard line, and then it's an 80-yard pass out of nowhere. Yeah. So Bernardo Green had his work cut out for him last week against Jackson Smith and Jigba, so that's just the one thing I worry about. But, yeah, if Trent Williams is not a go, and it sounds like he will be, but if he's not, just the offensive line was a little shaky last week. The defensive line for the Saints, they got some playmakers. They got Cal Bear, Cameron Jordan, Chase Young, who's a 49er. I don't know if he's healthy, actually. But, yeah, they got some playmakers on defense, DeMario Davis. So I'm just looking for them pretty much to have the same game they had a week ago, where just keep yourself in the game. Don't miss the field goals. Play good defensively. If you come out with a win that's 20-13, that's fine. This doesn't need to be a repeat of 7 years ago against the Saints in the Superdome, where it was 48-46.
I don't anticipate it's that kind of game. No,
absolutely not.
Probably the best game Jimmy played as a Niner.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the game where I think Kendrick Bourne threw a touchdown pass to Raheem Mostert, if I remember correctly. But
was it Emmanuel Sanders? You mean?
It might have been Emmanuel Sanders actually. Now that I think about it, but yeah, I mean it's not that type of game. It's not a shootout. It's just, can you survive? Can you put up more points than the other team? I think the Niners are capable of doing that.
Just a quick note here: Eddie Pinheiro has never missed a kick in a dome.
Well, there you go.
Excuse me, he's never missed an extra point in a dome. He's 14 for 15 field goals in a dome. He's 13 for 13 extra points.
Do we worry about him partying too hard in the French Quarter, though, for his birthday?
For his 30th birthday?
Yeah.
I'm not personally concerned about that, no. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're live from the patio at 58 Social. Giants and the Dodgers coming your way in a huge series. Did not anticipate there'd be some juice to this series in the way there is for the Giants and the Dodgers right now, as the Giants enter play today a game and a half behind the Mets for that third wild card spot.
This is just me being nitpicky, would it have been cool to see Verlander versus Kershaw tonight? Just two old guys going against each other?
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fun. It's funny, and neither guy are we hearing. We're not hearing retirement stuff from anybody.
Kershaw, though, is kind of entertaining it a little bit, where I saw a recent interview where he's like, I'm going year to year. I haven't decided on next year yet. He hasn't said I'm retiring. In baseball, they usually do a grand tour at the end.
Well, it depends. That's what I was going to say. Is I wonder if he would be a farewell tour guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder. Some guys want that. Some guys don't like that. Some guys say, I will truly decide at the end of my career. I wonder if Kershaw will be a. He's never been really a hey big look at me guy.
Right.
He's not a flashy dude. So I wouldn't surprise me if a guy who's gone about his career is all business in the way that he has would just kind of call it at the end of a career. What's interesting though is because he's been with one team, they might want to do something for him. They might want to have a better idea of that. But you can always bring a guy back to do that. Verlander, I think when he hangs him up, he'll just hang him up.
Yeah.
Because he's bounced around to so many teams.
Yeah.
I don't know that there would be a big hoopla about a farewell for him.
The Tigers would probably do something big for him.
For sure. Tigers would be, maybe Houston if he's still got ties there. That could be somewhere. I don't know if Kershaw's a farewell tour guy. Who knows? We'll see. Anyway, it's a hell of a series this weekend. 3 big pitching matchups.
Yep.
We'll talk about them next. We'll talk about it in a little while with Richard Riley at 4:50. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic is going to join us for his weekly conversation. When we come on back, we'll pick his brain about the 49ers situation without Brock Purdy out there. Marcus is a big Brock guy.
Oh, I know.
He was big. He was booking Brock as a big year this year for the Niners.
He wanted him to get paid before he could get paid.
Yeah, well, he did get paid, and now he's not playing.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Marcus about that. And do the Warriors have a roster yet?
Yeah. Kuminga, he's going to sign that qualifying offer. Yay.
Yay, all right. Al Horford, Melton, come on down. Marcus Thompson next of The Athletic, only here on the Sports Leader.
There's still time to head out to 58 Social and have a beer with Dirty Work.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Get sloppy drunk with Copes, Derek, and Timmy Turtles before the start of Giants pregame at 6:15. Don't miss out on KNBR, the
We're good? Yep. All right. For you want a beer?
leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the patio at 58 Social, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We do it every week with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country. Marcus joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line, and he's sponsored. Is he sponsored? No. Oh, he's not. Sorry, Marcus, you're not sponsored. What's up, Marcus? How you doing, bro?
Man, can I be sponsored by Aspiration then?
Oh, I want to get into that.
Money.
I want to get into that.
Oh, now Derek wants to get into it. I brought it up yesterday. I was like, dude, this is kind of wild. And Derek's like, I guess. I was like, bro, this is kind of a crazy story. You've been following this thing from the jump, Marcus? The Kawhi Leonard aspiration, possibly off the books, evading the salary cap drama?
Yeah, the first one I was like, whatever. You know,
see,
billionaires cutting corners. But then the second one where the minority owner pumped in, $2 million because Kawhi Leonard's check was late. I was like, come on now, everybody. They just got way too comfortable. It's paper trails out here now. Like, that's crazy. The company's falling apart. Nobody's getting paid. People getting laid off. But Kawhi gets his $1.75 million. Like, that's insane.
No, Marcus, I'm with you. And it's great work by Pablo Torre. It is fascinating, but I'm not surprised. Like, I assume all owners are doing shady stuff under the table to sign players.
I actually was thinking that, but then my Warriors Plus Minus co-host Tim Kawakami, he made a good point. Like, these dudes ain't really trying to spend more money than they have to. So part of the reason we have this ridiculous salary cap with the second apron is for that very reason. Like, they're like, hey man, you big spenders, y'all need to relax.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're not trying to spend that much money. So it's really probably a handful, maybe. I just find it hard. Like, imagine if, like, the Washington Wizards are circumventing the salary cap.
Yeah.
Like, it ain't working at all, right? Like, so what are you doing? Like, how do you never win if you circumvent the cap? So you would think some of these teams who are perennially at the bottom, like, they definitely aren't. Because if you are paying more than the salary cap and you still can't win, then you probably should sell the team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bad look for owners, but, like, what do you think the player perspective is where this is out there? And now some players like, no, this is how business gets done. Like Channing Frye was on whatever show he was on the other day.
So why
like,
you snitching?
Why you snitching about this?
I was like, what?
Hey, first off, who's snitching?
Well, Pablo kind of.
She said, Pablo ain't in the mix. You can't snitch if you're outside.
Exactly.
You got to be in the mix to be snitching. Like,
right.
if Pablo is getting money from Aspiration and then he say something, then he's snitching, right?
Right.
But he just reporting what he knows. I don't think it's snitching unless, Channing want to give up some of that, some of that bread. Some of us won't snitch if you put us in the mix. Yeah.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't snitching. Yeah. They put you on an Aspiration payroll. You go, snitches get stitches. That's going to be your new motto.
Break me one off, dude. I'll be good. I mean, I think the point Derek's making or asking about, too, is, like, is there any of this that will reflect back on the player? Like, to me, it's if they put it in front of me and I'm a player, why wouldn't I sign it? It's not my fault they said yes to something that's outside the rules. That's a team issue, not a player issue. How do you think the league will view this?
Yeah, I think the league, first off, they took a very kind of like passive stance about it. To me, Adam Silver's talk lets you know, like, they're not going crazy about this because he's basically saying, I need a smoking gun to do anything. When not only is this, if the gun ain't smoking, it's warm. So this is enough to do something. But also, this ain't the Clippers' first time messing around. They had been fined before about this type of stuff, right? And, Uncle Dennis is known in these streets for this type of stuff. And, Steve Ballmer keeps saying stuff where you're like, dude, what are you doing? And now the latest report, Mike Vorkanoff reported from The Athletic that he'd have pumped 10 more. He found 10 more million he pumped into it.
Yeah.
So at some point, like, you may not have the CSI evidence on the situation, but they're clearly doing something. And it feels like even if everybody's doing this or this is kind of a known thing in their board of governors meetings, you got to do something for the sake that they got caught. Right? Even if you're like, we see what happened. Like if you Kawhi Leonard, man, and you get some little low-key money, you know what I'm saying, and you name your LLC KL2. Like at some point, you just gotta get fined for being reckless.
Yeah.
Like, why are you naming it after yourself?
And your
we
number.
Can figure this out.
Put your number on it.
Yeah, like KL2. Like you just scrolling and like, who's that? KL2. Like there's no other KL2. So it's like they probably got a little too careless, a little too reckless, and you gotta do it like that. It should be pointed out. Steph's got one of these situations too, and they handled it above board. The point the Clippers are making is these are like a team can invest money into a company, and that same company can also separately do an endorsement deal with an athlete. That's their point. They're saying it's not connected, right? The evidence is looking a little suspect, but Steph has a Rakuten deal, and the Warriors have a Rakuten deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's legal to do it. Steph is doing Rakuten commercials, and they got the Rakuten on the jersey. Like, that's how this thing happens when you're doing it like openly. It's what we're finding is the secret stuff, and if you're gonna do that, you got to get fined for getting caught. Like that to me, they got to do something about getting caught. That's the big deal. They got caught, so something got to happen.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. All right, let's talk some Valkyries. So Sunday's the first playoff game. How do the Valkyries match up with the number 1 seed Minnesota Lynx?
This is not good. This is not good. I was giving them hope against Atlanta.
Yeah.
Look, Atlanta ain't ever done anything. Like, look, Ryan Howard is a beast, and Alicia Gray. They got squad, but it's like you have that hope of they're kind of new to the elite scene. They prime for upset. And, for a moment there, it was like, Vegas is struggling. Plus, they won 16 straight. They do. Like, you can make all these arguments. Even New York. New York's been up and down. Minnesota's like that, man. Of all the teams to get, like, that's the one you don't want to get.
And they just rolled them, too, right? Didn't they just play them?
Yeah. Then like, they could have not played them, but then Minnesota go out and basically say, nah, we want you, Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the gangster stuff. That's exactly what, by the way, Avery Johnson should have done in 2007 when the Mavericks played the Warriors. Remember he benched this guy?
Yeah.
We're going to lose the game, and then you face him. Like, nah, you got to say, if I win, I play you, I'm about to beat the brakes off you to let you know I want you, actually. So I think Minnesota feels really good about this matchup. Like, so this is a tough one. And I would feel a lot better if this game was at home. And the fact that it's in San Jose, I'm curious about that. Like, they lose the one thing they might have had unless somehow the Valkyries can produce that same feel. But yeah, this is the toughest matchup they could have got.
Now, in terms of where this stands among like first season expansion teams, not just, it's the first ever WNBA team to make the playoffs in an expansion year. We saw the Vegas Golden Knights go to the Stanley Cup in their first year in existence. This has to be one of the on the short list of best first-year expansion team stories. I know it doesn't take a ton to get into the postseason in terms of winning record, but they had one, and they're in, and they're not even the bottom seed.
Yeah, Vegas Knights kind of take the cake, right?
They have to,
As far as, like, elite, that's like, Disney movie type stuff. But, the reason I give these Valkyries a lot of credit and why I think they're up there is because it's a very, like, mishmash roster. They dealt with injuries all season. I think I know they had at least 3 players on hardship contracts, and then one of those players had signed it 3 times. So the roster's never been settled. They don't have like a superstar, and they just somehow didn't fall off the wagon. They just kept winning enough. Then you throw in the whole vibe and just the energy around the team and how they, in many ways, revive basketball fandom in the Bay Area. It had gotten, kind of highbrow, right? Where you got to win at a big level to get the best out of the crowd. But they've kind of brought some of that old feel back. It's a very, community type of story. That's the part I like about it. It's about the Valkyries, but it's about the Bay and basketball. It's about almost antithetical to how sports business is working, and we'll see how long it lasts, but what it looks like when it's affordable and you can bring the whole family, and what it sounds like when it's a representation of the whole community in the building. Like they brought a lot of that vibe. Then you got Natalie Nakase, Coach of the Year, and Veronica Burton, MIP.
Most improved, yeah.
They like this was a surprisingly solid year. It would be better if they got a playoff win, but if they don't, it was a quality first dibs. They don't top the Vegas Knights, but I'm gonna put them in the top 10.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the Uma guest. Well said, dude. I think that's a great way to phrase that, and then it shows you, a representation of the community. You're right. It's a different crowd going to Valkyries games than it has been Warrior games since they moved to Chase Center. Just jumping over to the 49ers now, man. Our $53 million guy, Brock, he's out this week. Kyle finally gets Mac Jones under center. How about that?
Hey, you better cook, Kyle. This is like like who's watching this game closer, 49er fans or Trey Lance?
That's a great question. Trey Sway's a damn man. It could have been him.
Hey, Kyle. If Kyle manages to win any one of these games, it would be one of the craziest stories we've seen with the 49ers in a minute. Like, after all of this, and now it looks like this is the bad start to the season, right? Like, I don't know. These games look very sketchy as far as winning them, right? No Purdy, no Kittle. Like, this feels like it's a tough road. If he go out and cook with Mac Jones, oh man, like that would be redemptive for Kyle. Like, man, if y'all just give me my guy, I got you. Like, I just don't see it with Mac Jones. I'm sorry.
And then we have the whole debate of, are they better with Mac Jones or Brock Purdy than Marcus?
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for this. Let's go 6 weeks straight about who you start. Like, you know what they say, when you got two quarterbacks, you have a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think that's the old adage in the NFL.
That's what they said about Phil Simms and Jeff Hostetler back in the day.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Let's go. I'm with it. Let's cue the Mac Jones, Brock Purdy quarterback, beef.
Controversy beef.
Beef. I want one of them. And at the end, one of them need to be thrown on the side while they're waiting for the next team in 49ers tradition.
Like Jimmy sitting on the side field, dude. Take his playbook and let him throw. Just play catch over there by himself.
Steve Young and Joe Montana, part 2. But, Marcus, what do you have to say to the fan base, though, that's already concerned about the amount of touches that Christian McCaffrey is getting? Like, while you don't want to overuse him, you kind of have to with all the injuries out there right now.
That's what makes this so rough. Like, they're losing these offensive weapons, and we know what they're gonna do now. It's just like, all right, let's put all your attention on McCaffrey. Like, make somebody else, make Mac Jones beat you with a receiving core that don't have its best weapons. Like, this is tough, and perhaps because of the adversity they're facing, it gives Kyle some real permission to not run him into the ground. Because then it's like you run him into the ground just to stay in a game. Like, you might as well make sure he's rested and get some other people some touches and, mix in B-Rob and kind of diversify this thing. Like, it's probably such a dire spot they're in that he has a license to not run him into the ground. But if, Kyle, he's going to want to try to win. And if you want to try to win with this current setup based on their health status, that means a lot of McCaffrey touches against the defense, who is looking at this roster saying nobody but McCaffrey can beat us. So that makes it a really dicey situation. They got to manage this well.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line, best sports writer in the country. Marcus, I just want to tell you something that we found out about Derek today earlier in the show.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, let's go.
Dude, this fool doesn't have a dresser.
Wow.
What you mean?
That's what I mean. I mean, he's lived in his apartment for a year.
Well, you
and he doesn't have a dresser.
You couldn't think of anything else?
I want to get Marcus's opinion.
Okay, fine. Marcus, what do you think about me not having a dresser?
Where do you put your clothes?
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
In the closet.
Yeah, but what about underwear and socks?
I hang it up on the shelf.
There's no way. There's no way you hanging Wednesday briefs on the shelf, bruh.
Not hanging, but it's folded out there. Marcus, come on, man.
It's folded out there. It's been a year in this apartment.
So these things don't go in a drawer, something you can pull out, grab one.
I'm incredibly lazy, and one of these days I'll get around to getting a drawer.
Hey, listen, you know why they call them unmentionables, right?
Yeah, I know.
These things are supposed to stay in places that people can't just be. So Like, what are you going to be like, hey, can you go grab me a shirt? And then you pull out a shirt and just a week of boxers just fall on you, right? Like
on the
old
shelf,
socks.
dude.
Like, yeah, like, what are you doing, man?
Wow,
like, go to Target, get you one of them little foldable little things. You know what I'm saying? Put it, like, organize your life. Get it together. Grown
All
people
right.
have dresses.
I'll
Let's go,
definitely
man.
get together, Marcus. I'll definitely get
I
together.
knew he wasn't going to hear from me. He had to hear from somebody else. He
Yeah,
had to
I
hear
know.
From an adult.
Cope saying it and all of the viewers saying it is one thing, but Marcus telling me, now it changed my life.
Now he's going to check
I'm
back
just saying,
in on you.
they're unmentionables, man. You can't. You
I know.
Can't be pulling the,
I hear you.
You
I
can't
hear
be
you.
pulling the Mervyn sprockets out. That's got to be in a test where nobody's supposed to see the sprocket underwear. Come
Okay,
on, man.
off of me for a second, Marcus, and a different question. What did you make of Adam Silver's comments the other day when asked about fans who can't afford streaming? Well, I do believe the NBA is a highlight social media, centric sport. Should the league be promoting that and basically telling their fans they're just casuals?
No, I think he's telling the fans they broke. Hey, broke boy, go online, man. If you can't.
You see those clips? We got them for free.
What you want us to do, man? What more do you want me to give you? We pass out highlights, like free turkeys on Thanksgiving. He's actually right. It's actually a smart thing that the NBA does, right? Especially in this climate where this is just sports now. It's not an NBA thing. It's a sports thing. Sports costs too much.
Yeah.
Most people can't go. And the NBA, I know this from a rights perspective, they've been always really good and about making, you retweet it, they're not shutting it down. NFL will shut you down. You can just push this thing. You can have this kind of secondary, knockoff version of the, replica version of the league. I think they've been really good about that, making sure they can reach people who can't afford to be in the building. It just doesn't sound good, right? Maybe at least say something like, yeah, we think about those people. We're always trying to figure out how we can get them inside, and we know the experience is great. Talk about how many kids get to go to games for free, and you're working with organizations and all this. Say that. Don't say, you know what I'm saying? We'll set up a TV outside for you.
Yeah, just download the app. You can watch some highlights for free.
Hey, man, what you want us to do? We give you highlights free on Twitter. I can't do anymore. Here's $1.
I did not think it was a good answer. I'm with you. At least give me some political line. You know what I mean? Give me some league, I don't know, memo on it on some general statement. But to just say, yeah, sorry, tough break. I think that was sort of off base.
Yeah.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear for The Athletic, one of the best sports writers in the country. Marcus, we'll talk to you next week, man. Thanks so much for the time.
I'll get a dresser, Marcus.
From now on, when you say from The Athletic, make sure you say an owner of a dresser.
An owner of a dresser. Well, I think it's
Unlike
a given.
Derek Papa.
I assumed Derek had a dresser until today.
I used to have a dresser. I had to give it away.
He gave it away and didn't get another one.
I should have.
Look at the anti-Adam Silver move. Was like, you know what? I'm just
I know.
gonna give it away.
I was thinking the same thing.
I respect it.
NBA fans need streaming platforms like I need a dresser.
All right, Marcus. We'll talk to you next week, bro.
All right, peace.
That's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Truly.
Next time I see Marcus at a game, he's going to be like, you really have a dresser, right?
He's the perfect guy to ask for that, because I knew he was going to give you crap for it.
I know.
Dude. You can't be having your Wednesday draws just sitting out there. Whenever you say, I'll get a drawer. He is right. You could just go to, he made a good point about the unmentionables.
I know.
You just go to Target and get one of those, the sliding one. I
want a good one, though. The thing is,
you don't want a good one. You would have done it if you wanted a good one.
That's the dilemma. I want a good one, but not that bad, Copes.
If I were to get one, it would be a good one. That's what you're saying.
And it has to be delivered when I'm home on the weekends. It's tough. It's tough. I have no time to get a dresser.
You have plenty of time.
No,
dude.
I don't. I'm producing the show and hosting at the same time. My life's a mess.
What does that have to do with anything outside of the show? What do you do when you go home at night? You could just stop by Target on your way home.
I have to watch the Giants.
You have a car. You have to watch the Giants. You got a car. You can go pick one up, listen to the game.
I could. There's a Target in Emeryville that I definitely could just get a dresser
You
from.
could skip the lift one day and go in the morning.
Can't skip a lift. Come on.
Did you lift today?
No.
Today was a shave day.
Today was a shave and run the treadmill day. Funny enough.
Did you get on the treadmill?
Yes.
I thought you said you hadn't used it in years.
In my apartment complex, not the one in my not the one in my apartment.
Not the noisy apartment.
My bad,
one.
money bags with your two
Oh,
treadmills,
stop
dude.
it! I can't afford the NBA streaming platforms. Adam Silver.
Just watch the highlights. It's the same thing.
You ripped me for having a huge bathroom. You're the guy with a treadmill. and you've got a treadmill downstairs.
Can I
in the gym.
hang some of my dirty underwear in your bathroom?
I do hang my shirts in there to dry, the ones that I don't put in the dryer.
Yeah.
If I'm like hang dry, and I put them in the bathroom.
I mean, honestly, like I hang my shirts up. I hang everything else up. Do I really need drawers?
Do all your hangers match?
Yeah, they're all just general white hangers. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And dude, I kind of thought Derek was a wire hanger guy for a minute.
Oh God, no! Come on now, man.
cares?
What am I
It's a hanger, it doesn't matter.
clotheslining my shirts in drawers?
We're gonna take a quick break.
Please do.
Coming up next, hamper chat.
I have a hamper, Tim.
Derek getting worked up about it, dude.
Enough about me.
Derek has to watch his Giants. That's why he's That's why I can't get the dresser at night. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio 58 Social. Pregame for the Giants and the Dodgers coming your way at 6:15 for a 7:15 first pitch. Public House, 58 Social just about to open here. People in line coming out getting your beers and your Impossible Nuggets like Joey Chestnut's going to try to eat 99 of them tonight.
We should ask Marcus about his thoughts on Joey Chestnut.
We should ask Rich Aureli about it. I think we talked hot dog contest with Aureli before.
He's kind of disgusted by the whole thing, and I hope we have Dave Fleming on talkback because he is nauseated by the whole process.
Okay, hopefully we get to. Yeah, well, if the Impossible Nuggets are an item that Dave might like.
That's
A
true.
vegan himself, maybe he won't be as grossed out by it.
Yeah, but I think like regardless of whatever the food is, Dave is not a fan of the Joey Chestnut stuff.
The Dodgers come to town tonight. Where does Clayton Kershaw rank among Dodgers or general players you hate but you respect? Is he at the top of that list? We'll talk about it next. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Is Kershaw your most hated but most respected player, I guess, rival in Bay Area sports? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined the morning crew this morning to talk about the Giants' playoff chances.
I mean, the Giants have a chance. The Mets are crumbling, and the Reds are coming on. I mean, it's really getting exciting.
And the impact it could have if the Giants beat LA this weekend.
If you win this series, if you sweep this series, I mean, can you imagine the momentum coming out of that? There's opportunity here.
You can hear that and all the interviews on the podcast page at thesportsleader.com or on the app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. You know what I love talking about, especially when we're sitting on the patio outside the ballpark. We're talking Live in Moss. We live Moss today. Me and Tim and Derek all did. These guys got a couple Mexican pizzas. Joey, you lived Moss today, didn't you? Got some Taco Bell? Yeah, everybody should be getting some Taco Bell, especially when you download the Taco Bell app. You're going to unlock some rewards and exclusive access. Tim, how was your Mexican pizza?
No lie, this is the best day of the week.
Derek, you had a Mexican pizza too, didn't you? Derek, a big thumbs up for the Mexican pizza. When you join the Taco Bell Rewards program, you're going to get to choose some of your favorite menu items for free. They're going to hook you up with a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Not to mention, you get exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops. You'll be the first to hear about new menu launches. They've got a double stack taco right now. Looks incredible. And member-only events. Is there a better place to earn and redeem those points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? It's like a block from the stadium, just off 3rd and Townsend. I can see it right now. I'm looking right at Taco Bell while I'm talking Taco Bell. It's the perfect spot for a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the ballpark. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a beer and keep the good times rolling. It's the Taco Bell Cantina downtown. Stop by for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And don't forget to live Moss.
If it's lift day, it's dirty work. Right here on The Sports Leader.
Damn right, lift day.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you at the patio. 58 Social, Giants and the Dodgers tonight. 7:15 first pitch, a 6:15 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. Dude, shout out the great people at 58 Social, and especially our guy David.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were telling you about the event that's going on inside the ballpark tonight. Not only are the Giants going up against the Dodgers, Joey Chestnut will be here, and he's going to try to eat 99 impossible nuggets in 9 innings. He's not going to try. He's going to do it.
He's going to do it.
He's going to do it, in my estimation, in under 3 innings.
Yeah.
Maybe under 2 innings.
I'd say 3 max, but definitely 2.
All of his world records are done in like 8 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely underestimated Joey saying 6 innings. He'll get this done in probably 2.
Remember I told you he ate like 32 pierogies in 2 minutes of a halftime of a basketball game.
Yeah, it's all about speed. You can't slow down. You just got to keep going.
Now, is he going to go easy on the average Joe that's against him? That's my question.
I don't know. They said they're going to compete with him. I mean, I don't know if
what
they're
does
going to
that
see.
mean? Yeah.
I think they're going to see like how many will that person eat in the time that he does it. Maybe.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think this should be I guess they're saying during the game it's going to happen. It'd be great if it was a pregame event. It'd be funny if they did that thing where they're like, everybody get to your seats early. Make sure
John Miller does the MC work.
Yeah, you got John and Dave.
Richard Shea is shaking in his boots.
He's down there in a tux, dude. Yeah, getting ready to.
Joey Chestnut's ready to ride the tornado, make love to the dragon.
He's doing. That'd be great. John Miller doing the George Shea pump up for the intro at Joey Chestnut. Anyway, they just gave us some impossible nuggets here.
I have them right
at
here.
58 Social. You gonna dive into one?
Yeah, I'll try one out.
You don't strike me as a guy who would eat a lot of vegan food.
No. Would you?
Yeah, I'd eat some.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
It's a plant-based nugget. Derek's going in right now. What do you think?
This is easy.
And people are like, they're going to be. This is the thing that people don't understand. We've come a long way when it comes to vegan cuisine and vegan food.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand or think. People think this is going to be disgusting. They're like, you guys haven't talked about how gross it's going to be for him to eat these.
Oh, no.
This is going to be one of the easier things I think he's ever had to eat.
Now, what if he does it in between an inning? You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
2 minutes.
He did 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes. This is going to be child's play.
Yeah, but vegan food isn't bad. Like, I've had vegan burgers before. There's a vegan place right behind my apartment. It's not bad at all. So Joey Chestnut was endorsing a vegan
plant-based hot dogs.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why he was out of the competition for a year. But no, he's going to do this with ease.
Yeah, this is not going to be a problem.
Sorry, I have some quick news for you.
What do you got?
Courtesy of Susan Slusser, Matt Chapman never even had to make his case to MLB on his appeal. They offered the reduction to no games. The fine was the original fine amount, so he never actually had to plead his case for not being suspended.
So Matt Chapman is not suspended for a game. He appealed it, the 1-game suspension, and we thought had it been upheld, he would miss a game this weekend, which would be crucial. It's been overturned. He just has to pay a fine. He reached a settlement with Major League Baseball. So effectively, the game he sat out was the 1-game suspension. I don't understand why, if they're just going to take it back anyway, why do they even hand him a 1-game suspension?
Yeah, I know.
I never understood who did that. Like, who in the league said 1-game suspension, then he appealed, and they were like, no game suspension.
They probably looked it over again. It's like, okay, he pushed him. Okay, big deal.
Well, you got a suspension every day. How much do you have to look over? You would have known that immediately before you handed it down. I just don't understand. If he hadn't appealed, then he'd just be sitting on a 1-game. This is why you always appeal.
Exactly. Okay, the other bit of news from Alex Pavlovich. This is very interesting. Landon Roop just finished a bullpen session.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we got. But if he's able to pitch, I'm just saying.
I think they've said he was done for the year.
Yes. A suggestion that he might not be done for the year.
You mean like if they go to the postseason? Like, will he be healthy in the next 2 weeks, though?
Or could he get into your bullpen, potentially? He has experience.
We can talk to Susan Slusser about that. She's going to join us a little bit later at 5:30 right here on the patio at 58 Social, so we can pick her brain about that. I mean, the understanding, I think, in general about Landon Roop was he has been throwing. When I do those injury reports on the award-winning Diamond Notes every night, I've been looking at some of the injury stuff, and I know Carson Wisenhunt threw a bullpen earlier this week. I know he had been throwing on flat ground, and they were going to move him up to a mound, but I don't know how bad that bruise is, right? Isn't it a bone bruise or something?
It was a deep bone bruise, yeah.
So it's a non-contact sport, but I don't know. Is it a plant foot thing?
We can ask Susan about that, but if he's able to pitch in any regard, I think that helps our chances.
In any capacity, it would be a positive. Yeah. Did you say our chances?
I said their chances. I didn't say our chances.
I think you said our.
No, I didn't.
You dropped a we on the Giants.
Ref, go back and get the audio. I didn't say our chances.
808 KNBR. We'll get into this Kershaw discussion when we come on back. 415-808-567. Clayton Kershaw's going to take the ball against the Giants.
These are good.
He's 27-16 against the Giants in his career with an ERA of an even 2. Stop doing that.
All right.
All right. Clayton Kershaw takes the ball Is Kershaw the most hated but respected Dodger that you can recall, or maybe even just a rival in Bay Area sports? Is there anybody else that you hate as much as you respect in the capacity of Clayton Kershaw? We'll talk about it next. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Dirty Work, it's the greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
We're live from the patio, 58 Social. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, getting ready for the Giants and the Dodgers, a 7:15 first pitch. Who knew we'd have a series between the Giants and the Dodgers in September that was going to have some juice for the Giants? They're a game and a half back of the third wild card spot entering play today. Are the Mets at home or are they in Texas?
They're at home.
So the Mets are at home. That means they're probably underway now, or just getting underway.
At 4:15.
Well, it is 4:31.
Oh, well, there you go. I was aware of the time.
Why don't I get you an update here on the Mets score, because the Giants watching closely about what goes on with the Mets and even some of the teams around them, the Cincinnati Reds. Oh, my goodness. In the top of the first inning from Citi Field in New York,
wow,
the Mets have given up 6 runs to the Texas Rangers.
Whoa!
The Rangers.
What the hell's going on?
The Rangers are up 6-0 on the Mets right now. That game's over on MLB Network. It's probably on right here inside of 58 Social on one of the TVs there. And the Mets are, by the way, not out of it. Still a runner on second with 2 outs for Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers. Bochy trying to get his Rangers into the playoffs and maybe help the Giants out a bit, too.
Good Lord. Yeah, this is a massive implosion by the Mets right now.
Yeah,
and this would be so Mets for them to do this, but I'm shocked of just how they're just falling at the finish line toward the stretch here. It's incredible.
I mean, the money they spent, and
Yeah.
Juan Soto coming in there, I mean, he's got over 30 steals on the year. He's been one of the best hitters in all of the National League and all of baseball yet again this year. And they haven't even come to bat yet. They scored, I pointed this out, they scored 4 runs in the first inning yesterday to the Mets against the Phillies. And we were kind of paying attention to that game when we were in the studio.
Yeah.
Phillies started to roar back. By the time we got off air and finished up the show at 6 o'clock, the Phillies had come all the way back and taken the lead.
Yep.
6-4. The unique note about that game is the Mets became the first team in baseball history yesterday to score 4 runs in the first inning and then not have a player reach base for the remainder of the game, which is alarming.
That's insane.
It's alarming that they were able to do that, and the Phillies pulled it out. They've lost 6 in a row. They're a better team at home, much better. They're 18 games over 500 at home, but the Rangers at 77-70, they're a game better than the Mets right now. They're trying to find their own spot into the postseason. Something to pay attention to here. The Giants have a chance here to cut the lead to a razor-thin margin here before the weekend's over, or overtake the Mets if, in fact, they're to overcome the Dodgers. Let me ask you this, and Tim, you get in on this too. What is the most likely to least likely of scenarios of these 4?
Okay.
Dodgers win series, Giants win series, Dodgers sweep Giants, Giants sweep Dodgers. Give me your most likely to least likely to happen this weekend.
I would say least likely is the Giants.
The Giants sweep the Dodgers. I think we're together on that one.
The most likely scenario is the Dodgers win 2 out of 3.
So Dodgers win 2 out of 3 is the most likely.
Second most likely is the Giants win 2 out of 3.
Ooh, okay. So you don't think Dodgers sweep is on the table as high as Giants win the series?
No, because I think the Giants will be juiced for this series. I think that if anything, Logan Webb's 2-0 against the Dodgers this year. It's only 2 wins they have against the Dodgers. So either tonight or tomorrow, I'm expecting them to win. But yeah, I can't see with what's at stake and what the Mets are gift wrapping the Giants right now that they just totally get swept this weekend. So I see the Giants winning a game.
Okay, so you have that as the second most likely scenario.
Yes.
You think Dodgers win series, then Giants win series, then the next is the 2 sweeps.
Yes.
Tim, where do you come down on this?
I have it exactly the same way, though. I think the Giants probably win 2 out of 3 as opposed to the Dodgers just because of the starters that they got here. If you don't win it now, I mean, this is it. This is the moment. Like, these are the guys.
This is the
You've
moment.
got your 3 best starters going against, and you're not facing Ohtani starting. Yamamoto's incredible, but if you can get 2 or 3 here with your 3 guys, then you put yourself in position.
You guys are saying that like that. You don't have to see Ohtani starting. I think I would have, if I could. I don't know that I'd swap Ohtani in for any of these guys. I mean, it's a killer rotation with those 5 going. Ohtani, Blake Snell, Clayton Kershaw, Tyler Glasnow, and Yamamoto are their 5 right now, right?
Right, yeah.
Well,
it just becomes track record. Like, the idea is you don't see Ohtani all that much, so when you do see him, especially in the limited capacity this year, you don't really have a lot to go on. Whereas the other guys, it's like, okay, I can go back and look at my tape, I can figure it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess it's a question of, would you rather be into their bullpen? Because Ohtani's likely not going to go deep into the game. Would you rather be into the Dodger bullpen in a series like this and maybe chew him up a bit and have an opportunity later on? But you may also run into Ohtani next week when you see him, too.
I definitely think the Giants would rather see Ohtani. But as a sports fan, yeah, I would love to see Ohtani this weekend. But yeah, most likely he's going to be facing them next week when they face the Dodgers.
It just depends on how the rotation shakes out.
To me, Copes, though, it's not about this weekend. I mean, it'd be awesome if the Giants win the series against the Dodgers. But at the same time, it's also next week when they play the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Dodgers again, where it's awesome that the 3 aces are going, but it's the days where Carson Seymour pitches. It's the day where Kai Tang pitches. We have a bullpen game or whatever. That's the games where this wild card race is so tight that just one game could screw it for you in the end,
That's exactly why I think they get 2 or 3 right now.
Yeah.
Because you have to win these. You can't depend on winning on a Kai Tang day or a Seymour day. You got to do it now.
But at the same time, the Mets, I mean, they're going to play, I think, the Cubs again. And
the Mets the Mets don't have the easiest remaining schedule. And
So
neither do the Reds. The Reds are in Sacramento this
Yeah.
week. The Reds get to see everybody in their division still, plus the A's. So they start a 3-game series against the A's. They get a series against the Cardinals, a series against the Brewers, a series against the Pirates, and then a series against the Cubs is the last one.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I mean, this weekend will be awesome, and also the series against the Diamondbacks, series against the Dodgers, even the series against the Rockies, too, and the season is going to be big because every game matters right now for the Giants.
Well, yeah, every game matters for all these teams.
Of course.
I mean, of course. I mean, like, every game matters for the Giants specifically because of also the tie breaks that may come into play. I mean, this is the first time that we've run into a situation where now we're looking in baseball at tie break scenarios because we used to get actual games played to break ties. Right. None of these second and third tier things ever mattered except to rank where you would have to potentially play in a game 163 or even a game 164. I think that's on the table in the previous way that they decided postseason play based on tie breaks there if there were 3 teams tied for one spot. But now we're into an NFL style of tiebreak.
Yeah.
Right, where you literally are just looking at numbers to see how you fared against certain divisions, and it does get a little bit, not random, but the initial tiebreak is head-to-head record, as it should be. The second tiebreak is how did you fare in your own division? So these division games, which the Giants still have 13 left, and the Cubs still have 12, the Reds have 12 left, are all that much more important. And I say that about the Reds because the Giants and the Reds tied the season series 3 apiece. There will be no tie between the Giants and the Mets. So if they finish with the exact same record, Mets are going.
Yeah.
Because they swept the Giants here, and the Giants won 2 or 3 when they went to Citi Field. So, and after that, the intra-division records.
Yeah.
Intra is your own, inter is the other. So the other division records, your record against the East and the Central for the Giants, those composites would decide the tiebreak, was the next, like the third rung of that.
I mean, this is just fun, though. Like, I remember 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, actually, when the Giants were competing with the Dodgers for the NL West. And I was watching those games in L.A., and it was just fun. Like, I had 2 TVs going.
Every day. And the thing was that they were really good.
Yeah.
Right? They were both really good.
I mean, that was a better
rivalry.
race because both teams were in the hundreds when it came to wins.
106, 107.
Exactly.
Incredible.
No, it was fun. It was entertaining. And, it's just the Giants have to capitalize on this weekend. They have to win a game. Like, the Mets, I cannot believe they're doing this. Like, I understand losing 4 straight at home to the Phillies or whatever, however many it's been right now. Also losing on the road to the Reds, and the Rangers, you said, are fighting for their own wild card berth. But at the same time, after all that, to come home and to lose already 6-0, what inning is it right now, Copes?
They were in the top of the first. If you want just an update on what's going on with the Mets. The Mets right now are taking on the Texas Rangers. They're at Citi Field in New York. The game just got going. End of the first inning, Rangers are up 6-0 on 4 hits.
God. Grimace
the
and
Mets suck.
Yeah, Grimace and Hawk.
From me, big time.
There you go. Grimace and Hawk Tua just down for the count right now.
Grimace and Hawk Tua into the bottom of the first.
We got Grimace and Hawk Tua. That's all we got for the Mets.
That writer was infuriated, dude. So, Mets up 6-0 in the first inning. Actually, they just wrapped up the first of the Mets are down to the Rangers 6-0 in the first. Rangers are coming back up here. That game is over on
incredible.
MLB Network. So Clayton Kershaw's going to pitch tomorrow against Logan Webb. That's an ace against ace type of matchup, and Kershaw's been fantastic. 10-2 on the season. His career record against the Giants, and he's been even better at Oracle Park, 27-16 with an ERA at 2.
Yep.
I feel like facing a lefty, almost any lefty now for the Giants, I just chalk it up as an L. Unfortunately, that's one of the things that has not changed, that trend all season long. For a team that has so many right-handed hitters, and did for the whole first part of the year, was able to run out numerous all right-handed lineups against left-handed starters, they've been one of the worst teams in all of baseball against left-handed pitchers. It's been weird. I mean, it happened the other day against Eduardo Rodriguez, who's not having a great year. I mean, he's a guy who can cut it, who's got a good changeup. Kershaw, same thing. The big breaking ball, the changeup, you can throw it in on your hands. He's not going to blow you away anymore with high velocity, but he's still one of the best pitchers in the game. Again, 10-2 on the year. You've got a lot of respect for him, but all that stuff is nothing I think about right now. It's as simple as you got to win that game. And the reason, if I were going to rank my 4 outcomes, when I said like Giants win series, Dodgers win series, or the 2 sweeps, part of me gives an edge to the Dodgers sweep. Not because I think the Giants are just going to lay down or anything like that. I just, in any close game right now, I don't have the confidence in the Giants bullpen. And it's not because they've showed me I should be concerned about it. It's just that they don't necessarily have somebody who's consistently enough close the door.
What about the Dodgers bullpen?
Yeah, I mean, they've got more proven talent there. They've had more of that bullpen this year. I guess my point is, are Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and Verlander all going to give you 6 or 7 innings? I don't know.
Logan Webb, definitely.
Logan Webb's going to go out there and he's going to eat. Robbie Ray, you'd think he's
Robbie Ray of late, no.
Robbie Ray of late is getting knocked around a bit. Verlander, he's more likely a 5-inning guy. Is kind of what he's been doing. I know he had a great outing his last start. He struck out 10 and all that, but can you rely on that for more than one start? Can you get him into the 6th or the 7th inning And even then, you're going to need your best bullpen arms, your Matt Gages, your Ryan Walker's still probably one of your more consistent arms or one of your more reliable arms just in terms of track record and how much you see them. But you're going to need everybody this weekend.
No, definitely.
So when you get down to a one-run game in the 8th inning or the 9th inning, can you hold the line or can they close the door? And that's the fear I have is Will Smith, the Dodgers. I mean, they've been walking off on teams all year long, too. So they've made comebacks. They've got the big guys who can perform in big-time moments where they need to. I don't know if the Giants have that experience or that level of talent, but you got to go make the plays. You got to go make the pitches. So I give the Dodgers the edge because of the bullpen and the defense for the Giants, really.
As far as the pitching matchups, which one do you think is the most favorable for the Giants? I would say not tonight because Verlander hasn't faced the Dodgers, and if I was going to say anybody's the weakest of the three, I would say Verlander. I could see him getting knocked around tonight. I also see him pitching a great game, but
tonight is Verlander Yamamoto, right?
Yes.
They've gotten Yamamoto before this year. I think the Giants
have. They won that game though.
What do you mean?
The Giants did.
The 8-7 game.
Yes.
Yeah, they got to him here. Yeah, they got to him here at Oracle Park earlier this year. I don't know what's the most favorable. Maybe Sunday.
Ray against Glasnow. I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
I don't like tomorrow's matchup because I don't like the Giants facing a lefty. I mean, I love Logan Webb going, but it feels to me like a game where he could go up 2 runs or 1 run and they could lose 2-1 or 1-0 because the Giants just haven't hit lefties this year.
So I brought this up because we don't know if this is going to be Clayton Kershaw's last game at Oracle Park.
I don't think it is.
You definitely think he pitches next season?
Yeah, I do think he's back next year. Based on the season he's having, he missed the first part of this year. They signed him late. They'll need more pitching. They'll have him back if he wants to be back. I think he's back next year.
Just then why did they go through the whole thing of the All-Star game with the Manfred selection to have him in there?
Well, that was the thing that I didn't like, was why did you pick – I mean, and that was the thing that I wondered about was because now they have this commissioner's pick for the All-Star game. He can just select somebody that he wants to be there, which I do like. I like that they're going to honor a player like that. You don't have to vote him in. They've done this in the NBA now, like the legacy pick.
Yeah, true.
Guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame potentially. My question was, why didn't they do it with Verlander? Unless you're like, we don't think Verlander's retiring after this year. We think Kershaw might. So maybe that was on the table. Maybe that's why they did it. If there was any
favoritism, the Dodger element to it.
Yeah, but that's part of it too.
Yeah.
He was having a better start to his season, even though he hadn't pitched hardly at all.
Right.
He was having a better start to the year than Verlander was in the first half, I should say. Verlander was underperforming, so maybe that was part of it. I don't know. My feeling is he'll be back because of how he's performing. But then again, Buster Posey, 2 out of every 3 games in his final year in 2021, and we didn't know that was. Sometimes you think, the guy's still got stuff. He's still got the ability to do it. When Buster hung it up, what I realized was, it wasn't that he could still do it. It was that he emptied the tank.
Right.
It was that he had all that in there, and he used every ounce that he had left in his game that he wanted to leave on the field and say, that's how I'm going out. I'm going to go out with one of the best seasons that I've had in the last number of years, and I've played 2 out of every 3 games, basically. He hit the home run that almost, hit the water cannon against the Dodgers off of Buehler and might have gone into the water, into the bay, but a splash hit would have been potentially the first right-handed splash hit until Elliot Ramos hit one last year. But that's the question I ask now, as I wonder about that. When you see a guy perform in his final season, it's not just about not getting signed. It's like, if he's that good, was he that good because he left it out there and put it all out there, or does he have more and he's walking away with more in the tank? I feel like could be either. My gut feeling says Kershaw's back.
Regardless if he comes back or not, the debates have been there for a while. But back in the day, it was Clayton Kershaw versus Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner having the postseason success, Clayton Kershaw being better in the regular season.
He's got a couple rings now.
Yeah, exactly. But when you look at Clayton Kershaw, is he a guy that you obviously hate, but at the same time, you just can't deny that he's one of the best of all time?
Yeah, I hate facing him.
Yeah.
You hate having to face him.
Hate having to face
You
him.
hate that the Dodgers. Tim, do you remember that Sports Illustrated cover where it was like Tim Lincecum and Kershaw?
Yeah, he's in a headlock, right?
Yeah, he's got him in that. And it was like, how cool is this? There's this guy is one of the best pitchers in the game, and then here comes Lincecum. He's winning Cy Young Awards. He's one of the best in the game. The fact that he's pitched for as long as he has, the respect grows and builds.
And just the consistency about how good he has been. Now, that's playoffs withstanding. Okay, that's obvious.
Yeah.
Knock on it. But that's never really been against the Giants, at least not, super specific. He's always shoved against the Giants.
That's all he does is kill the Giants.
And every time you're like, we're going to get to him this time. We're going to get to him this time. It's just every single time. And it's just, I have a ton of respect for him because, again, the longevity of his career, but also just the consistency of how good he has been. And, there's that added thing about playing for one team your entire time. It becomes more of like a lore sort of thing. It's just we've been the victim of it so many times where it's like, You can just go beat up on somebody else, please, because it's just consistently ass kicking against the Giants.
What I'll say is, like, he's not while I know people will say, well, he's a Dodger, so I hate him. Like, yeah. I don't ever root for Clayton Kershaw in any scenario that I've ever seen him in. Would you find me rooting for Kershaw?
Right.
Unless you were a Giant. You know what I mean? Unless you pulled an Oral Hershiser.
But it's not a hateable personality.
Unless you should have pulled a Duke Snyder and showed up in the black and orange for a year.
Right.
So the hatred is weird because it's like, I guess in general I don't like hate players in the same way I did like when I was a kid. But he's certainly not a guy who's ever like, he's not demonstrative enough to bother me in that capacity. He's just so damn good. You know?
Yeah.
Like Draymond, I get why people hate Draymond Green because he's physical, he's demonstrative, he's brash, he's like, not only is he on the winning team, he's gonna, as Tim would say, shove it up your can, and he's gonna let you know how he feels about beating you. Not that Kershaw doesn't get fired up on the mound and cheer and scream and yell and all that, but he's just not as brash or demonstrative. Like when Trevor Bauer was pitching for the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, doing the sword thing, and he's yelling at hitters, and he's flipping his glove, like all that kind of crap. Like, you hated that.
Well, he's just a D-bag in general.
Of course, you just hated that guy. Max Muncy yelling at Bumgarner and the way Yasiel Puig carried himself.
Puig, yeah.
Those were guys who you hated as Dodgers because they were, like, obnoxious Dodgers. You hate getting beat by anybody that's that good.
Will
but
Smith
it's like,
looking like Sid from Toy Story.
yeah, dude. God. It's good, but it's like Freddie Freeman was a Brave forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You had Mookie Betts was one of my favorite players in baseball.
Exactly.
Before he gets traded over there, and then it's like frustrating. It's like I hate that this guy is a Dodger, but in terms of the hate or disdain for Kershaw, like I don't carry, I guess, the same amount. It's just like I don't ever want to see his name on the pitching probables when he's coming to town. So yeah, there's a huge level of respect. I don't. Yeah, maybe more respect than I've ever had for any other.
When
other
he
Dodger,
retires,
sure.
you will stand and applaud. At least I would, for sure.
I would.
It's just the Giants just happen to be the victim of his greatness, and that's why it sucks for Giants fans because it just killed us.
Can you still stand and applaud for guys? I mean, can the umpire hold the pitch clock? You know what I'm saying? Like I remember when Tony Gwynn retired.
Yeah.
His final year. The last game that he ever had here, the last at bat he had was like a Sunday afternoon, late in the year. He steps into the batter's box, and I think it was Benito Santiago, whoever it was behind the plate, like wouldn't get down in the squat. The pitcher was standing off the back of the rubber. The umpire wasn't saying play ball. Everybody gave him a standing ovation. He stepped out of the box, and they still wouldn't like it in the squat. It was like, hey, tip your cap to the guy who's come to battle against this team every year for like 19 years. Candlestick Park, Oracle Park. You hated having to face Tony Gwynn. You love Tony Gwynn in general. I mean, I always did. But that's a guy where you're like, that's the guy we always tried to get out. We couldn't get him out. You tip your cap, that's the rival. Can you still do that with the pitch clock?
Well, a pitcher's a little bit different because he could walk off the mound, right? And so the timing is a little bit different. In the batter's case, you'd have to have something, the umpire's going to dust the plate or, something that would stop the
dust the plate off, dude. Yeah, they'd always do some fake little thing, walk out and dust the plate off. I like that. When you're talking about a great hitter, you're talking about guys like Bonds. It's my Tony Gwynn. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come on back, let's talk to Rich Aurelia about games in September.
Yep.
Playoff baseball feel for the Giants. Dude, as I said, the light changes. Get that sort of orange feeling here. It's an orange Friday at Oracle Park. The Giants and the Dodgers, a big 3-game series. Tonight's pitching matchup, Justin Verlander against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's coming off of an outing where he went 8 2/3 innings, no hit ball before he gave up a home run to Jackson Holiday. The Dodgers ended up losing that game. That was last Saturday, right before the Niners took on the Seattle Seahawks. I was paying attention to that game up in Seattle. Tomorrow you got Clayton Kershaw and Logan Webb, and then on Sunday, Robbie Ray against Tyler Glasnow, the righty. We'll talk more about it with Rich Aurelia, former Giant shortstop, who joins us next. Dirty Work from the patio 58 Social. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Are you kidding me? It's September 12th, and the Giants are 1.5 out of the wild card, and the Dodgers are in town?
Dodgers suck.
It's a 7:15 first pitch on this Orange Friday. Pregame starting up at 6:15 with This Dayton Giants History, Around the Park, The Bowmail Show, and award-winning Diamond Notes. All coming up after Dirty Work on the Leader.
was the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with former Giants shortstop Rich Aurelia. He's a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. Richie is sponsored by Ayala Morgan and Bizard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala Morgan and Bizard. And sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Rich, what's going on, man? How are you?
Not much, guys. How's the crowd down there?
Dude, it's starting to fill up a little bit. I'm encouraged by, at this time of the day, we normally are seeing more Dodger blue. We're seeing some, but it doesn't feel like it's as much as we normally get. How cool is it that we got like big time, meaningful September baseball between the Giants and the Dodgers at Oracle Park?
I mean, it's awesome, dude. I mean, 3 weeks ago, you would have said that we were crazy if we were talking about this, but yeah, teams are playing well, and I mean, this is an exciting series. I mean, you got some really good pitching matchups too, going out there, and we'll see if the Giants, see if they could at least take 2 out of 3 out of this one and kind of keep themselves in a race, and hopefully the Mets keep stumbling like they've been.
Yeah, they're losing 6-0 right now after the first inning to the Texas Rangers, but. Richie, I asked you early on in the season, do players scoreboard watch in their own division? And you said it's way too early, but now with 2 weeks left in the season, how much fun is it as a player, or nerve-wracking is it to take care of business but also rely on another team to lose?
Well, I mean, if anybody tells you they're not looking, they're lying at this time of year. You look up and you know who's ahead of you. So I think you're pretty much just looking at the teams that are, within striking distance of you. And it seems nowadays that there's so many teams that are still kind of in it that a lot of times 2 of those teams are playing each other. We got that kind of tonight with the Giants and Dodgers going at each other. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching that score. But yeah, it's a fun time of year, man. This is the time where you're close. The Giants are close, man. Your adrenaline keeps your energy up and keeps you going every day and gets you to the park early and get you there to want to be around the guys and continue the winning ways. And hopefully they could do that this weekend.
Do you think, how much of the energy would you tie to a guy like Drew Gilbert? Like, it's hard for a young guy, I feel like, to come in and really have that impact on a roster full of veterans, right? Where he shows up and you're like, can you take him seriously? And I don't know that you should. I mean, he's a good ball player and he's bringing a spark that the team hasn't had, but the guy's a maniac. And the energy of the team seems to coincide with him kind of getting an opportunity.
I mean, I don't even know how to explain that. I mean, he's got to be a little bit crazy, doesn't he?
Yes, out of his mind, dude. Yeah, he's nuts. Yeah.
So, it is an added boost when you get to late in the season and you add someone with some type of energy. And there's different types of energy, right? Like just say as an example, if Eldridge got called up, there'd be a total different type of energy around that, right? Because he's your number one guy. He's put up good numbers. You get a guy like Gilbert who you really didn't know coming into the organization out of nowhere and getting called up. And now, you're seeing, what he provides, not only on the field, but in the dugout and his personality. And, I haven't had a chance to meet the guy yet, but I mean, I don't know if it's contagious or, kind of stay away or what. I don't know what to think of it yet. Cause it's kind of really, it's really weird when you watch it like every day.
Wait, Rich, you're telling. Go ahead.
I just want to know what the thing with Chapman is all the time.
Yeah, the choking out.
With the chokehold or something.
San Francisco Strangler, dude. The San Francisco Strangler celebration. I'm into it.
I don't know. So I'll be watching tonight to see what happens. But hopefully he's really excited tonight based off having a good game, because that, they need the bottom of the order to really kind of come through again, to win this series.
Rich, are you telling me that you never had a teammate kind of chew on your sweatshirt?
Chewing on Robbie Ray's arm, dude. Yeah, what was that?
No, dude. I that's what I'm saying. I've never seen something like this before. I mean, you see some crazy things here and there, but nothing to this extreme. I mean, there's not a big book on Gilbert because they just got him. So
right.
I'm sure there's guys calling other players that they know from the Mets organization or something, going, "Hey, man, what's up with this dude? Is this for real, or is this going to end soon?" We don't know.
What is the strangest thing you've seen a teammate do to kind of like deal with the energy before a game or during a game even?
I saw. I want to say we were in Denver, but somebody bet Nate Sherholz, and he ate like some kind of like big, huge like cricket or grasshopper on a piece of toast. That was the strangest thing that I ever seen. But hey, when you're in the position Nate was at that time, he was a young player. Every dime helps, so he was looking to make a little money on the side, I guess.
And it galvanized the team, maybe. Talking to Richard Ray here on the UMA guest line. So what is different about playoff race baseball? I mean, the game is such a grind, right? It's so much about being level-headed and being consistent and coming to the park and doing your job. But now you're down to the nitty-gritty, and it's a game where, it's a game of failure. So in these situations where the pressure's high, you still do have some road here. Does the game change? I mean, playoff baseball seems like every base runner is magnified, right? It immediately feels like a rally.
Yeah.
We're not quite there yet, but what's different about playing in a race this time of year?
Well, I think number one, I think a lot more emphasis is put on every pitch of a game, because one pitch can make the difference in a game, in a series. So I think the emphasis on that, where every pitch, every play, it's like broken down so much to be kind of treated as an individual event, inside of the whole game. I think that's where a lot of the pressure and stress comes from. But if you got guys that, have kind of been through it before, which they do, they have a good amount of guys that have been through it before. They know how to deal with that stuff. And, the quicker you can shake something off, the better. But I will say this, like a lot of times in games of this magnitude, and you get down the stretch, I mean, who's to say what's going to happen? But, you don't see many playoff implicated games, ending like 11-2, 10-1. You see a lot of them that are closer, and it always comes down to a lot of times a play that's not executed or a mistake that's made. And I know as Giants fans, we've seen that time and time again through their postseasons in the past, with the ball going through the second baseman's legs in Atlanta. Somebody on the Cardinals, I think, messed up a bunt, thrown down the first baseline. So, I mean, when you get to games of these magnitudes, the team that limits their mistakes more is usually the team that ends up on top.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line, how much confidence do you have in the bullpen for this series? You said the three aces are going, and Justin Verlander and Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, but what's your confidence level right now in Joey Lucchesi or Jose Butto or Spencer Bivens or even Ryan Walker right now to handle the Dodger bats?
Well, I would say that, at this point in time, it's kind of still a question mark out there. I mean, there's some guys that have thrown the ball really well. I mean, Gage has been a nice surprise. Lucchese's been a nice surprise. I mean, all in all, Bivens has had a nice year. Walker's been up and down. I don't know if we've seen enough out of Butto. So, I think the key could be this Figueroa guy, because not a lot of people have seen him. And you don't know what kind of schedule they have for him, if he could pitch back-to-back days or anything like that. I don't know the inside, workings with that. But, I mean, they have the guys that are capable. It's just a matter of not letting the moment get too big and getting outside of yourself and trying to do too much, which I think sometimes you probably see that more with younger guys than you do with veterans, and guys that have a little less experience in games of this magnitude. So it remains to be seen. We'll see what happens, but it kind of seems to be that one game that Walker had last week was kind of like just a little speed bump, and he seems to be back on track.
Rich, it's an interesting point about Pregame in that nobody's seen him, and he's got like these flamethrower stuff. He's got electric stuff, can blow you away. I was so angry in 2002 about K-Rod being in the bullpen for the Angels. I was like, nobody's seen this guy. It's like he came up in like August 28th, and it was like nobody had a book on him, and he was lights out. He ended up being, of course, one of the best closers and relievers of all time.
Yeah.
So it worked out, but I wasn't sure at the time whether or not it was a case of nobody had seen him or he was legit. It was probably a case of both. Do you remember the book, if any, that you guys had on K-Rod in that World Series in 2002?
I do actually, and to be totally 1,000% honest with you, after a couple games, we had his pitches.
Yeah,
we had his pitches. He was I forget what it was, but he was a fastball slider guy, and the slider was really good. So one of the two pitches, he was, when he came set, he'd take a big deep breath, and he would just blow it out. You could visibly see it, and that would be the slider. So you'd sit on that, but the stuff was so good though that even if you were sitting on it, it was tough to hit. And he was a guy again that nobody had ever seen. And I'm trying to remember. I can't remember who it was. Somebody on our team got a call from a friend who was in the American League or something, and they tipped him off to like that he was tipping his pitches that way or something. I can't remember exactly who it was, a long time ago, and I'm getting old. But but the stuff was so good. So you can honestly say like, okay, it was probably a combination of guys didn't see him and the stuff was good, but if you end up having the kind of career he had, you got to revert back to the stuff was really good.
Sure, yeah.
So it is tough when you got a guy that nobody's seen before, but nowadays there's way more technology and way more scouting and way more video than we ever had back then.
Right.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Okay, I don't know if you know what's going down tonight, Richie, but here at the ballpark, he talked to you about Joey Chestnut back on the 4th of July, but tonight he's going to attempt to eat 99 chicken nuggets in 9 innings. Do you think he gets it done before 9 innings?
Yeah, come on.
How big are the nuggets?
Pretty small.
They're like normal size, like Tyson nuggets or like a McDonald's nugget. Not much off of that size. Yeah.
99?
Yeah.
He may get that by the second inning.
That's what I said, dude. Dude, the guy. He's insane.
Unless there's some kind of reaction where like it's not chicken or whatever it is. I don't know what it is in there, but what is it? A vegetable or a soy base or
it's like a plant-based nugget. Yeah.
Plant-based, yeah. So I would assume, and this just me, but 99 nuggets for that guy, it's not going to go very deep.
No, I think he's done by the end of the second. I said you get a couple long at bats in there. It might be the first. You know what I mean? You might do it before the second inning. Dude, he ate 141 hard-boiled eggs in like 8 minutes one time.
Oh, that's so gross.
Oh man, that I guess it comes down to I know he's a Bay Area guy, but it's like, hey, how long do you want to hang out and watch a Dodger Giant game? If he's not into it, he may just eat those nuggets in one inning. If he wants to hang out, he may spread it out and maybe go get a Tony's Pizza or something in between, and whatever, one of those Asian chicken sandwiches. Maybe.
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, one of the fukus. Yeah, those are good, man. Those are good. You might crush a few of those, dude. Get in and get out. He did say, it was funny. He had a quote. He said it feels like it's a home game for him. Getting to come do it at Oracle Park. So it feels like a home game. Which is kind of nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be cool.
Awesome.
So that's going down tonight in the ballpark. Rich Aurelia, the voice you hear. We do it with him every week. Rich, always appreciate the time, man. Let's get a series win this week, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Rich.
Let's go. Go Giants.
Go Giants. Good deal there. The great Rich Aurelia. Love talking to Richie.
Absolutely.
Number 35 of my childhood.
Yeah, of course.
I guess I was a kid for Crawford, too. I wasn't a kid.
Nah.
I was in college.
Yeah. You consider yourself a kid back? I mean, young guy, but not a kid.
Can I tell you?
How wild is it you get to talk to him every week?
That's pretty cool.
Crazy.
You know what pisses me off, though? Richie just said something kind of miffed me or rankled me. I was like, you're telling me we had K-Rod's pitches in my team?
Right, yeah.
You tell me you guys knew what he was doing, and you still could. I mean, just mowed him down.
Does that one still hurt more than the 3 World Series championships?
Does it hurt to lose one more than winning 3? Yeah.
Yes.
You mean like, does it still hurt even though they won 3?
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
100%.
Yeah, I don't like.
It never goes away because it shapes how you are as a fan.
And that's more of your team because you were so young and that's the team you grew up with.
I would trade away all the Warriors world titles except for the first one and the last one.
To get that one back?
To get that one back. I haven't seen a Niner Bowl. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I would trade all the Niner Bowl losses for for a win. But
what about like a
It makes you invincible.
SaberCats championship.
you know?
Would you trade that away?
the Arena Bowl title from
Yeah.
07. I think they won one in 07 with Bob Fitzgerald on the call.
Mark Grebe, UC product of UC
Stop.
Davis.
Please don't bring up
The
Grebe.
quarterback.
They won 2.
NBA Grebe bag. By the way, one of the Giants ushers who was just here, he comes by every week. He was just holding up. He made his own. Did you see that? He made his own NBA grab bag.
That is incredible.
He brought it, dude. He was holding up a giant potato. It was a big old potato sack looking thing. It was actually a pillowcase. And it said U.S. Post, and then it said NBA on the back.
And it was just ragged enough, too. It was
Dude,
like,
it's just, yeah, it's clearly. I mean,
Well done, sir.
I wish you would have handed it to me.
I know.
I'd take it home, and that'll be my grab bag for
No,
next week.
he has to hang on to that thing.
That guy's been here. He stops by like every time we do the show here on the
Nice.
patio.
Oh,
The
there you
NBA
go.
grab bag, dude.
The filth.
You missed any of Rich Aurelio, all available, KNBR.com and the Sports Leader app. By the way, the Mets have put up some runs after trailing 6-0 to the Rangers in the first inning. It's top of the fourth now, 1 out from Citi Field, New York. Mets trail 6-3.
What if they have a reverse of yesterday? So I know it was 4-0, but it started 6-0, and then they come back to win this game. That
Yeah,
was
it
pretty
was
incredible.
6-0 and they come back to win this one. You mean if they come back after they blew a 4-0 lead?
Yeah.
Well, like I said yesterday, the difference was they scored 4 in the first,
But didn't have a base
and then
runner.
nobody reached base for the remainder of the game.
Well, let's see if that happens with the Rangers.
Well, it's already not the case. The Rangers,
damn
Rangers have already had players reach base. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from the patio at 58 Social. Giants pregame coming up in about an hour at 6:15 for a 7:15 first pitch. You're going to have your starters tonight. It's Justin Verlander against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, a couple of righties going head-to-head. Tomorrow, it'll be Clayton Kershaw against Logan Webb, and Sunday, Robbie Ray against Tyler Glasnow.
Yes.
Is your
Doesn't it feel like the ball's going to fly tonight? I mean, there's no fog at all. It's like,
It's a beautiful day down here. It's really nice
Give
down
it
here.
time, we'll see.
That mugginess kind of went away too. All that humidity.
It's hot
started
now.
down. It's getting warm now.
I'm going to be two-faced by the end of the show with the sunburn on the right side of my face.
Did you lather up that dome?
I lather, but you can never lather up enough.
You probably should have let the hair grow today. You should have shaved it.
Yeah, mistake on my
Now
part.
the follicles are at risk. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get you ready
You
for.
think that's how that works, huh?
I don't know. I have hair. I don't know. 5:30. Susan Slesser joins us here on the patio talking Giants baseball. Landon Roop threw a bullpen today. Is he on the table to return now this year?
You telling me there's a chance?
Is that in play? We'll talk about that with Sluss coming up at 5:30. When we come on back, week 2 of the NFL is already underway. We'll talk about some of the games of interest outside of the Niners and the Saints. That's next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
There's still time to head out to 58 Social and have a beer with Dirty Work.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Get sloppy drunk with Copes, Derek, and Timmy Turtles before the start of Giants pregame at 6:15. Don't miss out on KNBR, the
We're good? Yep. Nice. For you want a beer?
leader.
You found dirty work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Stated before, there are jobs that are too dirty.
Yeah.
There's nothing we do that would qualify as like an
Let's get that
actual
one out
dirty
of the
job.
rotation.
We should take that one out.
Yeah, I think
Susan
so.
Slusser joins us here on the patio at 58 Social. Susan is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball and sponsored by River Island. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan, great to see you in person. How are you?
Hey, Susan.
You got to talk in the mic, I guess, too. You got to turn the mic on, too, I guess. Yeah.
Put that top on.
Like we're just casually talking.
I'm a writer.
This is good. She's a writer. How are you, Susan? Good to see you.
I'm good. It's so nice to see you guys, and I like seeing that you have faces and stuff.
Yeah,
We do have faces.
We do. I like interacting in person. It makes
Plus
it more
you guys-
real.
You look super cool right now. With shades.
Yeah,
Damn
the
right
matching,
we
the
do.
matching shirts.
Damn right.
Hanging out on the patio.
Drinking a beer. I think you got a beer coming too.
I have a beer coming.
I think we got one coming for you. We were just saying, I mean, it's incredible that we're in this position right now where the Giants are a game and a half back of a wild card spot. It's mid-September. The weather's changing. The lighting's starting to change. I saw it the other day at the day game. I thought, it's starting to feel like September baseball now with the light changing, getting dark a little bit earlier as we're crawling towards the wintertime. But as big of a series as the Giants have had against the Dodgers, I said since 2021.
Yeah, I think really every series is, though, right? I don't think it's necessarily just that it's the Dodgers. They've got to win. I mean, not out, but they've got 16 games left. They got to win pretty much everything. So, yes, big series, but it's not that it's because of the Dodgers, much as I think everybody loves that narrative.
Sure.
Because, they are the big baddies for the Giants fandom. But, yeah, everyone's important. Those ones in Arizona next week are important, too.
No, absolutely. And it's great that Matt Chapman's playing in the series, no suspension. So it seems that he didn't have to appeal at all or state his case. It's just that they looked at the tape and they found out that he really didn't do much to warrant a suspension.
I think that's what happened. I think they went there was a lot of shoving, and we have suspended one guy for shoving when there was tons of shoving. He was literally trying to protect his guy.
Of course.
So, he said it was a settlement, and I said, oh, okay, so was the fine increased? Because I was like, how are you calling that a settlement in Major League Baseball? If they went in and basically said, we would like this, and Major League Baseball went, okay. But apparently it was to drop the appeal of the original fine. So he pays the original fine and no games. So I guess that's a nice settlement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just don't understand. They're the ones who handed out the suspension. It would seem to reason they would have watched the tape before deciding how many games he was suspended for.
I guess different people do the suspending than
the
people
appeal.
that do the appeals.
Didn't make much sense to me. Part of the reason you mentioned, all the games are big, of course. As we're scoreboard watching the Mets, who are down right now 6-3 to Bruce Bochy's Rangers. But what's interesting, and we were talking about this earlier, is the tiebreak rules now. So the Giants would have to jump the Mets completely because the Mets have the tiebreak over the Giants. So really, it's like 2 games back in the Mets right now. In terms of everybody else, the Giants have a tie with the Reds on the season series. The first tiebreak is head-to-head. The second tiebreak is how you fared in your own division. The third tiebreak, and the Giants and the Reds are close in their own division. They both have 12 and 13 games left, respectively. The next tiebreak is how you fared in the other division's composite. So do you like this system? I mean,
No.
it's much more NFL. I like the idea of a tie and having to play it out and decide who goes.
I love the sudden death games. Yeah,
Same.
play a one-game play-in.
Yeah.
I love
Earn
that.
it.
Who doesn't
Earn your
love
spot.
those? Yeah. I mean, who cares about your intra-division or your extra-division
Who cares?
records? Whatever. Come on.
Yeah. Those A's wildcard games were great back in the day, Susan.
all 3 of them, yeah. There's one fan base. I think the Pirates are another one. The Pirates might have gone 0-2 or something in those, and are like, I don't think we like this thing.
Yeah, but the play-in games are fun.
Yeah, they are.
So yeah, let's get back to that. I don't like this. I know that the postseason just seems like it gets longer and longer. What's wrong with that?
So we knew that Orlando Roop was going to be out for the season, but we saw him heard that he threw a bullpen session today. Is there any chance if they make the postseason that we could possibly see him pitch again?
I think that's the idea. I talked to him the other day, and he said sort of like, yeah, that's what we're hoping. And Bob Melvin today said, if there's more time, maybe we'll talk about something then, which, if more time sounds a little bit like a playoff situation to me.
Yeah.
So nobody with a team actually wants to come out and say anything jinxy, But I very much think that that's the option. And it's interesting that with the off day, they're keeping all, their big 3 sort of veteran starters on regular
Regular
rest,
rest, yeah.
and then they'll figure things out in Arizona. There's obviously one more day off, and I think they might do the same thing there too, just to make sure that they are maxing out all their veteran starts.
And do we anticipate Carson Wisenhunt will come back sometime next week and rejoin the rotation? Is that the thought?
I think it's certainly an option. I haven't heard necessarily what the stuff looks like, but I would think that he's a good option, and I would hope so. He would deserve a shot, I think.
How would you rank right now? Because we've been talking bullpen a lot, and it's interesting. There's only 2 guys in the bullpen right now who are on the opening day roster. Spencer Bivens and Ryan Walker. It's kind of crazy.
That's extraordinary.
It's unbelievable, and that they're in the mix. And I think that's what gives me a little bit of pause about getting through some of these close games, because you have a guy with closer experience in Ryan Walker, but he struggled a bit at times in that role this year. How would you rank the way they view their 9th inning options right now? Because it can't just be Walker, I think, for here on out.
Yeah, at one point they had so many different options
like 4
there.
closers,
and now and you include Eric Miller being out now. That's really, it's really Ryan Walker. So yeah, it would be nice if they had more depth that they could look out there. He gave it up the other day, but he has been by and large pretty good since he resumed that role. I think it was 10 scoreless going into that meltdown the other day, but yes, you want more depth. But they trade away 2 guys thinking like, we're not in this, and those trades, you cannot argue with those trades. Very nice trades. And probably wind up seeing Tyler Rogers back here again next year. So, yeah, it's weird. But I talked to Matt Cage for a long time today. Very smart guy, very interesting guy. He's been so good. Joey LaCasey, Newark's own, has been so good. What excellent pickups.
I know he was a
made,
starter for years, and now he's. I didn't make the team out of camp, but he pitched pretty well in spring and is like resurrected his career in a different role. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely. So. And maybe they look at some of the guys from the minor league system, even some starters coming back and helping in the bullpen if there's a need. If you get to a postseason scenario, you don't need all your starters. Maybe you can move somebody into the bullpen then. But yeah, it is pretty incredible. There's only 2 guys left, and they actually still have a pretty good bullpen.
I mean, yeah, no one's going to fault Buster Posey for making those trades at the deadline with Camilo Doval and Tyler Rogers. But do you get a sense from the front office right now that, not regret, but damn, we could actually use those guys right now with how close it is?
I think they take Drew Gilbert at this point.
Yeah,
he's been such a
enough.
nice little spark plug for them, and it's not like Duvall has really been doing much in New York. So I think that very nice moves, but they are definitely lacking. And I think they go out this winter and probably pick up some more experienced arms, including Tyler Rogers.
Talking to Susan Slusser with us here on the Yuma Guest Line, covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Okay, tell me about Drew Gilbert. Relative to other players you've covered, I'd like to believe he's got some Eric Burns in him, you know what I mean, with how his hair's on fire. But he's also, Burns didn't really act like that in the dugout. He wasn't necessarily chewing on guys' sleeves and asking dudes to choke him out, which is hilarious. And it's a delicate thing, I think, for a rookie or a youngster to show up to not just a new organization, but to get called up, and then for these guys to take him seriously. Performing does that on the field, but tell us about his relationship with the rest of the team, and is he like anybody else you've covered?
Well, I covered a lot of those A's teams that had big personalities. So, yes, Burns springs to mind. But Nick Swisher came up and was pretty nutty right away. Billy Burns came up, didn't really stick in the big leagues, but he gave them very speedy, gave them it was kind of goofy and speedy and gave them a real lift at one point. And then they just always had sort of oddball personalities in general. So I can definitely see some of those crazy, wacky early 2000s teams with somebody chewing. They were racing cars on the field and stuff, and a plane like robot planes. They were incredibly strange. FP, you guys know FP's stories about the early 2000s. They were wacky.
Oh,
so yeah, Drew
wild.
Gilbert could have hung with those guys for sure.
No, definitely. So it's good that the Aces are going this weekend, and Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and Justin Verlander, but with every game counting down the stretch, how confident are you in the days where it's not those guys, where it's Carson Seymour or Kaiwei Tang or a bullpen game?
Yeah, I think we at least see that they're on a day when any starter doesn't have their best stuff per se, the offense is going to be able to, not all the time, but a lot of times give them enough to at least keep them in games if their starter isn't maybe at the top of his game. Anybody, I'm not going to point out anybody, but finally, this is the one point a year that the offense is going. And with the weather the way it's been going, I think this is, I think they're going to keep hitting balls out, including here.
In terms of Willie Adames, I mean, how would you evaluate his season to this point? It really started slow. I mean, he's got a chance to hit 30 home runs, and I sort of feels like he's going to do it. I saw a note the other day, he's homered now in 8 consecutive series. First Giant to do that since Barry Bonds and Sluss has a beer now, so
I do.
We're in good shape. Just Willie Adames, and at one point he was it felt really dejected and wasn't having a lot of fun, and I think he mentioned that, you saw it on his face, and it seems like maybe that's kind of turned around.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen such an extended slump with a new team to start a season. I mean, it just went on and on and on. And now we don't even think about it anymore. That's how well he's played. He really put that completely in the rearview mirror. And now you're like, yeah, this is a guy. He's a team leader. He's a shortstop. He's hitting home runs left and right. That is, I mean, he was doing such a good job of just completely erasing that from memory after a brutal start. This is who they were expecting. He just obviously was putting too much on himself. And then you add Devers to the lineup, that helps everybody, and it took a while for all that sort of start clicking. But once it did, this is what they envisioned.
You wrote about Sonny Gray earlier this week, and the Giants faced him on Sunday. You think that's a trade possibility this offseason?
Yeah, I do. If the Giants are one of the teams that actually has the resources where they could pick up that kind of contract, I think this is only if the Giants don't bring back Verlander, which is that the ball is probably in Verlander's court.
Right.
There will be interest in him, so he could probably pick where he wants to go. I mean, he's liked this team. I do think if this team makes the postseason, that probably goes a long way with somebody like Justin Verlander, probably ensures that. And then you don't have to worry necessarily about going out and getting another. But obviously, Sonny Gray and Bob Melvin are very, very close. He and Matt Chapman are close. I think the Giants would, that's a nice option if they are looking for somebody, because really it's just money. If you pick up that hole, it would wind up being $40 million because he's got like a no trade something or other that would get bought out, and they could absorb that. It's a lot for a guy at that stage of his career. But if you're looking for a veteran starter and you don't have to trade, some major prospects to do it, great. That's hard to do.
I agree.
Did you kind of gloss over when you said, Tyler Rogers probably be back next year?
I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised to hear that.
Have you spoken to him? Do you know if
No,
he's
but
if he's
I think we're all just kind of assuming that.
I sort of feel that way.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
rare in
why
baseball.
wouldn't he?
I don't know why. Great success here. Was the only
Just bring him back.
organization he'd ever known. I mean, is that something you think the Giants are open and looking to do if they pay him market rate?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I would. Would you? I mean,
Yeah,
again,
of
this
course.
is based on nothing other than,
Feeling.
Yeah. But it makes sense, right?
It does.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
It does.
I think we've all been kind of mentioning it, even writing it here and there. Nobody's gone like, you're crazy. We'd never bring that guy back.
Yeah.
What a jerk, Like, it's just not. He's just fit in. He was set like that bullpen for so long. Of course he'll come back, right?
I love the idea of giving a guy up and then getting something for him and then just getting him back the next year.
Yeah.
And
getting back a lot for him.
Yeah.
Wow. Start to see what's weird, some of the weirdness around the Mets, because I don't want to say overpay for 2 months of a guy, but wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe a
definitely.
bit.
Because Blade Tidwell's going to be good.
Yeah, how's he doing? I mean, is he a guy that we could see?
Probably not this year. I think you want him to get his feet wet in the major leagues.
Yeah.
Well, he has pitched a little bit.
He had
in
a
the
bit of an
major
injury
leagues, but
too, right?
He had a little shoulder thing. He's pitching. He threw a bullpen session, I want to say today. He's faced hitters in Arizona. I think he might get into a complex league game.
Okay.
I just don't think he would necessarily be here unless he's unless there's a lot of injuries, which that'd be awful, or he's just doing something that everybody went like, yeah, no, he's ready, which would be a little unusual.
Okay, big game tonight, big series this weekend, but let's talk about the main event. Are you a Joey Chestnut fan?
Competitive eating is just such a weird concept to me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm fully on board with it, but I'm glad somebody from the Bay Area is the best at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go Bay Area.
Okay, do you think that he can eat 99 chicken nuggets in 9 innings of baseball?
That sounds easy.
Child's play.
The question isn't can he, the question is how fast will he do it?
Wow.
He gets 9 innings. I said under 2. I said there's no way he's getting into the second inning.
Huh. So he only has to do it in 9 innings?
Yeah,
a lot of people could do that.
That's what
couldn't
they're
they?
saying,
saying, but who knows if he has to talk to Krukow first, or he's making the rounds, kissing babies. But eventually, yeah, he's going to have to
Eating babies? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Eating babies. Yeah, 99 chicken nuggets in 9 innings. I say he does it well before the 9th inning.
I mean, I don't, is that an over-under?
We're going on a limb here, Derek.
Yeah, come on, bro. We'll get a major limb here. Just my betting advice today.
I will set the line at 4 innings.
Yeah.
And you guys
All
can
right,
figure
I'm
out.
taking the under.
Take the under on that.
As I told everybody before we were looking up his world records, he ate 141 hard-boiled eggs in like 8 minutes. He's going to be fine.
Yummy.
That's way grosser than 99 plant-based nuggets.
I would say so.
Susan Slusser covers the Giants for the Chronicle, and she's the best. We love talking to you. Susan, thanks for coming by.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Here we go.
Yeah.
Awesome. The great Susan Slusser. We got more to come here. Dirty Work rolls on. Giants pregame. Coming up in about, it comes up at 6:15 for a 7:15 first pitch. When we come on back, we'll get into a little bit of the NFL slate. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan, and then we'll get you out to pregame. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dude, Susan Slusser, maybe the fastest downing of a beer we've had from a guest.
She chugged that thing.
She crushed that thing.
That was impressive. I'm still working on my first one.
That was impressive as hell.
I was embellishing for the audience. I also own a dresser, Copes.
You're right, dude. The development of the day is that Derek doesn't have a dresser, dude. That's the...
All right.
That's the brand new thing we learned about him today. Every day I feel like we learn something new and weird about your home.
It's never good.
Oh, come on.
It wasn't bad. It was just kind of like, he's
Oh,
serious?
and you with the turtle tank, Tim?
Hey, it's dirty, but at least I was honest about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Tim does have that turtle tank.
Why didn't you ask every guest about it? Just Marcus Thompson to put me to shame.
Well, I thought Marcus was the perfect one. I thought Marcus would we know Marcus well. I thought he would, I didn't want to.
Yeah, hey, Marcus, how do you feel about hampers?
I don't want to embarrass you to Tracy Sandler or to Susan, you know what I mean, or Rich Aurelia.
You did, though, with Tracy. Is Derek a bad radio host?
Or is he just inept?
I was like, Jesus, Copes.
Came out of my mouth and I was like, ooh, that was a little mean.
Yeah, when you make the guest defend the host, it's a bad idea.
It's like, oh, you might be right, but that's me.
Yeah, when Tracy was defending Derek, then I did feel bad. I usually like to get the guest on my side and then we take down Derek together.
Yeah.
I knew I could do that with Marcus.
Marcus will usually gang up on me as well.
Marcus will get on me too, but I knew he was going to come down your road. Big slate of games this weekend, week 2 in the NFL season. We had a game last night, by the way.
Dude, okay.
Does the NFC go through Green Bay?
No, I mean, I still say the Eagles, but the Packers look damn impressive. Like, offensively, there's still a lot to be desired. They lost their wide receiver, Jaden Reed.
But, dude, how about you and I? We both drafted in different leagues.
Tucker Kraft, baby.
Our little Tucker Kraft project is already yielding dividends.
I would say so. And if he doesn't get a mac and cheese sponsorship by the end of the season, something's wrong there.
Yeah, dude, I was saying, we were texting about this during the game last night. I said, with the way that LaFleur runs that offense and similar system and style to that of Kyle Shanahan, we'll see how good their run game is. That's one that's a question. Remember I told you one of my things right behind the Browns quarterback room was the Packers running back room?
No, you brought that up?
I said that to you at one point. I said, I don't really know what they're going to do there behind Jacobs. They've got like Elijah Wilson there. They've got a couple of different dudes in that backfield.
Marshawn Lloyd, the guy from USC.
Right, and nobody's really proven behind Jacobs. And I don't know how long Jacobs is going to.
He looks kind of slow.
Some point running backs, they get that shelf life thing and they just get a little bit stale. And it's just not. You kind of got to bring somebody else in to maybe extend him or expand what it is that he's able to do. I think that's the hope with McCaffrey and Robinson for this year. Exactly. But beyond that, they're using Kraft. I mean, in the way that the tight end has emerged so much bigger, it feels like, in the NFL in the pass game. We used to have 2 or 3 guys that were dangerous. Now, almost every team has one. It's a much deeper position. In fantasy, you used to be able to streamline a tight end every week, pick up a different guy, and just try to play a good matchup. And now there's legitimately 10, 12 guys who are parts of their offense's passing game. And I think Kraft is going to be a big part of it as a security blanket for Levy. He's a good blocker, too.
No, absolutely. It's rare you get 21 points in fantasy from a tight end. So
I got 25 on a bonus in my other league. Nice, yeah.
But, yeah, he gets over 100 receiving yards last night. I mean, the strength of their team is their defense. Their pass rush with Micah Parsons just adds everything, and their secondary's covering well without Jair Alexander. So, yeah, I would say right now, it's early, but I would say right now the Packers, you have to say, are the second-best team in the NFC.
Yeah, you go Eagles and then Packers?
Until I see otherwise. I mean, the Eagles were okay week 1 against the Cowboys. Let's see how they are with the Chiefs this weekend as a Super Bowl rematch. But, yeah, I would say right now Packers are the second-best team.
Okay, let's get into some of the games. You got the slate in front of you for this week?
Yeah, I do. So we got the Bears and Lions. And, I mean, yeah, the Bears just, they were in control of that game. And then J.J. McCarthy comes in the second half, or really the fourth quarter, and steals that victory. I don't know if you saw Ben Johnson. Man, if we had another coach speak, he was testy today. They were asking him, so what was the deal with the kickoff at the end of the game? How come you didn't kick it out of the end zone? He goes, guys, that's last week. Okay, let's move on to this week.
Do we have that audio, Ralph? Is that in the system back there?
I don't think Raph wants to roll in audio of his head coach losing today.
Yeah, Raph's a Bears fan.
Yeah. But then at the very end, they're like, so how was your deal?
Why did you have that ready?
Yeah, why was that so quick?
Raph says the Chicago Bears team ready to go.
I'll pull it up when I set on the board first thing, bro. Get ready.
No, but Ben Johnson also today, they asked him, how would you feel if your team went 0-2? And he's like, we're not even entertaining that. We're winning this game this weekend. So he's going against his former team in the Detroit Lions. They looked like crap last week, too, as well. So the Lions are 6.5-point favorites. I probably would lean the Lions' directions, but I would probably not underestimate the Bears in this game. I know it's a short week and everything, but the Bears have a ton to prove. Caleb Williams has played them tough in the past. So I would go Lions, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears cover in that game.
What I would say is, and I was saying this to you yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't think we got into the teams I was talking about. I said there's for me like 4 teams that if they go 0-2, you're kind of like, I don't want to say they're must-wins because they're not must-win games, right? It's week 2 of the season.
Yeah.
What I would say, though, is like if the Lions, the 4 teams I was thinking were the Dolphins.
Oh, dude.
The Lions.
The Dolphins are doing players-only meetings already.
Yeah, it's tough. That's what I told you, dude. I said to you a couple weeks ago, I thought that McDaniel might get fired in season.
You're spot on with that
You
one.
said in season. I said he might be the first one gone, dude. Things are unraveling.
I think you're right.
Tyreek's got some personal problems and off-field issues, and now the league is investigating.
Rex Ryan's calling McDaniel nerd boy.
Nothing's going right for Miami. Right? He's getting blown out week 1, dude.
Yeah.
Just the brakes beat off of him, dude. Can't put up any yards. So the Dolphins, if they fall to 0-2, what was the other team that you were just mentioning? Oh,
the Lions.
The Bears, the Lions. And then there's got to be one. There was one other one I was looking at this week. Bottom line is, if those teams fall to 0-2, I think they just kind of look at this year and go, there's not going to be a lot to be had. Only 5 teams or something that made the playoffs after starting 0-2, right?
Yeah, but the Bears, I mean, they got to do something this year.
The Bears, I think they view that roster as like pretty damn good, and they thought that they needed somebody at the helm.
I mean, it is
to
pretty
operate
good.
it. I know, and so, I mean, I'm not saying they won't turn it around. I just think that there are fan bases, and there's going to be noise made about some of these teams. If the Dolphins go 0-2, you're going to start hearing McDaniel talk like next week.
No,
Or
absolutely.
the next 2 weeks. If the Lions go 0-2, that's one where I'm like, all right, they've got a lot of work to do. And if they look the way they did week 1, they've got a lot of work to do to try to maintain some of their playoff prowess, I think, because they're in a tough division.
Yeah.
You're playing another division opponent in the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
If you fall to 0-2 and it's against them, you're in deep S. Plus, we don't have any idea about the creative nature of that offensive play calling or whether or not they're as good on defense. Pair that with the offensive line not being anything like it was last year for them. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Lions anyway, but I think it's going to start to get loud in terms of pack it in for next year if the Lions play a series of games here and are under 500.
And you'll hear the noise that Dan Campbell, wasn't as good of a head coach.
Because he lost his coordinators.
Exactly.
You'll start to hear that talk.
It was all Ben Johnson. So, yeah.
Again, it's not pack it in for next year, but 0-2 for the Lions would be pretty bad.
I would think so. Yeah, the Lions definitely need to win that game. And then you have the Bills at the Jets. Ed Oliver's not playing in this game. The Bills were, able to come back and beat the Baltimore Ravens. But the Jets look pretty good, man. Like, I was surprised how much offense was in that game. I thought the Steelers would be better defensively. I thought the Jets would be better defensively. I'm surprised Justin Fields was able to go down the field with ease, that running game. So if Ed Oliver's not out there, I would say probably the Bills win this game. But I think the Jets probably keep it close.
I think the Jets have a shot in this game?
I think so. I think that, the running game was pretty effective in the way that Baltimore was able to go down the field. The Bills are still working out their kinks defensively. So, I mean, it's crazy to think that the Bills were almost 0-2 here, but they were able to come back and win that game. But I think this game is close between the Jets and Bills.
Well, maybe close in division. I don't see it. I don't see the Bills losing this game. Easy travel for them.
Yeah.
Division game, it could be close. I can see a Jets cover if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think, regardless, the Jets are going to be able to put up enough points to hang with the Bills. I think the Jets are going to have a few possessions. They're going to have to be nearly perfect and not turn the ball over, whereas Josh Allen has enough weapons on offense, basically with himself, that if he falls behind or he makes a mistake, he has enough to overcome it. I'm not sure the Jets have that ability. I'm not quite there yet. I think the Jets are going to be a tough defensive matchup, and again, in division, it's a game I might look under on, but I don't know that I think the Bills are going to lose this game.
No, fair enough.
Because if they had gone 0-2, it would have been at the hands of the Ravens.
No, yeah.
Or if they got 0-1, it would have been hands of the Ravens, and you're like, okay, well, you don't think any less of the Ravens for losing that game, do you? You think you got to figure out how to close games and play better on defense, but nobody stops Josh Allen.
No,
that's kind of the thing. You're losing to a guy who is the MVP.
No, definitely. And then as far as the other games, you got the Seahawks and Steelers. Steelers are 3-point favorites in that.
Well, that's a big one for Seattle too. Seattle is that's another team where they're like, we can't go to 0-2 here.
No,
we just moved on from a quarterback. We paid a quarterback. Their run game did not look good last week. The defensive line looked really good, and they fancy themselves one of the best D lines in the league. So, that's another team. They go to 0-2 in this division where the Niners have a chance to go 2-0. The Rams are here. The Cardinals are here. They need to stay and keep pace with the 49ers and the Rams.
Oh, yeah, it would be detrimental to them because the 49ers can easily go to 2-0. The Rams are facing the Titans.
The Rams are looking to go 2-0, and they're on the road too, right? At Tennessee.
Yep, and the Cardinals are facing the Panthers.
Mike Kohler's Titans.
Yep, so those teams can usually go 2-0. And then we have the Super Bowl rematch with the Eagles and Chiefs. That'll be a great game. And then Falcons and Vikings, that's your Sunday night game. That's a rematch of the national championship between J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix. So pretty good slate.
Yeah, dude, I like that. Two guys who were drafted last year. Michael Penix got to play a little bit at the end of last year when they handed him the keys. And he's off to a decent start already with Atlanta. Can't miss those field goals. By the way, did we talk at all about Jake Moody getting picked up immediately?
Practice squad, though. We'll see if he actually...
Practice squad for the Bears.
Yes. So we'll see. Graf knows the Bears kicker. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Hey, Raph, our resident Bears fan. Raph, do you have a thought? You have a take on Jake Moody? You excited about this move for the practice squad?
We could fix him. I'm telling you. We can fix him. He's going to hit.
Who's we?
Well, me and the Bears, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you this. Jake Moody is going to hit the game-winning
field goal against the Niners.
Against the Niners.
17. When do they come? Like late in the year, right?
It's week 17.
Yeah, you're right. Sunday Night Football, too.
Is it here?
Yeah.
You going to be at that game, Raph? You going to be on the sidelines?
No, because I'm 0-5 at Bears games, so I want them to win. So I'm not going.
I don't think you have anything to do with how bad the Bears have been.
That's the outlook of the game. Not likely.
So, Raph, Mike Kohler asked you to run the parabola mics. You won't go down to the sideline and be down there with Ryan Covey?
I might throw it on the field, and help the Bears out.
Hey, come on, bro.
That's how bad.
All right, come on, Raph. All right, let's take a quick break, Raph. Kyle Shanahan joined us yesterday. And nobody's heard it, right? The replay leader.
True Blue. Tune in.
You take an extra 15 on the show, you're going to hear Shanahan from yesterday. I'll tell you that much. Live from 58 Social, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We're getting lazy next. We'll play you Shanahan from yesterday. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow joined the morning crew this morning to talk about the Giants' playoff chances.
The Giants have a chance. The Mets are crumbling, and the Reds are coming on. It's really getting exciting.
And the impact it could have if the Giants beat LA this weekend.
If you win this series, if you sweep this series, can you imagine the momentum coming out of that? There's opportunity here.
You can hear that and all the interviews on the podcast page at thesportsleader.com or on the app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having a proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, you've set up your life for retirement, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid some of the common mistakes that people make when they get to this stage of their lives. Having the right investment strategy for the future can make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially if you're someone who's already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today. 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. That number, again, 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.